Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Zhongqing High's annual spring sports meet. Zhongqing High School's annual spring sports meet was more than a tradition, it was a celebration. Set against the backdrop of blossoming flowers and vibrant greenery, it was the perfect season for youth and vitality. Students eagerly embraced the opportunity to compete, cheer and bond, their shared sweat becoming a symbol of memories that would last a lifetime. Li Ji strolled along the edge of the sports field, boredom evident in his expression as he watched the competitions. Though the participants were giving it their all, he couldn't help but find it all a bit mundane. After all, when you could cross the Pacific Ocean in under an hour, a school's 100-meter sprint hardly seemed impressive. "Lee, aren't you going to compete?" Wendell called out, approaching him with a cheerful smile. She wore a form-fitting sports outfit that accentuated her athletic figure. "I'm just here to cheer for Peter and Harry," Li Ji replied, already guessing she was participating. "What about you? What did you sign up for?" "Women's high jump and pole vault," she replied with a playful bounce, her youthful energy practically glowing. Li Ji coughed awkwardly and turned away to grab 2 cans of Coke from a nearby vending machine. He handed her one. "Want one?" "I'll pass. Carbonated drinks aren't great before a competition," she said with a soft smile before jogging away, slightly disappointed. "I'll cheer for you," Li Ji muttered, cracking open the can and downing it in one gulp. Both the men's and women's long-distance races were up next, events generally less favored by students due to the sheer physical endurance they demanded. There were no preliminaries, everyone who signed up went straight to the final. Peter and Harry returned from the supply station, carrying towels, sports drinks, and a pair of knee pads. "Not bad," Li Ji said, inspecting the loot. "If you like it so much, why don't you sign up for the 800-meter race?" Harry teased, setting the gear down on a bench. "No thanks. My Coke's better than any sports drink," Li Ji said, popping open another can. "You're such a slacker," Harry sighed. "Exercise adds years to your life, you know. Even TV experts say that." "They also say silence adds years," Li Ji quipped, leaving Harry speechless. "Your family owns a biotech company," Peter added, amused. "And you still believe TV rumors?" "My family's experts don't go on TV," Harry replied smugly, prompting laughter from the group. Suddenly, Gwen appeared behind them. "Smiling so happily, huh?" "Gwen, isn't your event about to start?" Peter asked. "It is. Just checking if my cheer squad is ready," she said with a teasing glance at Peter, pointedly ignoring Harry and the Coke-drinking Li Ji. "We're ready." Harry chimed in, waving his towel enthusiastically. "Don't wave the white flag too early." Gwen grinned and headed to the starting area. "Be sure to cheer loud." Peter and Harry pushed their way through the crowd to find a good view. Li Ji simply tapped a muscular guy on the shoulder. "Move over." The guy turned around, ready to retort, until he saw who it was. His face changed instantly. "Of course, go ahead." This man was one of Bo Li's crew. He didn't know Li Ji's background, but he knew Bo Li was terrified of him, and that was enough. "Man, we fought hard for this spot," Harry grumbled. "And Li just walks up and gets one." Gwen had no shortage of fans. As a campus beauty, her name echoed through the crowd. Peter and Harry shouted with all their might, but their voices were drowned by the sea of Gwen's admirers. "Wait, is Bo Li competing?" Li Ji raised an eyebrow. "With that 300-pound frame?" Turns out, he was. Incredibly, Bo Li was participating in the 100-meter dash. Given his brute strength, Li Ji wasn't surprised by his power, but it still felt out of place. The gun fired. Bo Li shot forward like a rolling cannonball and won with a time of 10.593 seconds. The crowd was stunned. "Go Gwen! First place!" After chaotic yelling, Gwen's fans finally unified their cheer. Peter and Harry joined in, and Gwen, hearing their voices, smiled and accelerated. "First place. Gwen Stacy of Class C. Time, 2 minutes 13 seconds. Li Ji nodded in approval. For someone without professional training, it was an impressive result. Next were Peter and Harry's races. "Think Peter will win?" Gwen asked, standing beside Li Ji as the starting gun loomed. "I think he will," Li Ji replied calmly. "Why's that?" "Peter's got stamina, But not much explosiveness, she questioned. Because of love, Li Ji said with a smile. Gwen blushed. On the track, Peter and Harry were neck and neck, far ahead of the other runners. Harry's face had turned pale, he was clearly struggling, but he pressed on, determined not to lose to Peter in front of Gwen. One last lap, just one more. Harry pushed his body beyond its limit. In the final 100 meters, he sprinted with everything he had left. Peter, capable of going faster, slowed down to stay beside him. They crossed the finish line together. The moment Harry did, he collapsed, blood trickling from his nose. Harry! Harry! Peter called out, rushing to his friend's side. Harry's in shock. Peter cried, rushing toward Li Ji with Harry in his arms. You've got a car, take him to the hospital now. Gwen and I will grab a taxi. Peter's speed outpaced anything he'd ever shown during a race, panic fueling his stride. Li Ji took one look at Harry and frowned. The veins on Harry's neck had turned dark purple, almost black. This wasn't just exhaustion. It was something deeper. Something dangerous. No. We can't take him to the hospital, Li Ji said firmly, already moving. I'm driving him to the Osborne group. Peter, contact Harry's father. Tell him his son collapsed and to meet us at the front gate. Peter hesitated but nodded. Something in Li Ji's tone made him trust the decision without argument. Li Ji carried Harry to the parking lot and laid him in the passenger seat. With a twist of the key, the engine roared to life. He slammed the accelerator, and the sports car screamed down the street, weaving through traffic as it rocketed toward the Osborne Group headquarters. Inside the Osborne Group, Norman Osborn was already on edge. They said it's just a collapse from overexertion, he muttered, trying to convince himself. A simple shock, that's all. But he wasn't convinced. Pacing near the entrance, Norman scanned the street anxiously. Come on. Hurry. Behind the wheel, Li Ji's mind raced along with the car. If I remember correctly, in the Amazing Spider-Man universe, the Osborns suffer from a hereditary disease, something degenerative. Could this be it? Did Harry inherit it? The car hit 220 miles per hour, a blur through the city streets. Moments later, Li Ji's vehicle screeched around the final turn. Norman spotted them immediately, raising a hand. As soon as he saw Harry's condition, those darkened veins, the involuntary spasms in his right hand, Norman's heart sank. It started, Norman whispered. The first flare-up. Without waiting, he pulled Harry from the car and nodded to Li Ji. Thank you for bringing him here. If you'd taken him to a hospital. I can't imagine the consequences. Then he disappeared into the building, cradling his son. Li Ji remained at the front doors, frowning in thought. The timeline is shifting. In the original story, Harry's illness didn't surface this early. Has my presence changed things this much? 10 minutes later, a taxi arrived. Peter and Gwen hurried out. Lee. Peter called. How's Harry? Li Ji met them at the steps. Norman took him in for treatment. He's stable for now. The Osborne Group's one of the best in biotech. If there's any place that can help him, it's here. Peter nodded, still tense. Should we wait here? No need to wait outside. Let's go in, no one will stop us. The three entered and took the elevator to the top floor. The elevator opened into a wide observation deck with panoramic views of New York. Li Ji walked over to the glass, gazing out at the skyline. It's beautiful, Gwen said quietly. Yeah, Peter agreed. But the mood was heavy. None of them spoke for a while. Inside the lab, Norman Osborn worked furiously. Tubes, syringes, and vials surrounded him. H039 reagent, batch 59. Z106, batch 93. Saline, 5 liters, Norman barked. His assistant scrambled to prepare the mix as Norman began injecting the cocktail into Harry's veins. After the final syringe emptied, Harry's convulsions eased. His breathing steadied. Just in time, Norman thought. A moment later and he waved the staff out. Leave us. Silence fell over the lab. Norman stared at his son, thinking. The incubation period is supposed to be years. Retroproliferation shouldn't trigger until after 20. Harry's only 17. Why now? After several tense minutes, Harry stirred. He blinked groggy. Dad? What are you, Wait, wasn't I just at the sports meet? You were, Norman said sternly. And didn't I tell you no strenuous activity? It was just a 5,000-meter run, Harry mumbled. Aerobic exercise. You were pushing yourself too hard, Norman snapped, then caught himself. His expression softened. Harry, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. But I was hoping I wouldn't have to. Not yet. Harry sat up, puzzled. What is it? Norman took a breath. There's a hereditary illness in the Osborn family. A genetic curse. It's called retroproliferation. Harry blinked. Retro what? It causes uncontrolled cellular overgrowth, Norman explained. And it's fatal. After the first onset, no one in our bloodline has lived past 25. Harry's face paled. You mean today was the first time? Norman nodded. But there must be a cure, right? We've searched for generations. Nothing. It's been our nightmare. A shadow over every Osborn. Harry lowered his gaze. I've spent most of my career researching a treatment, Norman continued. It's not a cure, but it's something. I'll give you a box of injections, emergency suppressants. When symptoms start, take one. They'll keep the disease at bay. Never go anywhere without them. He turned and walked out, leaving Harry alone in the lab. Alone with the weight of his legacy.
Tony, why did you call me to the company? Li Ji sat on Tony's seat, holding a glass of Sprite in his hand. Tony's office had a new drink machine. Don't you want me to pay attention to the Arthy group? Tony said. What? What did they do again? Li Ji stood up and approached Tony. No, nothing unusual. It's just that Uncle Jeff has been urging me to send money to Arthy group recently. It seems that there is another problem with their capital chain. Tony comforted Li Ji. Li Ji sat down again and took a heavy sip on the straw. He thought that the Arthy group was so bold and it had only been a few days since they attacked Shalizi, so they had done something wrong. It's normal for the Arthy group to be short of funds. Aren't we deliberately suppressing their funds? Li Jida said. It's not because of our funds, it's because they have some problems with their own internal funds. Our funds are specially invested, and the use of all funds is under Jarvis's supervision. There has been no misappropriation of funds for the time being. The rate of consumption is also normal. Although we deliberately suppressed their financial needs, it is still within the range they can bear. Tony brought a cup of coffee and sat next to Li Ji. What does that mean? Something happened inside their group again. Li Jida said. That's how it should be. 35xs. Tony took a sip of coffee. Isn't that a good opportunity? Li Ji smiled. Give them the money, and then Jarvis monitors the misappropriation of funds and gives them a fatal blow. It's too early, they haven't revived Howard and Maria yet. Tony said slowly. That's right. Li Ji found that he was indeed a little anxious. It seemed that the accidents that happened these days made him a little unclear. By the way, the team that sent out from the Arthy group a few days ago, after my evaluation, should not be sent by the Arthy group. Tony suddenly said in explosive news calmly. Not sent by the Arthy group. Li Ji couldn't believe it. Well, if Jarvis's analysis is correct. Tony nodded, swirling the spoon in the coffee. Li Ji closed his eyes and thought about the pull of several things. If it wasn't sent by the Arthy group, then who should be sending it? Li Ji thought of the group of people Shalis mentioned, but that group of people probably didn't have much energy. They were just Glen Allen. Even if the people who come out have some power, they should not instigate people from large groups like Arthy, unless. Were there any third-party forces involved that day? Tony asked. 35xs. Li Ji looked at Tony a little strangely. He had never told Tony about the specific situation of that day, but Tony actually guessed the existence of a third party based on analysis alone. If there is, then we can basically draw a conclusion. The team from the Arthy group may have been misled or controlled. In short, they did something they shouldn't have done. The Arthy group is now at the crux of the research period. They should not be distracted to do this kind of thing. They have no motive for committing the crime. Tony analyzed. After Tony's analysis, things became even more confusing. Tony had a lot of information that he didn't know, such as Shali's true identity. In Li Ji's view, the Arthy group had a motive for committing the crime. After all, Shalizi was a rare experimental material. But what troubles Li Ji is that Mirando is far less enthusiastic about this kind of experiment than Professor Bob, and Mirando personally told Li Ji that he did not need in vivo experiments. Li Ji could tell that he was not lying. Although it is not clear whether he has changed his mind now, but Li Ji may also say that he will go directly to find out. Therefore, things became more complicated in Li Ji's eyes. Tony, Director Jeff wants to come in, can he? Pep stood at the door and asked. Let him come in. Tony looked at Li Ji's expression and said without any objection. Tony, the group's research has entered a critical period. I think we need to increase investment appropriately to help them produce products as soon as possible. Jeff Bridges said enthusiastically as soon as he walked into the office. Uncle Jeff, the company's investment plan has been planned. If you want to make additional investment, you need to go through the process first. Tony declined politely. Li Ji took a sip of Sprite, and he finished the Sprite in the cup, making a sizzling sound. Gage, are you here too? Jeff Bridges then noticed Li Ji. Li Ji felt a little strange. Is my sense of existence so low? Gage, why don't you advise Tony? Alvis from Arthy Group is your good friend. He often mentions you to me. Jeff Bridges said. Uncle Jeff, please tell me first, what are the benefits of additional investment in Arthy Group? Can our share of Stark Industries' ownership of their research results be increased? Li Ji looked at Jeff Bridges and smiled. Road. According to the group, they can give away another 5 or so ownership rights. Jeff Bridges said. 5, that's a bit less. Li Ji pretended to be thoughtful. Are there any other benefits? Gage, you don't understand. 5 is already a lot previously. Our Stark Industries held 15 ownership rights to R&D results. Adding 5 is actually an increase of 1/3. Jeff Bridges exaggerated said. 15. Li Ji really didn't know the original share situation, but the 15 share was indeed a bit outrageously low. I don't know how many kickbacks Jeff Bridges took to negotiate this 15. When Jeff Bridges heard Li Ji's questioning voice, he moved his mouth and wanted to make some excuse. Unexpectedly, Li Ji continued, if you add 5, it's only 20, which only accounts for 1/5. It feels like we Stark Industries doesn't have much initiative. Jeff Bridges breathed a sigh of relief. No, the ratio of 20 is already not low, and our Stark Industries has a relatively large influence. The group has no chance to kick us away. Li Ji looked at Tony, and Tony immediately understood what Li Ji meant. Uncle Jeff, if you talk to them again, if they are willing to give an additional 10% of the research results, I will agree to additional investment. 10? I'll try to talk to them as much as possible. What's the approximate amount of additional investment? Jeff Bridges was secretly happy. He was confident that he could negotiate this number. $300 million, I think it should be about the same. Tony said, and Jeff Bridges walked out of the office with satisfaction. In the office, Tony and Li Ji looked at each other and smiled. Norman Osborn took Harry to a hospital on Sunday. Harry is still a little afraid of retroplasia and hopes to hear the doctor's opinion. Hello, sir, do you have an appointment? The nurse asked politely in the hospital. Hospitals in the United States are not as crowded as hospitals in China, and the big hospitals are a bit empty. I made an appointment with Dr. Strange in neurosurgery. Norman Osborn said. Strange is one of the best doctors in this hospital, with a solid foundation, superb surgery, and in-depth research on genes. Dr. Strange needs to queue up. There is currently a patient receiving treatment. The nurse said sweetly, which shocked Norman Osborn. This hospital has such a small flow of people and still needs to queue up. But this can be regarded as a shot in the arm for Harry. Since Strange is so popular with patients, he must be a good doctor. Norman Osborn and Harry sat in the VIP room, waiting for Strange's diagnosis to be completed. Half an hour later, no nurse came over to inform them to come for diagnosis and treatment. Norman Osborn looked at his watch. The time passed by, making him a little anxious. He was in the laboratory of the Osborn group, and there were still some. The petri dish is cultivating special bacteria. Ms. Nurse, has Dr. Strange's diagnosis not been completed yet? Is he operating on that patient? Norman Osborn walked out of the VIP room and walked to the front desk and asked. I'm sorry, sir, I'm not sure about what's going on in the clinic. Let me ask for you. The nurse quickly apologized and dialed the number of Strange's clinic. Soon, the nurse hung up the phone and said, Sir, Dr. Strange said you can go there. Do you want me to lead you? Okay. Norman Osborn nodded and returned to the VIP room. Harry, you can come over. Dr. Strange's office. Hello, Dr. Scratch. Harry walked into the consulting room and found 2 people in the consulting room. One of them was Strange, wearing the iconic doctor's white coat, and the other was wearing a strange mage outfit. Exactly, Baron Mordo. Dr. Strange, what is this? Norman Osborn asked a little strangely. Oh, this is Mr. Carl from Europe. He is also a very good doctor. We were chatting so happily just now that we forgot that we had an appointment today. Strange said a little embarrassed. Norman's expression was a little unhappy, but he still said, okay, let's check first. Harry lay on an instrument, and Strange stood next to the instrument, observing the data displayed on the screen. Okay, you can come down now. I'm almost clear about your situation. Strange said a few minutes later. Doctor, how are you? Harry asked a little nervously. You should know what disease you have, Strange asked. Harry looked at Norman and nodded. The disease you are suffering from is called retroproliferation. This disease is a typical genetic defect. I think I don't need to repeat the symptoms and signs of the disease, Strange said. Harry looked a little helpless and pale. Retrocytosis, judging from the current medical conditions, is still an incurable disease. But fortunately, the onset cycle of this disease is relatively long, and unlike many other diseases, it does not disappear within a few years after the disease. Will die quickly. This genetic disease behaves very strangely. It usually develops for the first time around the age of 20. You should be less than 20 now, so it is considered an early onset of the disease. After the onset of the disease, it will relapse once every 68 months on average, and just like heart disease, you need to carry special medicines with you. But when this genetic disease does not occur, it is no different from normal people. Because a single onset period is short, there is no warning, and there are very few patients worldwide. There is a lack of research data. Currently, there is a lack of research data on reverse transcription cells. The specific pathogenesis of hyperplasia is not yet clear, and therefore, research on retrocytosis has been relatively slow. Strange was an honest doctor. He first explained the difficulties in treating retrocytosis. Harry blinked as he listened, not knowing what to do. But you don't have to worry too much. Although this disease is very difficult to cure, it is not difficult to suppress it. The earliest recorded case of retrocytosis in the world was first diagnosed in 1879. At that time, under medical conditions, he still lived until 1895, with a survival period of 16 years. After that, as medical technology gradually developed, the survival period of patients with retrocytosis also continued to be extended. Strange's choice was very clever. He first told Harry how difficult it was to cure the disease, which hurt Harry's confidence. But after the blow was over, he told Harry, "Although I can't treat you directly, I can help you suppress it." This made it much easier for Harry to accept it. "Dr. Strange, how many years do you think I have left to live?" Harry asked. A conservative estimate would be about 30 years. And medicine is developing so rapidly now. Maybe over time, a method to treat retrocytosis will suddenly appear. By then, you will be able to live as healthy and long as normal people. Strange said. "Is that so, Dad?" Harry looked at Norman, who nodded, but kept his eyes on Baron Mordo. "Dr. Carl, it seems that you have a different view. Do you have any insights?" Norman finally couldn't help but ask. "I can't speak of opinions, but do you want to live 10 more years? According to normal circumstances, you probably only have 1 or 2 years to live." Baron Mordo smiled. 10 years. "Dr. Carl, can you really help me?" Norman was a little shocked and moved closer to Baron Mordo. Although it is incredible, Mr. Carl is actually willing to say it, so he must have his own method. Strange said. He has great trust in Baron Mordo. However, Baron Mordo does have very superb medical skills, and Strange's trust in him is not without purpose. So, what about Harry? How long can Harry live? Although Norman was very excited, he still did not forget Harry despite his excitement. "If he is willing to undergo some special treatments, I can let him live to be 80 years old." Baron Mordo said a number that shocked Norman, Harry, and Strange. "Good morning, Li.net. "Good morning, Peter." Li Ji walked into the classroom and Peter was already sitting in his seat. "Peter, what's wrong with your right hand?" Li Ji saw the gauze on Peter's right hand. "Nothing. I was scratched by an iron piece this morning." Peter smiled and hid his right hand in his pocket. There were still piles of snacks on the table, as well as scattered hundreds of US dollars. Li Ji sorted them out a little, and took a few chocolate bars to Peter, replenish energy. "Okay, thank you." Peter was not polite, took it, tore open the package and stuffed it into his mouth. Peter did not tell Li Ji that he attacked a club belonging to the Heinz gang last night and suffered burns on the palm of his right hand. Li Ji would not tell Peter either. In fact, he almost knew the cause of Peter's injury. "By the way, Li, tell me, what's wrong with Harry? He's been depressed these days." The school reissued his meter running championship trophy, but he's still the same. Who knows? Maybe he's just in a bad mood. Harry didn't tell Peter about his situation, and Li Ji didn't want to go ahead and tell Peter about Harry's genetic disease. After all, genetic diseases are very private, and Harry didn't want to tell Peter about Harry's genetic disease. Saying that means that he doesn't want others to know. Even if Peter and him are good friends, Li Ji doesn't plan to tell him. 35XS. "Hey, Peter, Li, morning." Harry walked into the classroom and said hello for the first time. You know, Harry had been silent for several days. "Wow, Harry, you're finally back," Peter said excitedly. "Why am I back? I never left at all." Harry smiled. The expression on his face was very real, indicating that he was indeed happy and not forcing a smile. Li Ji looked at Harry and blinked. Harry didn't know what Li Ji meant, so he also blinked. Only then did Li Ji confirm that he had read correctly. Harry did have the mark of the New York sanctuary on his body. Is it Baron Mordo? Or Sheecliff Luther? Although Sheecliff Luther has retired from the position of guarding the sanctuary, he can still enter and exit the sanctuary freely. Although Baron Mordo is the correct answer and the option that Li Ji prefers, Sheecliff Luther is also an option that cannot be ignored. "Harry, what's wrong? You walked out of the crop circle," Peter said. "Absolutely." Harry smiled and then noticed the gauze bandaged on Peter's right hand. "Peter, what's wrong with your right hand?" "No, it's nothing. I accidentally got scratched by an iron piece this morning. It's okay." Peter tried his best to hide his hand, turned his face to the other side of Li Ji, and blinked crazily at Harry. Oh. Harry realized what Peter was trying to say. 35XS. If you were scratched by an iron piece, you need to get a tetanus vaccine. I already beat him before coming to school in the morning. Peter finally relaxed. "That's good, you have to pay attention to safety," Harry said meaningfully and sat down. Li Ji and Peter also sat down together. Things are getting more and more complicated. Harry should have come into contact with people in the sanctuary, who promised to help him treat his disease, but the guys in the sanctuary are not simple characters. Li Ji frowned. It's not surprising that people from Comatage have good medical skills. After all, mages always like to do some weird research. If they don't have good medical skills, they might suddenly die while studying. But Li Ji also knows that when they help you, they often have a very strong purpose, either to trick you into saving the world, or to treat you as a new experimental subject. This was also the reason why Li Ji did not dare to let Comathage's people help treat Howard and Maria. He was worried that Comathage's people would leave some backup, and then use this to threaten himself and Tony. Not all of them are of the same mind as Master Gu Yi. Li Ji still can't tell who is good and who is bad. Maybe I need to set up surveillance in the sanctuary. But Li Ji just wanted to think about it. If surveillance is really set up in the sanctuary, it will definitely be discovered immediately. Although Baron Mordo's strength is not very good, it is by no means a fuel-efficient lamp, not to mention there is also Sheecliff Luther who is wandering in the American continent. The strength of this mage far exceeds that of Baron Mordo. At this time, Peter's heart was not at peace either. You have to be more careful in the future. You can't suffer such obvious injuries again and almost expose your identity. Peter was very worried. Last night's battle was extremely dangerous. The opponent used a large number of flamethrowers. The spider silk that Peter shot was melted by the flamethrowers. If Peter hadn't blocked the nozzle of the flamethrower with his palm at the last moment, Peter might have been burned to ashes. Fortunately, I bought SPI fiber cloth, which is fireproof, otherwise it would have been set on fire last night. Peter was also very grateful for the $10,000 that Li Ji lent him. If he hadn't bought SPI fiber cloth and made it into a new spider suit, he really wouldn't have seen the possibility of victory in last night's battle. The gangs in New York are indeed incomparable to Glen Allen. Although there are no powerful enemies like Joe, their overall strength is much stronger. Moreover, they are very familiar with me and have targeted arrangements. I will try again next time. We need to plan carefully when attacking other clubs, and we can't be so reckless anymore. Peter looked at Harry and Li Ji. Harry probably didn't tell Li about me, but Li seemed to have guessed something. That's right. Harry could guess what happened to me. There's no reason why Li couldn't, but as long as I don't admit it, it'll be fine. I was deceived by Harry last time. Harry sneezed. Who are you thinking about me? Turning his head, Harry looked at Peter, who quickly lowered his head without looking at Harry. Peter, you're thinking of me, right? Harry smiled and turned away. In fact, Harry was also worried. Although his disease was under control after receiving treatment from Baron Mordo, he was still thinking about what Baron Mordo told him about the possibility of completely curing retrocytosis. Baron Mordo said that the cause of retroproliferation is the reverse expression of gene chains, which leads to the appearance of antiproteins in the body. When these antiproteins accumulate to a certain extent, they will affect my normal mechanism. Every time I get sick, there will be white blood cells that actively clean up some of the antiproteins, and the special medicine I carry is actually a medicine that accelerates the proliferation of white blood cells. But white blood cells proliferate too fast, and some special white blood cells containing antiproteins will be produced in the white blood cells. When these white blood cells accumulate to a certain number, my life will come to an end. The only way to cure it is to enhance my own recovery power. As long as my own recovery power is fast enough, I can complete the antiprotein cleanup independently without the need for special drugs. However, even the limit of human recovery speed cannot be reached. To this extent, but Peter, his resilience seems to have exceeded human limits. If you know someone who has extremely strong recovery abilities, you can extract a little gene from his body for me to study. All it takes is a hair. Harry kept thinking about Baron Mordo's words in his mind, and he didn't even listen to the lesson. Baron Mordo's original intention was for Harry to find a hair of Li Ji, but the first thing Harry thought of was Peter. A hair shouldn't be a problem, right? I've never heard of a hair being able to issue a curse or something. And Dr. Carl shouldn't have any hatred against Peter. He has such superb medical skills, so it shouldn't be a problem. No grudge against Peter. After school in the afternoon, Harry secretly returned to the classroom and looked for Peter's hair on Peter's seat. Blonde, with a little curl, that's it. Peter's hair loss is not difficult to find. After all, Peter often stays up late and has a lot of hair breakage. Spider genes have not strengthened his hair. Li Ji stood at the door, hiding behind the wall, watching Harry's movements from the corner of his eye. He wasn't worried about Harry finding his hair or anything. After all, Saiyans never lost their hair. Hey, I'm still on this road. Li Ji shook his head and disappeared from the door. Harry ran to the window vigilantly and looked sideways at the door, but didn't see anyone. I'm just too nervous. Harry put Peter's hair into a small plastic bag, quietly opened the ajar classroom door, and left the classroom. Harry jogged all the way to the parking lot Li Ji had driven away 2 minutes ago. Harry didn't see Li Ji's car, so he opened the car door with confidence and drove towards the location of the sanctuary. Greenwich Village Center, 177 A Brick Street. Li Ji had been to the New York sanctuary, but when Harry entered it, it was completely different from the place Li Ji entered. From the outside, the New York sanctuary looked like a strange antique store, and what Harry saw was just this antique store. Mr. Carl, can you look at this hair? Baron Mordo took the plastic bag from Harry's hand, and a golden curly hair was placed in the small plastic bag. Why is it golden? Carl thought to himself, but he didn't say anything. He had seen Li Ji before and knew that Li Ji's hair was pure black. Baron Mordo picked up the hair with tweezers and put it into a beaker. The beaker was covered with green eucalyptus leaves, and the golden hair was placed in the center of the eucalyptus leaves. Then fill the beaker with purple solution and put it on the fire to roast. No matter how he looked at it, Harry felt that Baron Mordo seemed to be cursing Peter. Dr. Carl, what are you doing? This hair belongs to my good friend. Net. I'm just extracting the active factor from the gene, don't worry. Although Baron Mordo's words were soothing, his voice was very righteous, leaving no room for Harry to refute. Spider, what is this? Baron Mordo saw a spider in his eyes. This was Karmataj's spell. Harry couldn't see it. Harry could only stand aside and wait for Baron Mordo. If he found anything good, he hoped that he would not do anything detrimental to Peter. It's interesting, but this is definitely not Li Ji's hair. I saw dexterity, strength, recovery, precognition and other abilities in this hair, but they are not particularly powerful and are far from Li Ji's power. In the beaker the purple solution gradually evaporated, and Baron Mordo also saw more things. But what he wanted to get most was Li Ji's genetic information. Li Ji's suppression of the magic tide that day left a really deep impression on him. It seems that Li Ji pays great attention to protecting his genetic information. Baron Mordo shook his head and took out the beaker with the crucible tongs. The purple solution in the beaker evaporated very quickly. In such a short time, there was only after a small spread, Peter's hair was revealed, but the color was no longer golden, but gray. Mr. Carl, has the active factor extraction been successful? Harry asked with a little anxiety. The extraction was successful. Baron Mordo took out the eucalyptus leaves from the beaker. There was a hint of golden color on the veins of the eucalyptus leaves. He placed the eucalyptus tree on the test stand, took a tiny scalpel, and separated all the veins of the eucalyptus leaf. I'm going to go into the sterile room to prepare medicines. You can help me check the store outside and don't let anyone steal my things. Baron Mordo walked into the door and locked it. In fact, he had already entered. In a true sanctuary. Oh, okay. Harry sat in the sanctuary that looked like an antique shop, still at war with heaven and man in his heart, not knowing if he was doing the right thing. Peter. Harry muttered Peter's name in his mind, not knowing whether he would harm his good brother by doing so. But in fact, Baron Mordo didn't lie to him. Even if Harry brought Li Ji's hair, Baron Mordo would not do anything to Li Ji. He just wanted to study where Li Ji's power came from. Karmatage has been close friends with Kunlun for a long time, but he has never heard that Kunlun has the power of Li Ji. Baron Mordo entered the quiet room, raised his finger in the air, and created an experimental platform. He cut the veins of the eucalyptus leaves containing Peter's genes and active factors into pieces, and then covered them with a spherical glass cover. All the air in the cover was evacuated, and all the cells in the leaf veins were exposed to the vacuum environment. Gases in the cells precipitated and the liquid boiled. Soon, it expanded to about 3 times its size. Now it's much easier to get genes and activators. Baron Mordo quickly separated the genes and activation factors and placed them in 2 extremely small test tubes. Then the originally prepared materials were poured into an amethyst flask, and the flask was heated on the fire. 2 small test tubes happily precipitated the genes and activation factors into the flask. It should be possible to cure retrocytosis. Baron Mordo's expression was relatively relaxed. For him, this incurable disease with modern medicine is actually not too difficult. With a ping sound, the amethyst flask suddenly exploded, and the solution in the flask exploded all over the floor. How is it possible? Baron Mordo's eyes were filled with incredulity. The active factors and genes were obviously extracted very smoothly. A few kilometers away, Li Ji stood on a building, looking in the direction of the New York sanctuary. Are you really inspired? After knowing Harry's purpose, Li Ji injected a trace of phoenix power into Peter's hair. As long as the phoenix power comes into contact with mana or other mysterious powers, it will be automatically activated. Harry, you'd better bring the genetic author here for me to take a look. His cells seem to be automatically inactivated outside the body. This experiment failed. Spider-Man has been out of action for 3 days. For 3 days, Peter was recovering from his injuries. Peter had never suffered such a serious injury. Normally, even if he was penetrated by a bullet, the recovery time would not exceed 1 day, but this time, his entire palm was almost completely injured. The flamethrower was scorched and it was very difficult to recover. Even with Peter's super recovery ability, he was still a little powerless. Finally, it's almost better. Peter looked at his palm and took off the gauze. It still hurt a little when the gauze was taken off. Peter gritted his teeth and pulled it off with a strong force. However, there is actually no damage to the spider suit. The SI fiber cloth is really good at fireproofing. It would be nice if the heat insulation effect could be better. Peter blocked the nozzle of the flamethrower with his hand, and was the first to suffer the spider battle. Ye's gloves were fine, but the palms protected by the gloves were burned. But if Peter hadn't used SI fiber cloth to make a new spider suit, then the injuries he suffered at this time would be far more than just his body. Peter also knew that he couldn't force it. After all, no material was perfect, and SI fiber cloth was already very good. Let's attack the 5th club of the Heinz gang tonight, the Carlisle Club. This one should be good. Peter planned. This club is relatively weak among the 13 clubs of the Heinz gang, and the club owner's his popularity is not very good, and there should be no other clubs that will help him. Peter finalized his doctrine and attacked the Carlisle Club late at night. But it was still relatively early now, so Peter lay down on the bed first, set an alarm clock, and fell asleep. At 1 o'clock in the evening, the alarm clock rang on time. Peter put on the spider suit, jumped out of the window, and disappeared into the night. Did Peter act again? Li Ji also woke up. Since Peter was injured last time, Li Ji installed an infrared monitor on Peter's window. As long as life information is detected, Li Ji will be alerted. Li Ji rubbed his sleepy eyes, which were still a little sleepy, and flew into the sky of New York in a flash, looking at the direction of Peter's progress. Follow us and have a look. Li Ji thought for a while, felt a little uneasy, and flew over to follow. The Heinz gang was formerly known as the Kingpin gang. Although it was not Kingpin's elite force, it was still well trained. When Li Ji regained Jin Bin, Firstly, he used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities to find Jinbin's trading location, and followed the clues to find out Jinbin's hiding spot. Jinbin had no preparations. Secondly, it was his strength. It was so strong that Kingpin knew he was no match for him, so he simply surrendered. But now, Peter does not have an intelligence network like S.H.I.E.L.D., so he relies on the internet to search for information. Secondly, he is not as powerful as Li Ji. Once he is besieged by gangs, his life will still be in danger. No matter how powerful his spider sense was, Peter still couldn't dodge when faced with a barrage attack like a hail of bullets. Of course, most gangsters do not have such fighting qualities, but unfortunately, the gang members trained by Kingpin have this ability. The Carlisle Club. This club only recruits old members of the former Kinman gang. Li Ji stood on the roof of the building nearby. The Carlisle Club has a relatively small number of people, just over people. On the internet, people think that he is not strong, but Li Ji knows that among the 13 clubs of the Heinz gang, the Carlisle Club is ranked among the top 3. The leader of the Carlisle Club was a confidant of the original Kingpin. Kingpin wanted to take him to Los Angeles, but he refused. After Alman Heinz formed the Heinz gang and reassembled the members of the original Kingpin gang, he responded immediately and accepted a large number of original old members. And he also received financial support from a large family in New York to establish the Carlisle Club. In other words, the Callus Club needs money and people, and there is a strong financial chain behind it. In this way, it is difficult for the Callus gang to become strong or not. The place where the Carlisle Club is located is a closed building. The building originally had windows, but after it was taken over by the Carlisle Club, they were all blocked with concrete. Peter crawled on the building, looking to enter the building. Methods. He didn't want to enter through the gate. If he entered through the gate, he would have to attack by force. He didn't want to break the concrete where the window was originally to enter. In that case, it would be easy to alert the snake. Peter crawled and climbed to the top of the building. There was a small door on the top of the building. Peter gently pushed and pulled it, and it was unlocked. Peter was delighted and wanted to push the door open to enter the building, but the small door opened in the opposite direction. A tall man stepped out. Oh, this guy is really amazing. Peter jumped a step back and looked at the person in front of him very warily. Spider-Man, you are indeed here. The burly man grinned, with a ferocious expression. He tore off his clothes, and a thick layer of strong polymer grew from his skin, covering his body, and 2 rhinoceros-like horns grew out of his head. Rhino monster. Peter remembered an urban legend he had seen on a forum. According to legend, there was a rhino monster active on the streets of New York. It had gray skin all over its body and 2 horns on its head. Infinite strength, not afraid of high temperatures and cold, invulnerable, possessing super strength, speed, physical strength, and durability. The person in front of Peter looked exactly like the rhino monster described on the forum. Rhinoceros man. Li Ji had a strange expression in his eyes. Isn't the Rhino Man the secret weapon of the Russian gang? Why is it related to the Carlisle Club? Is there any theory that the gang also rents thugs? Li Ji thought about the situation of loaned players in football. Before Li Ji could think about it, the Rhinoceros Man was already fighting with Peter. The Rhinoceros Man's fist was as hard as steel, and Peter did not dare to be hit by his fist. But on the rooftop, fighting, his flexibility was greatly reduced, and he could only barely dodge the Rhino Man's attack. The Rhino is not only powerful, but also fast, but fast speed does not mean good flexibility, just like Bugatti and Koenigsegg are fast, but high-speed steering is not easy to control. Peter followed him in circles, a little disorienting for the rhinoceros. Ohaxen. The Rhinoceros Man cursed in Russian, which probably had the same meaning as TD, but Peter and Li Ji couldn't understand it. Although he didn't know what the Rhinoceros Man meant, judging from his tone, Peter could guess that it must be something bad, so he retorted. Huakyu. After several collisions, the Rhinoceros Man calmed down. Although he looked mindless, he had not actually lost his mind. He rarely uses his brain when fighting, but that's because he is too strong. When you are strong, you can just push through the battle and use your brain. Isn't that a waste of brain cells? But today's battle is different. Peter is not someone he can solve casually. Although Peter's absolute strength is much smaller than that of Rhino Man, Peter is also much more flexible than Rhino Man. What's more, Peter can also shoot spider silk and has magical skills such as spider sense. Rhino Man feels that he has encountered a problem. Opponent. $5 million is hard to get. That's right, the Heinz gang gave him a full $5 million in order to ask Rhino Man to sell. This was just for Rhino Man personally. The Russian gang in New York also he didn't know how much black income there was. There are not many places where Peter's spider silk can stick to high-rise buildings. The surrounding floors are shorter than this building and are at most level. Peter has no place to draw strength, so it is quite difficult to deal with the rhinoceros. Peter's spider web was launched onto the Rhino Man's body, which could only slightly block the Rhino Man's movements. As soon as the Rhino Man exerted force, the spider web tore apart. This was completely different from the enemies Peter had ever encountered. However, Peter was also mentally prepared for such a situation. After all, the last time he attacked other clubs of the Heinz gang, flamethrowers burned the cobwebs. Peter's body circled back and forth on the building, harassing the Rhino Man from time to time. However, this attack was insignificant to the Rhino Man. After the Rhino Man opened the rhino skin, even bullets could not harm him. Damn it, why is a spider so flexible? You're not a flea, the rhinoceros man roared, and Peter kept spinning in circles, which made his head spin. This is related to your literacy in natural sciences. Did you know that there is a jumping spider from Australia? It can catch prey by jumping. Even birds flying in the sky are its food. Peter swung the spider SI, while explaining, his old habit of talking a lot has happened again. Damn it. Hearing Peter talk about natural science literacy, Rhinoceros became even more angry. He was trained by Russian gangsters since he was a child. Speaking of academic qualifications, he didn't even get a primary school diploma. What about natural science literacy? Rhinoceros felt that Peter, you are mocking his ignorance? For money and power, the rhinos underwent highly dangerous chemical radiation experiments, fusing a layer of tough polymer with their own skin, which can be released freely when needed. The experiment gave him super strength, speed, physical strength, and durability. The rhinoceros skin-like shell can withstand any high temperature and cold, and is also invulnerable. I'm going to kill you. The rhino man rushed towards Peter again. Peter launched his spider silk onto the antenna, and with the deft jump of the antenna, he avoided the rhino man's attack. I think you look a lot like a rhinoceros. Are you the rhino monster that often appears on the forum? Peter passed by the rhinoceros man, leaving behind a sentence and a gust of wind. Forum? What forum? Is there a forum to discuss me? The rhinoceros man felt strange. Yes, there are still many people calling for learning from you. Peter fired a spider web at the rhino man. The spider web wrapped the rhinoceros man, but he bounced away. What should they learn from me? The rhino man was a little stunned. Do they also want to get rhino skin? Yes, they said that rhinoceros must be very thick-skinned if their skin is so thick, and they want to learn the skills of being thick-skinned from you. Peter was swinging on the roof of the building, laughing, but I will tell them when I go back today. Your face is a little thinner than rhinoceros skin, because your face is not covered with rhinoceros skin. You're looking for death. The rhinoceros man went completely crazy, and all his sanity disappeared. He rushed towards Peter at a speed of over 160 km/h. When Peter jumped, the rhinoceros man hit the hut on the roof of the building. Done. Peter admired his strategy very much. With a thong sound, the small building was completely knocked away by the rhinoceros man. Peter looked at the rhinoceros man's movements and was a little stunned. No, it's so powerful. Peter jumped up and distanced himself from the rhino man. The irrational rhinoceros was even more terrifying than before. It kept charging and didn't care about Peter's movements at all. No matter whether Peter was shooting spider silk or attacking from behind, it had no effect on him. Peter also felt a little regretful at this time. If the rhinoceros he faced before was a locomotive, then what he faced now was a locomotive that derailed and ran wildly. It was running rampant on the roof, and the parts visible to the eyes were destroyed by the rhinoceros. It crashed and the scene was a mess. Peter regretted why he had derailed the locomotive. Damn it, can you kill him by throwing him down from the building? Peter squatted on the edge of the building and looked downstairs. The building was almost 200 meters high. Peter felt that this gravitational potential energy might be able to kill the rhinoceros. The rhino man rushed towards Peter again. Peter jumped up and fired a spider silk onto the rhino man's horn. With a strong pull, the rhino man who was already sprinting towards Peter accelerated even more and hit the guardrail at the edge of the building. It fell straight down. It's done. Peter looked downstairs, but did not see the rhino man falling to the ground. What's going on? Did the person run away? Peter felt a little strange and shot the spider silk to the nearby building, looking for traces of the rhinoceros. In a hidden underground parking lot, Li Ji held down the body of the rhinoceros man who was struggling crazily, pushed him gently, and then he fell into the concrete ground and fell unconscious. Li Ji looked at the rhinoceros man's horns and said, "This thing seems a bit dangerous, why don't you take it off?" The rhinoceros man had two horns, one large and one small. Li Ji took off both horns with his right hand twice and disappeared. Peter wandered for about 10 minutes and finally found the underground parking lot. Found it. He's unconscious here. Did he fall into a coma? Peter approached the rhinoceros man, but what he saw in front of him made him a little shocked. The rhino man was stuck deep in the concrete. This situation cannot be explained by falling down and falling into coma. The only explanation is that someone took the rhino man away the moment he fell to the ground and brought him to the underground parking lot. Then he knocked him unconscious and took off the horns of the rhinoceros man. Peter suddenly felt a little cold on his back. Is there still such a powerful person in the Heinz gang? He felt that he needed to carefully evaluate the danger of taking action against the Heinz gang. On Saturday, Li Ji suddenly received a call from Melinda. Net. Shield, why are you calling me? Do you think I'm passive at work? Li Ji suddenly remembered that he still had a special operations position in SHIELD, earning $US a month. Funds. It shouldn't be for this. Kingpin has destroyed so many gangs on the west coast of the United States. Although Li Ji didn't do much, Kingpin actually did a lot of work. Now Jin Bing is working for Li Ji, which can be regarded as Li Ji's achievement. Hey, Melinda, what do you want from me? Li Ji answered the phone. Gage, are you free now? Melinda asked carelessly. Li Ji felt a little strange. Why did he ask if he was free? He wanted to say, I'm not free. I'll hang up now. But he still answered honestly, I'm free now. What can I do? When Coulson was on a mission in Hell's Kitchen, he was captured by the Lulka gang. Can you save him? Melinda's voice was a little anxious. Li Ji probably guessed that this was not the Aegis. It was not a task assigned by the Bureau, but Melinda's personal request. Coulson was caught. The people of Lulka's gang are really brave. Li Ji was a little surprised. Although he knew that the Lulka gang did all kinds of evil, he didn't expect that they would act so wantonly and get on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s head. 35XS. But to be honest, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temper was not very good. Li Ji couldn't figure out why S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't send its own people to rescue Coulson and suppress the Lulka gang. Li Ji still has a good impression of Coulson, whether in the movie or in real life. Li Ji had heard of the way the Lulka gang treated prisoners, which could be said to be extremely cruel. Every Sunday, they would hold a prisoner meeting and brutally kill the enemies who had been captured alive, but no ransom was paid during the week. Today is already Saturday, and the next day will be the Lulka gang's prisoner meeting. Li Ji doesn't know the time when the Lulka gang's prisoner meeting will be held. Maybe it will be at midnight on Sunday? In other words, time is now very tight. The process within S.H.I.E.L.D. takes a long time, and the Lulka gang's prisoner conference is about to begin. I can only look for you, Gage. Melinda said. I understand. Li Ji agreed. He thought that these guys from the Lulka gang were really short-sighted, and they actually got into trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. Didn't they know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was a legal super gang? With Li Ji's strength, it is not easy to deal with the Lulka gang, but Li Ji's ability to find people is not very strong. Maybe if he fights, the Lulka gang will jump over the wall and kill everyone, so he can't yet expose your combat power at once. 35XS. It's almost the day of the lunar calendar, why don't we just deal with them during the day? Li Ji thought, there would be certain risks if we do it at night. This month is also the small month of the lunar calendar. If he transforms into a giant ape state, that's it for New York. Thinking of this, Li Ji got up, walked out of the house, entered the garage, and drove out the newly modified bulletproof bus. Go to Hell's Kitchen first and take a look. Li Ji is not an impulsive person. He knows himself and his enemy. He still understands the principle of never being invincible in 100 battles. The important thing is that he must first determine Coulson's position to avoid destroying Coulson when he takes action. Sen solved it easily, which would be embarrassing. Why are these guys from the Lulka gang so ignorant? Li Ji was a little angry. After a long weekend, he was just about to take a good rest, but the Lulka gang came to him like this. He actually arrested someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Didn't you know that S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been the only one to arrest people, and there has never been a situation where S.H.I.E.L.D. was arrested? In fact, it was accidental that the Lulka gang captured Coulson. When Coulson was performing his mission, the Lulka gang did not know that he was from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson was on an exploratory mission in Hell's Kitchen. The Lulka gang was so sneaky on their territory that they were naturally arrested as suspicious elements. Although the Lulka gang can be considered a big gang that competes with the Heinz gang in Hell's Kitchen, their stronghold is not that good. Similar to their stronghold in the suburbs, the stronghold they chose is a large abandoned factory located in Hell, southeast of the kitchen, between 41st and 42nd Streets. Li Ji drove the car to the intersection of 9th Avenue and St. Street, parked on the side of the road, and got out of the car. It's really clear, the weapons and equipment are also very poor. I don't know how they can be evenly matched with the Heinz gang. Li Ji walked around the Lulka gang's territory and observed the situation of the Lulka gang. Most of the members of Lulka's gang were skinny and looked like they were malnourished. Occasionally there is someone who is a little stronger, and he is at least a team leader level person. Li Ji didn't know how this ragtag group of people occupied half of Hell's Kitchen. However, Li Ji understood why the Lulka gang was already very powerful, but still no one was willing to join. Because, no money? Real gangsters are not young and dangerous. Who would join if they don't have money? Gang members not only receive a basic salary, but at least receive some subsidy every month. If you can't even afford food, who has the strength to fight for you? What are you doing? Leave quickly. Someone finally noticed Li Ji and walked towards him. Li Ji didn't seem to hear it, and turned a deaf ear to what the man said. The man directly raised the old-fashioned single-shot rifle in his hand and pointed it at Li Ji. No way, is it so direct? Li Ji was suddenly stunned. He just wanted to be caught by the Lulka gang on purpose, and then looked for Coulson by the way. Unexpectedly, the other side opened fire directly. Li Ji is indeed not afraid of guns, but if a person who is not afraid of bullets appears near the Lulka gang's stronghold, isn't that just a warning? However, Li Ji's worries were actually too much, because the opponent had no intention of shooting, and bullets were so expensive, how could he be willing to do so? He raised the barrel of the gun just to scare Li Ji. When he found that the other party had no intention of shooting, Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly stuffed his hand into his coat, and pretended to be holding a gun. The man opposite quickly stepped down, interrupting Li Ji's movements, and started from Li Ji. A stick of chewing gum was snatched from his hand. What is this? The Lulka gang members were furious. They felt that they had been provoked. They detained Li Ji and sent him to the warehouse where the prisoners were held. Li Ji took a look in the warehouse and saw Coulson lying in the corner with a bloody head and a chill in his eyes. It can be seen from Coulson's appearance that Coulson was definitely treated brutally. As for whether the people who treated him brutally were members of the Lulka gang or other prisoners held here, Li Ji didn't know, and he didn't know. He was not interested. He only knew that the person who arrested Coulson must be someone from Lulka's gang. There was no doubt about it. Li Ji's cell phone was confiscated by the person who escorted him here, but to Li Ji, this was nothing to worry about. With a slight hook of his hand, he took the phone back into his pocket at a speed that ordinary people couldn't see clearly, and the person who was imprisoning him didn't notice it at all. After the Lulka gang left, Li Ji walked to Coulson and checked Coulson's condition. The bleeding has stopped. It seems that the work of the agent has indeed brought him a strong body, but he lost a little too much blood and has been in a coma. Li Ji couldn't help solve the problem of excessive blood loss. In this case, he had to either have a blood transfusion or eat more to make up for it, which Li Ji couldn't do now. Li Ji took out a small horn from his sleeve, which was the smaller of the two horns of the rhinoceros man. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the rhinoceros man. Li Ji found the contact information of the rhinoceros from Tony before setting off. Li Ji had bad intentions in asking for this contact information, and his purpose was very clear, which was to start a war between the rhinoceros and the Lulka gang. The news that the Russian gang is close to the Heinz gang is actually easy to find. Therefore, for the Lulka gang, they have always regarded the Russian gang as a potential enemy, and the news that the Rhino Man is a thug of the Russian gang is actually in it's hardly a secret among these large gangs. Li Ji is looking forward to what kind of conflict will break out when the rhinoceros appear on the territory of the Lulka gang. Similarly, the Russian gang has always been hostile to the Lulka gang. They believe that the Lulka gang is their future opponent, and the Lulka gang has no taboos in doing things. They are also worried about whether it will cause dissatisfaction with the New York government. Although the power of gangs is powerful, it is still not worth showing off compared to the tools of the state. Russian gangs have protested against the Lulka gang's outrageous behavior more than once, and conflicts have even broken out. Therefore, when the Rhino Man fell from a tall building a few days ago and had his horn broken, the Lulka gang naturally became one of the targets of suspicion. The message Li Ji sent was simple: "Stupid rhinoceros, do you want your horn? If you want it, come to Lulka to help get it." The information compiled by Li Ji fits the first impression of the Lulka gang, which is arrogant, and unreasonable. After the rhinoceros received the news, they did not even doubt whether the information was false. Lulka gang? I'll kill you, the rhino roared, rushing out of the Russian gang's rule and entering Hell's Kitchen. The Russian gang does not operate in Hell's Kitchen, but in the neighborhoods north of Hell's Kitchen. Therefore, geographically, the Lulka gang is located in the southeast and is naturally at odds with the Russian gang. The people in the Heinz gang didn't know why the rhinos were speeding past on the street, and they couldn't allow them to think too much. It was good that they could escape the rhinos' impact. Each one of them rushed to the street at maximum speed. Some even climbed onto the nearby trees. Li Ji weighed the rhinoceros man's horns in his hand, wondering how he could get the things to the Lulka gang. Just as Li Ji was still thinking about it, the door suddenly opened, and the person who had imprisoned Li Ji left again. "Come in." "That's him, he just used his cell phone." At the door, a prisoner who was being held suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Ji. Li Ji blinked. No wonder he just saw this man making gestures through the crack in the door. It turned out that he was telling his own secret. "Hand over the phone." The prisoner's English smelled like tacos. Li Ji did not obey, but put his hands behind his back. I didn't use my phone." "What are you doing with your hands behind your back when you're not using your phone? Hand over what you're holding." The taco flavor became stronger and turned into a Mexican hot taco feeling. Li Ji was really worried about how to give the rhinoceros horn to the Lulka gang. Now someone brought him a pillow. Li Ji tremblingly handed over the small rhinoceros horn and put it in the other person's hand. Rhino horn. The members of Lulka gang may not have much education, but they know all valuable things. After all, if you don't know valuable items, won't you have to hire a moving company to move all the things if you rob someone else's house in the future? Therefore, the people in Lulka gang have special training in identifying valuable items. The prisoner calmly put the rhino horn into his pocket, reached out and patted Li Ji on the shoulder. "Now you are obedient." Li Ji glanced at him disdainfully, but slowly sat down and collapsed on the ground, as if he was very decadent. "Silva, his phone is in his pocket. Confiscate it quickly." The person who reported Li Ji shouted loudly. Li Ji and Silva both looked at her with some displeasure. Li Ji hated such young people, while Silva didn't want this person to make any noise. After all, he has already obtained the precious rhino horn. If he shouts and attracts the attention of other Lulka gang members, the rhino horn may not be his. "Silas, I have confiscated his mobile phone, you don't need to remind me." Silva took out his mobile phone from his pocket and held it high. The breath of horns, the breath of horns. Rhinos have poor vision, but their sense of smell is very sensitive. The same is true for Rhino Man. He can smell the scent of his horns hundreds of meters away. "It's really here." Rhino Man rushed into Lulka's gang. "The rhinoceros are coming, everyone, run." It can be said that the name of the rhinoceros is known to everyone in the Lulka gang. Everyone knows that the rhinoceros are famous and invincible. The Russian gangsters are calling, "Everyone, run." After passing the second person, the words seem to have a different meaning. The Russian gang and the Heinz gang have launched a general attack. "Everyone, gather together." By the time the third person sent the message, the meaning was completely different from before. The people in the Lulka gang were in panic and were very afraid of the enemy's attack. Li Ji felt very strange when he saw it. The Lulka gang's performance could be said to be a mob. How could such a gang get a share of the Heinz gang's pie? But now the timing was perfect. No one paid attention to the situation of these prisoners. Even most of the prisoners would be attracted by the battle that was about to break out. Li Ji picked up Coulson and suddenly disappeared into the warehouse. Li Ji took Coulson to the New York Shield branch. Gage, you rescued Coulson so quickly? Melinda looked at Coulson under Li Ji's arm and said a little surprised. You know, the Lulka gang is not a simple place. It can be said that it is almost like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. As a result, Li Ji's rescue work turned out to be so easy. He lost too much blood. You should arrange a blood transfusion as soon as possible. Guan Yuanzhou put Coulson on the ground and disappeared. He returned to Hell's Kitchen, ready to see the battle between the rhinoceros and the Lulka gang. If the rhinoceros man loses, he doesn't mind letting both sides perish together. In Li Ji's opinion, the strength of the rhino man is far superior to that of the Lulka gang. However, the rhino man's biggest weapon, the horn, was broken by Li Ji, which greatly reduced his danger. Horn. The rhinoceros man found the location of the horn, which was on the person who escorted Li Ji before. Li Ji didn't expect that he was so stupid. When the rhinoceros man's purpose was so clear, he didn't hurry up and remove the horn. Dispose of it. Horns. The rhinoceros man rushed in front of him. Although he dodged quickly, he was still carried by the rhinoceros man and knocked to the roof of the warehouse. An ordinary person is probably dead. Li Ji didn't have any sympathy for him. The people in the Lulka gang had no bottom line. Even if everyone died, Li Ji felt that it was a good death, and he might even make a fool of himself. It hurts. The member of Lulka gang who was knocked to the roof of the building slowly stood up. He's not dead. Li Ji couldn't believe his eyes. That man was just an ordinary person. He was hit by a rhinoceros man with a force comparable to that of a locomotive, but he didn't die. In the Lulka gang station, a woman came out. It was Lulka, the founder of the gang. Her eyes were strange green, staring in the direction of the rhinoceros. Damn it, why is this monster here? Horns. The rhinoceros man jumped onto the warehouse, and fell heavily. A huge hole instantly appeared on the roof of the warehouse, but the member of the Lulka gang fell from the roof because of the force of the rhinoceros man's fall. Horns. The rhinoceros man destroyed the house wantonly, knocked down half the wall of the warehouse, and rushed out. Rhinoceros man, please listen to my explanation. I didn't get this horn, it was given to me by someone else. The members of the Lulka gang reluctantly got up from the ground, seeming to want to defend themselves, but the rhinoceros man didn't listen to him at all. If so, just knock him away. Fight this monster. Lulka was also furious, and her right eye changed from green to red, becoming a strange pupil. The eyes of all Lulka gang members present turned blood red, and their strength and speed were significantly improved. They seemed to have lost their minds and rushed towards the rhinoceros regardless of their own safety. Behind them, several Gatling guns rolled out and started shooting wildly, not caring whether they were targeting the rhinoceros or Lulka. The people who helped me kept saying ta-da-da. Some members of the Lulka gang were penetrated by bullets, but there was no bleeding. The wound healing speed cannot be said to be particularly fast, but it is still much faster than normal healing. At this kind of healing speed, a bullet hole may only take half an hour. Heal. Facing the rhino men who were much more powerful than them, they were not afraid and attacked wildly. The rhino men rushed them away and knocked them away more than once, but they immediately surrounded them again. They were like undead monsters. No wonder the Lulka gang can arm wrestle with the Heinz gang. It turns out there is such a method. Li Ji saw it clearly. Lulka's anger had swelled to the extent that he could sense it. He felt that Lulka's cause chi not only protects the feeling of violence and aggression, but it also has a healing effect. Li Ji didn't see Lulka's heterochromatic pupils, otherwise he would have probably guessed that Lulka's abilities came from her eyes. Most of the credit for Lulka's gang being able to develop to this point must be attributed to Lulka. In fact, Lulka can also increase the combat effectiveness of the Lulka gang to another level, that is when her eyes all turn red, but in this case, her power has no healing effect, and the Lulka gang will definitely lose their troops. Originally, there were only a few members of Lulka's gang among the large gangs, and the rhinoceros were so powerful. If Lulka gave up treatment, I am afraid that even if the rhinoceros were eventually killed, only big cats and kittens would be left in her gang. 3 or 2. When Kingpin was in Hell's Kitchen before, she didn't enter Hell's Kitchen because Kingpin's personal strength was too strong. Although Kingpin is not as powerful as Rhino Man, his fighting skills are far superior to him. Now the Rhinoceros Man is just charging madly. If it were Kingpin, he would not be so stupid. He would just grab a few people and tear their bodies apart. Lulka would not be able to help him heal. After all, no matter how you treat a dead person, you can only heal him. The whole corpse, just leave the whole corpse. Horns. The Rhino Man went crazy. The Heinz gang and the Russian gang knew about the Lulka gang's tricks, so they rarely fought with the Lulka gang. But the Rhino Man didn't know, no one tell him, everyone thinks he is a fool, but he is indeed a little bit stupid. Charge after charge, the Rhinoceros Man's strength was gradually exhausted, but Lulka also looked uncomfortable. Using this power was very draining, not to mention that he was still in a group state. However, even so, Lulka still had the upper hand. It's a pity that the Lulka gang couldn't break through the Rhinoceros defense. Horns. The Rhinoceros Man rushed out of the siege and rushed in front of the Lulka gang member who had horns in his pocket. He knocked him away again and the horns on his body also flew out. That's that. Lulka saw the Rhinoceros Man picking up something on the ground. It was a small rhino horn. The Rhino Man put it on the original small horn on his head, but found that it could not be installed. Damn, this is a conspiracy. Lulka finally discovered something was wrong. She controlled the members of Lulka's gang not to attack again. The Rhino Man quickly left the Lulka gang's station after getting the horns. Damn it, if you let me know who designed our Lulka gang, I will definitely make him look good. Lulka's eyes turned blue, and the chi that Li Ji sensed disappeared. Blue is her normal eye color. Lulka walked towards her house, only to find Li Ji standing there at the door. Who are you? Lulka quickly entered a state of combat readiness. Not to mention, she still had some heroic spirit. You don't need to know. Li Ji suddenly walked around behind Lulka and struck her with a knife, causing Lulka to faint. A basin of water was poured on Lulka's face. Lulka woke up from a coma, her head was still groggy. She raised her head and looked at the person who poured the water. It was Li Ji. Who are you? Lulka wanted to stand up, but found that her whole body was tied to an experiment table. You have no right to know my identity. Li Ji smiled, snapped his fingers, and the experimental table moved, making a sizzling sound, as if he was about to cut something. Lulka struggled in fear. She couldn't see the condition of the experimental table. She was worried that Li Ji was going to slice her up and dissect her. However, Li Ji obviously did not mean this. Li Ji was not engaged in research. Why was he dissecting Lulka? The reason why Lulka was tied up was that Li Ji was a bit harsh on Lulka. He couldn't wake her up no matter what he did before. Li Ji was bored, so he tied up Lulka to scare her. Otherwise, with Li Ji's strength, why would he need to tie up Lulka? Although the experimental table rustled, it did not cut Lulka, but slowly stood up, so that Lulka's face was facing Li Ji. To be fair, Lulka looks pretty good. If the freckles and acne marks on her face can be reduced, she can be considered a piece of Hollywood material. However, Li Ji has no interest in her, so when she shows interest in Li Ji while winking, Li Ji felt disgusted. With a plop, a bucket of ice water was poured on Lulka's body. Although it was already late spring and the temperature was quite high, Lulka was still poured with a chill. Her powers did not affect her body. To improve her own physical condition, a bucket of ice water is enough to make her catch a cold, have a fever, and even die if she doesn't receive treatment for a long time. Are you awake? Li Jijiang filled the bucket with ice water. If you're still awake, pour some more. Wake up, wake up. As soon as the ice water was poured on her, Lulka did wake up a lot instantly. The coldness all over her body stimulated her and forced her to wake up. It's good that you wake up. I took off your makeup and you still wink at me. It's really nauseating to watch. For a villain like Lulka, what Li Ji wants to do is to be more vicious than her. Lulka's body shivered, not sure if it was fear or because it was too cold. Okay, actually, there's nothing wrong with catching you here. I just want to ask you a few questions. Li Ji sat on a massage chair facing Lulka. The massage chair automatically started massaging Li Ji. He closed his eyes. On the eyes. What's the problem? Lulka asked with a trembling voice, which sounded a little hoarse and lacked the indomitable momentum before. Li Ji closed his eyes and said nothing. He snapped his fingers, and bursts of cold wind blew out from under the experimental table. This made Lulka, who had just been doused in ice water, feel the coldness that penetrated her bones like two poles. Li Ji didn't want to hear her talk more. Li Ji doesn't have many friends, and Coulson is one of them. Ever since Li Ji discovered that some things deviated from his expectations, his behavior and methods have become more and more ruthless. Li Ji doesn't know if the blood of the Saiyans is subtle. It was transforming him. Anyway, recently he often dreamed about Howard and Maria's car accident, and he wished he could go to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and Hydra headquarters to kill them and vent his anger. Unfortunately for Lulka, she was hit by a gun and met Li Ji, who was full of anger and had nowhere to vent his anger. In particular, Coulson almost bled to death, which made Li Ji always feel guilty. If he had followed Coulson's previous request and directly uprooted the gangs in New York and the country, this would not have happened. I ask a question, you answer. Don't play tricks on me, and don't talk too much. Li Ji turned off the cold wind. Lulka felt that her forehead was very hot, as if it was about to burn, and her consciousness was a little blurry. But after hearing what Li Ji said, she had no choice but to wake up. She understood that now she could be said to be at the mercy of others. Humans are swordsmen, and I am fish and meat. We must stabilize Li Ji in order to barely survive. Name. Li Jida said. Lulka Aldan. Gender. Female. Age. 23. You lied. Li Ji hung his fingers in the air, and under Lulka's gaze, he snapped his fingers like a demon whispering. The cold wind blew again, and the wind was stronger than before. Lulka was not sure why Li Ji asked these questions at first, but now he understood that Li Ji was conducting a lie detector test. As long as she dares to lie, Li Ji will never let her go. But she felt so wronged. Is it wrong for a girl to tell her age a little bit? 197961220064152723. Melinda had already sent a copy of Lulka's information to Li Ji. Except for the fact that Lulka had superpowers, the S.H.I.E.L.D. documents were all clearly recorded. Lulka didn't speak. Firstly, she was worried that something bad would come out of her mouth. Secondly, she couldn't speak. The biting cold made her teeth feel cold. Okay, let's continue asking. Li Ji turned off the cold wind. When did the superpower awaken? When I was 16. Huh. This answer was beyond Li Ji's expectation. The Lulka gang was only established 3 years ago, but Lulka said that she had awakened her powers at the age of 16. At first, the superpower only had a therapeutic effect. It was only after the second awakening 3 years ago that it had a combat effect. Lulka felt that her mind was getting more and more drowsy. She just wanted Li Ji to finish the interrogation quickly, and then find a chance to escape. Let's talk about the two effects in detail, Li Ji said leisurely. Although the massage chair was not strong enough, it was still somewhat comfortable. The therapeutic effect seems to work on all injuries, helping to quickly stop bleeding, healing, and tissue recovery. The combat auxiliary effect can increase the strength and speed of the blessed person, while reducing the thinking ability, blocking pain, and becoming a group of complete monsters, Lulka said. She felt that such a detailed answer should satisfy Li Ji. Unexpectedly, Li Ji snapped his fingers again, and the biting cold wind blew again. You're not honest, you're hiding an effect. Li Ji smiled. Lulka didn't know how Li Ji knew. Her eyes were full of panic, and her body was shaking, both from fear and the cold. There is also a function, remote link, which is similar to a vehicle navigation function, right? Only the person you choose to link can receive your superpower blessing and be able to sense your location. Am I right? Li Ji clapped his hands, and a projector was turned on instantly. The projector showed the situation near Stark Manor. People from the Lulka gang surrounded the manor and wanted to attack. I wonder if you can still bless them from such a distance. Li Ji suddenly laughed. Lulka didn't speak. She felt that Li Ji was a bit scary, and her eyes were full of fear and fear. Li Ji knew that she should not be able to contact those members of the Lulka gang. This is 100 meters underground. Can't you bless it at a distance of 100 meters? Or is it because there are obstacles across it? It seems that you have quite a lot of restrictions on your powers. Li Ji teased. Leslie Ka remained silent. Li Ji smiled, but he didn't let her blow the cold wind anymore. With Lulka looking like this, if she was blown by the cold wind again, she might really die. Li Ji had some plans for her. Let me first let you see what kind of tragedy the members of the Lulka gang who have been summoned by you will face. Maybe you don't know where this place is. Li Ji held a remote control and pressed it. One picture on the big screen turned into 100. All the surveillance pictures next to Stark Manor appeared on the screen. The more she looked at it, the more frightened Lulka became. The performance has begun. Let's take a closer look at the acting skills of your younger brothers. Li Ji smiled, a very scary smile. By the way, let me tell you that the self-defense force of this manor is similar to that of the Pentagon. Li Ji handed over the massage chair and faced the screen. On the screen, several members of the Lulka gang tried to approach the Stark Manor. They were scanned by the manor's self-defense system and shot directly. The bullets penetrated their bullets, leaving a fist-sized hole. If you look closely at them, inside his body, all the internal organs were exploded to pieces by the huge force. So, this protection system is pretty good, isn't it? Li Ji laughed, but unfortunately, it doesn't have strong tracking capabilities. But if I put them into the manor, close the door and beat the dogs, what do you think of the effect? Li Ji smiled brightly, but in Lulka's eyes he seemed like a devil urging her to die. You are a devil, you are a devil. Compared with the prisoner conferences you hold every week, what am I? Li Ji smiled faintly, and with his cold and handsome face, if he became a star, he would definitely gain a large number of fans. But in Lulka it's like the devil's smile. Come with me. Li Ji untied Lulka, lifted her like a kitten, and dragged her into the elevator to the bottom floor. Li Ji opened the door on the ground floor. If you are honest, I will not disarm the defense system. If they die a few more people, they should know the consequences of approaching the manor. If you are disobedient, I will temporarily disable the defense system and wait until everyone comes in. I'll open it again and catch a turtle in the jar. Li Ji threw Lulka to the ground. Lulka looked very helpless and weak, but it did not arouse any sympathy from Li Ji. Stand up by yourself. Do you still need me to help you? Lulka stood up tremblingly, looking as if she would fall to the ground and fall unconscious in the next second. Li Ji walked to Howard and Maria's cryo chamber and asked, "Can your healing power help these two people heal their brain damage?" Lulka's eyes slowly turned green, but the color was much lighter than the previous deep emerald. Now it was at most the color of cabbage. After trying hard for a long time, Lulka shook her head. It doesn't seem possible. She didn't dare to lie because she didn't know how much Li Ji knew, and she was afraid that she would say the wrong thing and be solved by Li Ji. Trash. Li Ji scolded. He originally wanted to see if Lulka could revive Howard and Maria, so that he no longer had to rely on the Artha group, but it turned out that Lulka couldn't even do such a small thing. Li Ji wanted to take action directly to deal with Lulka, but in the end he did not take action. He just carried Lulka back to the original floor and then gave her a bucket of ice water. Lulka finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a coma, developing a high fever. Li Ji took a dexamethasone needle and injected it directly into Lulka's body. Under normal circumstances, dexamethasone is injected intramuscularly, but Li Ji was not interested, so he injected the dexamethasone directly into the body. In Lulka's neck, he didn't bother to care whether it was useful or had any side effects. The members of the Lulka gang kept wandering outside the manor. Li Ji felt a little annoyed, so he directly issued an order and fired a volley at them, killing hundreds of people in an instant. The Lulka gang members did not dare to stay now, scattered and fled. Li Ji put Lulka into a box, called an armed helicopter, and asked him to send the contents of the box to Los Angeles. Originally, Li Ji wanted to give Lulka to Professor Bob for research, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it would be more useful to give it to Jin Bin. As for how Jinbin controlled her and used her, Li Ji didn't care, and even the Kingpin could sleep with her. Even if Jinbin is controlled by her in reverse, Li Ji still has many ways to break the situation. In the face of absolute strength, playing some tricks is useless. The armed helicopter arrived quickly, and Li Ji threw the box in. As for whether Lulka was alive or dead after arriving in Los Angeles, Li Ji didn't care. At the worst, he would just send a corpse to Jinbin. Jinbin still dared to have it. What's wrong with your temper? More than 100 people died next to the manor, and it would be troublesome to clean up. Li Ji wanted to burn all the corpses, bloodstains, etc. with the Phoenix fire, but Melinda called and said that God the Shield will help handle it, and I don't know where they got the information from. But since there was help, Li Ji was still relatively happy. In this way, he didn't need to work hard on his own. He flew away directly and returned to his villa. I seem to have forgotten something. Li Ji lay on the bed in the villa and turned on the TV. He felt as if he had left something behind, but he couldn't remember it. Li Ji turned on the TV, which was broadcasting news about the Lulka gang. The gangs were fighting, and the Lulka gang suffered heavy casualties. More than 100 members died on the spot. Even the gang leader Lulka mysteriously disappeared, and the Lulka gang was torn apart. Hey, weren't those corpses killed by weapons from the manor before? Why did Lawless disappear? I feel that way too. Li Ji looked at it, feeling a little weird in his heart. After this battle, the Lulka gang was eliminated in name only. All members fled in panic and were no longer able to fight back. A scene of Lulka gang members escaping for their lives appeared on TV. After passing a brabus, Li Ji finally remembered that he had forgotten something. Damn, my bulletproof brabus didn't come back. Sunday. Hey, Boss Li, the girl you sent here in the armed helicopter is not very obedient. Jinbin called early in the morning, and Li Ji opened his sleepy eyes. Jinbin, what's the matter with your tone of voice? Listening to Jinbin's tone of voice, Li Ji felt extremely strange, as if he was a flattering traitor in an anti-Japanese drama. I learned it in San Francisco's Chinatown. Ha ha ha, Boss Li, do you feel a sense of intimacy? Kingpin laughed. Friendliness is rubbish. Li Ji yelled. Jin was too frightened to speak. By the way, you said before that Lulka was not very obedient, so have you found a way to make her obedient? Li Ji asked. I found her. She had 2 younger brothers at home. They were sent away after she formed a gang. Unexpectedly, they were hidden in Los Angeles. I controlled her 2 younger brothers so that she didn't dare to have any objections. Jin Tai was indeed a gangster, and he was unambiguous about his dirty tricks. Although Li Ji was also a bit violent, there was still a gap compared to Jin Tai's all-out methods. By the way, did the woman named Lulka recover from the high fever so quickly? Li Ji felt strange. He almost died of fever before, so why is he not honest now? She used her powers to heal herself, Kingpin replied. Oh, it's okay, I'll hang up first. Li Ji hung up the phone, thinking deeply. Heal yourself? If she has such ability, why didn't she use it before? Little did Li Ji know that Lulka didn't dare to use her powers to treat herself in front of him, because she knew that if she used her powers to treat herself, she would definitely receive even more cruel treatment from Li Ji. Later, the fever burned her brain so hard that she even forgot that she had the means to treat herself. Hell's Kitchen, a hidden warehouse. There was a long table in the warehouse, and there were more than 20 people sitting around the long table, all of them bosses of the Heinz gang. Armin, tell me, what should we do now? The Lulka gang was wiped out without anyone noticing. A middle-aged man smoked a pipe and puffed away smoke. While saying, Sultan, can you please stop smoking during the meeting? The woman sitting next to Sultan said dissatisfiedly. Sorry, Tracy, I need to smoke to calm down when I get nervous. Sultan said very respectfully, but he did not stop smoking. Isn't it unknowing? Didn't it mean that the rhinoceros monster from the Russian gang entered the Lulka gang? Many boys saw it and said that the Rhino Man destroyed the Lulka gang. A bald man said. It was not the work of the Russian gang. The Rhino Man just received information that his horn was with the Lulka gang, and then he snatched the horn back from the Lulka gang and left. Many people saw this. Lulka the gang was attacked by the rhinoceros in the morning, and the rhinoceros left around AM, while the Lulka gang was destroyed in the afternoon, so the time does not match, and we also confirmed it with someone from the Russian gang, said William Callis, a representative of the Callis Club. They have a relatively good relationship with the Russian gang, and naturally they don't want the Russian gang to take the blame. I heard that the Rhino Man lost its horn when fighting Spider-Man. Does that mean Spider-Man did this? The people from the Cohen Club stood up and said. They were the club that Peter had attacked. Very hostile to Peter. No, in fact the guy who took away the horns of the rhinoceros is someone else. It's just that the Russian gangsters used all their strength and failed to trace the traces of that person. Including this time, the address and eye of the message can never be found. The place shown on the address is actually at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. William Callis said again. But in short, Spider-Man is the enemy we should pay most attention to. Although the person who destroyed the Lulka gang this time is terrible, why didn't he help us? We will fight against the invincible group of Lulka gang ourselves. The thugs worked so hard, but he easily dismantled the Lulka gang. In fact, we seemed to be under his care, said Armin Heinz. When the others thought about it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. That's right, now that the Lulka gang has been wiped out, isn't Hell's Kitchen now the private territory of our Heinz gang? That seems right. Finally, we don't have to fight those savage guys anymore. This force is indeed terrifying, but it doesn't seem to pose any threat to us. They are noteworthy, but Spider-Man is even more noteworthy. Spider-Man has attacked our Heinz gang several times. I brought you here this time mainly to integrate the Heinz gang. We can no longer fight on our own. Spider-Man has destroyed 4 clubs. Although our core members did not lose much, there are still more than 2,000. A newly recruited peripheral member was controlled by the police, and the entire prison in New York is made up of members of the Heinz gang. We can even play bridge through the bars. This is a huge blow to the reputation of our Heinz gang. The Heinz gang has almost become a joke in New York. It will also become difficult and complicated for us to recruit more new people. Originally, we inherited the Kingpin boss. Status is not recognized, and even more so now. A new enemy has appeared again. He is mysterious and powerful. We don't even know his identity. Maybe he has the same power as the one who drove away Kingpin before? We must unite. 13 clubs, we should become a whole, so as to ensure our status in New York. What do you think? Alman Heinz spoke for a long time, and the people sitting around thought for a while and began to ask questions. Armin, if we agree to a complete merger, does that mean that our power and funds are absorbed by you? Said an unshaven man. Rogier, I can assure you that unless it is a unified action of the entire gang, I will not forcefully deploy your men. Armin Heinz said. In that case, I agree. Rogier said. I don't have any objection either. Tracy agreed. In that case, I agree. Sultan put down his pipe. I agree. I agree. I agree. A group of people came through with opinions. Armin, let me ask you a question. Is there any chance that the Heinz gang could change its name to the Callis gang? William Callis asked. When I die, or I do something wrong, you'll have a chance. Armin Heinz said. Then I agree. Passed unanimously. Late Sunday night. Peter, who was defeated by the Heinz gang after attacking on Sunday last week, is wearing a spider suit and wandering the neighborhood next to Hell's Kitchen. He has been in this place these days, looking for ways to eradicate the Heinz gang. The destruction of the Lulka gang was a reassurance for Peter. Because of the disappearance of the Lulka gang, the crime rate in New York has dropped by 15%, and vicious crimes have dropped by 20%. It seems that Peter has seen the opportunity to fight crime. Right direction. Sure enough, fighting gangs is the best way to fight crime. The Heinz gang is the largest gang in New York. If they can be eradicated, it should be more effective than the destruction of the Lulka gang. Peter squatted at the top of Hell's Kitchen downstairs. He was thinking about ways to attack the Heinz gang. A few days ago, Peter wanted to attack the Carlisle Club again. After arriving at the Carlisle Club, he found that people had already gone to the Hollow. After wandering around Hell's Kitchen for a long time, Peter discovered the new hiding place of the Carlisle Club and launched an attack. But what Peter didn't expect was that this time the Heinz gang was already prepared. Hundreds of well-trained gang members surrounded Peter. Fortunately, Peter reacted quickly, otherwise he might have been revealed there. For several days, Peter wandered around Hell's Kitchen, looking for ways to attack the Heinz gang. He didn't care about other crimes, and he got into trouble with the Heinz gang. At the same time, a convenience store in Queens. Hand over all the money. A man who was paying the bill suddenly took out a pistol from his arms and pointed it at the cashier. Oh, no, God, you can't do this. God will punish you, the clerk exclaimed, holding her head in her hands. There was no one else in the store at this time, and she didn't even know how to call for help. With a bang sound, the man pulled the trigger and shattered a window. The clerk exclaimed again, with a voice so high that she could even sing a soprano. This time she didn't talk nonsense anymore and put the items in the cashier. She took out all the money and gave it to the man, hoping that he would not kill her. After the man took the money, he showed no interest in the clerk's life and shouted, "Hold your head and squat down. As long as I see you sticking your head out, I will shoot you in the head." The clerk held his head and squatted down fearfully, with tears streaming from his eyes. When the man saw the clerk obediently and stuffing the money into his bag, he quickly left the convenience store, crossed the road, and ran into an alley. When he left the convenience store, Ben Parker walked out of the nearby phone booth and ran into the alley after him. Damn gangsters, what kind of reform are you going to do? If you don't allow me to make money, I will make money myself. What can you gangsters do to me? The man said bitterly as he ran. Since the destruction of the Lulka gang, most gangs in New York have become insecure and worried that the next target will be them. Therefore, they have more restraints on their subordinates, hoping that they will behave better and let the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes, Li Ji, open the net and let them go. This has caused many low-level gangsters to suddenly have a difficult life. In the past, they collected some protection fees along the street. Although the money from each household was not much, it added up to enable these low-level gangs to live a white-collar life. Now, however, it can't be done. For men who are used to spending money lavishly, it is even more uncomfortable. With more than US dollars, I can live a comfortable life for a while again. The man touched the heavy dollars on his chest, feeling quite proud. Ben Parker followed the man very carefully. He knew the clerk at the convenience store. She was a single mother. She would never be able to afford such a large amount of property damage. Ben Parker decided to help her. However, Ben Parker himself did not have much wealth, and financial support was not available. He could only track the robber, hoping to get the money back from him. Ben Parker's skills were pretty good, but the man had a gun in his hand, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The man was running in the alley and suddenly disappeared. Ben Parker stopped and looked for the man. Sure enough, someone is following him, asking, "Are you a plainclothes guy?" The man suddenly appeared from behind Ben Parker, holding a pistol against Ben Parker's temple and shouting loudly, "No, I'm not. I just want you to return the money to the convenience store. The clerk is a single mother. She can't afford such a huge loss." Ben Parker raised his hands and said, "Single mother, both my parents are dead. Then can I bear such a big loss?" The barrel of the gun pressed closer, and the cold muzzle made Ben Parker feel the coldness of hell. "Willis, what are you doing?" Several people suddenly ran out of the alley. They were the middle-level members of Willis's gang. "Didn't I warn you to restrain myself? What are you doing?" "Warning? Ha ha ha, it's a joke. I, Willis, have never been afraid of this. If you want to cause trouble for me, just come over here. Of course, you must be prepared to die." Willis pushed Ben Parker to the ground. The gun penetrated Ben Parker's chest, and blood burst out. "Like him, die in this extreme red." "Willis, you're crazy." Two gang members took out their guns and pointed them at Willis. The other gang members helped Ben Parker up, checked the wound and called 911. "I'm not crazy, you are crazy, you are scared out of your mind, ha ha ha." Willis fired his pistol repeatedly. A gang member was unable to dodge and was hit in the forearm. This made the middle-level gang members angry. He also pulled out a gun and fired back. To be honest, Willis's shooting skills are relatively poor. He only hit one shot after so many shots, otherwise he wouldn't be at the bottom, right? The middle-level gangster's shooting skills were obviously much better. Just one shot left a bloody hole in Willis's forehead. "Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben." Peter ran into the hospital ward frantically. In the ward, Ben Parker's head was covered with a white cloth, and Aunt May was sitting next to Ben Parker, crying silently. "Sorry, the patient lost too much blood. Although we tried our best to save him, we still couldn't." Peter didn't hear what the doctor said later, and tears covered his face. "Peter." Harry suddenly walked into the ward. "Harry, it's you? Your family is the Osborn group. Your family must have a way to save Uncle Ben, right?" Peter looked at Harry as if he saw a savior. "I do have a way to save Uncle Ben, but it requires your help." "Peter, are you willing to go to a place with me?" "I am willing. As long as I can save Uncle Ben, I am willing to do anything." "Resurrection of a person? Little Harry, you are really going to pose a problem for me." Baron Mordo was sitting in the sanctuary, looking at Harry and Peter at the door. "Dr. Carl, I know you are not a pure doctor. You should have other identities. Originally, I didn't intend to speed up anyone, but Peter is my best friend. I can't just watch his uncle passed away." "Dr. Carl, I know you may not have much need for money, but I still sincerely hope you can help Peter. You are a good person and will help Peter, right?" Harry said sincerely. "Dr. Carl, please help me." Peter knelt down. "Why do you think I must be able to resurrect a person?" Baron Mordo said very curiously. Because we believe in your ability." Harry panicked a little and gave a less than sufficient reason. "Okay, actually I can indeed resurrect him." Baron Mordo looked at Peter and agreed, but the requirements for resurrecting a person are very demanding. You need to agree to some conditions. "No matter what the conditions are, I promise you," Peter shouted loudly. "First of all, you can no longer reveal my identity and information to anyone. Harry, you have violated the rules between you and me by revealing my identity this time, but for the sake of your friendship, I will let's not care about it for now, but we must never reveal it to a third person, otherwise." Baron Mordo stopped talking. Peter and Harry already understood what he meant. "Okay, we will never disclose your information to a third person." Baron Mordo nodded. "Let's talk about the second condition. Since resurrection requires a lot of energy and the blood of the resurrected person's relatives, I need you, Peter, to help me complete some experiments." Harry's mouth moved, but in the end nothing came out. Peter responded, "Okay, Dr. Carl. Then you go and bring the people who are going to be resurrected now. I'll wait for you here." Baron Mordo waved his hand, and Harry and Peter left the sanctuary and rushed all the way back to the hospital. "Europe. Professor Bob, why did you ask me to come to Europe?" Li Ji asked a little strangely, sitting opposite Professor Bob while drinking English Earl Grey tea. "Mr. Gage Stark, I have already found the person you asked me to find. I successfully got along with them and told him the reason why I came to Austria. They said they wanted to see you no matter what. Therefore." Bob did not explain why he did not tell Li Ji on the phone why he invited Li Ji. "Oh, have you already penetrated into the Hildler family? Then you should have obtained a lot of experimental materials," Li Jida said. Although Li Ji still didn't know if Bob had any plans, he was not worried about Bob's unusual behavior at all. His absolute strength gave him great confidence. Yes. Many people in the Hildler family have strange abilities, and their warehouse is full of all kinds of strange samples. I can conduct experiments as much as I want." Bob said this. Got excited. "Lead the way. I also want to see how the Hildler family, which once was so powerful in the world, is doing now." Li Ji stood up. "Come this way, please." Bob and Li Ji got into a military jeep and disappeared on the border between Germany and Austria. "Aunt May, where is Uncle Ben?" Peter returned to the ward, but only saw Aunt May crying in the ward. Ben Parker's body was no longer in the ward. Ben was pushed to the morgue by the nurses. Aunt May said intermittently, crying as she spoke. "How could they do that? Uncle Ben is not dead yet." Peter quickly ran out of the ward and looked for the location of the hospital morgue. A few minutes later, Peter and Harry came to the morgue. There were more than 10 corpses in the morgue, all covered with white cloth. Peter couldn't tell which one was Ben Parker's corpse. Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben. Peter walked past a corpse and opened the white cloth on the corpse. He had completely lost his mind. Uncle Ben's death had a great impact on his nervousness as he originally fought with the Heinz gang. It is undoubtedly a huge blow, and can even be said to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Peter, calm down. Harry followed behind Peter and kept comforting him. Hey, what are you two kids doing here? Are you medical students here to steal corpses? A doctor walked in at the door of the morgue. We are just looking for Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben is obviously not dead yet, but you pushed him into the morgue? We will appeal to you. Peter's mental state was obviously not suitable to answer the doctor's questions, so Harry answered on his behalf. Road. Uncle Ben? Are you talking about Ben Parker? His heartbeat has stopped, his breathing has stopped, and he has been confirmed dead. I can understand how you feel about losing your loved ones, but don't be ridiculous, okay? This is the resting place of the dead, not here. Disturb them, the doctor said earnestly. Uncle Ben. Peter finally found Ben Parker's body. He picked him up, looked at Harry, and suddenly rushed out of the morgue. You, what are you doing? Before the doctor could react, Peter and Harry had already run away. He chased them and shouted, someone stole the body, someone stole the body. But the doctor was far slower than Peter and Harry. When the doctor thought of mobilizing security guards, Peter and Harry had already gotten into Harry's car and rushed towards the sanctuary again. Is the kid named Peter the spider I saw before? Baron Mordo was sitting in the sanctuary, thinking in his heart. The strength, speed, and recovery ability are all good, and he seems to have some special power. Although he is not as powerful as Li Ji, he can still make a good experimental subject. Baron Mordo shook the triangular beaker in his hand. Some green liquid is boiling in the beaker, but there is no flame under the beaker. Peter and Harry rushed to the sanctuary as quickly as possible, and they carried Ben Parker's body into the sanctuary. The death time is more than 6 hours, it's a bit difficult. Baron Mordo narrowed his eyes and pushed out an experimental platform from behind. Put him on this table. Peter and Harry did so. Baron Mordo put the drop in his hand into Harry's hand. Remember, every minute, put a drop on his wound. Don't put too much, and don't put too little. Okay, Dr. Carl. As for you, Peter, come in with me and do the experiment. Baron Mordo looked at Peter lying on the table, taking off his shirt, and kept feeling emotional in his heart. Why is this? The spider's genes are perfectly integrated with his genes, but he does not show any of the appearance traits of the spider's genes. Such a perfect integration is unique. Baron Mordo was a little surprised. The genetic fusion of humans and animals is not a rare thing. Well, for Baron Mordo, he has seen at least dozens of humans who have fused animal genes. Except for Peter, all of them have shown some foreign trade characteristics of animals. Take a werewolf for example. Even when a werewolf has not transformed into a werewolf state, the hair on its body is very strong. Needless to say, after transforming into a human form, its entire head becomes a wolf head. Another example is the Gillman that Baron Mordo met. This was the name given by Baron Mordo himself. He used the gene of fish, which allowed him to breathe freely in the water, but the disadvantage was that his face there are 2 fish gill-like organs growing on his body, which has always made him feel very inferior. It was the first time for Baron Mordo to encounter a situation like Peter's, where all the good genes were inherited and all the bad genes were despised. Generally, no matter how lucky you are, you still have to inherit a skin or something. I have to check his genetic sequence to see if there is any mystery. Peter was unconscious on the side, and Baron Mordo could conduct various experiments on him at will. In other words, he had no problem dissecting Peter directly. Anyway, Baron Mordo also had the ability to reassemble the life of the dissected slices. If we have to say that Peter has a secret, it should actually be the secret of that super spider. We must also thank the International Spider Research Association. They used the genetic blueprint of spiders to create those 15 super spiders and put 15 the excellent genes of the super spider are expressed twice as much. What a perfect experiment, but it's a pity that it's not Li Ji. If it were him, my research would definitely be greatly advanced, but now I'm very satisfied. Baron Mordo was doing various experiments excitedly, some are physical, some are chemical, and of course more are magical. It's a bit interesting. His genetic potential seems to have not been fully tapped. What if you combine his genetic ability with magic? Baron Mordo suddenly thought of something interesting. Baron Mordo chanted a spell, and a huge magic array enveloped Peter. In the giant magic array, countless tiny magic arrays at the nanometer level jumped into Peter's body. Each magic array was combined with a cell in Peter's body, and countless the magic arrays are combined together again, just like a giant magic array. The magic arrays are combined together to release the full potential of the spider gene in Peter's body. It seems that he also has the ability to predict danger. Baron Mordo remembered Peter's stress reaction before injecting the sleeping potion into Peter. He is really loved by the god of luck. Baron Mordo, a devout believer in magic, actually lamented the gods because of Peter's luck. You know, under normal circumstances, Baron Mordo's attitude towards the gods is scornful. It's better to cut out the memory where he predicted danger before. Unfortunately, after cutting out the broken memory, I introduced a new variable, and I can't systematically study his ability to predict danger. Baron Mordo was a little regretful. But this is also his inevitable choice. Unless he no longer wants Peter as an experimental subject, he will never let Peter remember the danger sensed by the spider sense. Oh, by the way, we have to resurrect that mortal. Unfortunately, the two are only uncle-nephew, and only have less than a quarter of their genes in common, so there is no reference. Baron Mordo walked aside to prepare the potion. In fact, Ben Parker can be resurrected directly without Peter's cooperation in the experiment. Asking Peter to help is actually treating Peter as his experimental subject. The lifespan of his soul has not come to an end yet. Baron Mordo took out a small crystal ball. The small ball contained the soul of Ben Parker. Before Ben Parker's soul entered the plane of the dead, Baron Mordo took action to hold him. Put into the crystal ball. What is needed now is a potion to reintegrate the soul and body, and a potion to quickly replenish blood. Otherwise, even if Ben Parker survives, he will soon die again. The potion of the boy named Harry also needs to be equipped. Retrocytosis is not an incurable disease at all for Baron Mordo. The reason why Harry was not cured directly was mainly because of Li Ji's genetic information. Unexpectedly, Li Ji's genetic information was not obtained. Instead, Li brought him another treasure, Peter, which can be regarded as something lost in the East and gained in the West. Hey, Peter, wake up. Baron Mordo pushed Peter, and Peter woke up in a daze. Why did I fall asleep? Is the experiment completed? The experiment has been completed. Your uncle will be resurrected soon, and Peter, I will help you strengthen your abilities. Baron Mordo said with a smile. What ability? There was a trace of panic on Peter's face, but that expression was fleeting. No need to pretend, I have analyzed your genes. Baron Mordo continued to adjust the potion. You don't have to be afraid, I am a person with special powers just like you. You know my secret, I also know your secret. Let's make it even. You keep my secret, and I'll keep yours. How about we make it even again? Oh. Peter suddenly felt that Baron Mordo was quite a good person. Ben Parker was successfully resurrected, and the effect of the resurrection was very good. Baron Mordo helped Ben Parker heal his injury. Although it was only done casually, it also made Peter owe a favor again. When Ben Parker and Peter returned home together, Aunt May's exclamation almost echoed throughout the whole building, and Ben Parker and Peter hugged Aunt May tightly. The person who shot Uncle Ben was from the Magic Gang. Although other members of the Magic Gang reacted faster and sent Uncle Ben to the hospital in time, Uncle Ben still bled to death from excessive blood loss. Although Uncle Ben has been resurrected now, Peter has no intention of letting go of the Magic Gang, and the focus of his attack has also shifted from the Heinz Gang to the Magic Gang. Has my strength actually increased so much? Peter knocked a car away. He felt as if he had more than 3 times his original strength. The speed and reflexes have also been greatly improved. Is this the enhanced ability that Dr. Carl mentioned? Then wouldn't I become Spider-Man? Starting from Trostein, the military jeep crossed the border between Germany and Austria and entered Salzburg, the hometown of the great pianist Mozart. In the military parking lot in Salzburg, the driver replaced the military jeep with a modified bulletproof car and drove into the hinterland of Austria without stopping. Modified cars move along the foothills of the Alps. The Alps lie across the center of Austria. Even though it is early summer, you can still see the snow-capped peaks on the top of the mountain from time to time. The modified car traveled very fast, basically keeping the speed above 100 yards. Austria is only a small country, and Salzburg is in the west of the country, but traveling from Salzburg to Vienna, which can almost be called the easternmost city in Austria, only a distance of 300 kilometers. In other words, if we advance at this speed, we can enter Slovakia in more than 3 hours. However, the modified car drove at this speed for more than 5 hours before slowly slowing down. Li Ji knew that he was deliberately driving in circles in order not to reveal the specific location of the Heildler family. As the modified car drove to higher and higher altitudes, Professor Bob suffered from altitude sickness similar to motion sickness. Although he had been here several times, he still could not adapt to the feeling of riding in a car at such a high altitude. However, the modified car was equipped with an oxygen inhaler. He found the mask of the oxygen inhaler from behind the seat and put it on his face. After traveling for more than 10 kilometers, the modified car finally stopped. Outside the parking lot, Hassan Heildler stood at the door, looking at Li Ji from a distance with a complicated expression. Gage Stark, when did you know my identity? Coulson walked up to Li Ji with a depressed look on his face. He and Li Ji only had 2 relationships, one was a hot dog eating contest, and the other was after the hot dog eating contest. He followed Li Ji by car. I guessed it at that time, Austria, with the surname Heildler. Anyone who is not a fool can guess your identity. Li Ji said with a smile, didn't I ask you at that time? See if you are that person. Descendants, you still denied it at that time. I am indeed not his descendant, he and I are just members of the same family. Coulson said quickly. Seeing Li Ji and Coulson chatting in the same code, Bob felt a little strange. What are you talking about? It's nothing, just old friends chatting. Li Ji looked at Coulson and smiled. Coulson's expression became even more bitter. What, are you a descendant of the head of state? Li Ji and Coulson's exchanges became more and more in-depth, and Professor Bob also heard some secret things. It's nothing to make a fuss about. I still have 128th of the blood of the King of Denmark. Seeing Professor Bob's shocked look, Coulson was a little unhappy. The head of state was considered the most important member of the Skildler family. It was a taboo topic that no one wanted to have anything to do with, but they had to admit that the Skildler family reached its peak during the head of state period. What's more, I'm not his direct descendant, I'm just from the same family as him, Coulson emphasized again. I heard that during World War II, the head of state used many special humans to conduct human experiments in order to modify human genes and make every human being a genius. Has he succeeded? Bob thought of himself these days. The training materials seemed to echo the story of the head of state. No, we were not doing that experiment, and our Skildler family is not good at scientific research. Coulson quickly denied it. That's right. You are good at cooking and frying steaks. But Coulson, can you explain why you have such a strong eating ability? Li Ji laughed. Don't you eat more than me? Coulson said warily. The same goes for Xiao Linzun. He also eats more than me. I eat more because I am stronger than you? And Xiao Linzun eats more, which is entirely the result of his years of training. If you want to compare it like this, there is no comparison. Li Ji smiled brightly. He looked confident. You should have undergone genetic modification, but the effect of the modification seems not to be ideal. You did not gain any powerful power, only a gluttonous stomach. Li Ji said with bloodshed. Coulson was silent for a while, and the expression on his face kept changing. If someone looked at his face, his eyes would wander away. After a long time, he finally admitted, "You win, Gage Stark. After walking for more than 10 minutes on the high mountain, I finally saw a place that looked like a military base. This base was hidden in the middle of a mountain and would never be discovered if you didn't get close. Welcome to Skildler House," Coulson said. Don't say that. When you said that, I thought I was at the Community Activity Center. Li Ji smiled. Most buildings in Austria are in the Baroque style, but the architecture of Skildler House has a strong German World War II style. There are high walls everywhere, with iron thorns and electric grids hanging on the walls, and a heavy iron door in the middle. The iron gate is also powered on hours a day, so ordinary people can't get in here at all. Come with me, you have to register. Coulson walked to the iron gate. There was a peephole on the iron gate. People inside could see outside, but outsiders couldn't see inside. Coulson walked to the cat's eye and said a few words in German. A crack opened under the iron door, and a pen and a registration book were thrown out. Gage, your registered visitor number is 2589586A2S. Professor Bob, your registered visitor number is still 2589586B2S. In Skildler House, you need to report your visitor number first before others can talk to you. It can be seen that the entire Skildler House is well protected and kept confidential. At least in S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Ji has never seen such strict confidentiality measures. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. was so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. Li Ji thought. Professor Bob completed the registration form with ease. Li Ji casually filled in a few key information on the registration form and handed it back to Coulson. Coulson saw that Li Ji's registration form only had so little information on it. With a livid face, he helped Li Ji complete the information and returned it to the members of the Skildler House. Visitor no 2589586A2S, Visitor no 2589586B2S, you can enter Skildler House. The door gradually opened, but the opening was not large, and it could only accommodate one person. Be careful. Although the current on the door is cut off, the static electricity effect is still very strong. Coulson reminded. 3 people enter Skildler House. Is Coulson crazy? He just brought someone into the Skildler House a few days ago, and today he actually brought another person in. Does he really regard our Skildler House as his own? I don't know what he thinks. Although he is a direct descendant of the Skildler family, he is just a waste who failed to activate his talent. People around looked at the 3 people and whispered in German. Professor Li Ji and Professor Bob could not understand them. They only felt that their chirping voices were a bit noisy, but Coulson's face was livid. Can I see the laboratory where you conduct genetic modification experiments? Li Ji asked. I can't decide on this, you have to ask the clan leader. Coulson's face turned even darker when he heard Li Ji's request. Oh, really? I thought you, the son of the patriarch, should be able to make decisions. Li Ji said lightly. How do you know that I am? Oh no, I am not the clan leader's son. Hey, how on earth do you know that I am the clan leader's son? Coulson was shocked at first, and then wanted to deny it. Finally, he found that denying had no effect, so he had to just admit it. I found out by looking at their expressions. Li Ji pointed to the other Skildler family members standing by the road. Their expressions were full of teasing and ridicule, and even a little regret. If you were just an ordinary member of the Skildler family, would they be like this? Li Ji said with reason, and Coulson had to bow his head. Headed. Then I'll take you to see my dad? Oh, no, the clan leader. Coulson took Li Ji and Professor Bob back. Huh? Isn't the place where the patriarch lives in the center of the entire Skildler House? Bob asked. The whole Skildler House is not big, so it doesn't matter if it's not in the center. Coulson's father, George Hilder, lived in the easternmost part of Skildler House, which was a small Baroque-style building and the only Baroque-style building in the entire Skildler House. Huh? It's really rare. Little Coulson actually brought his friends here. George Hilder walked out of the small building, hugged Coulson very cordially, and said, If he hadn't known his identity in advance, Li Ji might have regarded him as an amiable old man instead of the patriarch of the Heildler family. Dad, I'm already so old, why don't you hug me every time we meet? It looks very childish. Coulson broke away and said, "Two distinguished guests, do you think the way I hugged my son is wrong?" George Heildler looked at Professor Li Ji and Bob. No, you can be more enthusiastic. Li Ji is the kind of person who is not afraid of big troubles, so he urged. Little Coulson, look, your friends have agreed. George Heildler turned his head to Coulson and said, Dad, they want to visit the genetic modification laboratory. Can we let them visit? Coulson quickly changed the subject. Tell me the calling number first. George Heildler suddenly became serious. 2589586A2S. 2589586B2S. Li Ji and Bob reported their calling numbers. Well, the visitor number ending in S means that you have the right to visit the laboratory, but this laboratory does not include the genetic modification laboratory. George said, Can you tell me that you want to enter the genetic modification laboratory? Do what? It's not us, he's the only one, and I won't go in. Li Ji pointed at Bob. What is his identity? A scientist with a very good brain, his research is also in the field of genes. Then what are you doing at Heildler House? I didn't want to come. Didn't your Heildler family invite me here? Li Ji asked back. I remember someone told me that you all wanted to see me no matter what. Didn't you lure me here on purpose? George Heildler was speechless. It was indeed he who invited Li Ji to come to Europe. I'm here mainly to talk about cooperation. Li Ji said slowly. Little Coulson, take 2589586B2S to the genetic modification laboratory. Mr. Gage Stark and I have something important to discuss. Yes. Coulson agreed and took Professor Bob to the genetic modification laboratory. Let's go in and talk. George pointed to his small Baroque-style building and walked in first. Li Ji also followed him into the small building. Tell me, what do you want to cooperate with our Heildler family? Don't say that you want me to work for your Stark Industrial Protection. We will never agree to such cooperation. George Heildler sat on the vine. Sitting on the chair, he said. His voice was very intimidating and contagious. Protection work? It's not that vulgar. I don't know about full cooperation. Do you have such plans? Li Ji asked. Comprehensive cooperation? Comprehensive cooperation needs to be based on equal power and the same needs. To be honest, although the development of Stark Industries over the years has been amazing, if you look carefully, you will find that our Heildler house has many technologies that are more advanced and complete than your Stark Industries. In terms of power, we are not equal. When George Heildler talks about business, he is no longer the same as before. He is very wise and confident in negotiations. Indeed, the level of many technologies of the Heildler family even exceeds that of Stark Industries. But what George Heildler said about the two sides not having equal power was opposed by Li Ji's real name system. Li Ji opened a window with an air bomb floating in his hand. He threw the air bomb out of the window and onto a mountain peak a few hundred meters away. With a boom, the entire peak of the mountain was annihilated by air bombs, and only an arc remained on the mountain, proving that the original height of the mountain was much higher than that. Now, Mr. George, do you think the power is equal? Li Ji also sat on the wicker chair, poured a cup of English Earl Grey tea into George's teapot, and started tasting it. George was speechless for a long time. Li Ji took it just now, and it was as powerful as some missiles. But we don't seem to have any common goal. George Heildler changed his reason again. After seeing Li Ji's power, he suddenly felt that if they cooperated, the Heildler family might be very passive. He didn't want to being led by the nose by Li Ji. Common goal. Li Ji smiled. This time he came to the Heildler family for this common goal? Does Hydra count as a common goal? Li Ji said with a smile. Hydra. George Heildler was even more shocked. It was only these days that he learned that Hydra was not completely destroyed. It had begun to resurrect these days, but Li Ji acted as if he had known about Hydra for a long time. The snake will return the same. Hydra was destroyed by Rogers long ago during World War II. Where is the Hydra left? George Heildler said, pretending not to know. King Ho, Chief George, everyone is sensible, so don't pretend to be stupid. Captain Rogers did deal a certain blow to Hydra, but is it the real Hydra? Li Ji smiled. The mythical Hydra has 9 heads. If one is cut off, a second one will grow immediately. Unless all 9 heads are cut off at the same time, the Hydra will be immortal. Seeing that Li Ji was so clear about the composition of Hydra, George Heildler stopped pretending to be ignorant. I need to correct you. After cutting off Hydra's head, it will immediately grow too, and not the second one. Mr. Gage, it seems you don't know much about Greek mythology. Oh, I'm sorry, I know a little more about Nordic mythology and Chinese mythology, Li Ji admitted frankly. But Mr. Gage Stark, why do you want to cooperate with our Heildler family? You know, we and Hydra were loyal allies during World War II. Why do you think we will cooperate with you to deal with where is Hydra? George Heildler was a little confused as to why Li Ji would ask them to cooperate. The head of state never tolerates traitors, and the same is true for you, right? I believe that when you receive the news that Hydra may not be extinct yet, you are probably already ready to take action. When Germany was in decline during World War II, Hydra led by the Red Skull did not hesitate to terminate cooperation with Germany, betrayed, and began its ambition to conquer the world alone. For the Heildler family, this was simply an unforgivable betrayal. Li Ji did not believe that the Hildler family could ignore the past grievances and continue to cooperate with Hydra. I admit, you won. George Hildler said helplessly, but he did not give in. He changed the topic and said, but how should I trust you? How do I know if you have contacted Hydra in advance, cooperated, and then came to our Hildler family to act as a double agent? First of all, my hatred for Hydra is no less than yours. The attack on my adoptive father Howard and my adoptive mother Maria was planned by Hydra. I have a blood feud with Hydra. Secondly, I have a relationship with you Hildler, the equal power of the family. Then why do I need to come to your Hildler family to be a spy? Just like now, I can kill you. Can the few snipers you hide in the closet stop me? Li Ji said proudly. George Hildler was silent. It seemed that just as Li Ji said, he had powerful power. If the air bomb just landed in the Hildler house, I am afraid that the entire Hildler family would not be left alive. People. Although it is annoying to be threatened, it is true as you said. You have amazing strength and we have a common enemy. I am willing to cooperate with you Stark Industries to eradicate the cancerous Hydra in the world. George Hilderer suddenly became righteous and upright, and Li Ji seemed to see a radiant light in him, and the brilliance of humanity condensed on the top of his head. Is this a kind of supernatural power or is it the unique spiritual charm of the leader of the Hildler family? Do all members of their family have this ability? No wonder the head of state can rule. Ji Li looked a little stunned. Next we need to discuss the details of cooperation. Please take a seat. George Hilderer stood up in person and straightened the seat for Li Ji. In terms of money, our Hildler family may have less support. We have been in a state of hiding from the world these years. We don't have many sources of income, and the gold we inherited has been almost consumed. If we need our financial support, maybe a little stretched. George Hildler got rid of the biggest burden first. In terms of money, the Hildler family is indeed somewhat short of money. Don't worry about money. We at Stark Industries are not short of money. If the expenses are really large, I can find ways to make money. Li Ji took the initiative to take over the money pressure. As for if he really has no money, then ask Tony wants it. Tony has no money, so Li Ji feels that Wakanda may be a little unlucky. Li Ji has been thinking about the vibranium mine there. Now that we have financial support from Stark Industries, we have no worries. What needs does Stark Industries have? George Hildler laughed. He knew that Hydra was still active in the world more than a year ago. However, due to financial pressure, he has not been able to search and attack Hydra with all his strength. Now that Stark Industries is paying for it, he feels that it will definitely have immediate results. I need people. I know that the people in your Hildler family have more or less undergone some genetic modification and have some special abilities. Moreover, everyone in your family has experienced orthodox military training and advanced education. Education, give people to me, I will bring them back to the United States, and then use their special abilities to arrange an identity for them and hide them, Li Ji said. Do you need a large number of people from the Hildler family? This is not easy to handle. George Hildler looked embarrassed. I may need to mobilize people in the family. This may take a lot of time. George Hilderer thought for a long time and gave an ambiguous answer. I already have control of 2 Hydra lairs in the United States. I will place these people into the Hydra lairs. Li Ji's words moved George Hildler a little. If it was arranged to enter Hydra's lair, then there should be many people from the Hildler family who would be willing. I will try my best to compile the list within 2 weeks. Although he still did not agree directly, George Hildler's meaning was very clear. He agreed to recruit people, but it was not clear how many people were willing. Then I will fly my private plane to pick you up in half a month. Li Ji nodded. Another request is that Bob will stay with you and do some research. You may need your people to draw blood to cooperate. I should be able to agree to this, Li Jideo. Blood samples cannot leave the confines of Hildler House, said George Hildler. You just need to talk to Bob about these requirements. I don't do research, so I don't know much about these. Since George Hildler agreed, Li Ji didn't waste any more words. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Pleasant to work with. Mobile phone users please visit CSW. Reading for a better reading experience. The bookshelf is synchronized with the computer version. Since he had to go to class the next day, Li Ji left in a hurry. Without saying hello to Bob, his body flew up directly, leaving the Skildler house and heading to Munich, where his private jet was located. King Ho night had fallen, and Li Ji's body passed through the air without attracting anyone's attention. After communicating with Munich airport for a few minutes, the airport made way for Li Ji to take off. The plane was speeding on the takeoff runway, and soon it was in the sky. In fact, Li Ji didn't want to come by plane this time. He wanted to fly directly to Austria. However, Boeing delivered his private jet in advance, which put Li Ji in a dilemma. The private jet has been delivered, so wouldn't you be a fool to fly to Austria by yourself? The speed of the plane was very fast. Due to the participation of Stark Industries, the power system of the entire plane had been greatly strengthened. When flying back to New York, the time was actually 2 hours earlier than the time in Munich, and the sky was still bright. The time difference between Munich and New York is 6 hours, and the time in Munich is faster than that in New York. In other words, the private plane took only 4 hours to fly from Munich to New York, while a general passenger plane takes 8 to 9 hours. The speed is twice as fast. Although the speed of the plane is not as fast as Warren's plane, the comparison between the two is not high. Warren's private plane is modified from a fighter jet, which is inherently different from Li Ji's private plane modified with technology. Moreover, Li Ji's Boeing plane is only not as fast as Warren's private plane. In other aspects, such as comfort and intelligence, it completely beats Warren's plane. The plane landed at John F. Kennedy International Airport. Li Ji drove his Ferrari out of the parking lot, but he always had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt as if he was being watched. This feeling is not good. Is it because I have been flying for too long? Li Ji frowned. Instead of driving directly to his villa, he drove the car to the other side of JFK Airport. JFK Airport is adjacent to Jamaica Bay. Li Ji drove the car to the beach, stopped, and looked at the deep blue ocean. Li Ji suddenly felt that the feeling of being watched suddenly became stronger several times. Li Ji shook his head and looked around, but saw no trace of anyone. In an instant, Li Ji saw a colorful stream of light. The light was a bit dazzling. Li Ji closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Li Ji found that he appeared on an island. There are boundless green grasslands growing on the island. At the end of the grassland, there is a cliff with rugged rocks. An old man is sitting on the edge of the cliff, wearing a straw hat on his head, with a lure pole next to him. The appearance of a willing person taking the bait. Old gentleman, who are you? Li Ji walked to the old man's side and saw clearly the old man's appearance. He had a typical Nordic face shape, with thick hair. The lower part of his face was covered with grey beard, except for his mouth. The facial features on the outside look like they are all squeezed together by the beard. Sit. The old man did not answer Li Ji's question, but just asked Li Ji to sit down. Li Ji was unambiguous and sat down directly. Where is this place? The old man didn't speak. His eyes quietly looked at the sponge's float. Since the old man was unwilling to answer, Li Ji stopped asking and looked at the direction of the sun. The sun is in the east. At this position, it is about 9 o'clock in the morning, while in New York it is 17 o'clock in the afternoon, which is 8 hours behind. Oh, no, it may be 16 hours behind. So I should be at 12 o'clock in the east now, district or west district. Judging from the shadows of the trees, it's a bit to the south, so this should be in the southern hemisphere, so I'm probably in New Zealand. Li Ji determined his location. Of course, this is inferred based on the fact that he is still on the Earth, but whether he is still on the Earth is a problem. You can't see the stars during the day, but if it's night, it's easier to distinguish them. I wonder what you brought me to New Zealand from New York for? Li Ji asked. Look at the sea. The old man's answer was simple. Looking at the sea, Li Ji felt puzzled. Why should he come to New Zealand to see the sea? Can't he see it in New York? Of course, Li Ji had to admit that the sea in New Zealand is more beautiful, but one of the 3 elements for men to see the sea is missing here: bikini girls. This sea is very calm. You probably won't be able to catch fish with your lure rod, Li Ji said sincerely. This old man didn't understand fishing at all. Oh, really? The old man's voice was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Li Ji even knew how to fish. However, Li Ji actually didn't study fishing deeply. He only knew what it was, but he didn't know why it happened. So after he finished speaking, he had nothing to say. The two sat on the beach, looking at the blue ocean, from 9 o'clock in the morning until 12 o'clock at noon. The ocean was beautiful, quiet, and deep, and it made Li Ji very irritated. If he hadn't guessed that the old man's identity was probably someone he couldn't afford to mess with, he would have left long ago. But just as Li Ji said, the old man's fishing rod didn't catch even a small fish for 3 whole hours. It's 12 o'clock, it's time to eat. The old man finally said a complete sentence and stood up from the seaside. Seeing Li Ji standing up next to him, the old man asked strangely, "Aren't you angry at all?" In the face of the absolute strength gap, anger costs life. Li Ji knew very well that he could not defeat the person in front of him. This person was probably one of the most powerful people in the Marvel world. You are very smart, the old man praised, but you keep doing things that are not smart. Well, I'd like to hear the details. Li Ji didn't know where he had offended this person. Give up the cosmic cube, it's not what you should be looking for, the old man said in a stern voice. Cosmic Rubik's Cube, Li Ji asked strangely. The 6 infinite gems are all hot potatoes. Li Ji never thought of getting these things. You really know? One of the old man's eyes slowly lost color, revealing his original appearance. Stop pursuing the power of the cosmic Rubik's Cube, your power is already very powerful, the old man said again. Li Ji recalled the forces he had come into contact with, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. These forces seemed to have had more or less contact with the cosmic Rubik's Cube. It was no wonder that the old man suspected that he was looking for the cosmic Rubik's Cube. This is really a disaster. Li Ji felt a little bitter in his heart. He really had no interest in the universe Rubik's Cube. Before Li Ji could explain, the old man had disappeared into the void, the surrounding scene shattered, and Li Ji returned to the side of Jamaica Bay. Is this old man Odin or Loki? Li Ji got into the driver's seat of the Ferrari and thought while driving. Back home, Li Ji was still thinking about who the person he just met was. Point 25 Shu. If it is Odin, then it is normal for him to have such powerful divine power. Odin is the lord of the 9 realms and the king of Asgard. He possesses immeasurable power. Li Ji estimates that he may have to transform into only a Super Saiyan can compete with it. However, although Li Ji's power is growing every day, he still does not have that critical feeling, and the breakthrough to one of the Super Saiyans is far away. But the most important thing is that there is a possibility that that person may be Loki. Loki is the god of deception. He may not have the majestic power of Odin and Thor, but he is very good at playing tricks and creating a field to confuse Li Ji's perception. Whether it's Odin or Loki, I seem to be being targeted by people from Asgard. Li Ji frowned a little. Is it because they suspected Li Ji that he coveted the magic of the universe that they were targeting Li Ji, or were they targeting him first? Li Ji then discovered that Li Ji might covet the cosmic Rubik's Cube. The order between them was too important. However, Li Ji couldn't figure out the order at this moment. After all, he didn't know the specific location of Asgard, and he might not be able to defeat Asgard's people. There was no benefit in thinking too much. He shook his head. After clearing his head and clearing his thoughts, Li Ji fell into sleep. The next day, Li Ji came to school. The mountains of snacks on the table made him forget his worries. A few minutes later, Peter also walked into the classroom, and Li Ji felt that there was a smell of potion all over Peter's body. Peter, what's wrong? You went to the hospital for a checkup over the weekend. Li Ji asked. Oh, it's okay, it's just that Uncle Ben has some minor symptoms and is hospitalized. Peter explained, with some evasion in his sentences. Uncle Ben, are you okay? Li Ji suddenly remembered the tragic fate of Ben Parker. In most of the Spider-Man universe, he could not escape death. No, it's okay. He's almost recovered. He was discharged from the hospital yesterday. There was a strong sense of evasion in Peter's words, but it didn't sound like he was lying. Li Ji felt a little strange. Is it just an ordinary illness for Ben Parker? As long as it's okay, you and I can go visit Uncle Ben after school in the afternoon. Li Jida said. Yeah, Peter responded, sitting down and saying nothing. Harry did not come to school for the first time and took a leave. Things became even weirder. Li Ji couldn't help but think of Baron Mordo. His intuition told him that these things should be related to Baron Mordo, and that was exactly the case. In the morning, Baron Mordo called Harry and told him that the medicine for retroproliferation had been prepared. He asked Harry to go to the sanctuary and told him that it would take a long time for the medicine to take effect. He asked him to take a day. Fake. There were a lot of things on his mind, which caused Li Ji not to listen well in class all day long, but it didn't matter. In these American high school courses, Li Ji could get full marks with his eyes closed. Gwen came to see Peter and seemed to want to invite Peter to have lunch, but Peter found an excuse to talk it out. Peter was also in a bad mental state. He was worried that he was unconsciously having lunch with Gwen. Then he mentioned the magic gang, and the fire of hatred burned in his heart. After school in the afternoon, Li Ji followed Peter to Peter's house. Speaking of which, this is the first time Li Ji has come to Peter's house. In the narrow corridor, the lights are quite bright. Martin Li funded the maintenance. The dim lights before made walking by it feel like passing by a ghost movie. The scene is average. Peter opened the door and said, "Come in, there's no need to change your shoes." Li Ji didn't show any pretense and walked in directly. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were sitting next to the TV, watching the conflict between the Magic Gang and the Devil's Gang. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, this is my classmate, Li. Peter introduced Li Ji to the two of them. Hello, Uncle Ben, hello Aunt May. Li Ji said hello to the two of them. The two people who were sleepy suddenly became energetic. Aunt May stood up and walked into the kitchen, and Ben Parker walked next to Li Ji. Are you the Li that Peter often mentioned? Ben Parker patted Li Ji on the shoulder. What a strong young man. If Peter doesn't know other lists, it should be me. Li Ji smiled and observed Ben Parker. Ben Parker also smelled of potion, but it was not as strong as Peter's, and Li Ji couldn't see it at all. When Ben Parker came out, he felt like he was recovering from a serious illness. It stands to reason that Ben Parker had just recovered from an illness and his mental state should be relatively poor, but Li Ji did not feel this way at all. The smell of the potions on Ben Parker and Peter was also strange. Ben Parker was the one who received the treatment. Why the potion smell is not as strong as Peter's body, unless Peter didn't take a shower last night. Then he really knows one, and that Li will also come to our house tonight. Ben Parker laughed. Martin Li. Li Ji said that Peter had mentioned this name to him. Li Ji always felt that the name was familiar, but he could not remember his identity. So Peter mentioned it to you. Ben Parker said, you all look Chinese. It would be good for you to get to know each other. Yeah, Li Ji responded. He also wanted to find out the specific identity of Martin Li. Come on, it's time to eat strawberries. Aunt May brought out a large plate of strawberries from the kitchen. The strawberries were washed very clean and there were still some water droplets on them. Aunt May looked at Li Ji and Peter kindly, and Li Ji spread his hands. I'll wash my hands first. He walked into the kitchen, followed by Peter. The doorbell rang suddenly, and Aunt May ran to the door to open the door. Hi, Li, long time no see. Aunt May and Ben Parker greeted Martin Li. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to socialize. Long time no see, May, Ben. Martin Li walked in and stopped when he saw Li Ji. Who is this young man? Martin Li asked doubtfully. Haha, Li, this young man is Peter's classmate, and his name is also Li, Aunt May said with a smile. Oh, so it's my family. Where in China are you from? Martin Li asked. I'm from Sichuan, Li Jida said, and he gave the address of his previous life. Sichuan, the land of abundance, I went there when I was young. I am from Minnan. Martin Li introduced himself. Minnan. Li Ji suddenly felt that his memory about Martin Li became clearer. Well, what's wrong? Martin Li asked. Li, this Mr. Li is the chairman of a large company, and he is also a famous philanthropist who has helped many overseas Chinese. You are both named Li. You are so destined. When you are looking for a job in the future, you can go to Mr. Li. Our company. Aunt May introduced. Li Ji finally remembered Martin Li's identity. Mr. Film Mr. Negatives, a Manon native of China, smuggled into the United States 20 years ago, was plotted by the Magic Gang, and became a test subject for comprehensive drugs. He later survived the catastrophe, won the sympathy of the US government, received the Presidential Badge of Freedom, and became as an American citizen. In public, he has always acted in the name of a just capitalist and philanthropist. King Ho. The memory in Li Ji's mind is getting clearer and clearer. Although Mr. Negative is not a very famous character, he plays an important role in the PS4 game Marvel Spider-Man. Li Ji has played this game. I remember it quite clearly, but the name is not as clear as the memory of the person in the movie. But what the public doesn't know is that he acquired superpowers during the Magic Gang's comprehensive drug experiment. He can release negative energy to catalyze the target's negative emotions, turning a kind person into a demon in an instant. This is what he leads the origin of the name of the Devil Gang. Negative energy can also form energy waves, or transform into physical weapons. Watching the video of the conflict between the Magic Gang and the Demon Gang on TV, the knives, swords, and axes held by the Demon Gang, if you look closely, there are actually some. The power of color flows like a film negative, which is where the name Mr. Negative comes from. No wonder he has been very busy recently. Indeed, the gangs in New York have been very busy recently. After a while, Li Ji finally understood the impact that his elimination of the Lulka Gang had on the New York gangs. Although the Lulka Gang was a small loach compared to the original Kingpin Gang, the sensation it caused at the time was not that big. In fact, there was not much bloodshed in the elimination of the Jinping Gang, and it fell into the category of peaceful evolution. However, Li Ji was ruthless in dealing with the Lulka Gang. There were 200 members of Lulka's gang, and of them died outside Stark Manor. S.H.I.E.L.D. also took advantage of the gang members who fled afterwards, and in the end, less than people were left. And Lulka, the soul of the Lulka Gang, is missing. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know where Lulka is. S.H.I.E.L.D. suspected that Li Ji had taken Lulka away. Otherwise, why would members of Lulka's gang attack Stark Manor? But Li Ji used the word revenge to explain away the past. It means I saved Coulson. This is the Lulka gang's revenge for me saving Coulson. I'm taking the blame for S.H.I.E.L.D., so you'd better stop being so nagging. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't do anything about Li Ji. After all, it was true. They had no direct evidence to prove that Li Ji took Lulka away, not to mention that Li Ji had an alibi. Due to the impact of the destruction of the Lulka gang, all gangs have begun to feel insecure. Many gangs have shrunk their spheres of influence and streamlined the number of gangs. The unemployment rate in New York has increased a lot. Of course, the crime rate has gone down. The Devil Gang and the Magic Gang were no exception, but during the day, a fight suddenly broke out between them. No one knew the reason for their action. The Magic Gang said that the Devil Gang destroyed one of their strongholds, but the Devil Gang had never done this at all. In fact, it was Peter who hid his Spider-Man identity and used the name of the Devil Gang to attack the Magic Gang, carried out a revenge, which was very successful and caused a war between the two gangs. Li Ji carefully observed Martin Li and found that he always protected his left shoulder intentionally or unintentionally. Li Ji suspected that his left shoulder might be injured. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, since Uncle Ben has fully recovered, I'll leave first. Li Ji stood up and said goodbye to Aunt May and Ben Parker. It's so early, why don't you stay for dinner? Ben Parker invited. No, Uncle Ben, there are still people at home waiting for me to eat. Li Ji's words were pure nonsense. He was the only one in the villa he lived in now, and he usually ate in restaurants outside. Oh, that's such a pity. Next time we come for dinner, Peter, go see your classmates off. Aunt May said with some disappointment. You must stay here next time, May's apple pie is amazing. Martin Li also said. Next time, definitely next time, Martin. Mr. Li, I wish you a pleasant meal. Li Ji and Peter walked out of the room. Hey, Li, why don't you want to stay for dinner? Aunt May and Uncle Ben both want you to stay. Walking to the corridor, Peter asked in confusion. He knew Li Ji's situation. He was single and living alone. There is basically no social interaction, except when necessary. Most of the time I stay at home. I don't have a good impression of that Martin Li, and I don't want to have dinner with him. Li Ji said straightforwardly. Well, why do you two have the same surname and race? It should be easy to get along with each other. But it's a coincidence. I often feel that Mr. Martin Li is a little strange and I don't dare to get too close to him. Peter said honestly. Li Ji thought, this is probably the effect of the spider sense. Peter, I think we should all think alike. Li Ji agreed with Peter's approach. Driving back to the villa, Li Ji sorted out his thoughts for a while. Peter and Harry must be hiding something from him, but they didn't intend to say it, and Li Ji didn't want to ask if they were willing to share some personal things. Free will, if Li Ji insisted on asking, it might be counterproductive. The smell of the potion on Peter's body is stronger than the smell of the potion on Ben Parker's body. Is it because Peter didn't take a bath or because he used more potion than Ben Parker? The former answer seems unreasonable, but from a theoretical analysis, it is more reasonable. After all, Peter is not sick and disaster-free. What Li Ji didn't expect was what medicine to use. Not only did Peter not take a bath, Peter and Ben also. Parker, it's very embarrassing that he didn't even take a shower. Ask the teacher. Harry took a day off. Harry will come to school tomorrow to see if he can say anything. Li Ji was thinking about his deployment while eating the 50 giant steaks delivered by takeaway. He found that many of his plans had been disrupted. The Marvel world is indeed a Marvel world, diverse and changeable. This made him somewhat unclear about the future. He did not know that this was the butterfly effect of his arrival. This is still how it should be. This Marvel world that is slowly deviating from its trajectory makes Li Ji a little worried. I hope there won't be a fight that I can't handle when I haven't grown up yet. That's fine. Li Ji frowned while eating steak. The 50 pieces of steak were quickly wiped out by him. Tuesday morning. Li Ji swerved and parked the car in the parking lot. Just as he was about to get out of the car, he heard the roar of vehicles. Li Ji looked in the rearview mirror and saw a modified Ford Mustang parked in Li Ji's car. Next to the car, the person who got out of the car was Harry. Good morning, Harry. Li Ji looked at Harry's confident look and felt that something was wrong with Harry. Morning, Li. Harry looked at Li Ji. Do you think I'm much more handsome today than yesterday? You didn't come to school yesterday. I didn't know how handsome you were yesterday. Li Ji walked out of the car and inhaled gently through his nose. Harry also had the smell of the potion, even compared to Peter. The flavor is even stronger. Baron Mordo, don't tell me that you are responsible for these things. Li Ji's eyes were a little cold and he looked in the direction of the sanctuary. Although Li Ji has the object of suspicion, Li Ji is not yet ready to fall out with Kamatage. Entering the classroom, Peter was already sitting in his seat. Li, Harry, you are 5 minutes later than usual today. Peter looked at the time. Peter, it's not too late as long as you arrive before class starts, Harry retorted. This time I support Harry's point of view. Li Ji also said. The majority obeys the majority. Harry grinned. You are fooling around. Forget it, it's time to go to class, no more nonsense. By the way, Harry, you took sick leave yesterday. Have you recovered from your illness today? Li Ji sat on his seat and asked. Yes, I have recovered. I am now 100% healthy. Harry said very happily, but Li Ji blinked a little strangely. He remembered that Harry's genetic disease was very difficult to cure. I don't know if I'm being overly concerned or if I'm really cured. Harry was cured, and Li Ji was naturally happy for him, but how Harry was cured is open to question. The third class in the morning was physical education. Since the teacher was not around, the physical education committee members gathered briefly and then went about their activities freely. I think the school has to deduct the salary of the physical education teacher. I often don't see anyone in class, Peter said angrily. Although American high schools do not have classes occupied, and math teachers generally do not come to invade physical education classes where there are no teachers, the fact that the physical education teacher never comes makes people a little uneasy. Li Ji seemed to be reminded of the scene in high school in his previous life, when teachers from other subjects walked into the classroom in a hurry. Your physical education teacher went to do XX, and this class was given to me. Peter, let's race and run, Harry said suddenly. Peter was a little frightened by Harry's request. The last time Harry suddenly fainted on the track after running 5,000 meters was still vivid in his mind. I won't faint this time, Harry said confidently. Then let's run 2,000 meters and see. Peter was feeling bored, so he agreed to Harry. Li, will you participate? Harry invited Li Ji again, but he didn't have high hopes in his heart. Li Ji generally would not participate. Well, the weather is nice today. For the first time, Li Ji agreed to Harry's invitation, took off his coat and hung it on the horizontal bar next to the playground. Actually, I wanted to invite you to be the referee. Harry stuck out his tongue. He didn't expect that Li Ji would agree to participate. I can work part-time. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Li Ji gave the order, and the three of them set off instantly. Harry ran at the front, followed by Li Ji in the middle, and Peter fell at the end. He started a little later than Li Ji and Harry. Of course, this was not the reason for Peter's slow reaction, but because both Li Ji and Harry jumped the gun. Harry took the lead. He was very fast and his physical strength seemed to be much better than before. After running 200 meters, he didn't start to breathe heavily, but he was already sweating a little. Li Ji and Peter were in much better condition. They didn't shed a drop of sweat and followed Harry step by step. Their speed was neither too fast nor too slow, just equal to Harry's speed. Li Ji looked back at Peter and Peter smiled back at Li Ji. Of course, Peter didn't know Li Ji's strength. He only thought that Li Ji had practiced Chinese Kung Fu since he was a child, so he had very good physical strength. He also didn't know that Li Ji knew his identity as Spider-Man a long time ago. He thought that Li Ji is praising him for practicing hard. After 2 laps of running, Harry's speed finally slowed down, but compared to before, Harry's physical strength had improved a lot. You know, in these 2 laps, meters, Harry kept sprinting. 2 laps the total time taken was less than 2 minutes, and the world record meter run was over 1 minute and 40. But now that Harry's speed has slowed down, it is normal for him to be overtaken. Li Ji still maintained his speed and passed Harry. Peter followed closely behind and overtook him. Although Harry wanted to follow, joining the team, but how could he be Li Ji and Peter's opponent? He could only follow reluctantly without falling behind. Quite tenacious, and it has not reached the limit of his physical strength. It seems that his illness has indeed recovered. After hanging Harry and running around for a while, Li Ji confirmed Harry's condition, and his speed gradually slowed down. Peter ran to the front. The position of the three people continued like this until the end. After running 2,000 meters, Harry was breathing heavily, but Li Ji and Peter seemed to be fine. Li, you are really a monster. You actually have such abundant physical strength. Harry said while panting. His heart was beating violently, and his chest was constantly contracting and relaxing, although it seemed his condition was not very good, but Li Ji knew that he was just overexerting his physical strength and had no other associated reactions. Why didn't you say Peter? Li Ji asked strangely. Peter, I knew he was a physical monster when he ran the last meter run. Harry gradually stopped breathing and soon recovered. How could he recover so quickly? Li Ji narrowed his eyes. Under normal circumstances, recovery time of 2 to 3 minutes is not surprising. Harry's recovery speed was a bit beyond Li Ji's expectations. Within half a minute, he stopped breathing heavily, and the redness on his face gradually disappeared, returning to his original fair appearance. I think I can do it again, Harry said confidently. Spare me? Peter was unwilling to run away. Indeed, racing against Harry was not very interesting. He wanted to have a showdown with Li Ji, but there were too many people in the school and he didn't dare. Really unleash your speed. Okay. Harry raised his head. His expression was not disappointed, but confident. Li Ji seemed to see new life in Harry. Over the weekend, Li Ji appeared at the door of the sanctuary. Gone 121. The door of the sanctuary was closed. Li Ji walked to the door and knocked on it. Hey, is there anyone? Guan Yu and Zhou called inside, but no one responded. Are you really not here, or are you avoiding me on purpose? Li Ji frowned, took out his cell phone, and looked at the Baron Mordo in his address book. What's a better reason to call him? Li Ji thought, but his finger pressed the button and called Tony first. Tony, I need you to help me monitor my mobile phone signal and check where my outgoing phone signal goes. Can you do this? Li Ji asked. You've been doing a lot lately. Remember, I'm your brother, not your wage earner. Although Tony was a little unhappy, he still agreed. Others may not be able to do this, but I can still find out. Thank you very much. Just send the coordinates you found to my email, Li Ji said. Although Tony has a bad temper and personality, when it comes to technology, he is definitely top-notch. Li Ji said that his level is very trusting. After hanging up Tony's phone, Li Ji dialed Baron Mordo's number. The phone beeped a few times, and then a prompt tone came. Sorry, the number you dialed has been turned off. When Li Ji called again, he was directly prompted that the phone was turned off, without even a beeping sound. Li Ji probably understood what Baron Mordo meant, and his face became gloomy. What happened to Peter and Harry here on the day I went to Europe? Li Ji's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Tony calling, and Li Ji answered the call. Gage, the signal I detected just now is a bit strange. The signal was originally in New York, then suddenly went to Hong Kong, and then lost the signal. I don't know if there is a problem with the system. Tony said. Send the specific coordinates of the two addresses to my email, and I will look at the specific locations of the two coordinates. Although he said so, Li Ji could basically confirm that Baron Mordo was in the sanctuary before. As for now, he is not sure. If Li Ji guessed correctly, Baron Mordo should have passed between the sanctuaries. Teleportation function, teleported from New York Sanctuary to Hong Kong Sanctuary. Of course, it is also possible that Baron Mordo used teleportation spells, which Li Ji could not confirm, but in short, Baron Mordo's arrival from New York to Hong Kong should have happened just now. And whether he has returned from Hong Kong now, Li Ji doesn't know. He should have turned off his mobile phone when he was in Hong Kong, and now Tony can't even check his location. If it weren't for the fact that the door of the sanctuary was too difficult to break, I would really want to smash its door directly. Li Ji looked at the wooden door of the sanctuary and gritted his teeth. As the source node of magic, the sanctuary is naturally well protected. Although Li Ji can break the protection of the sanctuary, it will inevitably cause huge noise. What's more, after breaking the protection, Li Ji may not be able to find the location of the dimensional space where the sanctuary is located. You seem to have done something wrong by avoiding me like this. Li Ji was a little angry, but he didn't expect Baron Mordo to do something to Peter and Harry. Harry's words should have helped him cure his illness. Harry's behavior in the past few days is not at all like when he first got sick. His mental state has improved a lot, but I'm afraid Baron Mordo is trying to figure him out. As for Peter, I don't know what happened to him, but it probably has something to do with Ben Parker. Ben Parker was shot just last weekend and recovered within a day. This must have been Baron Mordo's hand again. In Li Ji's mind, some information connected together. Damn it, I just don't know what he did to Peter. He is very interested in Peter's genes. Li Ji remembered the day when he activated the Phoenix power to inactivate Peter's genes. I wonder if Peter was used in any experiments by him. Li Ji narrowed his eyes. This is also the reason why Li Ji is unwilling to let Kamatage's magicians help treat Howard and Maria. He is worried that while these magicians are curing people, they will leave something behind. In this way, many things will be lost. He couldn't help himself. These mages were indeed very powerful in healing, but they also had too many methods, which Li Ji had to guard against. Damn it! Li Ji cursed in a broken voice, and couldn't fight again. Li Ji didn't want to fall out with Guyi and the others at this time. He couldn't enter the sanctuary, and he didn't even know where Baron Mordo was. Li Ji felt like he didn't know where to use his strength. If you annoy me, I will abduct Strange. Li Ji was a little angry, but doing so might fulfill Baron Mordo's wish. If Strange did not join Kamatage, maybe he is the successor of the Supreme Mage. It's really terrible. Li Ji lingered in front of the sanctuary for a while, and finally chose to leave. He was in a bad mood now, and even had the urge to tell Peter and Harry directly all the truth. However, he still suppressed this impulse and returned to the villa, thinking about how to deal with it. Baron Mordo's biggest target should be me. Li Ji summarized some information and deduced this answer. He didn't know Peter and Harry before, so he took the initiative to guard the New York sanctuary. They either came towards me or towards Strange, but there wasn't much about Strange that interested him. Judging from what he did in New York, it seems that it also revolves around me. I'm afraid he really wants to get my genes. After talking to the guy who didn't know whether it was Odin or Loki, Li Ji learned a new way of thinking, divergent associative thinking. He had never thought about these things in series before. Now that he thinks about it, it seems that he still has that makes sense. It's just that the person Li Ji met thought in the wrong direction. Li Ji was indeed not interested in the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Everything was just a coincidence, but Baron Mordo really came here for Li Ji's genes. Li Ji would never leak Xian genes easily. Fortunately, Xians do not lose their hair and do not need haircuts. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to protect their genes. Power, it's still not strong enough. If the power is strong enough, there won't be many twists and turns, just get started. Do you still need to think about it now? Li Ji's body burned with arrogance. Although his strength has been increasing, it is not enough. If it is this growth rate, Li Ji doesn't know how long it will take to grow to the Super Saiyan stage. After all, Frieza is now that he can destroy planets at will, it would be very difficult for Li Ji to destroy New York. The rules are fair. 25 Shu. Li Ji nodded. There shouldn't be any problems with guns. Don't worry, we in the Hildler family can't do such a despicable thing. Okay, then there is another question. I can try the gun first. Li Ji asked again. You can experiment as you wish, the representative of the Hildler family said. Li Ji randomly picked up a pistol. He didn't recognize the model. It should have been specially made by the Hildler family. There was a slot for a sight on the pistol, but sights were generally not allowed in this kind of duel. Coulson, can you use this pistol? Li Ji shouted. Coulson ran over quickly. He was sitting in the back seat of the car before, but he heard that Li Ji didn't know how to use firearms. Where should this gun be aimed? Li Ji asked. There is an aiming hole on it, and there is a small bifurcation on the aiming hole. The sharp corner in the middle of the bifurcation is the aiming point. Coulson is quite familiar with firearms. Every Hildler, all members of the family must be familiar with firearms. Even if Coulson has now become the big eater of the Hildler family who makes money outside, his firearms skills must not fall behind. The other members of the Hildler family looked at Li Ji with incredulous expressions in their eyes. They did not expect that Li Ji did not understand firearms, so if they proposed a firearms test, it would be like bullying. Li Ji held the pistol and turned it twice in his hand. It still had some weight. He was about to fire a shot, but suddenly handed the gun to Coulson. I can't load it. Li Ji's words made George Skilder a little worried. He was worried that Li Ji would lose too badly and would deliberately find someone to retaliate. This is an automatic pistol, it doesn't need to be loaded. Coulson said awkwardly. Then why is the trigger so weak? Li Ji moved his fingers back and forth on the trigger. Because you didn't load the magazine. Coulson blinked and took a full magazine from the side. Let's give it a try. Li Ji loaded the magazine and aimed at the bullseye on the opposite side. With a bang sound, the bullet was shot out and hit the ground nearby. Why did I clearly aim the sharp corner of the fork at the bullseye? Li Ji felt very strange. There must be something wrong with this gun. No, it's because your hands are not straight. Coulson adjusted the angle of Li Ji's arm. That's it, you try shooting again. Li Ji fired another shot. 9 rings. It seems like he has great shooting talent, but he is still far from being able to compare with us. Isn't it a little bad that we use shooting to bully someone who has never been in contact with us? Since the other party has agreed, if there is any problem, it is his own responsibility. If he doesn't know how to use firearms, he should raise it from the beginning. Well, yes, if we don't know how to use firearms, we can change the way of playing, but he has agreed, so there is no reason to change. A group of young men from the Hildler family were whispering to each other. Li Ji continued to fire a few more shots. They were not as accurate as the 9 rings, but they did not miss the target. Coulson felt that Li Ji's level was already very good. After all, he was a beginner. You know, among the college students who are undergoing military training in the university, there are very few who can line up for target shooting without missing the target. Coulson, how to shoot faster. Li Ji felt that he had completely mastered the gun. Coulson felt that Li Ji was a little too ambitious. He didn't even have an % chance of hitting the 10th ring, so he thought about speeding up the shooting speed. However, he still said patiently, there is a button on the left side of the gun. If you press it, the gun will become a fully automatic shooting state. In this way, as long as you hold the trigger and don't move, the bullet will be fired automatically, is the fastest way. Li Ji looked at the pistol, and sure enough he found the button. He pressed it lightly, pointed it casually in an uninhabited direction, and held the trigger. There was a stream of bullets, and the entire magazine was completely poured out. Li Ji took a serious look at the bullet holes left by the pistol, and threw the pistol to Coulson. I will use this pistol in the pistol competition later. After looking at the pistol, Li Ji walked to the rifle area and picked up a rifle. The rifle looks very classic. It is an improved version of the classic German assault rifle STG-44 during World War II. It is also the rifle shot by the Hildler family themselves. They call it STG-77. The basic sighting hole of the STG-77 is no different from the pistol used by Li Ji before. This sighting hole can be regarded as the unified design of the Hildler family firearms. After all, in actual combat, the sighting hole is not that important. Pistols do not need to be aimed most of the time, while rifles and sniper rifles have special sights. Li Ji fired 2 shots at random, one with 9 rings and one with 10 rings. When he looked for the fully automatic switch on the gun body, he did not see the button. "Coulson, how do I adjust this gun to be fully automatic?" Li Ji shouted again. Coulson hurried over and said, "There is a paddle behind the trigger. Pull the paddle down and it will be in fully automatic fire mode." There was another burst of gunfire, and a bunch of bullets were discharged by Li Ji. "Take this gun, too. I will try this one in the rifle competition later." Coulson felt like he had become Li Ji's arsenal, but he still took the rifle and hung it on his body. Li Ji walked to the sniper rifle area again, picked up a sniper rifle, put it on his shoulder, and was about to shoot. "Hey, Gage, this is a heavy sniper who shoots while lying down." Coulson quickly stopped him. Li Ji's hand had already pressed the trigger. The loud sound of bullets made Coulson's ears hurt. However, the sight of the gun being released as expected by Coulson did not appear. Li Ji's hand held the gun tightly. There was no tremor at all. "Sorry, what did you say just now?" "The gunshot was too loud and I didn't hear it," Li Ji said with a smile. "No, it's nothing," Coulson replied awkwardly. "By the way, how can this gun be fully automatic?" Li Ji asked again. "No, it won't work. This is a heavy sniper and does not have a fully automatic function." Coulson swallowed. Li Ji is probably the only one who wants to use the full automatic function on a heavy sniper. The bullets of the heavy sniper, the power can penetrate tank armor. That is to say, the target in front of me is a specially made reunion target. The previous rifle and pistol targets have all been shot away. Oh, so be it. Li Ji also placed the heavy sniper on Coulson. The weight on Coulson immediately exceeded 40 kilograms. The heavy gun made his face look ugly. After all, Coulson, the genetic modification only enlarged his stomach. "Okay, I'm almost used to firearms, let's start the competition. Are you sure you want to compete with us in shooting?" the representative of the Hildler family asked. Point 25 Shu. "Well, don't worry, I won't let you lose too ugly." Li Ji smiled. The representative of the Hildler family blinked. "Who gave you the courage to directly challenge the members of the Hildler family after just 10 minutes of exposure to firearms?" "You know, all members of the Hildler family are master shooters." But seeing the confident look on Li Ji's face, the representative of the Hildler family also became angry. He felt that Li Ji didn't take him seriously at all, so he decided to torture Li Ji. Let Li Ji feel the beating from Germany. "Now that you are ready, let's get started," the representative of the Hildler family said. After speaking, he turned to look at Coulson. "Coulson, help him load the 10 bullets and install the timer. Now we can officially start the game." "Gage, are you really ready?" "They won't let you go," Coulson said in a low voice. "Is it necessary to let me go?" "It must have been a slip of the tongue. Don't worry, I will let them go." Li Ji's words made the representative of the Hildler family grit their teeth. Who are they looking down on? You, a rookie. He chose the same 3 guns as Li Ji, loaded the bullets, and installed the timer. "First, the 50-meter pistol. I'll go first." The representative of the Hildler family walked up to the 50-meter target and fired 10 shots in a row. Bang, 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 bang. Although I haven't used this pistol for a long time, and the feel is a bit unfamiliar, there should be no major mistakes. The representative of the Hildler family handed the pistol to George Hildler. 100 rings. Soon, the staff member checking the target shouted. 6.25 seconds, shouted George Hildler. "Gage, it's your turn." Li Ji walked to the 50-meter target, and Coulson handed him the pistol. Li Ji checked. Coulson adjusted the firing status to single shot. He pressed it again and changed it to full automatic. "Hey, Gage, I've helped you adjust to single shot status," Coulson shouted. "I know." Li Ji raised his right hand flat, aimed at the bullseye, and the pistol made a series of shooting sounds like flowing water. "It's over." Coulson seemed to see Li Ji's embarrassed look. Li Ji came back and handed the pistol to George Hildler. "If he shoots like this, it will be good if he can hit 20 rings. Well, looking at the movements of his arms, he doesn't hold the gun 20 rings to the sky at all. I thought he was so good. He started competing with us within 10 minutes of being exposed to firearms. It seems that he knew that he couldn't surpass us in a short time, so he gave up on the firearms level. Well, if you use fully automatic shooting, there seems to be a good reason for losing. After all, no one can guarantee a high hit rate when shooting fully automatic." "Don't say that, maybe he is Ling Huan." The staff responsible for inspecting the target was slow to report the number of rings. George Hildler shouted, "How many rings?" "Mr. George, I'm checking. I don't know if I checked wrong," the staff member said apologetically. "Please report the number of rings you checked." George Hildler said. 100 rings. George Hildler was also shocked. The fully automatic firing was times. "Is this really fully automatic? Gage, can you show it again?" George Heildler asked a little embarrassedly. No problem, but you have to report the current time first. Li Ji knew that they could not understand his shooting skills. In his hands, these firearms were almost like having no recoil. Li Ji's powerful strength, the vibration of the gun body and barrel is suppressed, so there is no need to worry about ballistic displacement and other phenomena in fully automatic conditions. 1.27 seconds. George Hilderer reported Li Ji's time. He fired 10 bullets in 1.27 seconds. If this gun hadn't been fully automatic and had a rate of fire of only about 500, Li Ji would have spent even less time. Coulson took the gun and reloaded the bullet. Li Ji aimed at the 50-meter target. There was another burst of shooting sound, and the magazine was instantly emptied. 100 rings. The staff finally confirmed. Are you still competing? Li Ji threw the pistol directly to the ground and asked. Of course it will be better, the representative of the Skyldler family said through gritted teeth. He did not expect that in the first round of pistol shooting, he was 4.98 seconds slower. Li Ji's fully automatic shooting was really shocking. The second stage is the meter target rifle. You go first. The Heildler family took the initiative to let Li Ji perform first. Oh. Li Ji walked to the meter target and took the rifle from Hu. Senator Coulson learned wisely this time and took the initiative to help Li Ji turn it back to full automatic. Li Ji held the rifle and pulled the trigger. The magazine was empty again in an instant. 100 rings is still 100 rings, and Li Ji's results are stable and terrible. The gun was handed over to George Heildler. George Heildler looked a little ugly when he saw the timer on it. 0.67 seconds plus 1.27 seconds for the pistol. The total is 1.94 seconds. The pressure came on the representative of the Heildler family. He regretted a little. Why did he let Li Ji go first? Who knew that Li Ji's rifle still fired fully automatically? Who knew that Li Ji's rifle could still get rings when it fired fully automatically? The rifle Li Ji chose actually has a relatively large recoil. The recoil of assault rifles is very large, and this STG-77 is a large-caliber assault rifle. In the modern era of small-caliber firearms around the world, the Heildler family still maintains with the fine tradition of large diameter. The representative of the Skyldler family walked to the meter target with a little weakness in his legs. He fired 10 bullets. 100 rings. The Heildler family representative breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. If they were both rings, although he had no advantage at all in terms of time, as long as he could shoot with a sniper rifle and have one more ring than Li Ji, he would be able to win. After all, you look at the number of rings first and then the time. 4.59 seconds, plus the previous 6.25 seconds for the pistol, the total is 10.84 seconds, George Heildler shouted. The difference in time was so big that it was already almost 10 seconds behind. As for the sniper rifle, I'll go first. Just as the Heildler family representative was about to speak, Li Ji had already walked to the meter target with the sniper rifle. Dong, 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 dong. Since the sniper rifle cannot fire fully automatically, Li Ji could only fire one shot at a time, but the speed of shooting was also amazing. 100 rings. Li Ji did not make any mistakes. I give up. The Heildler family representative accepted the defeat calmly. Then I won the firearms battle. Li Ji put down the heavy sniper without handing it to Coulson or George Heildler. King Ho. Yes, you won, and I am convinced that I lost. The representative of the Heildler family bowed. Then let's start the second game. What's the second game? Li Ji is for impatient people. Now that the competition has started, he wants to finish it at once. The second test of strength is no longer mine. Do you have any objection? The representative of the Heildler family stood up straight. It's okay, you can do whatever you want. Li Ji blinked and tested his strength. Didn't he hit him directly in his arms? George Heildler wanted to remind the family members, but Li Ji glanced at him and walked away immediately without saying anything more. To test strength, Li Ji felt that Odin might not even dare to compete with him. Odin's strength lies in his magic and divine power. Li Ji felt that he should be able to crush him based on pure strength. Kelly, it's your turn. A very tall blonde man came over, stretched out his right hand, which was about centimeters in size, and said, "Hello, my name is Kelly Heildler." Li Ji stretched out his hand, his palm half the size of the opposite one, Gage Stark. The method of competition is arm wrestling. There are 13 rounds in total. Whoever wins 7 rounds first will win. A representative of the Heildler family explained the rules of the game. Li Ji compared the length of both sides' forearms. His own forearm was more than 10 centimeters shorter than Kelly Heildler's, which made it difficult for him to control his strength at all. In this case, Kelly Skyldler's forearm was initially inclined downwards. If Li Ji tried to exert force, he might easily break Kelly Skyldler's arm. I'm sorry, can you give me a little height? I can't exert my strength right now. Li Ji took the initiative. Oh, okay. The representative of the Heildler family quickly found 2 bricks and placed them under Li Ji's elbows. Li Ji and Kelly Scheidler's forearms are about the same height. 3, 2, 1, start. George Heildler took the initiative to become the referee. With an order, Kelly Heildler's arm fell on the table, leaving a trace on the alloy table. Light marks. Gage wins. George Heildler shouted, and Kelly Heildler looked at Li Ji with an expression full of disbelief. How did you do that? Kelly Heildler was so nervous that he stuttered a little. Li Ji's actions were beyond his understanding. Just a slight exertion, and that's it. Li Ji replied very honestly. For Li Ji, it was indeed a gentle exertion. Another competition. Kelly Hildler straightened her hand again, but her arm was shaking slightly. It was still a bit uncomfortable just now. No problem. Li Ji smiled and put his hand on the brick. 3, 2, 1, start. The same scene, the same ending. Kelly Hildler's hand instantly fell on the alloy table again. This time the depth of the sinking was a little deeper. I admit defeat. Kelly Hildler knew that Li Ji was an enemy he could never defeat. He felt a little frustrated, but he was not dissatisfied at all. After all, Li Ji crushed him with absolute power. Since Gage won, Gage has won twice, George Hildler shouted. Many members of the Hildler family looked at each other. How powerful Li Ji must be to have eliminated Kelly Hildler so neatly. Kelly Hildler has also undergone genetic modification. The genetic modification has given him tremendous strength. In terms of strength alone, his strength is even greater than Peter's strength, but in Li Ji's case, it is a little bigger. Just dance. Gage, can you tell me how you obtained such powerful power? Kelly Hildler asked. He is a person who is extremely obsessed with power. I just run 10 kilometers every day, and then do 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, and 100 squats. If I stick to it for 3 years, I will have the strength I have now. Li Ji joked casually, and he suddenly remembered teacher Saitama's training mode. So he copied it. Is that so? You have learned a lesson. Kelly Hildler bowed solemnly and walked towards the crowd. It seemed that he took Li Ji's words seriously. Li Ji wanted to stop him and tell him that he had deceived him, but in the end he couldn't speak. Then what is the third competition? Li Ji turned his head to the representative of the Hildler family. In the third event, the person who drives from the gate of the shooting range to the guard box at the foot of the mountain the fastest and gets back their unique badge from the guard box will win. The representatives of the Hildler family thought for a long time and finally came up with a way, which was to drive faster than Li Ji. Li Ji was not familiar with this place, and they would never drive slower than Li Ji. Drive. Li Ji nodded. Okay, actually my driving skills are pretty good, but I don't know where the guard booth is and whether there is satellite navigation. Yes, every car of our Hildler family is equipped with a navigation, said a representative of the Hildler family. That's good. Li Jideo, I can choose the vehicle myself. Okay. The Hildler family representative nodded. Then bring me a large ATV, the kind of buggy racing car. When I followed George Hildler to the shooting range, I saw such a buggy racing car parked on the roadside. Li Jixuan the car model was decided. Although Beiji Racing didn't understand Li Ji's choice, the Hildler family still agreed. The buggy racing car was quickly brought to the door, and next to it was an orthodox off-road vehicle designed by the Hildler family. 3, 2, 1, let's go. As soon as he started, Li Ji fell behind. Although the buggy racing car was also modified, compared with such a wild off-road vehicle, its power and speed were more than a little behind. By the time Li Ji drove to the gate of the Hildler family, he was already 100 or 200 meters behind the off-road vehicle. Finally we can win. The members of the Hildler family secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the situation changed in the next second. Li Ji did not follow the road while driving the buggy. Instead, he rushed out of the road and headed towards the guard box in a straight line. Did the buggy car fail? No, he seemed to have rushed out of the road on purpose. Oh my god, he is a madman. He rushed from the mountain to the guard box. I don't dare to do this when playing games. This car is not bad. It drives smoothly. Li Ji sat in the car and said with a smile that the final result of the competition was obvious. Li Ji won again, winning all 3 games. The Hildler family followed Li Ji to the United States and completely obeyed Li Ji's command. Point 25 Shu. Li Ji originally thought that there would be fewer people willing to sign up, but as a result, everyone's enthusiasm increased. Registration was very enthusiastic, and even some members of the Hildler family who had no intention to sign up also joined in. The Hildler family respects the strong. The tradition has not changed at all. Originally, George Skildler hoped that Li Ji could take away about 100 members of the Skildler family. Unexpectedly, Li Ji took away more than members at once. Now the entire Skildler family felt a little empty. George Hilderer quickly interviewed dozens of members he was optimistic about. Unexpectedly, they were very determined to go to the United States to fight Hydra, and not one of them could dissuade them. Departing from Hildler House, the mighty motorcade headed for Vienna Airport. Although Hildler House has a large military transport truck, if you drive that truck, you will probably be under surveillance by Austria before you reach Vienna, so you can only drive dozens of cars along the way. The driver arrangement of dozens of cars alone made George Hilderer vomit blood. He had to choose an old man over 40 years old, otherwise the young man might get hot-blooded and run away too. Although there are more than 200 people, Li Ji's private plane can still accommodate them, but they have to work harder. Although Li Ji temporarily added some seats on the plane, it is still far from enough for seats. Most members of the Hildler family brought their own sleeping bags, secured them in place as soon as they got on the plane, and got into the sleeping bags. There was similar training content in their training courses. After a 4-hour flight, the plane arrived at the private airport of Worthington Industrial. Warren had been waiting at the airport for half an hour. Several buses were parked on the side of the road. Li Ji arranged for the Skildler family to people enter the bus. Are you doing human trafficking? This is not the period of the slave trade. Warren asked a little exaggeratedly. What are you talking about human trafficking? These are high-level talents I hired from Europe. Li Ji walked to a sports car nearby and stretched out his hand towards Warren, who threw the key to him. After you use up the car, go to Stark Industries to pick it up yourself, Li Ji shouted. Warren wondered if he heard wrong. Shouldn't he return something after borrowing it? Li Ji drove a sports car speeding through the streets of New York, followed by 6 buses filled with the elites of the Heildler family. Li Ji drove all the way to the suburbs of New York and stopped in front of a building. This is a building invested by our Stark Industries. Unfortunately, it has not been officially used yet. It has been abandoned because it is necessary to maintain greening and does not allow the construction of an industrial park. This building is your home for the next half-month. Department, half a month later, when your status is clear, I will start arranging for you to join the Hydra organization. In order to accommodate these members of the Heildler family, Li Ji also spent money to renovate the building's circuits and elevators, clean some rooms, and purchase 100 beds and corresponding household facilities. I may need to apologize to everyone tonight. I didn't expect there to be so many people at first. I prepared it for people. New daily necessities will gradually arrive tomorrow. Let's squeeze in first. Li Ji first apologized. Road. In fact, with the power of Stark Industries, it is not impossible to arrange more than 200 people. However, during these periods, Li Ji did not tell Tony his thoughts. Tony thought that Li Ji went to Europe twice for traveling. It's so rich. And also very capable. I think if we follow him, we will definitely be able to destroy Hydra. We came to the United States at the right time. Everyone, since your identities cannot be exposed, otherwise you will have trouble moving in the United States, so you'd better choose another English name. The previous representative will help me make statistics and match the name with the photo, and I will help you apply for your American identity. You'd better get familiar with everyone's new names. I think there should be disguise training in the training you receive. This is a disguise and a practical application of what you have learned. In the United States, you'd better just call each other. Do not tell others the names of the Heildler family. Although the Heildler family is not very famous in the United States, people who are interested can still find some clues about you. The reason why you were exposed is that Hussein told me his full name is Hussein Heildler. I followed the clues and found it. Remember, your family, after you get an American name, get to know each other again and don't use your own family name again. Your identity will probably be released by the end of this week. Each person will have his own information bag. The information bag includes ID card, driver's license, bank card, and your identity background in the United States. You must firmly remember who you are. If you have any academic qualifications, I will also provide you with a graduation certificate. In short, everything will be done. Just integrate yourself into American society. I will arrange for you to join 3 different organizations, 2 of which are Hydra organizations, 1 is my own organization, and 1 of the Hydra organizations is called SHIELD. I want to use your Heildler families. The forces should know what kind of place SHIELD is. Don't be shocked. SHIELD has been corrupted from top to bottom by Hydra. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a force of Hydra. After joining the 3 forces, you must pretend that you have never known each other, even you may get into a big fight, but remember, don't show mercy during the fight, and fully integrate yourself into your new identity. If you have any special abilities, please ask the representative in charge of registering your names to also count them so that I can revise your background information. Because there are too many people, some are beyond my estimate. You may need to join the 3 organizations in batches. Those who have not joined the 3 organizations initially, don't worry, be patient, you are all trained by the Heildler family. The elite will definitely be able to join in the end. After joining the organization, we should work conscientiously for a period of time. What we need to do cannot be accomplished if our status is too low. We should strive for 1 to 3 years to make contributions and move up to the middle level of the organization first. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed, and summer vacation, the happiest period for students, is about to begin. King Ho. Peter, Lee, what are you going to do during the summer vacation? Harry asked arrogantly as soon as he arrived in the classroom. How about we go on another trip? Last time we went to Miami, and this time we go to Los Angeles. Harry sat down and introduced the beauty of Los Angeles to Lee Ji and Peter. There are Beverly Hills, Disneyland, and Hollywood. Oh well, you might be able to meet a beautiful woman in Hollywood while driving an RV, Harry described vividly. Since his illness was cured, he has become even more cheerful, lively. Sorry, Harry, the Daily Bugle will not allow me to take another long leave. Peter politely refused, but this is indeed the case. Peter just took a long leave a few months ago. If he takes another long leave now, Peter was about to lose his hard-earned job, but he was reluctant to part with his current income. At least until he paid back Lee Ji's dollar, he would never ask for leave again. So, Lee, what about you? Harry looked at Lee Ji eagerly. It's too hot during the summer vacation. I don't want to move around. Lee Ji made a random excuse. He would go to Los Angeles this summer vacation and would go several times, but he didn't want anyone to know. Lee Ji went to Los Angeles to arrange manpower for the Heildler family. The first batch of 110 people and the second batch of 30 people have been arranged. However, there are still 84 people left, so he has to take his time. Too many people will be arranged at once. Too many hands are too easily exposed. Although these people are from the Hildler family and have extremely high military literacy, there is no guarantee that someone with the ability to read minds will appear. When encountering someone with such superpowers, no matter how strict their mouth is, they will not be able to unavoidably leaking secrets. This is not what Li Ji wants to see. Oh my god, you guys are so boring. Harry complained, clasping his head. Harry, let's take the exam first and wait until the summer vacation to see if there is a chance. Peter said. In fact, he was actually a little interested. If he just went out for 3 or 5 days, he would still be willing. But if you are traveling in an RV, from New York to Los Angeles, and then back to New York from Los Angeles, a month may not be enough. Today is the last day of the first year of high school and it is also exam time. The teacher came to the classroom and handed out the exam papers without saying much. The positions of Li Ji and Peter attracted the attention of the whole class. After all, they were the 2 top students in the class. It's just that these 2 college bullies are a bit weird. Li Ji is in a daze every day in class, while Peter often falls asleep in class. Everyone doesn't understand why Li Ji and Peter can get good grades in the exam even if they don't listen to the lectures in class. Is the gap between people really so huge? Those who are close to vermilion are red, those who are close to ink are dark. Harry was originally a scumbag who was a little partial to academics, but under the influence of Peter, his grades have reached an above-average level, but he is still a little partial to academics. Phenomenon, subjects such as biology and chemistry, Harry could grasp them easily, but history, social science and the like were less interesting. Fortunately, the subject that made Harry feel dizzy every time he took the exam ended yesterday, and he did quite well in the exam, probably or points, which was much better than before when he was hovering around the passing line. Today's subjects were all basically chosen by Harry at random, and he was able to do the questions with ease. The morning exam was over, and there was only 1 hour to eat at noon, so the afternoon exam began immediately. In fact, the teachers are also eager to take a vacation and finish the exam early to rest early. After struggling for another 2 hours in the afternoon, all the subjects were finally tested. Harry stretched and said, I just finished the test today. Let's go out to play and have dinner. Li Ji and Peter did not refuse this suggestion. Harry was excitedly about to reveal his plan, but Li Ji said, how about we go to the movies? There seem to be a lot of movies released recently. Okay, let's go to the movies. After the movie, we'll have dinner. Peter also agreed with Li Ji's suggestion. Then let's go watch a movie. I'll call the Great World Cinema first to see if there are any tickets. If you want to invite anyone, you can invite them now. Li Ji walked out of the classroom, but dialed Hilda on the phone. A member of the Ellie family, his name is now Rosen Toussaint. Rosen, have you been contacted? Li Ji walked into the flower bed and suddenly disappeared and appeared on the roof. Already contacted, Li. After arriving in New York, Li Ji asked them to change their name from Gage to Li, in order to better hide his identity. How do they feel about you? Li Jida said. I think they are still testing me. After all, I am just an outside member, and it is difficult to get in touch with their circle. Rosen said very honestly. It doesn't matter, keep in touch. You have the medicine they need in your hand. Has Bob sent you the new medicine? Li Ji asked. It's already in my hands. There are 3 in total, which is enough to bribe people. Rosen replied. That's good, you just need to know what you are doing. Remember, even if the other party does something to annoy you, you must not get angry. Remember your current identity. You are a doctor. You occasionally dissected a mutant and obtained mutant genetic samples were made into reagents. I see. Li Ji hung up the phone and called Great World Cinema again. Hey, may I ask what movies are scheduled now? There are Monster Invasion, Hormone Seasons, Old Driver, Disco Jump, etc. Do you need to make a reservation? A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Is there one around 4 o'clock, and then 4 or 5 seats in a row? Li Jida said. Sorry, the tickets for that time period are basically sold out. After all, today is a holiday for many schools. If you don't need to join the row, there are tickets available. No, the call will be transferred to your manager. Li Ji said. Oh, okay, then, sir, please wait a moment, I will transfer it for you. The call was transferred to the manager's office of Great World Cinema, and Li Ji said directly, Is this Hein Worthington? It's me, who are you? Hein Worthington is a little strange, not many people know his full name. I'm Gage Stark. You should have heard my name from Warren Kenneth Worthington III. Li Jideo. This is Mr. Gage Stark. Do you want to watch a movie? About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, help me prepare a movie theater and let the monster invade. Li Jideo. Okay, Mr. Gage Stark. Li, is there a seat? Peter and Harry asked quickly when they saw Li Ji coming back. Point 25 Shu. Yes, have you made an appointment? Li Ji asked. She's standing behind you. Harry pointed behind Li Ji. Li Ji glanced over and saw Gwen. What movie are you watching? Gwen asked. Watch that Monster Invasion. Li Ji said. This was the one he was talking about to Hein Worthington. Although there were other movies, Li Ji was too lazy to call again. Fortunately, Gwen seems to be quite interested in this kind of science fiction film. She said very happily, I'm really looking forward to Monster Invasion. I heard it's the most exciting action blockbuster in Hollywood recently. Can I still buy tickets today? My classmates couldn't book movie tickets yesterday. Because the Monster Invasion is so popular, we have to print additional tickets. Li Ji simply explained that holding a separate event can be considered as additional printing. What time are the tickets? Gwen asked again. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, from the Great World Cinema. After watching the movie, we went to the ICC Plaza for dinner. Li Jideo said. He has missed the steak at ICC Plaza for a long time, but he has been really busy recently, and he happened to be with Peter today. Come together to relax and enjoy some delicious food. I totally agree. The Australian steak at ICC is so delicious, Gwen said first. I agree too. The woman sang and the husband followed suit. Peter also raised his arm, although he was a little sore. A piece of steak at the ICC usually costs $200 to $300. Then let's go there. After dinner, why don't we stop by the bar on the top floor of the ICC? Harry thought a little bit more. You are free to do as you like. I'll go home after eating anyway. Li Ji had no interest in bars or anything like that. He still had fresh memories of getting drunk after drinking in his previous life. Harry, just give up. Since both Li Ji and Harry's cars were two-seater, they had to drive 2 cars to go to the Great World Cinema. Originally, Li Ji was going to give Gwen the car to drive Harry, but Gwen quickly refused. Because she did not carry her driver's license. In this case, Li Ji can only carry Gwen, and Harry can carry Peter. If Harry carries Gwen, Peter will always feel a sense of crisis. But when Li Ji carried her, this sense of crisis was inexplicably eliminated. Perhaps in his opinion, Li Ji was not close to women. Driving to the Great World Cinema, Li Ji called Hein Worthington again. Hein Worthington walked out of the office and put 4 movie tickets in Li Ji's hand. 4 consecutive tickets. Li, you are indeed a magical boy from the East, Gwen said in surprise. It was difficult for her classmates to buy 2 consecutive tickets, but Li Ji got a 4-seat movie ticket. This really startled Gwen. Halsey, what kind of hall is this? I've been to the Great World Cinema many times and I've never heard of it. Harry looked at the ticket in his hand and felt a little strange. Do you need popcorn and drinks? Li Ji asked. I'll have a medium popcorn and a glass of orange juice, Gwen said. I'll have a medium popcorn and an orange juice, too. Peter quickly agreed. Why don't you two get a super large portion of popcorn together? Li Jida said, and Peter and Gwen blushed. Harry, what do you need? Li Ji asked. I want an extra large popcorn, and a glass of double concentrate lemon juice, Harry said angrily. This will be very sour, Gwen said with some worry. It's okay, I just like sour food. In fact, Harry was already very sour now. Okay, here are 3 extra large popcorns, 2 cups of orange juice, 1 cup of double concentrated lemon juice, 10 cups of Sprite, and 10 cups of Coke. Li Ji said to the salesperson. Li, are you sure our Z Hall won't be converted into a toilet if you drink so much? Harry asked. Go, 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 Li Jida said. Are you 4 invaded by monsters in Hall Z at 4 o'clock? A sweet-looking salesperson came over. He seemed to be an American-Asian mixed race. Yeah, Li Ji gave the ticket to the salesperson and took a look at it. Please come this way, Hall Z is upstairs. The salesperson took the initiative to lead the way. Following the salesperson to Hall Z, Peter and Gwen's eyes widened. The screen in Hall Z is very huge, 40 meters wide and 24 meters high. However, the entire theater has only 48 seats. Each seat is about the same size as an ordinary single bed, making everyone can have the ultimate movie viewing experience. Oh, my god, I have never imagined this kind of cinema. Is the ticket price of this kind of cinema really $25? Peter asked with some uncertainty. Li Ji had previously said that a ticket was $25 for him. I thought it was a bit expensive, but now it seems like it can't be too cheap. Sir, this is an internal ticket. The uniform price of internal tickets is $25. Before Li Ji could answer, the sweet-looking salesperson helped him out first. The movie started to play. Peter and Gwen sat together, eating a bucket of popcorn together, while Harry took the popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth. If it was too sweet in his mouth, he took a sip of double concentrated lemonade. Sour and sweet, very sour and refreshing. Why is there no one else? Li, you can't have reserved the venue, right? Gwen asked strangely. How could it be possible that others just gave up when they saw the ticket price of $25? Li Jideo said. When Li Ji was in 07, the average ticket price of American movies was $8, and $25 was enough to watch 3 movies. But with such viewing conditions, $25 is still very cheap. Peter said it was a rare bargain. Indeed, $25 is well worth the money. But in fact, Li Ji didn't spend a penny. He booked this hall purely based on face. It felt so good to brush his face, and Li Ji wanted to do it a few more times. The movie gradually reaches its climax, with huge monsters roaring. The leader of the monster looks like a lizard. It looks ferocious and terrifying. It can spit venom from its mouth, its limbs can regenerate quickly, and it also has superhuman strength. Reaction ability, agility, in short, when Li Ji looked at it, he always unconsciously overlapped it with a villain in his memory. Harry, do you know Professor Connors in your company? Li Ji suddenly asked. Professor Connors and my father fired him last month. He wasted a lot of money on research but did not produce any results. My father felt that he would only waste resources if he stayed in the company, so he fired him directly. Harry has a bit of an impression of Professor Connors, but it's not a very good one. What's wrong, do you know him? Dr. Kinnerson lost his arm during the war and has been working on the regeneration of amputated limbs ever since. My father also funded his research because he saw that he had some achievements in genetics. But now his research has failed too many times, and my family no longer needs his research topic to supplement scientific research, so he is unemployed. Gone 121. Harry said it very directly. The cooperation between scientists and companies is like this, especially for scientists like Dr. Connors who have not created value for the company. Once the company feels that your topic is not important, it will face the risk of being fired from the company. The reason why Norman Osborn hired Dr. Connors was to research a cure for retrocell syndrome, but now Norman Osborn's retrocell syndrome has been controlled by Baron Mordo. Harry's disease was cured directly by Baron Mordo, so there was no need for corporate bugs like Dr. Connors. The movie gradually came to an end, and the final ending was wonderful. However, Li Ji was a little dissatisfied that the lizard man was actually cleared in the end. In the traditional American movie villain's whitewashing routine, Li Ji felt like you were eating chicken and taking away the chicken. You threw away the butt, but in the end someone picked it up and stuffed it into your mouth and said, "Chicken butt is also meat, why do you discriminate against it?" Apart from this point, Invasion of Monsters is a good movie. Judging from the way Harry, Peter, and Gwen enjoyed it, they seemed to be quite satisfied with it, and Li Ji did not spoil the scenery. After watching the movie, it was already 6:30 in the evening, and the four of them walked out of the Great World Cinema together. "Gwen, did you hear anything?" Peter asked suddenly. He heard a rustling sound in his ears. He didn't know if he heard it correctly. "I didn't hear anything, Harry. Lee, did you hear anything?" Gwen said. "I didn't hear anything either," Harry said honestly. "I heard a little bit, and the sound seemed to come from underground." Li Ji was not sure. After all, the sound passed by in a flash, but he did hear a sound, which was clearer than what Peter heard. "Maybe something fermented and exploded in the sewers," Harry said. "Harry, stop talking, we are getting ready to eat." Li Ji quickly covered Harry's mouth, and it would be even more disgusting if he allowed Harry to continue talking. "Come to the ICC Plaza nearby. The steakhouse of the International Trade Plaza is on the first floor, covering an area of more than square meters. According to incomplete statistics, this steakhouse sells more than steaks every day, with a turnover in the millions. Still dollars. There are so many people." The four of them walked into the store and searched for a long time before finding an empty table. "Hello, would you like to order food for the four of you?" The clerk walked up with a smile. "Well, yes, let them order first," Li Ji said. "I want a piece of tomahawk steak, black pepper, and 6 strawberry macarons," Harry said first. Although his words made others a little disgusted before, he didn't disgust himself. He still had a good appetite. "Just give me a piece of filet mignon, and add less cumin." Gwen's appetite was relatively small, and she had already eaten a lot of popcorn while watching a movie, so a piece of steak was almost enough to pop. "I want a T-bone steak, also with black pepper, and a piece of pasta," Peter also said. None of the three mentioned the doneness of the steak, they just defaulted to medium rare, but Li Ji was a bit different. "Give me one of every steak, every flavor. I want it well done." "Sir, if you order like this, you may have hundreds of steaks." The waiter was a little shocked. "It doesn't matter, I won't pay less anyway." Li Ji took out the store's diamond VIP card, and the waiter immediately replied, "Okay, sir, I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away." "Li, why do you eat so much?" Gwen asked with her mouth wide open. "Li knows Chinese kung fu, so he eats more." Peter took the initiative to explain. "Yeah," Li Ji nodded quickly. It was so comfortable to not have to make excuses by himself. "So that's it." Gwen thought thoughtfully. "Li, you eat so fast." Harry couldn't help but say after eating the last macaron and looking at Li Ji's empty plate. Although Li Ji ordered a lot of food, he ate it faster than them. He was gone like a storm. Harry was the second one to finish eating, and Gwen, who ate the slowest, only finished a piece of filet mignon. Half. "I'm going out for a walk." Harry felt that he had eaten a little too much and stood up. "Li, you have eaten so much, let's take a walk together." The waiter next to me wanted to come up, but was a little embarrassed. Li Ji handed her the diamond VIP card directly. "Take it to checkout, and just put it on the table after you finish paying." "Okay, sir." Seeing how generous Li Ji was, the waiter suddenly smiled. Li Ji spent more than $15 in this store tonight. Based on the dinner tip, the waiter can get $. A tip of $500 is not a small amount of money. Li Ji and Harry walked to the square, where the light fountain was blooming. "Li, are you really not going to go out to play together during the summer vacation?" Harry asked again. "I will go to Los Angeles during the summer vacation, but it's just because of some Stark Industries matters, so I probably won't have time to play." Li Jideo, "If there is a chance, I will take the initiative to find you." "Really? That's great." Harry finally felt a little happier. "But I really envy you. You can already get in touch with the company's affairs. Unlike me, although my father loves me very much, I need his approval for anything I want to do." Harry complained, and there was a figure on the ground. He kicked up the can, and it fell to the ground and suddenly disappeared. "Where's the can?" Harry took a few steps quickly and found the first place where the can would land. "Who took away the cover of the sewer?" It turned out that the can fell into the sewer. Harry looked inside and saw 2 faint green lights. "There are monsters in the sewers," Harry exclaimed. Li Ji walked over and took a look into the sewer. There's nothing there. I'm sure I saw it right. Although I didn't see the monster's appearance clearly, its two eyes were glowing green, Harry said. The monster must have taken away the cover of the sewer. He wanted to get out of the sewer. Come out. Li Ji blinked. Is there really something? If there wasn't something, Harry wouldn't be so frightened, but he was unwilling to ask Li Ji to go into the sewer to track it. The stench inside was overwhelming, and Li Ji couldn't stand it. Li, do you remember the sound you and Peter heard before? I suspect it was caused by the monster in the sewer. Harry said. It seems to make sense. Li Jideo, anyway, let's go back to the restaurant first. Don't be afraid, and don't mention the monster to Peter and Gwen. Li, your membership card. Li Ji was about to return to the restaurant. Peter and Gwen had already walked out of the restaurant, and Peter still held Li Ji's membership card in his hand. Are you ready to go home directly? Li Ji took the card and asked. I'm going to go shopping with Gwen again, what about you? Peter replied. Li Ji looked at Gwen's face, which was a little red. It seemed that something might have happened between Peter and Gwen just now. I'm going back. Li Ji said, still thinking about the monster in the sewer just now. Harry, do you want to go shopping together? Gwen actively invited. No, let me go home with Li. You go back later and take a taxi. Harry was a little hesitant when he spoke. He was indeed frightened by the monster just now. Okay then. Peter said with great pity, but he was actually very happy. Li, can you send me back? Harry looked at Li Ji with a hint of pleading on his expression. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to go to the Osborn group to visit Dr. Connors' laboratory. Li Ji nodded. The laboratory should not have been cleaned up yet. Not yet. If you want to see it, I'll take you there. Harry said weakly. That's good. Li Ji nodded. He was going to make a copy of Dr. Connors' experimental data and take it back to Jarvis for analysis to see if he could find any clues. The two drove to the Osborn group's building, which was still brightly lit. I will make a copy of Dr. Connors' experimental data later. There will be no problem. Li Jida said. It's okay. Dr. Connorson's experiment has long been declared a failure, and all the data is meaningless. Harry said. Walking into Dr. Connorson's laboratory, the laboratory was a bit messy. Many reagents were spilled on the ground and had dried up. Did you use violence when you drove Dr. Connorson out of the laboratory? Li Ji asked. I don't know. I have no right to participate in these things, but I dare not deny it. If Harry said this, then Li Ji would understand. I'll check the experimental information on the computer first. Li Ji turned on the computer, connected a USB flash drive, and looked up the information. Li Ji couldn't quite understand the lengthy experimental records, but fortunately, at least he could understand the large red cross. The experiments kept failing, and the Osborn group's patience was getting worse and worse. Norman Osborn has been patient, but when the retroproliferation problem is solved, Dr. Connorson will no longer be valuable, so it is foreseeable that he will be kicked out. Li, what do you want from these experimental data? Is Stark Industries preparing to develop into biotechnology? Harry asked quietly. No, Stark Industries has no interest in biotechnology, Li Jida said. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. If Stark Industries joined the field of biotechnology, it would really be a tiger coming in to eat meat. However, Stark Industries has done well in the field of arms, and its future path is also in the energy field. Li Ji has never thought about letting Stark Industries join the field of biotechnology. Stark Industries has only recently invested in biotechnology. Are the group thing? Li, what on earth is that monster in the sewer? Harry thought of the monster he saw before. Maybe it's some wild beasts, Li Jida said. Although he had some guesses in his mind, it was not convenient to tell Harry clearly. No, Li, it's definitely not a beast. I'm sure it's a monster like Rust, Harry said in horror. Rust was the lizard man in the movie they watched just now, Monster Invasion. Li was extremely moved, but still said, Harry, you may have just watched Monster Invasion and were frightened. Don't worry. After getting the data he wanted, Li Ji put the USB flash drive into his pocket. Harry, I'll go back first. Li, it doesn't matter if you go back alone, Harry said worriedly. It's okay. If there is really a monster, I will take out the rocket launcher on the car and blow it up, Li Ji said with a smile. Ah, you also have a rocket launcher in the car. Harry was a little stunned now. Well, Tony prepared it for me. Li Jideo. Under his car seat, there is a very small rocket launcher. It is only more than centimeters long and has a caliber of only 4 or 5 centimeters, but it is more powerful than an ordinary rocket launcher. It was bigger, Tony designed it especially for him. Then I have to be careful when riding in your car from now on. Harry said a little scared. Li Ji walked to the car and heard another rustling sound. He frowned and said, it seems there is something really weird. Using the cover of his body, dozens of miniature air bombs appeared on Li Ji's right hand. The air bombs entered the sewer from the water inlet of the sewer cover, automatically searching for traces of the enemy. 2 of them were exploded, but they are not dead yet, but they probably won't dare to cause trouble recently. Li Ji drove to Stark Industries and submitted the data on the USB flash drive to Jarvis. Jarvis, help me analyze these data so that I can finally find the whereabouts of Dr. Connorson, Li Ji said. Yes, Mr. Gage. Jarvis started to work. New York, Brooklyn, an old office building. Damn, what kind of weapon is that? Connorson walked in from the rooftop with his skin broken. Looking at the head, Connerson's body was covered in green lizard skin, his palms had turned into claw-like shapes, and his eyes had an extra layer of nictitating membrane. The eyeballs were a little bulging, but his face still looked barely humanoid. Damn, the recovery is so slow. Now I have to waste 2 months. Dr. Connerson walked into his temporary laboratory. The laboratory environment was very simple, compared with the Osborne Group's laboratory. It can be said to be a world of difference. Dr. Connerson suddenly cried out in pain, his whole body shaking as if he was being electrocuted. Damn it, if the Osborne Group hadn't suddenly stopped my funding and kicked me out, my experiment should have been successful, Dr. Connerson cursed in pain. Although my hands have grown, I often suffer from neuralgia throughout my body. This is a dim manifestation of the imperfect combination of the lizard's genes and my own genes, Dr. Connerson scolded. When the pain in his body gradually subsided, he stood up and looked for available reagents. Although the broken skin all over his body is not life-threatening for him, it greatly reduces his body's protective ability. His body, which was originally invulnerable to all poisons, may not even be able to defend against bacteria in this time and space. He must solve this problem as soon as possible. So, Dr. Connerson's research is close to success. Gone 121. Li Ji said after seeing the data analyzed by Jarvis. Mr. Gage, you can't understand it this way. A slight mistake in scientific research can make a huge difference. According to my calculations, if there is no major breakthrough and scientific research is carried out step by step, it will take about 20 years to complete the experiment. Jarvis replied. That's right. Li Ji nodded. In his memory, it seemed that Peter's parents left a formula that made Connerson successful. If the lizard man could also be considered successful. In the data, has Dr. Connerson's whereabouts been analyzed? Li Ji asked again. No, only the experimental part was recorded in the data. Jarvis's answer made Li Ji a little disappointed, but it was reasonable. Dr. Connerson probably didn't expect that he would be unemployed so soon. Li Ji left Stark Industries and returned to his villa. The moon was nearly full tonight. Li Ji felt that the blood in his body was a little irritable. When he returned home, he immediately poured a pool of cold water to calm the boiling blood. The arrogance on his body emerged and disappeared uncontrollably, and the water in the bathtub was shaken and rushed out of the bathtub. After Li Ji took a bath, he wrapped himself in a bath towel and lay down on the bed. The summer vacation is a bit boring for Li Ji. He has been busy with the affairs of the Hildler family. If he had known it, he would not have brought so many people to the United States. The original arrangement was for about 100 people, and he could bring that group of people at once. The sexual arrangements were completed, but with more than 200 people coming, it was not something that 2 groups could handle. Fortunately, the Artha group has left a large number of people and needs to be replenished urgently. This group of people from the Hildler family are all outstanding talents, and the arrangement is relatively simple, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is more troublesome. Although SHIELD is huge, it has almost become the exclusive territory of Hydra. The new members are basically from Hydra. Li Ji wants to put people in and there are many obstacles and it is quite difficult. As for the members arranged to join Jinbing's gang, Li Ji did not tell Jinbing that although Jinbing had surrendered, he was still an unstable factor and might betray him at some point. These members of the Hildler family arranged going in will curb Jinbing's ambition and facilitate Li Ji's supervision. After all, Li Ji believed that these people in the Hildler family would not betray easily. July passed quietly, and Li Ji finally settled all the Hildler family members. Everyone performed their duties in various positions. Among them, those who joined early have already made their mark. On the first day of August, Li Ji suddenly received a call from Jinbing. Mr. Gage, that bad Lulka, she ran away. Lulka escaped. Li Ji hurriedly took a private plane to Los Angeles and joined the Kingpin gang. Tell me more about what happened, Li Ji asked. Early this morning, Lulka suddenly took control of several old men from the gang, and then several old men took cover and escaped. Now her whereabouts are unknown. Kingpin said quickly. Didn't you control her brother? How dare she run away? Li Ji said displeased. We thought so too, but we didn't expect that the gang members who were monitoring her 2 younger brothers were also controlled by her and ran away before she could escape. Jinpin said helplessly. How did she control people? Did the controlled person lose consciousness and only attack? Li Ji asked. No, the person controlled by her seems to be very conscious. He just regards her words as the highest order and has not lost consciousness. Kingpin replied. Damn it, her superpower may have awakened a new ability. Li Ji clearly remembered that originally Lulka's superpower did not have this effect. Of course, it is not ruled out that Lulka had hidden this superpower effect before. Tell me, what do the people being controlled have in common? Li Ji said coldly. I have also thought about this. If there is anything in common, it should be that Lulka has treated their injuries. Kingpin replied. Li Ji's expression was very ugly. Lulka also treated Howard and Maria. Although the treatment was not successful, it cannot be ruled out that she did something. Can you determine her specific location? Li Ji asked. Not for the time being, but I have monitored the airport, railways, and several important highways in Los Angeles. Judging from their reports, she should not have left Los Angeles yet. Kingpin replied. Just make sure they are not controlled by Lulka, Li Ji sneered, and Jinbin was immediately speechless. Mr. Gage, before Lulka left, I installed a locating device on her body. The locating device showed that she was still in Los Angeles. A member of the Hildler family stood up and said, his current name is Harris Luther. Where? Li Jida said. Currently in the Los Angeles Police Department. Harris Rudd said. Los Angeles Police Department. Li Ji's tone was a little suspicious. Yes, it's the Los Angeles Police Department. If I guessed correctly, she might have gone to report our gang's illegal imprisonment. Harris Luther said. It's really ridiculous that the former boss of a gang actually went to the police station to report another gang. Li Ji was also amused by Lulka's operation. If your information is correct, after I confirm it, you will be the second in command of the gang. Li Ji said to Harris Luther, ignoring the expressions of others, and walked out of the Kingpin gang stronghold. Then Mr. Gage, the leader is Harris Luther, chased him out. Of course it's Jin Bin, otherwise Li Ji asked. I thought it was you. Harris Luther said with an evil smile. The young man is a little too ambitious. By the way, Mr. Gage, this is Lulka's positioning instrument. Take it. Harris Luther took out a small screen with Lulka's location information marked on it. Li Ji came to the roof of the Los Angeles Police Department, holding a small screen in his hand, monitoring Lulka's position. According to Harris Luther, Lulka had not moved for half an hour, and he was not sure. Did Lulka dump the locating device at the LAPD, or was she still being interrogated? In addition to Lulka's latitude and longitude information on the screen, there was also altitude, which was expressed very completely. Li Ji's body disappeared from the roof and appeared in the building, looking for Lulka's location. Sir, I promise that everything I said is true. I was really imprisoned by the Kingpin gang for 3 years. During these 3 years, they treated me. Miss Lulka, the Kingpin gang was only established 9 months ago, the police chief said helplessly. It really is here. Li Ji poked his head at the door of the interrogation room, and his face was reflected in the glass, just in time for Lulka to see it. Gone 121. Police officer, Mr. Jin Bin's people are coming to the police station, Lulka shouted in panic. Where is he? The police officer asked. Right outside the door, Lulka yelled. Li Ji smiled slightly and disappeared. The police officer opened the door and looked around, but he didn't even see his shadow. There's someone there, you must have seen it wrong. The police officer closed the door and said, Mr. Police Officer, I am sure there is someone. He just smiled at me, Lulka said solemnly. Ms. Lulka, I think you should go to the hospital to check if you have any mental problems first. Our police station does not accept mental patients. The police officer looked at Lulka and finally said angrily, Lulka's the report was inconsistent and full of loopholes, and he felt that there was something wrong with Lulka's mind. Lulka also didn't expect that she just used a slightly exaggerated technique, and the police officer thought she had a brain problem. She felt that there must be collusion between the police officer and Li Ji and the others, which caused the police officer to favor Li Ji and the others. Damn capitalists, Lulka cursed. She walked out of the police station and carefully checked the surroundings. After making sure that she didn't see Li Ji, she quietly got into a car and left. I actually got a car. It's pretty cool. Li Ji appeared at the place where Lulka's car was staying. Looking at the screen in his hand, he knew Lulka's location. Li Ji disappeared again, following the route of Lulka's vehicle and speeding along. The vehicle drove to the underground parking lot of a building and stopped. Li Ji thought they would change cars, but unexpectedly they didn't. They walked directly into the elevator of the building and took the elevator to the high building. How many brushes are there? I originally thought I should hide in a slum or something, but I actually live in such a high-end building. It's really unexpected. Li Ji walked into the parking lot with a smile and stood next to the elevator. Pressed an up icon. The position displayed on the screen in his hand had altitude information, so Li Ji easily found the floor where Lulka was. She lived in the middle of the building. This place was originally a studio, but now it has become the hiding place of Lulka and her 2 brothers. Interesting. Li Ji smiled and observed the situation in the studio. Everyone was working normally and saw nothing strange at all. Li Ji knew that the entire studio was probably controlled by Lulka. Her powers should have awakened again. Li Ji confirmed his guess. Lulka's powers were not so overbearing before, and those who controlled them would lose consciousness, which was completely different from her current behavior. However, Li Ji feels that Lulka should not be able to control herself. This control ability must have a limit. It is not clear where this limit is, but Li Ji estimates that she may only be able to control some people who cannot resist him. Otherwise, why doesn't she control Kingpin? It's a bit troublesome, there are so many people. Li Ji looked at the people working in the studio and thought about how to invade. Mainly because there were too many people, but Li Ji didn't want too much blood on his hands. The Marvel world is not like the Dragon Ball world. People who are accidentally injured in a fight can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. If you die here, you are dead, unless you find 6 Infinity Stones or use some secret technique of resurrection. Forget it, let's be direct. Strategy is not what Saiyans are good at. Li Ji walked straight into the studio. The staff in the studio looked at Li Ji with a strange look on his face. Li Ji ignored their gazes and walked directly to where Lulka was hiding. There was a door in the room where Lulka was located, and Li Ji knocked dong 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 several times. Sir, you can't go in there. Several staff stopped him instantly, but Li Ji ignored them and shouted, is there anyone there? No one answered, and Lulka could hear his body trembling uncontrollably. Li Ji held the door handle and turned it gently. The originally locked door was forced open. He pushed the door open and walked into the room, but did not see Lulka and others. Li Ji looked at the screen again, then looked at the room, and found a secret door. They had already run away from the secret door, and the direction they were going was the escape elevator of the building. The escape elevator is the building's backup elevator. It is installed at the edge of the building. This elevator is much faster than the ordinary elevator and is used to handle some unexpected situations and escape. Under normal circumstances, the escape elevator does not work, but since Lulka and the others escaped in that direction, it means that some people in this building are also controlled by her. Do you think you can beat the time difference like this? Li Ji smiled and punched instantly with his left hand, and the wind of the punch shattered the glass on the window. Li Ji jumped lightly, jumped directly from the window, and came to the underground parking lot. Although the escape elevator was fast, it was not as fast as Li Ji. When Li Ji arrived in the underground parking lot, he found a bunker and hid, staring in the direction of the escape elevator. Tens of seconds later, Lulka took her. The two younger brothers ran out of the escape elevator and got into the car. She didn't even change the car. It seems her control ability is limited. Lulka's vehicle started, and Li Ji's figure flashed and appeared in the passenger seat when the vehicle arrived on the road. Sister, where are we going now? Asked the two brothers in the seats behind. I'm afraid we have to leave Los Angeles. Los Angeles is no longer a place for us to stay, Lulka replied, not noticing Li Ji in the passenger seat, focusing on driving. What are you doing after leaving Los Angeles? Isn't Los Angeles such a beautiful city? Li Jideo said. Don't be stupid. We are leaving now just to accumulate strength. When my sister and I establish the Lulka gang again, I will definitely ask Kingpin and that Gage Stark to get this debt back. Card replied without turning his head. Suddenly, she realized something. The voice just now didn't seem to be her brother's, and it came from next to her. She turned to look at the passenger seat. Li Ji was looking at her with a smile. Her hands holding the steering wheel were shaking a little. Li Ji said with a smile, "What debt are you asking for? Do I owe you money?" The vehicle suddenly lost control. Li Ji reached out to stabilize the steering wheel and put the vehicle back on track. It's okay, just keep driving and I'll see where you go. Just run away and I'll sit aside and watch the scenery. Can you escape? Lulka looked bitter. Lulka wanted to park the car on the side of the road and escape from Li Ji's clutches, but Li Ji's hand on the steering wheel was so tight that she couldn't turn it at all. Let's talk more in the car about what we want to do. Li Ji smiled brightly and handsomely, but Lulka just wanted to escape quickly. Who are you? Lulka's two younger brothers finally reacted and shouted at Li Ji. Sister, don't be afraid, we will help you subdue him. Can you please keep them quiet? Li Ji asked Lulka. Before Lulka could speak, her two brothers started to scream. Sister, don't be afraid of him. There are 3 of us and he is the only one. Sister, please drive the car to a place where no one is around, and we'll kill him together. If you don't shut them up quickly, I will shut them up in my own way, Li Ji threatened. Stop talking, Lulka yelled angrily, and the two brothers immediately acted like children who had made a mistake, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. Is that okay? Lulka asked. You performed well, but originally I thought you would show me your new powers, Li Ji said with a smile. Lulka glanced at Li Ji and said nothing. Follow this road, drive all the way to the outside of Los Angeles, and then drive along the Rocky Mountain Highway to the coast of the Pacific Ocean. I have something to ask you. Lulka was very scared. She was worried that Li Ji wanted to sink the 3 siblings into the Pacific Ocean, but she did not dare to disobey Li Ji's order. She could only resign herself to fate. She couldn't beat Li Ji anyway, and she didn't know what Li Ji was capable of. She knew this when she found Li Ji in the car. She had no idea how Li Ji could pass the escape elevator so fast, and then showed up in her car. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the Pacific Ocean. Li Ji opened the door and got out of the car. Lulka's 2 younger brothers suddenly rushed out of the car, each picked up a pebble and attacked Li Ji. Lulka, aren't you going to do something? Li Ji asked. Lulka remained silent. Then I'm sorry. Li Ji's figure flashed, and he gently pressed his hands on the backs of the 2 people's necks. The 2 fell to the ground immediately, unconscious. Lulka, what you did in Los Angeles was really beyond my expectation. I thought that evil people would find their own way, and Kingpin should have a way to control you, but I didn't expect that you actually caused him to fall into trouble. Li Ji picked up a flat pebble and threw it into the sea. The pebble jumped a dozen times on the sea before sinking into the sea. Lulka didn't know what Li Ji wanted to say, but she knew that staying silent at this time was the best choice. Silence is gold, Li Ji said with a smile, but if you remain silent for a long time, this gold turns into nugget gold. Although it looks more precious, it is actually full of dirt and impurities. Don't keep silent, give it to me. Smile. Hee hee. Lulka smiled very ugly. Forget it, it's not eye-catching at all. Li Jideo, tell me about when the new power was awakened. What new power? Lulka was still pretending to be stupid. No, without new powers, you have no use value. I don't know if you have read Capital. When the surplus value is drained, a person becomes a waste product that needs maintenance. At this time, others will I hope this piece of waste will be completely scrapped soon. Li Ji said with a smile. Don't lie to me, there's nothing like this in Das Kapital, Lulka yelled, trembling. So you have actually read Das Kapital. Li Ji was surprised at this moment. Looking at Lulka's appearance, she didn't look like she had read Das Kapital. Tell me what you want to do, Lulka said. Tell me first, when did you awaken the new power and what is the effect of the new power? Don't try to hide it. If you think you can awaken the breathing power in the sea, you can try to hide it or lie. Li the ultimate way. Lulka wanted to curse, but the air bomb in Li Ji's hand took back her words. The air bomb was thrown onto the sea, exploding a sleeping pig dozens of meters high, and the monstrous sea water hit it. Lulka's body made her sober up. Just last time, after I had a fever, I awakened this power on the helicopter. Lulka said. What about the effect of the superpower? Li Ji asked. I can control up to 100 people. These people can have their own independent thoughts, but they will focus on me, which means they can develop 100 die-hard loyalists for me. Lulka said. Oh, it works well. Can you use it on me? Li Ji asked. No, this power can only be used on ordinary people. I can't control slightly stronger people, such as athletes, Lulka said. That's a bit too restrictive, Li Jida said, but it's still a pretty good power. Today I followed you into the building and was shocked when I saw the studio members working. Lulka said nothing. Tell me, why did you betray the Kingpin gang? You have this kind of power. Wouldn't it be better to slowly eat away at the Kingpin gang? Although you can't control the Kingpin gang, you can control most of the members of the Kingpin gang. Right? Li Ji asked. Recently, many new people have joined the Kingpin gang. Although they all look like ordinary people, they all have very powerful powers. I cannot control them alone. Even if I control all the ordinary people in the Kingpin gang, the person who controls the Kingpin gang cannot be me, but them? Li Ji did not expect that Lulka's sudden betrayal was actually related to him. It was he who arranged many members of the Hildler family to join the Kingpin gang, which prompted her to betray. Besides, who doesn't yearn for freedom? Although Jin didn't intentionally abuse me, I was also ostracized in the gang. There were many people who stared at me every day and wanted to use my brother to threaten me to do something. Instead of trying to compromise things like this, why don't I leave now that I have the strength? Lulka's words were high-sounding, but Li Ji didn't want to hear such truth. Since your power can control others, there should also be a part that allows others to control you. As far as I know, such powers are two-way. Li Ji was just deceiving Lulka. Unexpectedly, Lulka fell into deep thought. It really does. Li Ji thought to himself. If I surrender, can my two brothers be let go? Lulka asked. I can arrange for them to go to Europe. Jin Bing's hands are not that long, so the people from Jin Bing's gang will not be able to threaten you. Li Jideo. Lulka muttered something, and a purple mist appeared on her body. The purple mist turned into a human form and knelt down in front of Li Ji. Li Ji felt that there seemed to be a strange mark on his body. Behind this mark when driven, Lulka can be controlled at will, even letting her take off her clothes. One morning at the end of August, Li Ji suddenly received a strange phone call. The phone number showed a series of garbled characters, and Li Ji pressed the answer button. 25 Shu. Hello, is this Gage Stark? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little familiar to Li Ji. Yes, who are you? Li Ji asked. I am Nick Fury, director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and a good friend of your father Howard. Nick Fury said. I heard something, why are you calling me? Li Ji frowned. Nick Fury must have realized that he had planted people in S.H.I.E.L.D. There is something important that requires you to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In 3 minutes, a helicopter will dock at your villa. After you check the access code with them, follow them back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury, his voice was very stern, like a superior feeling towards a subordinate. Li Ji didn't know what happened, but Nick Fury's attitude made him a little unhappy. Why should I come to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? Li Ji asked. Your biological parents, don't you want to know? Nick Fury said. We have received the information about your biological parents. Li Ji suddenly laughed. His biological parents are still in another universe, and the biological parents of this Saiyan body are even more unknown. Nick Fury actually said that he found clues to his biological parents. Isn't this funny? Okay, I understand. What is the passcode? Li Ji asked. The passcode will be sent to your mobile phone later. When you get to S.H.I.E.L.D., dial my number and just press call back. Nick Fury hung up the phone. My parents are interesting, Li Ji smiled. Since when did S.H.I.E.L.D. start using this code? Was it suggested by someone from the Hildler family? Soon, the roar of the helicopter sounded in the courtyard. Li Ji walked out of the villa. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent wearing full armor stepped out of the helicopter and announced a series of numbers. Li Ji checked it and found that it was exactly the same as the mother code on the mobile phone, so he reported the subcode. After the verification was passed, Li Ji was invited onto the helicopter. There were no windows on the helicopter, and the cockpit was separated from the crew cabin. Li Ji could not see the situation outside the helicopter at all. Li Ji wanted to talk to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but no one paid attention to him, which made him a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and said nothing. One of the agents, Li Ji, recognized him as the nail he planted into S.H.I.E.L.D. a few months ago, but he didn't expect that he had climbed to this height in just a few months. Li Ji knows the danger factor of his being in S.H.I.E.L.D. Generally speaking, agents of level 6 or above are required to carry out tasks related to Li Ji. No one talked to him, so Li Ji simply sat in his seat, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. After a few hours of flying, the helicopter parked on the tarmac of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Li Ji dialed Nick Fury's phone number, and soon an agent appeared in front of Li Ji. Follow me. Although Li Ji came to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters once when he first came to this world, he never came again. It was like a swamp. Under the swamp was the huge head of Hydra. Hello, Gage Stark. Nick Fury saw Li Ji and walked over immediately. Hello, Mr. Nick Fury. Li Ji said very politely. Please follow me. Nick Fury led Li Ji to a secret elevator. He pressed his finger on the elevator, and the display screen on the elevator showed a horizontal bar, and the elevator descended. After a few minutes, the elevator stopped. When you stepped out of the elevator, you saw a huge empty cave. In the middle of the cave, a huge spherical aircraft was placed in the center, and the aircraft was constantly flashing light. Do you recognize this ball? Nick Fury asked. Of course Li Ji knows this ball. He was killed by this ball, and then his soul merged with the Saiyan body and traveled to the Marvel world. This ball is the Saiyan aircraft. I don't know. Of course, Li Ji couldn't tell the truth. If he told the truth, then Nick Fury would have to doubt his life. Li Ji only came into contact with this aircraft when he first came to the Marvel world and was still a baby. If this is a memory, Nick Fury will inevitably suspect something. Actually, Gage Stark, you are not a human on Earth. Nick Fury thought about it for a long time and finally said, What? Li Ji pretended to be shocked. In fact, he had known it for a long time. He also knew that he was a Saiyan. You come from the distant starry sky. I don't know where exactly, but it is definitely not within the solar system. Howard found you in the West and adopted you. I helped you hide your identity, and you gained the identity of an Earthling. Nick Fury said. Am I an alien? But I look exactly the same as an Earthling, Li Ji said exaggeratedly. It's different, don't you have a tail? Nick Fury shook his head. But the tail, isn't this an atavism? Li Ji pretended so hard that he almost believed it. Hey, I know you may not want to believe it, but it is the truth. Nick Fury sighed. Li Ji was silent for a long time. Nick Fury took out some old photos. The photos showed the time when Howard discovered Li Ji. Then Li Ji sighed. It turns out that I am not from Earth. Yes, you come from the stars. Nick Fury said. Then why did you say you had clues about my parents? Li Ji asked. Did you see that ball? That shining ball was always silent, but yesterday, it suddenly started to shine. Li Ji looked at the aircraft. A faint light was flashing on the aircraft. He didn't know what happened to the aircraft. King Ho. Flashing light, is there any problem? Li Ji asked. I don't know. We have been studying it for more than 10 years, and it has never had this problem. It was not until yesterday that this problem appeared. The aircraft was shining inexplicably, which made us a little uneasy. Originally we thought the aircraft was going to explode. But there was no explosion. Nick Fury said. Why did the explosion explode? Li Ji was confused. We applied an ultra-high voltage of 1,000,000 volts to the aircraft. After 3 hours, the aircraft began to behave like this. We thought that the aircraft was about to explode because of excessive power, but there was no sign of an explosion. Nick Fury explained. 100 million volts. Li Ji was a little stunned. He really knows how to play. Why not ask Pikachu to use a big move of 100,000 volts? But 100,000 volts seems to be only 1,000th of 100 million volts. Well, it's still 100 million. Volt is more powerful. Then do you have any research on the light of the spacecraft? Li Ji asked. No results have been produced for the time being, but based on preliminary judgment, it emits light in a certain pattern every time, and it seems to be conveying some message. There is also a weird long-wave signal on our information detector. At the same time, it is very strange. Even though it is more than 2,000 meters underground, this long-wave signal can still be detected on the surface, and there is no sign of attenuation. We suspect that this is the aircraft notifying your relatives, or compatriots of the same race. Nick Fury said. So this is what you said, there is information about my biological parents, Li Ji asked. Sorry, it's really not a good idea to deceive you in this way, but I have no choice. I have to tell you your true identity, and I want to know your position. Nick Fury suddenly took out his pistol. My position. Li Ji looked at the black muzzle of the gun, a little confused. This signal will soon spread to the universe, and your relatives may follow the signal. Judging from your growth, your race seems to be a unity with strong personal force and advanced technology. The Earth no matter what, I can't resist the invasion of your tribe, so I need your attitude. You have an obligation to express the goodwill of the Earth to your tribe and prevent them from committing atrocities on the Earth, Nick Fury said sternly. So when you ask about my attitude, are you asking about my attitude towards the Earth? Li Ji asked rhetorically. Yes, that's exactly it. Nick Fury said. Then I can tell you that I will defend the Earth. Even if my tribe prepares to invade the Earth, I will fight them. Li Jideo. Oh, your ideological awareness is quite high. Nick Fury put away his pistol. I can't help it. I grew up on the Earth. I have never been in contact with my ethnic group. Do you still want me to help them invade the Earth? Li Ji smiled. He would not tell Nick Fury that he actually owned an Earth human soul. It's good to have an answer like yours. It's not clear yet what the signal is. Maybe we are paranoid. Nick Fury's tone softened a lot. I have a question. Why would you think of passing a current of 1,000,000 volts into this sphere? Li Ji asked. SHIELD currently has a secret project that requires the construction of a powerful aircraft with intergalactic capabilities. Your aircraft is much more advanced than the current aircraft on Earth. We hope to gain some inspiration from studying this spherical aircraft. It's just that the research has no results, but something like this happened. Nick Fury said. It's best not to study it. Nothing happened this time, and it may happen next time. This ball doesn't seem to be damaged. I'm afraid many functions are still complete. Maybe it really explodes next time. Then maybe the SHIELD headquarters it's gone. Li Jida said. Nick Fury's face didn't look good. Although what Li Ji said sounded alarmist, it was not impossible. I'll have someone take you back. Knowing Li Ji's thoughts, Nick Fury was ready to see him off. Yes. Li Ji responded calmly without being angry. Sitting in the helicopter, Li Ji thought about the aircraft in his mind. Is the aerospace carrier under construction? It actually started to study my aircraft. Is it an order from Nick Fury, or is Hydra secretly studying it? Li Ji hesitated a little. If Hydra is doing research, that would be troublesome. Those guys from Hydra will do whatever they can, and maybe they will blow up the aircraft next time. Li Ji shook his head. The signal does look like a signal. The flashing light is quite regular, but it is not the same universe. What is the use of sending a signal? Is it possible to send the signal to the universe where the Saiyans are? Li Ji smiled, disapproving in his heart. Universe, among Frieza's army. Lord Frieza, we have received a signal from the Saiyan spacecraft again. A short spaceman walked up to Frieza. Oh, are there any Saiyans in the universe now? Frieza said. It should still exist. After all, planet Vegeta is not the home planet of the Saiyans. Some other planets may also leave some Saiyans behind. The spaceman replied. Don't worry about these Saiyans, I care about those Saiyan warriors. The legend of the Saiyans is really unpleasant. Frieza said with a smile, his eyes glaring and his face cold. As for Saiyan warriors, there are relatively few left in the universe. Saiyans are a fighting nation, and warriors are their important resources. They generally will not get lost. The spaceman said respectfully. Then what's going on with this signal? You came here specifically to tell me. It shouldn't be those ordinary non-combat Saiyans. Frieza said. This signal is rather strange. We don't know yet whether this Saiyan is a combat type or a non-combat type. The location of this signal has some overlap with the signal from more than 10 years ago, and it comes from a place called Earth. The spaceman said. Earth, that kind of small planet, doesn't even have the meaning of destruction. Every single person is extremely weak, and not even an ordinary warrior can be found. Frieza said angrily. He has been to Earth before. Nothing was found. Lord Frieza, don't worry. Although we didn't find the Saiyan when we went to Earth last time, didn't some researchers put forward the idea of parallel universes? That Saiyan may be hidden in the parallel universe. The cosmic human said. Parallel universe, have you found a way to the past? Frieza suddenly laughed. The previous signal was fleeting and we were unable to study it, but this signal is continuous and stable. I feel that it may only take half a year to find a way to travel through the parallel world. Oh ho ho ho, is Frieza, the emperor of my universe, going to conquer the second universe? Not much happened in the rest of the summer vacation. Li Ji had a rare moment of leisure. But as for this person, when he was free, he missed the time when he had something to do. Li Ji lay in bed every day and didn't know what to do. What's the matter? The Marvel world is not like the world Li Ji traveled through. The entertainment activities here are not too rich. Most of them are parties, performances, etc. Li Ji is not very interested in these. Therefore, what Li Ji is looking forward to most in the last few days is the start of school. Only when school starts can he have something to do. At the very least, the snacks that Bully turns in every day make him miss it a little. In addition, watching Harry and Peter bicker every day is actually quite interesting, compared to lying in bed bored. Finally, it was the first day of school. Li Ji got up very early and drove Tony's new Koenigsegg to school. Tony has become addicted to giving away sports cars recently. He sends one to Li Ji every so often, and the parking lot of Li Ji's villa can hardly accommodate it. When he walked into the classroom, it was still a little early and there was no one in the classroom. When he walked to a familiar seat, Li Ji looked at the things on the seat strangely. It was clean and there was nothing. Bully, this kid has eaten up the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard's heart, so he won't pay tribute today. Li Ji walked out of the classroom and looked at the people passing by with cold eyes. Oh, by the way, I seem to be in the wrong classroom. Li Ji then remembered that he was already a sophomore in high school this semester and it was no longer in the original classroom. After finding Class A of the second year of high school, there were a few scattered people sitting in the class, all of whom were classmates that Li Ji knew. Li Ji walked to his seat with confidence, but the seat was still empty. It seems that if you don't teach Bully a lesson, he doesn't know why the flowers are so red. Li Ji walked to the corridor, looking for Bully and his little brother. Bully seems to be in Class E of the third year of high school. Li Ji suddenly reacted. Oh, he seems to have graduated. Without Bully's daily tribute, Li Ji suddenly felt that his interest in going to school had weakened a bit, and he sat in his seat looking depressed. Morning, Li. Harry walked into the classroom and saw the addicted Li Ji. Li, what's wrong with you? You look like you're having back-to-school syndrome. Harry asked with concern. It's nothing, I'm just not happy, Li Jida said. If you're not happy, then I'll tell you something happy. Harry moved closer. I heard that our class is going to transfer a beautiful girl. Who is the beautiful woman? Li Jida said. Maybe it's because Gwen's school doesn't seem to support the movement of students between classes. Of course it's not Gwen. She's from a foreign school. She's said to be a cold beauty. Harry started to think a little. Harry, it's useless to tell Li this, he's not interested in women. Peter walked into the classroom and interrupted. Peter, be careful I poach you, Li Ji said. Peter immediately stopped talking. When it was time to go to class, the head teacher, whom I didn't see a few times a year, appeared in the classroom. Today is the first day of school for the second year of high school. After a summer break, I believe every student is in high spirits and ready to face the intense learning tasks of the second year of high school. The cliched opening remarks went on for a long time, and after a long discussion, the originally energetic classmates became less energetic. Harry looked at the door from time to time, looking forward to the arrival of new classmates. Li Ji looked out the window. The weather was so hot that even the birds didn't want to stay in the sun and hid in the shade of the trees. I believe many students already know that today we will welcome a new classmate. In the next 2 years of high school study, she will fight side by side with us. The teacher will not say more. Please invite new classmates. Come say hello to everyone. A girl walked in from the door, everyone's eyes were focused on her, and Li Ji's eyes widened. Hello everyone, my name is Shalizi, and I come from the suburbs of New York. In the next 2 years, I will study with you. Due to the poor teaching level in the suburbs, it may be difficult for me to keep up with my classmates' courses. Please also ask dear classmates, please give me your advice. Shalizi bowed to everyone, her silver hair fell like a waterfall, and many boys looked straight in the eyes. Salis, go pick a seat, the head teacher said with a smile. Shalis didn't hesitate and walked towards Li Ji. Harry became excited because in this direction, only the one next to him was empty. She's coming towards me, she's coming towards me. Harry was so excited that his whole body was shaking a little. This classmate. Shalizi stopped in front of Li Ji's desk. Can I sit next to you? Li Ji blinked and pointed at Peter. There is someone next to me. Classmate, can you give up your seat to me? Shalizi looked at Peter with a smile. Okay. Peter quickly packed up his things and sat on the seat next to Harry. You can take my seat. Li Ji moved the things and sat on Peter's original seat, leaving his own seat free, and Shalizi sat down. Peter, what are you doing? You should refuse her request. Harry scolded. Shut up, if it were you, could you say no to her? Peter retorted. I can't, but since you have a partner, I think you should be able to. Harry said. Peter said nothing, looking at Shalizi from the corner of his eye, only to find that all of Shalizi's attention was on Li Ji. Don't look at me like that. I'm almost becoming the public enemy of all the boys in the class. Shalis was dressed up carefully today. Unlike the 2 previous encounters where she looked messy, the dressed-up Shalis could definitely be called the goddess of moonlight, with her perfect face, flawless white skin, and voluptuous waist. Still has silver hair like a waterfall, and every inch and every bit of her body exudes the charm of a young girl. What's wrong? You're not used to it. You'll get used to it slowly. Shalis laughed. Li Ji blinked a few times unnaturally and didn't say anything. The classmates in the class finally figured out that Shalis came here just for Li Ji, and they had no chance at all. Thank you for what happened last time. Shalis said suddenly. No, it doesn't matter, it's just a matter of hands. Li Jida said. It seems that you are very popular with everyone. Everyone's eyes are focused on you. Shalizi smiled, and Li Ji glanced at him, with vicious eyes everywhere. I'd rather not have this kind of welcome. Li Ji sat upright and didn't look sideways. Chuck. Shalis laughed, adding a little more heat to the already hot air. Shalis, why did you transfer to school? Point 25 Shu. At noon, Li Ji took Shalis into a restaurant and booked a private room. As soon as he entered, Li Ji couldn't help but ask. Can't I turn around? Shalis asked. No, that's not what I meant. Hey, I don't know what to say. Li Ji found that his thoughts were interrupted by Shalizi. Actually, it's mainly because of you. You donated a large amount of money to the Sandra orphanage. The Sandra orphanage will no longer have to worry about funding for its operations in the next few years, so I was free and able to enroll. Shalis wrote. After Shalizi was injured that time, Li Ji was worried that the Sandra orphanage would lose its financial resources, so he donated a sum of money. However, he did not expect that because of that money, Shalizi would come to study at Zhongcheng High School. Then why did you choose Zhongcheng High School? Li Ji asked. Because you are in Zhongcheng High School. Shalizi laughed. Although the air conditioning blew directly on Li Ji's body, Li Ji's cheeks were still a little hot. Because I'm in Midtown High School. Yes, you are in Zhongcheng High School. Think about it, if you do whatever you want, Sandra Welfare Home can have operating funds for several years. If I please you, Sandra Welfare Home's welfare funds will not be used in the future. Are you worried? Shalizi asked. So that's it. Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason, he always felt lost. Actually not, Shalizi changed her words again. Do you still remember the person I told you about, the person who has the same power as me? Sailasi said. Yes. Li Ji nodded. He probably had a guess about the origin of the group of people Shalis mentioned. They should have obtained superpowers by using Professor Bob's unknown reagent. He also looked for traces of those people, but could not find them. It was as if those people had appeared out of nowhere. After that, Li Ji became busy again, and this little thing was forgotten by him. Are they hiding in the school? Li Ji asked. If they were hidden in the school, things would be a bit troublesome. A person who can produce Brat's light waves at any time is hidden in the school, which will give Li Ji a headache. No, not in the school. They hide in the community near the school. But according to my investigation, they often come to the playground of Midtown High School to participate in some sports activities. Li Ji had some guesses in his mind. How did you find out? Li Ji asked. On the playground of Zhongcheng High School, their aura of power remains. It means that this is a place where they are often active. Sailasi said. So you're not stupid, Li Ji suddenly said. Before, Shalizi gave him the feeling of being stupid. I thought about a lot of things while lying in bed, Shalis explained. Since you can sense the presence of power, can't you directly find where they are hiding? Li Ji felt very strange. No, only during intense exercise will the power escape. Under normal circumstances, this kind of power cannot be perceived, Shalis explained. Although Li Ji felt strange, he reluctantly accepted this setting. Then how do you know that they are not students? Li Ji asked again. Do you think it's normal for a group of guys in their 20s and 30s to be students in school? Shalis asked. Li Ji stopped talking. At this age, he was too old to be a student and barely qualified to be a teacher. Teachers in Zhongcheng High School were generally over 35 years old, except for the head teacher in Li Ji's class. Let's eat first, Shalis said. Yeah. Li Ji nodded and started eating. After lunch, Li Ji and Shalis came to the playground to look for clues. Can you tell which area has more power escaping? Li Ji asked. Well, the entire playground has power distribution, but there are two places where the power is relatively dense. Shalis took Li Ji to two places, which were the goals at the left and right ends of the playground. In this case, it should be a full-field sports activity. The power is concentrated near the two goals, which is either football or rugby. Li Ji analyzed. There may be others, but football and rugby are the main ones. Sailasi added. Yeah. Li Ji nodded. But there are quite a lot of community football teams that come to school frequently. It's quite troublesome to check which ones they are one by one, Li Jida said. That's why I chose to study at Zhongcheng High School. If they do something strange at school, I'll be able to spot it right away, said Shalis. Yeah. Li Ji responded, and Shalizi finally revealed the real reason why she transferred here. Back in the classroom, Harry looked at Li Ji with a bitter look on his face. Li, Sally, good afternoon. Well, Harry, good afternoon. Li Ji responded, but Shalizi ignored Harry's greeting. Harry felt as if his little heart had been stabbed by a hidden arrow. Li, I'm a little behind on my classes. You need to help me. Shalizi held the textbook and said to Li Ji. She had never gone to school before, and although she had some foundation in self-study, she had not yet reached the high school level. Well, I will help you. Li Ji nodded. It was just a little effort, and he just happened to be a little free with nothing to do. Where do you live now? Are you still in Sandra Orphanage? After school in the afternoon, Li Ji decided to send Shalis home. No, I live in the Xingjin's community now, Shalizi said. Well, isn't the rent in that community very expensive? Li Ji asked a little strangely. Your friend Warren provided it to me, Salis said. Li Ji blinked. Warren thought he and Shalis were a couple. The Xingjin's community is near Li Ji's villa, and the two of them can be considered neighbors. Shalis took the initiative and said, I should be able to take a ride every day from now on. Li Ji nodded awkwardly and agreed to this unreasonable request, scolding Warren 10,000 times in his heart. 9.16, New York, heavy rain. Gone 121. Peter was hiding in a small building. Opposite the building was the Hammerhead factory, the last stronghold of the Magic Gang. The factory was made famous by Hammerhead, the leader of the Magic Gang. Hammerhead's real name was Joseph Harrow. He was originally a small gang leader. Because he suffered a severe head injury during a gang fight, doctors transplanted an iron skull into his brain. Although he has no superpowers, the iron skull gives him a special physique that allows him to survive a bullet to the head, so he is rumored to be an undead monster-like existence. He rose through the ranks of the gang and soon became the leader of the Magic Gang. Members of the Magic Gang attacked Ben Parker. Peter remembered this very clearly. Although the action of that member was personal, the man was already dead, and Peter could only transfer his hatred to Magia. Help. He had never found a good opportunity to strike before, but today is the monthly gathering day of the Magic Gang. Almost all important figures in the Magic Gang will gather together to discuss the future of the Magic Gang. The weather was very coincidental. It rained heavily, which was the best time for Peter to take revenge on the Magic Gang. Sommerfeld, your team had a fight with the Devil Gang a few days ago. What were the casualties on both sides? Next to Hammerhead's seat was Arnold, the Magic Gang's think tank. It was thanks to Arnold's assistance that Hammerhead could sit firmly. The position of the leader of the Magic Gang, otherwise he would not be able to be the leader of the Magic Gang just based on his strange strength and the attribute of not being able to hit the head. Our side had 9 killed and 39 wounded, and the opposite side had 3 killed and 88 wounded. Sommerfeld replied. There seemed to be a big difference between the data of the two sides. The Magic Gang had more killed, while the other side had killed and wounded. The number of injured members of the Devil Gang was higher. Why is the casualty ratio so different? Sommerfeld, did you fail to protect the wounded? Arnold asked dissatisfied. I swear to God, I protected you well. But you guys in the Devil Gang also know that although their individual combat power is not as strong as our Magic Gang, they are extremely united, and they seem to have a special power. This special power helps them reduce the rate of death, Sommerfeld explained. Although Arnold was not satisfied yet, he still nodded. Frank, Akison, your group is said to have been attacked by Spider-Man. How is the situation now? Arnold turned to look at the other small bosses. The situation is very bad. Frank answered first. Speak out and listen. Arnold's expression was a little ugly. Spider-Man chose the moment very well. He took action when our team was on patrol and restrained 4 people as soon as he took action. Then he entered our stronghold and completely destroyed many things in the stronghold, including facilities for many experiments. We didn't discover him until he sneaked into the depths of the stronghold. In a hasty attack, we almost didn't do any harm to him. Instead, he controlled more than a dozen people. If I hadn't run so fast, I would be here now. It's not here anymore. Frank was still a little worried. Where are the brothers who were controlled by him? Arnold asked. They were taken away by the police station, Frank said helplessly. The police station should be damned. Arnold was furious. Although the magic gang was not small, it still lacked some hard power if it wanted to go against the official forces. What about you, Coulson? Don't tell me. You are alone now too. Arnold arrived. My team evacuated relatively promptly, and only 6 of them were captured, which basically did not affect the team's combat effectiveness. But for these 6 brothers, I promised them that to rescue them from prison, a certain amount of funds would be needed. In addition, our stronghold has been destroyed by Spider-Man. If we want to repair it, we will need some funds. Coulson's central idea is very clear, which is to ask for money. Damn it, every day, every bad thing happens to the magic gang. Arnold cursed. How much does it cost? Thresh, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. His voice was very dull, as if he had the feeling of a robot. It will cost about $4 million, Coulson said. When the meeting is over, ask Arnold to take you to get the money. Thresh said. Yes, Boss Thresh, I also need a reconstruction fund. My team suffered heavy losses, and the equipment and instruments lost are relatively expensive, which costs about $7 million. Seeing that Coulson actually asked for the money, Fu Lanqi said quickly. Thresh glanced at Frank displeasedly, but thinking about the equipment in Frankie's stronghold, it seemed to be worth so much. I called everyone here today because I want to discuss with you how to deal with the Devil Gang and Spider-Man. Arnold said. I don't need to say more about the Demon Gang. Everyone knows that they are our old enemies. We have been fighting them for several years. But why would Spider-Man target our Magic Gang? Why on earth? Arnold asked. Maybe Spider-Man has nothing to do, one person said uncertainly, but obviously no one would agree with this opinion. Have Spider-Man and the Devil Gang joined forces? Frankie said weakly. Impossible, I saw Spider-Man fighting with the Devil Gang 2 days ago, another person retorted. So, the result of everyone's discussion is that if you see Spider-Man, run away quickly. Should I buy an insurance policy for each of you for free? Arnold said through gritted teeth. Mr. Arnold, this is also because there is no other way. Methods are thought up by people, there will always be them. You can't just use your brains and think about whether there is a way. We don't ask to deal with Spider-Man. Spider-Man's fighting ability is really no way to deal with him. But we can't do it properly. Let's discuss how to avoid Spider-Man's attack and try not to let the New York Police Department arrest more brothers, Arnold roared. Good chance a bolt of lightning struck in the sky, and a rumble of thunder soon followed. Under the cover of the heavy rain, the 2 spider webs launched by Peter just caught 2 patrolling members of the Magic Gang. Their figures flashed and appeared in the hammer. At the gate of the factory, 2 patrol members were knocked unconscious by him, unable to even send out a distress signal. Point 25 Shu. Arnold, I have an idea. Can we hide temporarily so that Spider-Man can't find us, and then seduce him to fight with the Demon Gang? A small leader of the Magic Gang said. Yes, Andrew is right. We can provoke conflicts between Spider-Man and the Devil Gang and make them dog eat dog. Frank also agreed. Andrew, what you said is very good, but there is a question before us now. That is why Spider-Man attacks our Magic Gang. If he is deliberately targeting our Magic Gang, then our plan is absolutely wrong. It might work, Arnold said. Probably not. Spider-Man's previous target has always been the Heinz Gang. However, due to the destruction of the Lulka Gang, the Heinz Gang also realized the crisis. The clubs that had been working independently united to form an iron plate. After that, Spider-Man targeted our Magic Gang. I think Spider-Man just wants to fight crime, so when he can't target the Heinz Gang, he chooses our Magic Gang. If we hide quietly and cause conflict between Spider-Man and the Devil Gang, if there is a conflict, Spider-Man will probably change his target, Andrew explained. Yeah, Arnold nodded. But if Spider-Man defeats all the Demon Gang, he will still target our Magic Gang again. It seems that he will not be able to truly solve the threat of Spider-Man. Arnold added. Although the Devil's Gang is not as powerful as our Magic Gang, they are very resilient, and the identity of their gang's leader is still a mystery, and it should not be solved by Spider-Man too soon. Andrew said. Then let's discuss how to trigger the conflict between Spider-Man and the Devil Gang. Arnold accepted Andrew's opinion. It's simple. We just need to exaggerate the harm of the Devil Gang in newspapers, radio, and the like, and then create a few criminal incidents of the Devil Gang. I think, with Spider-Man's personality, he should take the initiative to fight against it. The Devil Gang. Andrew said confidently, and it was obvious that this was a plan he had carefully considered. This is a good plan, Andrew, your idea is very good and it works well. Arnold nodded. Let's do this, Coulson, you lead your men, customize a few sets of Devil Gang's uniforms, and then go to the Devil Gang's territory to deliberately stir up some incidents. Frank, you go to major newspapers, radio, no matter how much money, they must treat these times as major news. After Arnold finished speaking, he paused. especially the Daily Bugle. They have been following up on Spider-Man. If you go and ask him to write a story, the name of the story will be Spider-Man Stop Being Willful. The content is probably to promote the ultimate evil of the Devil Gang and let Spider-Man target his target. Transfer it to the Devil Gang. Well, I'll think about it again and whether I want to buy a piece of the evening news. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on Arnold's head. Arnold's thoughts were disrupted. What's going on? Is there a leak in the factory? Arnold looked up at the ceiling, only to see Peter on the ceiling. Hi! Peter waved to him, suddenly jumped down from the ceiling, kicked Arnold away, and stood on the conference table. Your plan is so perfect, I almost fell into the trap. Peter smiled, and the members of the Magic Gang around him panicked and held guns in their hands. Don't be so nervous. How about I leave right now to deal with the Demon Gang? Peter said in a relaxed tone, but in fact he was very nervous. He forgot one thing. Under the heavy rain, his spider suit would also be stained. It's rainy. Although the spider suit is waterproof, it is only the rain that cannot penetrate into the suit, rather than the surface being waterproof. He was hiding well on the ceiling just now, and a drop of rain fell on Arnold's head, which forced Peter to had to take lightning action. Spider-Man, you are so brave, you dare to come to our Magic Gang headquarters, Frank said fiercely. It's a pity that I didn't take you to the police station last time. This time I came here specifically for you, Frank. Peter suddenly attacked and targeted Frank. Frank immediately wanted to pull the trigger, but Peter's webbing was faster than he could pull the trigger, knocking down his pistol and wrapping Frank's right hand at the same time. Spider-Man and the others immediately took action, but under the influence of the spider sense, Peter easily dodged the bullet attack, fired a spider silk from his wrist, and jumped to the ceiling. Let me show you my new trick. Peter spread his right hand, and a huge spider web fell from the sky, trying to catch everyone present at once. Boom boom boom! Arnold held a flame launcher in his hand and burned all the cobwebs dropped by Peter. Damn! Ever since Peter was thwarted by the Heinz gang, everyone knew that Spider-Man needed to use a flamethrower. Peter's spider suit is fireproof, but his webs are highly flammable and offer no protection against flames. Destroy the flame launcher first. Peter fired a spider silk onto the flame launcher, hooked the flame launcher over, and smashed it on the ceiling. There was a loud boom and the fuel inside the flame launcher exploded. Fortunately, Peter ran fast, otherwise he would have been directly burned. The huge wave of flames burned all the people in the Magic Gang very uncomfortable, and many people directly lost their fighting ability. Hammerhead rushed out of the flames, his wig had been burned away, revealing his metal skull, and rushed towards Peter. Peter was still a little wary of Hammerhead. After all, he was known as an unkillable monster. Peter kept firing spider webs from his hands to block Hammerhead's attack. Then he fired a spider web and hung it on the ceiling with a kick. Kicked the hammer back into the sea of fire. Screams of pain continued in the sea of fire, and Peter looked at the people inside a little solemnly. Although these people deserved their crimes, being burned to death directly in front of Peter still made him feel a little nauseous. It's your own fault and you will die. Peter had no intention of saving others, and he had no ability to save others. He secretly left the Hammerhead factory through the window. Peter never thought that he would get rid of the Magic Gang so easily. Mr. Morita, are we going to play football at Zhongcheng High School today? I've been bored for so many days, and the brothers are almost getting moldy. In a community, a man said to an Asian-looking man. It's best not to. Last night, the Magic Gang was suddenly destroyed. All the leaders died in a fire. The scene was in chaos. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain last night, maybe the fire would have spread. Now in New York the situation is very complicated, and we must keep a low profile and not attract unnecessary attention. Morita Shin said, as his name suggests, he is a cautious person. But we are not gangsters, so it should be fine. The man was still a little dissatisfied and said coyly, it's best not to take risks. If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't go there anyway. Morita Shin said. Hey, if Mr. Morita doesn't go, it will lose a lot of fun, so I won't go. In the morning, last night's heavy rain stopped, but the water on the road would not subside for a while, and the sports car could no longer be driven. Li Ji drove his bulletproof brabus to the school. Hey, Peter, morning. Li Ji walked into the classroom and found that Peter was already sitting in his seat. Why is it so early today? Woke up a little early. Peter replied, staring into a pair of panda eyes. You didn't wake up early, you didn't sleep at all. Li Ji looked at Peter's panda eyes and couldn't help laughing. Peter smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Peter didn't speak, and Li Ji didn't bother to ask. He sat in his seat, connected his mobile phone to the 3G network, and watched the news. Is the sudden collapse of the Magic Gang overnight an accident or murder? The first news item was about the Magic Gang. Li Ji raised his head, looked at Peter's back in front of him, and blinked. How could it be possible? According to the news report, more than people were killed by the Magic Gang this time, including the leader of the Magic Gang, Hammerhead, and various minor leaders of the Magic Gang, as well as all the senior leaders of the Magic Gang. They all died last night in the raging fire, and the gang was destroyed overnight. All the fingers are pointed at Spider-Man, because Spider-Man has been fighting the Magic Gang these days, and Li Ji has been paying attention to this matter, but he did not expect that the Magic Gang was destroyed so quickly. Moreover, someone from the Magic Gang actually died. You know, when Peter was dealing with other enemies, he never killed anyone. Didn't Peter do it? Li Ji thought. No, he should have done it. Li Ji thought of Peter's panda eyes just now. They must have been so thick after a night of sleepless nights, and nowadays, there are really not many things that can keep Peter awake all night. Why did Peter change his gender? In the past, he could only control his enemies and hand them over to the police. Li Ji thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out why Peter killed him. Could it be an accident? Li Ji guessed. If Peter accidentally caused the fire and led to the destruction of the magic gang, it seemed reasonable. Li Ji's guess was very close to the real situation. The fire was indeed caused by accident. Peter just wanted to destroy the flame launcher. Unexpectedly, the fuel in the flame launcher exploded and caused a huge fire. Because the fuel of the flame launcher burned extremely fast, all the members of the magic gang were killed in the fire before they had time to dodge. Harry walked into the classroom third, with an anxious look on his face. He sat down directly on his seat, looked at Peter, and said, "Peter, are you okay?" "Thank you, I'm fine," Peter said in a low voice. If this was considered fine, then Harry didn't know how he could be considered fine. It's okay, it's okay. Let's go eat Japanese food at noon." Harry comforted him. He had no intention of bringing Li Ji along with him. To their knowledge, Li Ji didn't know Peter's identity as Spider-Man. Yeah, Peter nodded. He really needed to vent his emotions and relieve his depression. Li Ji looked at Harry strangely. When did Harry know Peter's identity? Did he know it in the sanctuary? When the class was almost full, Chalice arrived belatedly. She sent a message to Li Ji last night saying that she seemed to have found some clues, telling Li Ji not to wait for her this morning. But as soon as she got to her seat, she followed. Li Ji got angry. "Why didn't you come to pick me up this morning? You almost made me late, you know." Li Ji took out his cell phone, opened the message sent by Shalizi, and placed it in front of her. "Didn't you say you don't have to wait for me?" Shalizi blushed with embarrassment. She had forgotten the message she sent to Li Ji. At noon, Li Ji and Chalice came to a beef restaurant and asked straight to the point, "How is the investigation going?" "Originally, I grabbed a little bit of the tail, but something seemed to have happened last night." The grabbed tail escaped very vigilantly and returned to the starting point. Chalice said helplessly. "What happened?" Li Ji snorted. "The magic gang has been destroyed, do you know? Is it true that the magic gang was destroyed?" Chalice said with a bit of surprise in her tone. The Sandra orphanage was within the magic gang's sphere of influence. It originally had to pay 1,000 to the magic gang every month. USD protection fee. Although Shalizi has the ability to protect Sandra orphanage, as the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the devil is difficult to deal with. If the protection fee is not paid, the Sandra orphanage may not be peaceful, so Shalizi still paid this amount. Money. But now that the magic gang has been destroyed, this protection fee has been saved. Well, the magic gang has been destroyed. Maybe this news touched some people's nerves, causing them to scale back their actions. Li Ji took a sip of Sprite and said, "In this case, it will be even more difficult to handle." "Peter, it's okay. The people of the magic gang all deserved their death. There is so much blood on their hands. If you can kill them, you are actually doing something good for the people," Harry explained. I know, but I always think of them struggling in the sea of fire. Thinking of this, I feel as if I am also surrounded by the sea of fire." Peter's eyes were full of fear, and it could be seen that there was something in his heart. An insurmountable hurdle. After all, it is an accident. No one can avoid it. Just be patient. Harry continued to comfort him. Peter nodded and shook his head again. His mental state was very bad. "If you're like this, let's go to Dr. Carl and ask. Dr. Carl has excellent medical skills and should be able to help you get over the difficulties in your heart and get rid of the nightmare," Harry said helplessly. "Yeah." Peter nodded very simply this time. "I must answer honestly. I can't do anything about your current situation." After listening to Peter's description, Baron Mordo said, "I am not a professional psychiatrist and do not have this ability. If you are a Western medicine psychiatrist, I can recommend a clinic for you." Dr. Carl Peter seemed to have something to say, but in the end he didn't say it. "If you insist on me helping you solve it, it's not impossible. I can accurately remove part of your brain lobes through surgery and make you forget this matter." Baron Mordo is a good expert in this area. He had erased part of Peter's memory. But this won't have much effect. The overwhelming news will still tell you that Spider-Man is a murderer. Then you will fall into deep thinking. Did you do this? If you did, why don't you remember it? If it doesn't matter who is smearing you, but it only makes it more troublesome. When Peter heard what Baron Mordo said, he had no choice but to let go of this idea in his heart. "So Dr. Carl, what do you think I should do? Although the people who died were those who did evil and did not regret their death, you can't get over this in your heart, right?" Baron Mordo asked. "Well, although I think if they are imprisoned, they should be imprisoned for life, but I don't think I have the power to execute them." Peter said, "I still seem to see them struggling in the flames before my eyes. This has become a nightmare that lingers in my heart. So what you have to do now is to divert your attention." Baron Mordo said. "As long as you shift your attention to other things and stop thinking about this matter, the nightmare in your heart will naturally disappear. But I can't divert my attention now. Even when I'm in class, I can't divert my attention to the course." Peter said angrily, "Dr. Carl, what should I do?" Generally speaking, at this time, it is more appropriate to turn your attention to mysticism or mysterious people and things. Such things will consume a lot of your energy and leave you with no energy to recall last night's events. Baron Mordo said. "Next to you, Li Ji should be the most mysterious. I wonder how Li Ji will behave when he knows that his friends are investigating him, Baron Mordo thought to himself. Peter thought about it in his mind. Say thank you, Dr. Carl. What are you going to do about getting out of the sanctuary? Harry asked. Go home first. This matter won't be solved for a while, Peter said, as if he didn't want to express something to Harry clearly. Well, I'll take you home. Harry didn't hear what Peter was hiding and drove Peter home. The mysterious people are probably my parents, Peter thought silently. Back home, Peter walked into the study. When he was very young, before Peter's parents disappeared, there was a study like this in Peter's home. At that time, Peter remembered that his father, Richard Parker, was often alone, sitting in the study, turning on the desk lamp, reading and writing. His father at that time was Peter's hero. But one day, after Peter's parents entrusted him to Ben Parker and May Parker, they disappeared. This disappearance lasted for more than 10 years. In more than 10 years, Peter never saw his parents again. He once thought that he had been abandoned by his parents. Peter walked into the study, which had been transformed into a utility room with many messy items piled up in it. When Peter touched it, his hands were covered with dust. Do you want to find out the reason why they disappeared? They have disappeared for more than 10 years and there is no news. Is it still necessary to find out? Peter had almost forgotten his parents. For him now, Uncle Ben and Aunt May are his parents, but under the instigation of Baron Mordo, he remembered his childhood dream again. I want to be a policeman when I grow up. What do you do as a police officer? Do you want to protect the city? No, I want to find my parents. Peter shook his head and squeezed in as hard as he could toward the end of the study. The innermost is a bookshelf, which is Ben Parker fastest update. Universe, Frieza's Legion. Lord Frieza, we have found a way to travel through parallel universes, the same spaceman said respectfully, kneeling on one knee in front of Frieza. Oh, so fast? It seems that Frieza is destined to conquer multiple universes. Frieza sat on the suspended seat and laughed. Congratulations, Lord Frieza, you will become the Emperor of 2 universes. The Cosmic Man's voice was filled with admiration. Tell me how you found it. Didn't you say it would take half a year? It's only been more than a month. Frieza returned to his cold look. Because the Saiyan spacecraft in another universe has been continuously emitting signals, this made our research very smooth. In addition, we discovered the location of the Earth. Space is very unstable. We followed the resonance of space and found create a wormhole, and this wormhole will allow us to travel to the parallel universe. The Cosmic Man arrived. Ha ha ha, Takamai, you did a great job. Frieza laughed again. Then what are you waiting for? Go gather an army and invade another universe. I want to become the emperor of both universes. Frieza stood up from his seat and floated in the air. He was already imagining how he would conquer the new universe. Got it. Lord Frieza, the army is ready, Takamai said. He was like a roundworm in Frieza's belly. He knew exactly what Frieza would do next, and he didn't need Frieza at all. The arrangement is complete. Is the wormhole stable enough to support the passage of the entire army? Frieza asked. We have used a wormhole stabilization device. It goes without saying that the wormhole is stable. No matter how many troops there will be no problem, Takamai said. Then why wait for the army to march and conquer the new universe? Frieza drank. Lord Frieza has his orders. The army will march with all its strength to the vanguard of wormhole Z-1063. Those who make the first contribution will be rewarded heavily. The entire Frieza Legion was filled with rage, their eyes shining as if they had seen gold. The spaceship travels in the starry sky of the universe, as if a nebula is passing by. Countless planets passed by were extremely afraid, fearing that Frieza's Legion would target their attack. The first spacecraft to arrive at the wormhole Z-1063 was the Ginyu Force spacecraft. After receiving Frieza's order, they set off non-stop, but they were not much faster than the main force. Soon, countless spaceships then he stayed near the Earth. Lord Frieza, please issue the next order, Takamai said. All Legion spaceships, 10 combat ships, and 2 supply ships form a group, open the protective shield, and pass through the wormhole, Frieza said. In the void of the universe, his voice was clearly transmitted to everyone through radio waves. In a spaceship. Soon, the spaceships formed into small fleets and began to pass through the wormhole. Frieza's main ship was at the front, taking the lead and passing directly through the wormhole. Marvel Universe, Earth, Karmatage. Guyi suddenly opened his eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. Isn't that wormhole sealed? Why? Ancient One's figure disappeared into Karmatage and appeared in the kingdom of Asgard. Ancient One, why don't you stay in Midgard and come to Asgard? Odin was a little unhappy when he saw Ancient One. Odin, don't you feel that someone is forcing their way through the sealed wormhole? Ancient One said. So what? That's just your Midgard thing, it has nothing to do with us Asgard. Odin said. Odin, aren't you the Lord of the 9 realms? Ancient One scolded angrily. Since you took away control of Midgard, I am no longer. Odin said. Odin, I advise you not to have any intention of watching a show. The enemy this time is no small matter. He has not yet successfully traveled through time. I have already felt an extreme evil. It is much more evil than the devil in the dark dimension. Said loudly. Don't be jealous. If you are old and no longer strong enough to protect Midgard, then return the control of Midgard to us, Asgard. Odin said. Don't you know if you can check it out yourself? Guyi waved his hand and lifted the protection of the earth. Odin's eyes glowed and he looked into the wormhole. I saw all the evil in the world, I saw the destruction of the planet, Odin muttered. Ancient One, you are right. This is indeed a big trouble. If it is not solved properly, it will be a disaster for the entire 9 realms. Odin's expression also became serious. Should we take action in advance and destroy them in the wormhole? Guyi. We can't do it because they are invading with a large army. An army comparable to the kingdom of Asgard. We cannot afford to form such a large army for a while. And the person leading it is so powerful that it is terrifying. Odin's the divine eye can penetrate the 9 realms, and he can see more things than the Ancient One. What should we do now? Guyi was also a little panicked. If there were only 1 or 2 strong men, he would have the confidence to protect the earth, but with an army comparable to the Asgard kingdom, he would not have such confidence. Now we can only use the power of the Rainbow Bridge to send them out of the 9 realms, and then slowly gather our troops to fight them to the death. When they enter the universe, we immediately strengthen the seal of the wormhole and cut off their backup. Odin, after thinking for a while, he said, "Then let's do it." Ancient One agreed with Odin's method. "What's going on, Takamai? Didn't you say there would be no problem traveling through the wormhole?" Frieza said displeased. "Lord Frieza, I didn't expect that the other end of this wormhole was sealed." Takamai was also on the verge of tears. Who knew that there was a seal at the other end of the wormhole? Forget it. Frieza's expression turned cold. "Attack the seal with all your strength and break the seal." Frieza gave a new order. Countless spaceships emitted countless beams of light, impacting on the seal. The seal was inspected for only a few minutes before being overwhelmed and directly shattered. Frieza's army was greeted by a colorful light that entangled them and carried them millions of light years away. "Damn it, are you using this to greet the great Lord Frieza? It's so scary." Li Ji woke up from his sleep, his body was trembling constantly, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. That chi just now was so powerful and evil. What was that? Li Ji gasped. He felt a very huge chi just now, which was near the earth, but as soon as it appeared, it disappeared immediately. "Is there any scary guy passing by?" Li Ji walked to the window and looked at the sky. There were stars in the sky, and there was nothing abnormal. Did I feel wrong that it was just a nightmare? Li Ji walked into the bathroom, held a handful of water, and slapped it on his face. He felt much better immediately. "No, it won't be. My sense is correct. There was definitely a powerful aura that suddenly appeared near the earth just now, but I don't know why it suddenly disappeared." Li Ji changed into a nightgown and sat in the living room. On the sofa. Did he hide or leave? Li Ji couldn't help but think. When I turn on the TV, there are no programs on it. Late at night, there are only some vulgar soap operas and some news that is constantly replayed. Li Ji turned on the TV and just listened to it. He was in a very uneasy mood now. The energy was so huge and extremely evil. Li Ji recalled the energy he felt. Li Ji's arrogance exploded, and he felt his power seriously. "There is a huge difference between my chi and that chi." Li Ji took back his chi. There was a huge difference between the two. Li Ji was absolutely sure that if he attacked the owner of that chi, he would probably be killed with one move. Defeated. Anyway, it shouldn't be a kind breath. That breath was so evil that Li Ji felt that the owner of that breath was not a decent person. I wonder if Ancient One felt it. Li Ji thought of the Supreme Mage Ancient One. Ancient One protected the earth, so he should have felt that power. Kunlun. Lei Gong opened his eyes on the bed. What an evil breath. Lei Gong walked out of the room. Amu was crying uneasily. Dennis was woken up by Amu and also walked out of the room. "Master, what time is it? Why did Amu wake up so early today?" Dennis rubbed his sleepy eyes. His daily practice started with Amu's cry. Although Amu is not a rooster, he crows every day, and the time is very accurate. He tells the time at 5 o'clock every morning. "It's probably about 2:30 in the morning." Lei Gong said. "It's so early, let me get some sleep." Dennis returned to the room. Lei Gong picked up his fishing rod and took out a box from under the bed. The box contained a small bottle. In the bottle was a ferocious-looking monster. It seems that it must be used. The last high-quality fishing bait. The Emperor of Heaven caught it for me. I bought 7 excellent fishing baits, and now only this one is left, alas. Kamatage. When Ancient One returned to Kamatage, his face looked a little pale. The Ancient One, the magicians of Kamatage shouted in unison. It's okay, I just overspent a little bit." Master Guyi waved his hand and said. She didn't expect that Frieza's army would be so large. If she had known about it, she would definitely not have taken action directly in Asgard. When she was in Asgard, Ancient One's connection with the dark space was severed, and she could not draw on the power of the dark space at any time to restore herself. "Master Guyi, what is that evil?" asked a mage. "That is an evil creature from the outer universe, possessing unimaginable power." Guyi said straightforwardly without hiding anything. "Is it the same as the demon in the dark space?" the mage continued to ask. "No, it's different. The universe where this evil exists seems to have completely different rules from our universe. The power of the demon in the dark space is at least traceable. You need to be prepared." Guyi. "Then the earth is not in danger." The mage was a little scared. "No, not that fast, but it is true that the situation on the earth is not optimistic." Guyi. "From now on, the spell training of all mages will be doubled. The enemies this time are unprecedented. Everyone, be prepared." After speaking, Guyi's figure disappeared. She had been immersed in the dark space, drawing strength to recover. Own. Northern Milky Way. Carol had just helped a planet, defeated the invading Kree, and liberated the entire planet. Suddenly, a rainbow beam flashed across the sky, and Carol felt a strange aura from the rainbow beam. So weird, so powerful. Carol muttered. She flew into the air, trying to find where the rainbow beam was going, but the speed of the rainbow beam was so fast that she couldn't catch up. Carol was facing herself for the first time. The speed gave rise to doubts. Her eyes searched the entire universe and found the rainbow beam. Is it actually the Earth? It seems I need to return to the Earth once. Asgard. Odin, what's wrong with you? Frigga looked at Odin and said with concern. No, it's okay, Frigga. Odin said. Although his consumption was far less than that of the Ancient One, it was still a huge burden. Just now, why did you use so much power just now? Frigga said, with tears in her eyes. It's okay, Frigga, I'm just going to enter Odin's sleep early. Odin said. Every year, Odin enters a week-long Odin sleep, which can help him restore Odin's power and extend his life. Whenever Odin consumes too much power, he will enter the Odin sleep state in advance. Frigga, during this week, Asgard is begging you. Don't let Thor and Loki do evil. Odin said. The body lay down on the jade bed and fell into a deep sleep. I will, Frigga cried. I need more powerful power. Liji finally figured this out. It was useless to blindly think about whether the other party had malicious intentions. He needed strength to arm himself. My power is still too small. I am just complacent. Although my power is growing very fast and can increase several times every year, it is still far from the energy he feels. According to normal growth, if so, it might take Liji 3 to 5 years to reach that level, and that's assuming his strength growth doesn't slow down in the past 3 to 5 years. Maybe I should go find the Infinity Stones like Odin said. Liji's eyes showed a glimmer of light. The sense of urgency this matter brought to him was so strong that it made him doubt himself. Only a stronger force can give him some peace of mind. The sky in Asgard is always sunny, except at certain special times. The 1 week Odin sleep every year is definitely a rare rainy day in Asgard. Mother, why did father suddenly fall into Odin's sleep? Thor came to Odin's palace and asked in confusion. Yesterday your father used the power of Odin a little too much, so he entered Odin's sleep for a while to rest early. Frigga said. Why can anyone let my father use such a powerful force? Are the frost giants invading again? Thor raised Thor's hammer, thunder and lightning gathered, and he was almost going crazy. No, Thor, calm down, no one is invading Asgard. Frigga scolded. Odin asked her to take charge of Asgard during this week. She must not let Asgard have trouble, especially Thor. Thor is the most unstable factor in Asgard. Mother, can you let me see my father? Loki asked from the side. No, Frigga refused with cold words. After Odin enters Odin's sleep, any Asgardian can easily kill him. She cannot let anyone get close to Odin, not even Odin's son. Not good either. Mother, let's take leave. Loki bowed, pulled the hem of Thor's shirt, and left the palace together. In the temple, Thor drank a glass of fruit wine and smashed the glass to the ground angrily. What happened last night, Loki, I know very well, and you must know. Brother, mother won't let me tell you, so it's better that you don't know about this matter. Loki also took a sip of the fruit wine and said with some melancholy. Tell me, Loki, I am your brother and the god of thunder of Asgard. I have the right and obligation to know the truth. Thor took Loki's wine glass and threw it to the ground. It's better that you don't know these things, Thor, Loki said angrily, you are too impulsive. Telling you these things will be harmful to Asgard and will disobey father and mother. Tell me, Loki, I must know what happened last night. I must know who the enemy of Asgard is. Thor raised his hand, and Mjolnir flew to his hand. This artifact, made from the core of a dead star and the trunk of the world tree, shines with bright electric light. So what if I know? Can you be more powerful than Master Ancient One and my father? Loki said angrily. Suddenly, he seemed to realize that he had missed something and covered his mouth. Master Ancient One, what did you say last night was related to Master Ancient One? Thor pressed Loki's shoulders and pushed him into the wall. It was the Ancient One Master who came to Asgard last night. I overheard their conversation. It seemed that a powerful enemy came to Midgard from the outer universe. My father and the Ancient One Master took action together and used the Rainbow Bridge. Banished that enemy millions of light years away. Loki knew that he had spilled the beans, so he simply stopped hiding it. What a powerful enemy. Could it be that my father and the Ancient One Master can't defeat him even if they join forces? He still needs to be exiled millions of light years away, Tony said with some surprise. I don't know. How do I know something that neither my father nor Master Ancient One knows? Loki picked up another glass of fruit wine and took a sip. I only know that the peace in Asgard may not last long. How much longer can we live with such a stable life? Danger must be strangled in the cradle. It is my responsibility to protect the safety of Asgard, Loki. Do you know where the enemy last night was exiled? Thor said suddenly as he kept pacing. I don't know. Loki shook his head. This time he really didn't know. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking glass in the fairy palace and Thor and Loki became alert. Loki, do you hear the source of the sound? Thor said. It should be over there at the weapons depot, Loki said. Asgard, the arsenal. Dozens of frost giants crawled out from the ground, killed the guarding warriors, and ran straight to the icebox, the frost giants' artifact. The box of ice, the artifact of our frost giants. Several frost giants shouted excitedly, trying to hold the box of ice with both hands. Suddenly, a wall of the weapons warehouse cracked, and a piece of armor came out of it. The armor was entirely made of URU divine gold, and it contained unimaginable divine power. It's Odin's destroyer armor. Let's run, the frost giants shouted, but it was too late. Several rays were shot out of the destroyer armor, and the frost giant closest to the icebox instantly turned into a corpse. The body lay on the ground, emitting a strong cold air. The remaining frost giants wanted to continue to snatch the icebox, but the destroyer did not give them a chance. 2 bolts of lightning were released from the destroyer's body, instantly destroying all the frost giants present. By the time Thor and Loki arrived, the battle was over and the scene was a mess. The artifact is not lost. Loki checked the weapons arsenal and said, the destroyer was so powerful that the invasion of these frost giants seemed like death. But Asgard was invaded by the frost giants, Thor roared. Loki, tell me why the frost giants took advantage of the situation after my father fell into Odin's sleep. Thor grabbed Loki's chest. I don't know, but I think this is probably a coincidence. Loki said innocently. Is it true that last night's enemy had nothing to do with the frost giants? Thor's tone was very cold. Yes, I'm sure. Loki nodded. If the frost giants were so powerful, they would have counterattacked Asgard long ago. Humph. Thor snorted coldly. Everything must be planned first. My father fell into Odin's sleep, and the frost giants invaded. What if they invaded my father's palace? Mother is very powerful. Nothing will happen to her, Loki said. We must not let the danger spread to our mother. There is something wrong with Asgard's defense line. I want to find an answer myself. Thor walked out of the weapons arsenal and left angrily. Thor, you have to calm down, or your father will punish you when he wakes up, Loki said after catching up. I know exactly what I am doing. I am protecting Asgard and protecting my father, Thor roared. Thor, believe me, this is really just a coincidence, Loki shouted. It's a coincidence now, but it may not be the case in the future. What if the frost giants join forces with yesterday's mysterious enemy? I will nip the danger of Asgard in the cradle. In Thor's palace. Thor, I can understand your thinking, but Loki continued to persuade. There is no but. The frost giants can penetrate Asgard's defense once, and they can penetrate the second time. When they come next time, they will go with their army. Thor spread his hands. My brother, I think you are right, Loki said, but you have no choice but to disobey your father. Thor suddenly stood up, and Loki quickly shouted, no, 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 I know your expression, don't be impulsive. This is the only way to protect Asgard, Thor said angrily. Thor, my brother, this is so crazy, Loki said helplessly. At the gate of the Immortal Palace, several people walked in. Crazy, what's so crazy? We are going to Jotunheim, Thor said coldly. This is not like going to Midgard. As long as you bring sparks and lightning along the way, many ignorant mortals will worship you and worship you as a god. A small man shook his head. I am a god, Thor roared. Oh, yes, you are the god of thunder. The little man suddenly remembered that Thor had godhood. Thor, that's Jotunheim, the territory of the frost giants, another man reminded. My father, the great heavenly father, Odin, fought his way through Jotunheim, defeated the frost giant army, and snatched away their artifact, the icebox. But we were just looking for it. It's just an answer, Thor drawled. But Odin, who has banned this matter, has said that no Asgardian will be allowed to enter Jotunheim on his own initiative. We have an armistice agreement with Lulka, the leader of the frost giants, said the only woman present. Armistice agreement, TXX armistice agreement. The frost giants have invaded the weapons depot. They have torn up the armistice agreement long ago. We must make them pay the price with blood, Thor roared hysterically. Sorry, I'm a little out of control. My friends, do you remember the things we did together? Thor said suddenly. Fandral, Hogon, have you forgotten who led you to participate in those most glorious battles? It's you, said the 2 smaller men. And Vadak, whenever you face the food and wine in the Asgard, will you accidentally remember that you thought you would die in the Temple of Valor? Thor continued. It was you who saved me. Vadak was a bearded man, quite tall, but his voice was very low. Who else has become one of the most powerful warriors in Asgard by virtue of his own excellence? This is a slap in the face to those who think women cannot be warriors. Thor smiled. It's me, the woman replied. That's right, I'm supporting you all the way, Sif, Thor said. My friends, we are going to Jotunheim. 6 Pegasus horses gallop in the portal between the Fairy Palace and the Rainbow Bridge. The bridge condensed with the power of the stars is bright and beautiful. Heimdall, we are going to Jotunheim, Thor shouted, but Heimdall did not respond. My brother, let me negotiate with Heimdall. Loki took the initiative to get off the Pegasus. Great god of the dawn, Heimdall, your golden armor is really cool, Loki said. Heimdall wore a pure golden armor and held a golden sword in his hand, leaning against the ground. Don't try to confuse me. Do you think this kid's trick makes sense to me? Heimdall said coldly. Oh, yes, it makes no sense, Loki said. But the frost giants invaded Asgard. Is this your responsibility, Heimdall? Loki suddenly changed his tone and said righteously. I admit that I was negligent. So far, no enemy has been able to escape my surveillance and enter Asgard, including the ancient mage who entered Asgard last night. I would like to find out why. Heimdall Deo. Then let us go there, and just don't tell anyone before we come back. Thor also jumped off the Pegasus. Heimdall said nothing. Several people walked into the Rainbow Bridge, and Heimdall followed them. I need to warn you in advance. I solemnly swear an oath holding the gatekeeper's sword. If your return will harm Asgard, I will refuse to open the Rainbow Bridge. You will be in the bitter cold of Jotunheim, a place where he ends his life in coldness and barrenness. The faces of several people changed slightly, and Vodak asked, can't you keep the Rainbow Bridge open all the time? If you keep opening the Rainbow Bridge, it will release the full power of the Rainbow Bridge and eventually destroy you and Jotunheim, Heimdall said. We didn't intend to die. Thor laughed. I have no intention of sending you to death. Heimdall inserted the sword as deep as possible, and the Rainbow Bridge suddenly opened. On the Rainbow Bridge, Thor and the others instantly crossed countless star fields and landed on a dark planet. There is no sun in Jotunheim, only a faint starlight, so it is always covered in ice and snow, making it the best place for the frost giants to live. Everyone looked around, but saw nothing. We shouldn't be here, Hogun said suddenly. Go and take a look ahead. Thor raised Thor's hammer and pointed in a direction. There are icy snow-capped mountains and hanging boulders everywhere, which is in sharp contrast to the beauty and elegance of the fairy palace. This is a rude and violent world. After traveling a few kilometers, he still didn't see the frost giant. Thor said, Norf behaved as usual. He knew we were coming, so he hid. Jotunheim is indeed not a good place. It is like the Antarctic in the polar night. The icy wind blows on several people like knives. Fortunately, they are all Asgardians and have strong enough resistance. You have traveled thousands of miles to die, Asgardians. Thor and the others walked to a building. The building of the frost giants was also very strange, and a voice came from it. I am Thor Odinson. Thor announced his full name. Of course I know you, the voice sounded again. Why can the frost giants enter Asgard? Thor asked directly. The voice paused for a long time and said, Odin's palace is full of traitors. Don't tarnish the honor of Asgard and my father with your ridiculous lies, Thor scolded. Your father is a murderer, an executioner, or a robber. Why did you come to Jotunheim? Did you come to pray for peace? Although you are just a child, I can feel that you are eager to fight, extremely eager. I want to prove that I am a real man. The owner of the voice walked out of the building, and around him, the frost giants formed a circle around Thor and the others. The frost giants could turn their hands into ice blades. They stared ferociously at the people in the middle, approaching step by step. Thor, calm down, there are so many people on the other side, we are outnumbered, Loki said quickly. My brother, please figure out your position. Thor said. I heard that Odin entered Odin's sleep, the person who spoke before said again. It's a pity that we don't have the ability to invade Asgard with a large army for the time being. Otherwise, Asgard will be destroyed because of Odin's sleep. Shut up, Thor roared. It doesn't matter. Odin's sleep lasted for a full week. It should be less than 24 hours by now. I will kill you when Odin wakes up and just reacts. You still have more than 6 days. Struggle time. Do you think he will fall into Odin's sleep again because of this? Thor was on the verge of an explosion. Of course, if you are willing to leave, I can still let you go. How about you leave quickly before I change my mind, the leading frost giant teased. Thor, a temporary retreat is not a bad thing. Loki said in Thor's ear. Merciful leader, we are willing to accept your great favor. Loki replied, grabbing Thor and turning his head. Go home early, little prince, the battlefield is not your place to show off your power. Damn it. Loki glanced at Thor, who sneered and shouted, Mjolnir. Thor's hammer instantly burst out with unparalleled power and speed, attacking the frost giant led by Zero. But this frost giant seemed to have a few brushes. He jumped up, easily avoided Thor's attack, stood on a high place, and allowed Thor's hammer to hit the frost giant behind him. The hammer smashed the body of a frost giant, but its power was not reduced. Seeing that it was about to penetrate the glacier in front of him, Thor raised his right hand high, and Thor's hammer flew back automatically. Next is you. Thor struck with the hammer, crushed the head of the nearest frost giant in front of him. However, the frost giant could still continue to move forward. Thor added another hammer, splitting the frost giant's body into two, and then stopped his movement. The surrounding frost giants gathered around. Jotunheim was their home ground. Their strength and recovery ability had been greatly improved. Even if they could not compete with Thor, the ants killed the elephants. What's more, they and Thor, the gap between ants and elephants is not as huge. Countless frost giants charged at the 6 Thors. Some frost giants with spells were constantly casting spells, and ice spikes several meters long were pierced on the ground from time to time. Odin's right eye was blinded by Laufey, the leader of the frost giants, during the attack on Jotunheim. Although Thor had a hard time resisting, he still deliberately provoked. How about something challenging? That's it. I didn't even do enough warm-up exercises before dinner. All the frost giants roared and rushed forward one after another. Everyone, please pay attention, maintain your formation, and form the momentum of horns, Silver shouted. Thor's art of war is violence. He has no strategy or overall situation. Strategy and overall situation are Sif's business. A powerful frost giant rushed forward, dodged the blow of Thor's hammer, and bumped Thor with his right shoulder. Thor was knocked back and almost lost his balance. Several frost giants cast spells and released ice spikes on Thor's body. Thor's eyes turned blue. Countless electrons gathered on Thor's hammer. Thor circled the hammer several times and threw it forward. His body followed the hammer and rushed forward, just in time to avoid the ice spike attack. It's not a big deal. Thor's hammer hit the frost giant that had just attacked Thor, and the huge energy brought by the thunder and lightning evaporated his body. Several frost giants who rushed over saw that attacking Thor was ineffective, so they changed the target of their attack. 2 frost giants walked around behind Fandral, turned their hands into ice blades, and slashed Fandral on the back. Although Fandral wearing armor, he was still cut into by the ice blade. Fandral screamed, and Hogun's attention was attracted by Fandral. Fandral, are you okay? The frost giant in front of Hogun naturally would not miss this perfect opportunity and launched a fierce attack directly on Hogun. Hogun was knocked to the ground. The frost giant wanted to make up for it, but Thor's hammer hit him, broken his body. Everyone, be careful Loki, and you should do more, Thor shouted. Yes, my brother. Loki, who had been water skiing, took out his armor and joined the battle. Although Loki is not good at fighting, he is still a god after all, and is much more powerful than these frost giants. Loki's joining took a lot of pressure off of them, and the battle between Sif and the others instantly became much easier. Several frost giants rushed towards Loki. Loki's body did not move, but they jumped into the air. It turned out that the only thing left behind was Loki's phantom. Vistak bumped forward and almost a frost giant was knocked directly off the cliff. Well done. Loki praised. You're not bad either, Vistak said, joining the fight again. Suddenly, a frost giant jumped out from behind Vodak, grabbed Vodak, and only held Vodak's arms with both hands. Vodak felt that his arms were about to be covered with frost. The giant was frozen into ice. Thor's hammer arrived in time and knocked away the frost giant on Vodak's back. Vodak shouted, "Don't let them touch them, they will freeze our bodies." After that, he joined the fierce battle. Middle. Dozens of frost giants formed a long column and rushed towards Thor. Thor raised Thor's hammer high, Mjolnir. Countless thunder and lightning gathered in Thor's hammer, which struck the ground, shattering it directly, and dozens of frost giants fell into the cracks. Loki looked at Thor, a little distracted. Suddenly, his arm was held by a frost giant. Loki's arm turned blue, but was not frozen. His expression was startled, and he reacted instantly, took out his dagger, and chopped off the frost giant's head. Thor, it's time for us to retreat. Our divine power has been exhausted a bit, Sif shouted. Thor knocked down several frost giants in front of him with a hammer, then retreat. Thor's hammer flew out from Thor's hand, clearing away the frost giants hundreds of meters in front of Thor, and forcibly smashed a bloody path. Let's go, Fandral shouted. Loki's expression was still a little nervous, but he joined several others. You go first, I'll cover you, Thor shouted as his power was still very strong. Saifu and others looked back at Thor. They knew Thor's strength. Thor, be careful. Ha 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 ha, it's just a little frost giant. You can't beat me, Thor roared angrily. The hammer in his hand kept spinning. It's not that easy to run away. The leader of the frost giants, who was standing high up, couldn't help but sneered, jumped forward. His hand glowed with blue light, and he pressed it on the glacier directly in front. With a loud rumbling sound, the huge glacier shattered, and the giant beast trapped under the glacier woke up and roared into the sky. Damn, what is that? Vodak looked back and saw a giant monster dozens of meters high chasing them. The distance keeps getting closer. I knew that coming to Jotunheim would not bring any good results. Hogun said sadly. Shut up, it's just a monster. Thor will help us deal with him. Sif has a deep-seated confidence in Thor. This confidence was brought to her by Thor during the long-term cooperation. Thor's strength, Thor's masculinity, all fascinated her. There's a cliff ahead, Loki shouted. Everyone, please don't resist my power. Loki's divine power flowed from his body to his hands, covering several people. Loki, what are you doing? Fandral asked. I want to go right, Loki shouted. Several people followed Loki and ran to the right, but they saw themselves on the original route. Loki, you are such a genius. Vodak praised. The monster chased the phantoms of several people. The phantoms ran to the edge of the cliff and turned around, looking at a loss. The monster pounced on the shadows of several people, but missed and fell straight off the cliff. It's safe for now, Loki gasped. Heimdall, I know you can hear it. Open the rainbow bridge quickly and let us go back. Loki shouted into the sky, but the rainbow bridge did not come. What he was waiting for was just the monster from before. The monster climbed up along the cliff. Oh, damn. Silver prepared a fighting stance, but compared to the monster, these people were too small. Their hearts were beating. Can we really defeat such a powerful monster? Thor, who was still fighting, noticed this. He frowned, and the hammer in his hand flew out with his divine body, went straight into the monster's mouth, and then penetrated out of the monster's back. The monster's bones and spine were all shattered by Thor. The huge body fell backwards and fell from the cliff. Thor landed on the ground, only to find that he was surrounded by frost giants, and there were several monsters on the left and right. This is not fun. Thor continued to swing the hammer, ready to attack at any time. Ding ding ding, Li Ji's cell phone suddenly rang during class. Li Ji looked at the teacher on the podium awkwardly and said, Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm going to answer the phone. Running out of the classroom, Li Ji saw the number and it turned out to be Lei Gong. Master, why did you call me? Li Ji felt a little strange. Could there be something wrong with Kunlun? Li Ji, go to the New York sanctuary quickly, ask Sheecliff Luther to open the portal, send you to Tunsberg, Norway, and then release your strongest power to the sky. This power will penetrate the earth and the peace treaty. Dunheim, go to Jotunheim quickly. Odin's 2 sons are in danger in Jotunheim. Thunder God spoke very quickly, and Liji felt that things were a bit weird. What does Odin's 2 sons have to do with me, Saiyan? Although Thor finally became a superhero on Earth, hasn't he been exiled yet? How will I find them after I go to Jotunheim? Liji asked. He has never been very good at finding people. In the final analysis, his strength is too weak and his ability to sense chi is also too weak. Look for where the thunder and lightning gather, and you will find them. You just need to help them clear a clean area. Asgard's gatekeeper Heimdall will come to pick you up. When the time comes, he will also send you back to Earth. Lei Justice. Regarding the legend of the 9 realms, Lei Gong had told Li Ji about it, so he was not afraid that Li Ji wouldn't understand. Of course, in fact, Lei Gong did not tell Li Ji, and Li Ji also knew these things. Does Odin not care about Asgard's affairs? Li Ji squinted his eyes, disappeared instantly, and flew into the sky. Thunder God urged him so urgently, indicating that the situation was already a bit tense. Then he drove to the sanctuary slowly. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. In the sanctuary, Baron Mordo has disappeared. He was urgently recalled by Ancient One to Kamatage. Now sitting in the sanctuary is a little old man, Sheecliff, who has also been the leader of the New York sanctuary in the past few decades. Luther. Mr. Sheecliff Luther, my master asked you to send me to Tunsberg. Li Ji said quickly. Sheecliff Luther didn't answer. He just drew a circle, and a portal appeared in front of Li Ji. It seems that the master has already greeted him. Li Ji stepped into the portal and arrived at Tunsberg in an instant. I heard that the space gem had been placed in a church here for thousands of years. Li Ji looked around. The place Sheecliff Luther chose was not bad. It was surrounded by open fields and there were no people. Li Ji looked around. Ji's whole body's arrogance expanded, and the power of the phoenix also increased. A wave of Qigong exploded from his hands and rushed into the sky. In the sky, Qigong waves penetrated the space. Li Ji looked at the ferocious space crack, relaxed a little, and flew into the crack. Jotunheim. What is that? Thor was still fighting hard, but the sudden appearance of a beam of light in the distant sky made him pay attention. Did Ancient One take advantage of the power from Midgard? The leader of the Frost Giants also looked in the direction of the light pillar. Li Ji was flying over the glacier, looking for traces of Thor. Suddenly there was a flash of lightning in the north, and Li Ji flew over. Oh, go to hell, Frost Giant, Thor roared, lightning gathering in Thor's hammer. Li Ji saw the iconic hammer and knew he had found his target. Be careful. Li Ji threw an air bomb in his hand, instantly vaporizing the frost giant behind Thor who wanted to attack him. Who are you? Thor raised his hammer and looked at Li Ji. I don't think I know you. You don't know me, but I know you, Thor Odinson. Li Ji smiled and tapped his right fist behind him, and the head of a frost giant who wanted to sneak attack him was instantly crushed. Hey, don't touch their bodies with your hands, Vostok shouted. It's okay. Li Ji didn't care about the cold air. With the power of the phoenix, the cold air was nothing. After seeing that Li Ji did not have any problems, Vodak stopped talking and concentrated on his own battle. Tell me where you are from and why you are here, otherwise I will treat you as an enemy. Thor was not to be outdone, and smashed several frost giants with the hammer in his hand. I don't know why my master wants me to come here. Li Ji smiled. As for my origin, Midgard, you should know it. Are you a disciple of Master Ancient One? Loki asked. No, I'm not, but I do know Master Gu Yi. Li Ji flew up, picked up Loki, and helped him avoid the attack of 2 frost giants. Thank you, Loki said. You're welcome. Li Ji looked at the frost giants around him. I happen to be quite depressed, so let me vent my anger on you. Li Ji's body exploded with arrogance, and dozens of air bombs appeared around him, and he fired wildly at the frost giant. The entire piece of frost was riddled with holes by Li Ji, and countless frost giants died under Li Ji's attack. What a powerful force. Thor was also surprised. I can't lose to him. Thor raised Thor's hammer high, gathered the power of thunder from the 9 heavens, and directed the thunder and lightning to Mjolnir. Endless thunder and lightning entangled, gathered, and hit the glacier heavily. The rumbling breaking sounds continued, and the glacier that had been destroyed once by Li Ji was finally overwhelmed and shattered. Thor glanced at Li Ji provocatively, but found that Li Ji didn't look at him at all. Li Ji only had frost giants in his eyes, and his eyes exuded a bloodthirsty light, as if the frost giants were his prey. Enough, the leader of the frost giants yelled, wanting to join the battle, but found that at some point, his body could no longer move at all. Lao Fei, please be quiet for a while. A voice sounded in Lao Fei's mind. His originally calm expression suddenly became panicked. Although he had only heard this voice once, he would never forget it in his life. Nightmare. The surrounding frost giants were sluggish for a few seconds without Lao Fei's immediate leadership, and then their less developed brains decided to follow Lao Fei's previous order and kill all the intruders. Although the glacier shattered, leaving countless terrifying and ferocious cracks, a large number of frost giants continued to rush towards Li Ji and others. Li Ji casually fired a gas bomb, and hundreds of frost giants that rushed over evaporated on the spot, leaving behind a vast white mist. Thor threw his hammer forward, instantly crushing hundreds of frost giants. Even so, the frost giants were not afraid of death, and they did not care at all when their companions fell beside them. They rushed forward, wanting to kill all the enemies who invaded Jotunheim. Li Ji has no mercy for the frost giants. He behaves like a monster and has poor brains. Li Ji never treats them as intelligent creatures. In Li Ji's eyes, the frost giants are just a group of beasts. It may be difficult to kill wild beasts for the first time, but you will gradually get used to it. It seems that we don't need to intervene in the battle. Fondrel glanced at Hogan. Well, how about a drink of wine? Vodak took out a wine bottle from somewhere. Idiot. Sif looked at him with contempt, and continued to watch the battle between Li Ji and Thor. Don't they feel tired? Sif was a little impressed. Her magical power had been exhausted not long after the war started. Now she could only watch Li Ji and Thor fight, feeling anxious. Li Ji felt like he was playing a zombie fighting game now. Frost giants were those monsters that came to attack in waves. They seemed to be in large numbers, but they were actually cannon fodder. Occasionally there were a few elite monsters, but they were not difficult to defeat. The only difference is that in this game, the boss has been controlled in advance. Ali Ji roared again, and the arrogance on his body increased a bit more. The range of the air bombs he fired was wider and the damage was much stronger. Every air bomb fired could take away the lives of countless frost giants. At the beginning, Li Ji thought it was quite fun, but after playing too much, he gradually became bored. These frost giants are so fertile, right? Loki, try to communicate with Heimdall and see if you can open the Bifrost, Thor shouted. My brother and I have been communicating, but Heimdall believes that we are not out of danger yet. If the Rainbow Bridge is opened, Asgard will be involved in the war, and he is unwilling to open it. Why are these frost giants endless? Li Ji continued to release gas bombs. He had been conducting high-intensity attacks for half an hour. Although he was not very tired under the recovery effect of the Phoenix power, he felt that his spirit was very exhausted. When a person does something repeatedly, his body will become numb and his mind will be exhausted. This is exactly what Li Ji is in now. Jotunheim is the home of the frost giants. The frost giants, who originally spread across the 9 realms, retreated here after losing the war with Odin. No one knows how many frost giants are hidden in Jotunheim, but based on the population of the earth, there must be more than just those who have been killed by Li Ji and Thor. What's more, Li Ji also knew that Lao Fei had been watching eagerly from the side. Although Li Ji didn't know why Lao Fei didn't take action, he knew that Lao Fei was nearby. But what Li Ji didn't know was that Lao Fei had actually wanted to take action a long time ago, but he was imprisoned. Although the frost giants had a large number of people, they could not be massacred like this. Looking at the fallen frost giants, they were all his people. Although the frost giants were no different from so-called aliens and alien monsters in Li Ji's eyes, to Lao Fei, they were his compatriots and his men. How could he resist the idea of taking action? But there was no other way. Lao Fei was imprisoned on the high ground of the glacier. He could only watch the 2 executioners Thor and Li Ji, constantly killing his people and destroying his territory, and silently left in his heart. She shed tears of ice. What's even more terrible is that before he was imprisoned, he gave the frost giants an order to attack with all their strength. That's why so many frost giants were not afraid of death and rushed towards Li Ji and Thor. Finally, I know why Frieza's destruction of a planet will directly destroy the whole planet, and the Saiyans will fall into the giant ape state when they invade a planet. Li Ji said something, but he spoke in Chinese. Thor and others were completely do not understand. What kind of spell are you talking about? Thor asked. Li Ji glanced at him coldly and continued to slaughter the frost giants. I guarantee that if all the frost giants killed today were brought back to Earth, global warming would cease to exist. The frost giants don't seem to have much fighting power, but in fact their power is quite amazing. They can control ice and create cold air. If they can recapture the artifact ice box, they can turn the entire planet into an ice age. There is nothing better than using them to prevent global warming. Thor, I think we should join forces. The endless killing made Li Ji a little tired, and he took the initiative to say to Thor, how to cooperate. Thor drew down a bolt of lightning and drove away hundreds of frost giants in front of him. We burst out with the greatest strength at the same time, creating chaos, and then in the chaos, I flew up and took you away from the battlefield to find a safe place, and then Heimdall opened the Rainbow Bridge to meet us. Li Jideo, why are you so familiar with Asgard? Thor asked in confusion. There is a series of books on Earth called Norse mythology. The price is only $19.9. It records everything about you in Asgard, and even your father Odin's affair is recorded. Li Jideo, oh, that's it. Thor suddenly became serious. You guys help suppress the formation, we need time to prepare. Loki, create a phantom to lure the frost giants to move in other directions, Li Ji shouted. When we are ready, just stand hand in hand and I will fly you away. Li Ji didn't even bother to complain about the fact that the Asgardian gods couldn't fly. Every god stood on the ground when fighting, so he didn't feel embarrassed. He flew up in the sky, threw a few thunderbolts, and turned around with the hammer. Then he suddenly threw it out, and he flew out with the hammer. Although he looked a little handsome, he couldn't be more handsome at the same time. How stupid, it's like throwing yourself down while throwing a shot put. Thor and Li Ji accumulated strength. Thor's whole body erupted with thunder and lightning, and thunder flashed in his eyes. Li Ji, on the other hand, had his arrogance activated to the maximum. He was so arrogant that he was almost 3 meters tall, with huge chi bombs condensed in his hands. Thunder God's power. Qigong wave. The two forces were intertwined, and wherever the power passed, glaciers, monsters, and frost giants all turned into nothingness. Thousands of meters around were cleared at once. Li grabbed Thor's shoulder with one hand and Loki's left arm with the other, and flew up. Damn it. As soon as Li left, Lao Fei's imprisonment was lifted. However, Li's speed was so fast that Lao Fei could no longer find them. Hundreds of thousands of frost giants died in the battle, and their habitats became even worse. His power was shattered, but Lao Fei could not retaliate, he could only roar angrily. Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge quickly. After arriving at a safe platform, Thor shouted to the sky. A colorful light came from the void, enveloped the 7 people, and left Jotunheim. In Norse mythology, when the gods created the heaven and earth, they also created a very huge ash tree. This huge tree is the cosmic tree Yggdrasil. This huge ash tree is the origin and carrier of all things in the universe. It is full of vitality and its dense branches and leaves cover the entire heaven and earth. There are 3 huge tree roots supporting the world tree Yggdrasil, making it stand erect. The first of the tree roots stretches towards Asgard, the kingdom of God. The Protoss living in Asgard are called the Asa Protoss. They are one of the 2 major Protoss in Nordic mythology and the most important Protoss. They represent the deified existence of world order. Every Asgardian with godhood has an almost eternal lifespan and immense power. The gods living here in Asgard are all members of the Asa clan, so this place is also called Asa Garden. Almost all the buildings here are built with gold. The entire shrine is magnificent, and is known as the House of Gold. Of course, there is still a certain gap between myth and display. Although Asgard is magnificent, it has not reached the point where the palace is made entirely of gold. Not to mention that the texture of gold is soft and the protective effect is very poor. With the density of gold, if it were all made of gold, it would be difficult for the shrine to not collapse. The Norsemen who spread this myth may have seen the rainbow bridge guarded by Heimdall. The ends of the bridge in the fairy palace were indeed golden and looked like gold. Who is he? Heimdall asked when he saw Ligi returning with Thor and others. Our savior comes from Midgard and seems to have some connection with the Ancient One Mage. Loki answered proactively. Heimdall, your divine eyes can penetrate the 9 realms, and your divine ears can hear the sound of a butterfly flapping its wings 1,000 worlds away. You should know his identity. Thor said to Heimdall. Dal was a little annoyed by this questioning. Ligi was their savior after all, but now he was being questioned by Heimdall as if he was a prisoner. Among the 9 realms, the only one I can't see clearly is Midgard. Heimdall said. Indeed, with the Ancient One sitting on the earth, Asgard's hand cannot reach the earth. Even the power of Odin can only be seen roughly, and Heimdall has completely given up monitoring the earth. Then Heimdall, can you send me back to earth? Ligi asked. This is not possible for the time being. The Ancient One Mage has sealed off the entire Midgard. My power cannot penetrate the Ancient One Mage's blockade. Unless the Ancient One Mage lifts the alert, or Heavenly Father Odin personally takes action, you cannot return to Midgard for the time being. Special. Ligi frowned a little. He disappeared suddenly without telling anyone, but he still couldn't go back. This was very embarrassing. Then can I ask Lord Odin to take action? I want to return to Earth as soon as possible. Ligideo. My father has temporarily entered the state of Odin's sleep, and it will take almost 6 days to wake up. Loki said from the side. That's right. Heimdall nodded. Odin's sleep. Ligi was a little helpless. He knew Odin's sleep. Odin must enter the Odin sleep state for a week every year. Odin's sleep can help him restore Odin's power and extend his lifespan. If Odin does not enter the Odin sleep state, his divine powers will weaken and his body will become weak. In other words, the Heavenly Father is tired and needs to rest for a few days every year. It is impossible for Ligi to break into Odin's palace, slap him awake, and ask him to send him back to the earth to continue sleeping. It should be fine. Anyway, I often play missing, so they should be used to it. Ligi comforted himself. By the way, my friend, I don't know your name yet. Thor suddenly came up and hugged Ligi's shoulders. Just call me Lee. Ligida said. Lee, why do you want to go back to Midgard so early? Don't you want to take revenge on those evil frost giants? Thor said. Revenge. Ligi was a little speechless. Ligi slaughtered tens of thousands of frost giants in Jotunheim. When it comes to revenge, it is only the frost giants who seek revenge from Ligi. But what Ligi didn't know was that even if Laufey attacked Asgard, he would not seek revenge from him. After all, in his opinion, Ligi was much more dangerous than Asgard. I am going to summon the Asgardian army immediately to attack Jotunheim, and strive to incorporate Jotunheim into Asgard's territory before my father wakes up, Thor said loudly. It's really a lofty dream. Ligi had no intention of getting involved. He no longer had the will to fight at this time. He probably knew the purpose of Thunder Lord. His purpose was not only to rescue Thor and others, but also to help himself. The idea of catharsis. Ligi has been suppressed for a long time and really needs to vent and sort himself out. And Mr. Lei fortunately gave Ligi such an outlet. Thor, have you entered Jotunheim and found out the reason why Jotunheim invaded Asgard? Heimdall asked. What he was most concerned about was Asgard's defense. No, a frost giant said that there was a traitor in my father's palace, but I don't think it is that simple. He may be deliberately confusing us. Thor shook his head. Then I will report the entire matter to Odin. Heimdall said. Didn't you agree to hide it for us? Thor was a little anxious. I said I would hide for you before, based on the premise that you found a loophole in Asgard's defense line, but you did not find that loophole, so I'm sorry. Heimdall shook his head. Thor may not be able to escape this time. Ding's punishment. Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge immediately. I will lead the Asgardian army to destroy the frost giant race and make them history. Thor raised his hammer. Heimdall shook his head. Obviously, he would not open the Rainbow Bridge again. Thor's expression was a bit ugly. After a long time, he said to Lee, my friend, this is your first time coming to Asgard. I will give you a good tour. The scenery of Asgard is indeed breathtaking, a perfect combination of humanity and nature, but Lee felt it was a pity that such a beautiful place would be completely destroyed in a few years. This is our Asgard's unique fruit wine. It is brewed using the oldest spring and the best fruits from the 9 worlds. You can't taste it in Midgard. Try it. Thor handed Lee one wine glass. Lee quickly refused. He didn't drink. He was mainly worried that he would go crazy after drinking. If he really slapped Odin awake, he would be in big trouble. Watching Thor and others drinking, Lee walked out of Thor's palace and looked at the scenery of Asgard. In a peaceful world of singing and dancing, everything seems so peaceful and peaceful. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's almost dusk. Lee muttered something, but he didn't know whether he was talking about the beautiful sunset now or referring to something else. Such a beautiful scenery made Lee want to take a sip, but thinking about the fact that he went crazy after drinking, Lee gave up this crazy idea. I'm afraid this is Thor's last carnival. Lee thought of the plot of Thor. Thor ignored Odin's orders and attacked Jotunheim. After that, Odin deprived him of the power of Thor and banished him to the earth. Although Odin did not personally rescue Thor this time, Lee felt that Thor might be even more miserable than being exiled to earth. After all, when he entered Jotunheim, Thor might have killed hundreds of thousands of frost giants in total. But this time, tens of thousands, or even more, were killed. Odin has always been kind and philanthropic, but this time Thor was in a terrible situation. Very few Asgardians can fly. This problem has always troubled Lee. They are obviously gods, but they can't fly. Like Thor, when holding Thor's hammer, he can only rely on the kinetic energy of the hammer to fly. Lee was a little doubtful about what he would do if he accidentally let go. It wasn't until he obtained the storm axe that Thor truly gained the ability to fly. Lee flew up and overlooked Asgard from a high altitude. Odin's temple was the most majestic, and Odin's treasury was the representative of magnificence. However, Odin's treasure house is currently surrounded by a large army. Perhaps the invasion of Jotunheim yesterday made them a little alert. There are dozens of artifacts and many other treasures stored in Odin's treasure house. Lee originally wanted to look for any fragments of the phoenix power, but looking at this posture, Lee probably couldn't get in. Guest from Midgard, do you want to enter Odin's magnificent treasure house? A magnetic female voice suddenly sounded from Lee's ears. Who? Lee was a little alert. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is do you want Odin's treasure? The female voice replied, her voice full of temptation. Oh, can you help me enter Odin's treasure house? There are so many people guarding it, Lee said. No problem, as long as you do me a small favor, let alone enter Odin's treasure house, why not give the entire treasure house to you? The female voice continued to bewitch. What method do you have to guarantee it? Can you come forward and talk to me in detail? Lee looked around, not seeing anyone and not feeling any anger. It's not convenient for me to come forward for the time being, but as long as you are willing to do a small thing for me, I can meet you. Do you want to be the master of Midgard? As long as you help me with this small favor, not only Odin's treasure house but also I give it to you, Midgard I give it to you too. After chatting here, Lee probably knew the identity of the person opposite Odin's eldest daughter, Thor, and Loki's sister, the goddess of death, Hela. However, in Norse mythology, Hela is the daughter of Loki, and Loki is the brother of Odin. Thor calls Loki his uncle and Hela his sister. But now, the younger sister has become an older sister, and the uncle has become a younger brother, which feels a bit confusing. But Midgard is guarded by the Ancient Master, and no one can control Midgard. Lee deliberately tried. The Ancient One won't live long. He only has a lifespan of 500 years. After death, his soul will be taken away by Dormammu. No one can help him resurrect. And as long as my plan succeeds, Odin can't stop it. Me, let alone the Ancient One. It turns out that although Hela has been sealed, she can still grasp information from the outside world. Lee thought, I just don't know if Hela has an informant outside or if his followers told her. Although Hela has been sealed by Odin for who knows how long, the belief in death has not been extinguished. Even on Earth today, there is still a temple of Hela. There are more in other places. Niflheim is also one of the 9 realms. This is the kingdom of death, and temples of Hela can be seen everywhere. How about it? Have you considered the lucky man of Midgard? Hela urged. I haven't thought that a terrible enemy seemed to have arrived in Midgard yesterday. After I become the master of Midgard, will I be targeted by that enemy? Lee said. Yesterday. Hela was obviously not very clear about this matter. Yes, just yesterday, a very terrifying enemy, Master Ancient One, and Odin teamed up to activate the Rainbow Bridge and send him away. It doesn't matter. After you become the master of Midgard, I will protect you. Hela said. Her voice was so soft that Lee almost couldn't hold himself back. Forget it, Hela, I don't think this is reliable. Lee felt that he couldn't continue talking to Hela, otherwise there would definitely be trouble. You know I have been forgotten by the entire Asgard, how do you know me? Hela's voice suddenly became weird and terrifying. Liji then remembered that Thor had lived for so long without knowing the existence of Hela. There were very few people in Asgard who knew Hela. The goddess of death, the master of Niflheim, the master of aging and disease, isn't it you, Ms. Hela? Lijideo. You left out one more, Asgard's most powerful god of war, Hela reminded. I'm quite curious. Why are there so many people in Asgard looking for me? Is it because even the people in Asgard can't satisfy you? Liji said with a strange smile. You are stained with the power of death. You and I are the same person. As long as you release me during Odin's sleep, we can let death spread to Yggdrasil together. Sorry, Hela, I have no such plan. If you want to destroy the 9 realms or something, you should go to Long Aotian, Titan. It's really a place where birds don't poop. Frieza stood on the land of Titan, and the desolate surroundings made him a little angry. Those damn guys, when I, King Frieza, come back, I must wipe them all out. Frieza angrily released a wave of light, exploding a deep pit thousands of meters in size on the ground. King Frieza, there is actually nothing wrong with this. At least it lets us know that this universe is extremely huge, at least much larger than the 7th universe. Takamai said on the side. Do you think Frieza can't defeat them? Frieza looked at Takamai coldly. No, King Frieza, I just think that there are so many places in this universe that can be conquered. When the army expands, it will not be too late to go back and crush them. Takamai said quickly. Takamai, you are quite good at talking. Frieza praised. Ho, yes, this universe is so big, it's perfect for me, King Frieza, to show off his skills. Frieza laughed. Then King Frieza, shall we conquer a planet to be our base now? Takamai's eyes were filled with fighting intent. No, don't you think this planet is suitable for a base? Frieza stepped on the rocks under his feet and said. But the resources of this planet have been exhausted. With Frieza's legions here, resources are nothing. Frieza flew up, and the seat automatically flew under him and sat down. This planet is very big, bigger than most of the planets I have conquered. I will take this planet as the starting point and the first step for me, King Frieza, to become the cosmic emperor of this universe. Frieza laughed loudly again, and Takamai was also flattering him. King Frieza. A blue spaceman flew to Frieza's side. Bart, what's wrong? Frieza asked directly without turning his head. King Frieza, while I was cruising, I suddenly discovered a battleship group approaching Titan. Bart said respectfully. Oh, Frieza said with some confusion, will anyone come to such a desolate planet? Bart, go over and ask them who they are. By the way, tell them that this is my territory, Frieza. Yes, King Frieza. Bart knelt on one knee and said. After saying that, he flew into the starry sky. In the starry sky, Thanos' army. Father, why do you want to return to Titan suddenly? Nebula knelt on the ground and asked. I feel that Titan is occupied. Thanos said, holding the psychic scepter and standing in the center of the battleship. It's just an abandoned planet, don't worry about it. Nebula raised her head and asked. No, this planet is very important to me. Thanos looked ahead solemnly, go at full speed. Bart flies out of Titan and hovers in space. Who are you? Asked someone from the Thanos Legion. I don't understand what you're saying. Bart couldn't understand the language of the Thanos Legion. I don't understand what you are saying. The members of the Thanos Legion also responded with the same words. They really understood each other. Bart flew back to Titan in great embarrassment. Father, why don't you kill him? Nebula held 2 daggers and stood behind Thanos. He is very strong and can be recruited into the Legion to become a general. Thanos saw through Bart's strength, and the mind gem on the mind scepter in his hand emitted a bright light. Why do you mean you can't understand the other person's language? Frieza said angrily. Lord Frieza, subordinate Bart didn't know how to explain. Forget it, Takamai, you go there with Bart, remember to bring a translator, Frieza said. Yes, sir. Takamai said together with Bart. Who are you? The members of the Thanos Legion asked when they discovered that there were actually 2 people coming this time. Takamai, what language do they speak? Bart asked. It should be in English. Look it up on the translator. English, Takamai said. English, oh. Bart took out the translator. What is this Japanese displayed on the translator? This is what we usually say, Japanese, also called neon language. If you look for English, you can swipe up and find it. Takamai took the translator and gave Bart a demonstration. Okay, I understand. Seeing that Bart and Takamai didn't answer for a long time, the people from the Thanos Legion repeated, who are you? The translator automatically translated into Japanese, and only then did Bart understand. Bart put the translator to his mouth and said, we are subordinates of King Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. This planet is already owned by our Frieza Legion. What are you doing here? We are the Thanos Legion. The planet you occupy is our territory. You have hours to leave. What is the Thanos core? But if you want to enter the territory of Frieza's core, you need to defeat me, Bart, first. Bart put on a Ginyu-Force pose. Ginyu-Force's blue storm, Bart. Father, let me kill him. Gamera kneeled behind Thanos and said respectfully. No, leave this matter to the 5 Obsidian generals to resolve. Thanos looked at Bart's appearance and said with some interest. Yes, father. Gamera stood up. I will inform them. Enter Titan first. These people are a bit strange. They all seem to have the ability to fly. There are not many warriors in our Thanos Legion who can fly. Thanos gave the order. Yes. Thanos' fleet was activated again, and Bart released several light waves. After finding that Thanos' fleet could not be stopped, Bart immediately returned to Titan with Takamai. King Frieza, they ignored our threat and entered the atmosphere directly. Takamai said whimperingly. Oh, it seems that in this universe, no one knows my name, King Frieza. It seems that my name as the Emperor of the Universe needs to be resounding throughout the universe. Frieza sat on the suspended seat. There was a serious flash of coldness. Let them come in and let Frieza's army prepare for battle. Bart, notify the other members of the Special Forces team and ask them to come over as soon as possible. After Frieza finished speaking, he laughed again. I hope the people who come this time won't be some bastards. At the very least, they can add some fame to our Frieza Legion, and they won't be the kind of trash that can't even be written into the war record. Lord Thanos, the opponent is not fortified. Is it because the defense strength is insufficient? Are they just pretending to be strong before? Said the leader of the Vanguard army, Medion Thanos. No, the opponent is very strong. This is what the Mind Stone told me. Thanos held the Mind Scepter and said. The Mind Stone told him many things, including the approximate strength of Frieza's army. I understand. The leader of the Pioneer Army said, everyone, please reduce the power output of the spacecraft and prepare to land. Father. Gamera brought the 5 Obsidian Generals to Thanos' spaceship. The 5 Obsidian Generals have been assembled. Okay, tell them, let their Jinyu Special Forces come and have a duel with my Obsidian 5 in the future. If they win, I will recognize their sovereignty on Titan. Thanos looked at the Obsidian 5. Are you ready? At your service at any time, Lord Thanos. The answers of the 5 people were very neat. Ebony Maw, you have already talked with the other party. What do you think of the other party's strength? Thanos asked. Although it's not bad, it's not worth mentioning compared to our 5 Obsidian Generals. Ebony Throat said with a smile. That's good. Thanos also smiled. King Frieza. The members of Team Jinyu also arrived one by one, kneeling on one knee in front of Frieza and saluting. Someone wants to provoke Frieza's legion, you should know what to do, Frieza said. Of course it will give them the death they dream of. Jinyu stood up and replied. Very well, Jinyu, I'll leave them to you. I'm not going to take action this time. Don't let me down. Frieza looked at Jinyu and laughed. Yes, King Frieza. Jinyu made a gesture of loyalty. King Frieza, the other side seems to be requesting communication. Takamai said suddenly. What did they say? Frieza asked. They said they want us to send out the Jinyu Special Forces to duel with one of their elite teams, the 5 Obsidian Generals. If we win, they will recognize our sovereignty over this planet. Also, the name of this planet seems to be it's called Titan, Takamai translated. What a foul name. From now on, this planet will be called Frieza Planet, Frieza said. How about Team Jinyu, do you have confidence? Frieza looked at the 5 members of Team Jinyu. Ha ha ha, let me, Likum, see who is so overestimating his abilities. The pineapple-headed Likum burst into laughter and flew out first. King Frieza, let's go fight first. Jinyu saluted and flew away. Bart and Keith looked at each other. I will definitely live up to King Frieza's high expectations. Guldo's 4 eyes rolled around. King Frieza, I will complete the mission. All 5 people flew away and stood in a clearing. Thanos' spaceship also landed, and 5 people walked out of it. I am the Deathblade General. I am Dark Proxima Centauri. I am Ebony Throat. I am a superstar. I am a black dwarf. We are the Thanos Legion, the 5 Obsidian Generals. The 5-man appearance is very powerful, but the Jinyu Special Team is not to be outdone. Special Forces, Special Forces, Special Forces, Special Forces, Special Forces. Guldo, Blue Storm Bart, Red Magma Geese. Likum, Jinyu, Jinyu, Jinyu Special Forces. Team Jinyu put on a classic pose, and the 5 Obsidian Generals looked at them like they were looking at a group of idiots. Likum flew out first. Likum mock attack. Likum's sudden attack was something that the 5 Obsidian Generals did not expect. Generally, this kind of war does not start with a round of talk, and then talk about life and ideals. In the end, due to a disagreement, there is a deviation between ideals and life. You just started fighting? Why did you meet such a guy who doesn't follow the routine? Likum's target is Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw looks the most fragile among the 5 Obsidian Generals. He looks like a dying old man from the universe. The other 4, even if Proxima Centauri is a woman, look worse than Ebony Maw, much stronger. GG. Ebony Throat couldn't help laughing when he saw that Likum's chosen target of attack was himself. Although Ebony Throat was a little fragile, in fact, among the 5 generals of Obsidian, he was the most difficult to deal with. Even if he is the leader of Obsidian's 5 generals, General Deathblade would not dare to offend him easily. Ebony Throat was about to speak. He had a very terrifying language control ability. For a reckless man like Likum, Ebony Throat was very sure to control Likum's consciousness and made Likum rebel on the spot. No matter how powerful Ebony Throat was, after trying hard, he found that he couldn't speak a single word, couldn't move his body, and even the flow of consciousness had become much more obscure. Likum's flying kick hit Ebony Mouth on the left side of his face, sending Ebony Mouth flying away, causing his head to twist. Likum raised his hands forward. Likum's serial missiles, dozens of consecutive air bombs exploded on Ebony Throat's body. The Ebony Maw Dead Blade General wanted to stop Likum's movements. He raised his long blade with both hands and attacked Likum. However, he found that his movements were suddenly restrained. His movements were very slow, and Likum turned around. Smiled at General Deathblade, Lulka flying kick. The Deathblade general was also kicked away. The other 3 Obsidian 5 generals also came over. Lulka immediately flew up and looked at Guldo. Guldo, you did a good job. Guldo, who was covering his mouth and frantically holding his breath, breathed a long sigh of relief. I get half of the battle merit. You can count up to 1/3. Lulka laughed loudly, put his hands together, and made a gesture like the Jinyu Special Forces, then opened his arms, and said with light waves condensed in his mouth, Lulka vanishing cannon. The huge Qigong wave attacked the 5 generals of Obsidian and exploded at the feet of the 5 generals. It stirred up dust all over the sky and the figures of the 5 generals could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, General Deathblade, Proxima Centauri, and Superstar rushed out of the dust and attacked the Jinyut team from 3 different directions. Guldo hurriedly used the superpower of stopping time to stop the 3 people's movements, but found that the superpower had lost its effect. In the distance, Ebony Maw was lying on the ground, with green evil power condensed in his hands. It was this power that offset the effect of Guldo's superpowers. The 3 generals of the Dead Blade approached the Jinyut team. Leave it to you, Jinyu said. After saying that, he flew up. The enemy didn't even ask him to mention fighting. He flew back to Frieza. King Frieza, please appreciate my special response. The training effect of the team. Oh ho 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 Jinyu, aren't you ready to take action? Frieza smiled sensibly. Jinyu half knelt on the ground. When they are about to lose, it will not be too late for me to take action. It's up to you, as long as you understand that the consequences of failure in this duel will be serious. Frieza looked at the battlefield. Jinyu stood up and looked in the direction Frieza was looking. Lulka flew down from the sky and faced off against the Deathblade general. Bart, Geese, and Guldo faced off against Proxima Centauri and Superstar. The dust in the distance gradually dispersed, and there was a giant deep pit over 100 meters on the ground. Black Dwarf knelt in the center of the pit. He had previously defended Lulka's disappearing cannon alone. Proxima Centauri threw the spear and turned it into 3 black rays, attacking Bart, Geese, and Guldo. Bart's figure was like lightning. In just a moment, he caught the 3 black rays in his hands and restored them to the shape of a spear. How can I still want to play this trick in front of Bart, the blue storm with the fastest speed in my universe? Proxima Centauri raised her hand high, and the spear pulled Bart and automatically returned to her hand. Bart looked at the enemy in front of him, opened his left hand, and released a blue light wave. At the same time, the whole figure disappeared and returned to the territory of the Special Forces team. The blue light wave did not have much impact on Dark Knight Proxima Centauri. She carried her spear and attacked together with the Superstar. Smashing ball. Blue light wave. Light eyes. Not to be outdone, Bart, Keith, and Guldo directly used their strongest tactics, causing Peter's Proxima Centauri and Superstar to retreat one after another. Bart and Keith looked at each other. Would you use that trick? It is good. Guldo, help us restrain their movements. We are going to use that move. No problem. Guldo agreed wholeheartedly, puffed up his lips, and began to hold his breath. Although the ebony throat was counteracting his superpower, it was still possible to interfere with Proxima Centauri and the supergiant. Bart and Geese moved in unison. Do this often. Purple Comet Impact. Purple Comet Impact. Countless purple-red light balls erupted from the hands of Bart and Keith, attacking the supergiant star and the Dark Knight star Proxima Centauri. This purple-red energy light ball is much stronger than the previous smashing ball, with blue light waves and so on. Supergiants and Dark Knight Proxima Centauri can only keep dodging. They are not black dwarfs. Black dwarfs have terrifying and the amazing defense can even resist the Lulka smashing cannon. If they are even touched by this purple-red energy ball, they may lose their hands and feet. Where did this group of people come from? Why have I never heard of their names in the universe? Proxima Centauri said angrily, the intelligence department should die. I don't know, it's really tricky. Superstar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had just been affected by the aftermath of a purple-red light wave explosion. Father, please let me fight. Gamera knelt down in front of Thanos, and Nebula also knelt down. Father, please let me deal with them. No need. Thanos looked at Occupy. Although his expression was a bit unpleasant, he still said, Father, but they before Gamera could finish her words, Thanos said, they still have a chance. Gamera stood up. Father, what do you mean? Do the 5 Obsidian generals have any backup plans? Gamera, do you think you have the higher prestige in Thanos Legion, or the 5 Obsidian generals? Thanos asked. The 5 Obsidian generals have higher prestige. Gamera answered truthfully. Then what do you think of the strength of those people on the opposite side? Are you sure you can deal with them? Thanos asked again. I'm sure I can deal with 3 of them. I'm afraid I can't deal with the one with the pineapple head. Gamera said. In the Thanos Legion, is an individual's status based on strength or seniority? Thanos continued to ask. Strength comes first, strength is supreme. Gamera knelt down again. Since you are sure to deal with 3 of them, why do you think that the 5 Obsidian generals can't deal with them? Thanos turned his head and asked. It's me, I underestimated the 5 Obsidian generals. Gamera fell to the ground. It's good to know. Thanos turned his head. Although it seems that the 5 Obsidian generals are at a disadvantage, it only takes a moment to reverse the situation. Didn't you notice that the scepter in my hand is missing? Nebula looked at Gamera with hatred. But Jinyu, who hasn't taken action yet, may need to pay attention. His strength is probably even stronger than Pineapple Head. Thanos looked at Jinyu, but found Frieza's eyes looking over. Jinyu, look, the opponent's boss is watching you in the spaceship. Frieza's tail suddenly hit Jinyu's back. King Frieza, I think he is worshipping your greatness. Jinyu quickly knelt down on one knee and said. Ho 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 ho. Frieza laughed. Jinyu, you still know how to speak. What do you think of the battle situation on the field? Frieza finished laughing and said again. Although it seems that the special teams have the upper hand, the situation is actually not good. Jinyu said. Since you know it, why don't you take action? Frieza said, looking at the battlefield. That guy Likum is too arrogant, I think it's better to let him stumble. Jinyu said with a smile. In that case, it's up to you. How long will it take for the Black Dwarf to recover? Asked Proxima Centauri. I don't know. The superstar replied. Damn, that Pineapple Head, I will never let him go. Dark Knight Proxima Centauri said while avoiding the light wave attack from the purple-red comet. The fighting man did not notice that in the deep pit in the distance, the Black Dwarf had stood up. We're going to fight back. Gamera was in the spaceship and could see the battle clearly, but Thanos' eyes were always focused on Jinyu. Jinyu could also see the battle clearly from his position. He didn't believe Jinyu. Not noticing the movements of Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw. King Frieza, it seems that the opponent is preparing to counterattack. Jinyu said respectfully. Ho ho ho, Jinyu, aren't you going to take action? Don't worry about the sacrifice of your team members, Frieza said with a smile. Don't worry, King Frieza, I will save them before they die. Jinyu also laughed. Likum and the Deathblade General were fighting fiercely when Black Dwarf suddenly rushed out from behind and locked Likum's movements tightly. What guy? Likum tried hard, but couldn't break free for a while. Likum, look here. From a distance, Ebony Throat suddenly shouted. Likum's eyes looked over involuntarily. In the sky, the spiritual scepter fell from the sky and struck Likum's head. Likum, your enemy is not us, but them, Ebony Maw shouted. Likum turned to look at Bart and the other three. Bart, Geese, Goldo, please die. Likum's super battle miracle explosion. Bart and the others never thought that Likum would actually take action against them, and that his attack would be a powerful killing move. Bart and Geese can barely withstand it, but Goldo's combat power is only over, so he might be killed instantly with one move. Bart grabbed Goldo's combat uniform, lifted Goldo up, and flew into the sky, barely escaping Likum's attack. Although Bart's claim to be the fastest in the universe is very unreliable, at the very least, his speed is still a little faster than Likum. Bart, you are looking for death. Likum looked at Bart. Likum's super continuous air bomb. Countless missiles attacked Bart. Even Bart's speed could not escape the coverage of the missiles. Bart shouted, Goldo. Goldo immediately covered his mouth and held his breath. Likum's time was stopped. Bart took the opportunity to escape from the attack range, breathing heavily. But what came oncoming was the supergiant star and the Dark Knight Proxima Centauri. Oh, that purple-red light ball made us uncomfortable before. Can you release it now? Proxima Centauri held the spear in his hand, raised it high, and was about to shoot it. On the other side, Geth has been forced by the Deathblade General with no way to escape. Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw were standing behind him, and Likum was flying in the sky. No matter which direction he ran, he would encounter enemies. Next to Frieza, Jinyu did some warm-up exercises. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. The warm-up action was a dance choreographed by Jinyu himself. The movements were funny, but Jinyu found it very interesting. Jinyu, why don't you take action? Your team members will die soon. Frieza said. As soon as I finish this Jinyu special team dance, I will take action immediately. Jinyu spun around. Oh ho ho ho, look at your performance. Frieza laughed. Father, we are going to win soon, Xingyun said happily. No, there is another person on the other side who has not taken action. Thanos looked at Jinyu with a very cautious expression. Are you talking about the man who is doing clown-like movements? Apart from being taller, there is nothing scary about him. Nebula also looked at Jinyu. What is the reason that makes you so confident? Thanos fell into deep thought. Got you, Goldo. Bart kept dodging in the air, but he still had a Goldo in his hand. His movements were much slower than normal. By accident, Goldo was snatched away by Likum and held in his arms. Goldo, how do you want to die? For the sake of the fact that we both belong to the Jinnut team, I can allow you to choose your own way of death. Likum pulled Goldo, rushed from the sky to the ground, and pushed Goldo. It hit the ground so hard. Goldo's 9 orifices spurted green blood from his 4 eyes, and a deep pit of tens of meters was made on the ground. What a terrifying guy. Proxima Centauri and Superstar couldn't help but think as they watched Likum's movements. The dead Blade General also took a breath of air. Fortunately, he was not caught by Likum at that time. Likum, King Frieza, and Captain Jinyu will not let you go, Goldo said as he was dying. Captain Jinyu, ha ha ha, today the Jinyu Special Forces are going to be renamed Likuma Forces, ha 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 ha. Gerdo, if you stand up and do a Likuma Forces dance, maybe I will let you go. Ah. Likum mentioned Goldo again and wanted to smash it to the ground. After dancing, Jinyu heard Likum's voice. Team Likumut is such a ridiculous guy. How could I have such a team member? King Frieza, I'm going to fight. Go, go, let's watch you perform. Frieza said with a gloomy smile on his face. Jinyu clenched his fists, and purple flames erupted from his body. In just a moment, he flew to Likum's side. With a knee strike, Likum was instantly knocked into the sky at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, but Jinyu was faster. He appeared in Likum's flight path, clenched his fists, and smashed hard. Kum flew towards the ground at an extremely fast speed in an instant. With a boom, a deep pit of more than meters was opened on the ground. Before Jinyu could stop, dozens of air bombs exploded into the pit, causing Likum to scream in agony. Likumu, who gave you the courage to change the name of the Jinyu Special Forces to Likumu Special Forces? Jinyu shouted. Jinyu Likum roared loudly, but there was nothing he could do. Jinyu descended into the deep pit where Likum was, lifted Likum's pineapple head with one hand, and hung it in midair. Although your consciousness has been manipulated, your subconscious is too rebellious. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Jinyu was about to continue taking action, but Black Dwarf didn't know when he circled into the pit. He jumped behind Jinyu, locked Jinyu's arms, and wanted to repeat his same trick. Ebony Maw, hurry, Black Dwarf shouted. It's a pity, I'm not Likum. Jinyu smiled sarcastically, using both arms to clamp Black Dwarf's hands, and then stretched them inward. Black Dwarf's hands were forcibly tearing off. The spiritual scepter that came from the sky was also grabbed by Jinyu's hand and inserted deeply into the body of the Black Dwarf. His strength is so terrifying, one Gamera couldn't help but exclaimed. It does have some strength. Even Thanos frowned. He had tried his best to overestimate Jinyu's strength, but he still underestimated Jinyu. I originally thought that letting Ebony Maw take down the spiritual scepter and instigate Likum, who was the most powerful, to be foolproof, but I didn't expect that he would still make a mistake. Jinyu Likum roared in pain. His armor was shattered by Jinyu, and his injuries were no less severe than Goldo's. Likum, who gave you the courage to replace me as the captain of the Jinyu Special Forces? Likum was lifted up by Jinyu's pineapple head again, and Jinyu asked with a smile. Jinyu, I will be the captain of the Jinyu Special Forces and I will do better than you, Likum yelled. Really? Jinyu raised Likum's body and slammed it to the ground. Likum's head was harder than steel, and a deep pit of tens of meters was created in the hard ground. Say it again. Jinyu raised Likum high. Jinyu, why are you Captain Likum's final pose? Invincible tactics. Likum's body burst out with arrogance. Jinyu knew that this was Likum's strongest move. Okay, what a terrifying power. Ebony Throat felt the most directly, because he also knew how to emit energy, so he could naturally feel how powerful the energy gathered in Likum was. With a strike from his hand, Likum's eyes turned white and he fell straight to the ground. Jinyu kicked Likum's body to Goldo's side and shouted, Bart, Geese, take these two people to the treatment cabin of the spacecraft. Bart and Keith were a little frightened at first. When they heard what Jinyu said, they couldn't help but said, yes, Captain Jinyu. By the way, there is this. Jinyu pulled out the psychic scepter from Black Dwarf's body. Although I don't know what it is, I can feel that it is a good treasure. Go and present it to King Frieza. You can't take away the mind scepter. Ebony Maw manipulated a huge rock and smashed it at Jinyu. Jinyu put a wave in his hand and smashed the rock into powder. Sorry, I didn't turn on the translator, so I can't understand what you said. Jinyu flew up. You probably don't understand what I'm saying. In fact, that's fine, otherwise you will only be more fearful and desperate. Although Likum's character is very annoying to me, after all, he is also a member of my Jinyu Special Forces. You actually instigated him to rebel and let him hurt Goldo. I don't know what kind of methods you used, but it must have something to do with the scepter. You will never forgive me. You will never forgive me, Jinyu. In the name of Frieza's Legion and the Jinyu Special Forces, I sentence you to death. The aura on Jinyu's body became more and more powerful, and some pebbles flew up under the influence of Jinyu's aura. Absolutely unforgivable. Absolutely, you all must die. The spear in Proxima Centauri's hand was thrown out like lightning, split into 3 death rays, and flew towards Jinyu. What is he talking about? Asked the superstar. I don't know, whatever. Proxima Centauri was very satisfied with her timing. She thought it was impossible for Jinyu to avoid the attack of the death ray. The spear of Proxima Centauri was forged by Thanos himself. Once thrown, it will split into 3 black rays that can track the target. Any creature stabbed by it will die on the spot. But Jinyu just smiled at the corner of his mouth, and the smile made Proxima Centauri feel a chill in his heart. Why did he feel a bad feeling? All 3 black rays hit, but when Proxima Centauri took a closer look, the person hit turned out to be the Black Dwarf. Jinyu lifted the Black Dwarf in his hand at some point, and a dark ray penetrated the Black Dwarf's head. There was another hole in his body that was inserted into the Black Dwarf. 3 rays hit the Black Dwarf, and the Black Dwarf was too dead to die. The rays turned into 3 slightly thinner javelins. Jinyu took off the javelins, held them in his hands, and turned back into spears. Interesting weapon. Jinyu's figure disappeared from the spot, and in just a moment, he appeared behind Proxima Centauri and the supergiant star in the dark night. 2 ladies, I, Jinyu, am a compassionate person. I will make you faint first. You will die happily along with the men of our Frieza Legion. Jinyu's 2 light waves hit the dark night Proxima Centauri and on the back of the superstar, the 2 of them fainted instantly. Ebony Maw secretly controlled the spear in Jinyu's hand, trying to stab Jinyu with the spear, but how could Jinyu be plotted by him so easily? He looked at Ebony Maw, and threw the spear in his hand, as fast as lightning. Before Ebony Maw could see Jinyu's movements clearly, he was hit by 3 dark rays and lost his life. It's your turn next. Jinyu looked at General Deathblade, and the energy in his body expanded again. General Deathblade looked at Jinyu, his body trembling uncontrollably. Among the Thanos Legion, there are many people who tremble and even pee their pants. Despair is spreading. Father. Gamera's voice when calling Thanos was trembling. Jinyu's strength made him despair. Thanos's expression was also very cautious, with his huge purple index finger hanging on his nose. The 5 Obsidian generals have lost. Thanos is very aware of the current battle situation. The 5 Obsidian generals have not only lost, but also lost miserably. Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw have both lost their lives. Dark Knight Star and Superstar he also fell into a coma on the spot, leaving only the strongest Deathblade general still fighting fiercely. However, the strength gap between the two was very obvious. It could be said that they were just resisting in a corner. Thanos has never encountered such an enemy. In the past, even if he encountered powerful beings that he could not defeat, they would not be so cruel. Jinyu's methods, Jinyu's power, and Jinyu's fighting method all moved Thanos a little. And Thanos knows that Jinyu is far from his limit now, because Jinyu's opponent is too weak to allow Jinyu to exert his full strength. You know, Jinyu's combat power is as high as, while Likum, who ranks second in the Jinyu special team, has a combat power of only, and every 10,000 difference in combat power is a huge gap. Big, who has a combat power of in the anime, the tower was easily beaten by Likum. The Deathblade general could only compete with Likum. In Jinyu's eyes, he was no different than a baby. After knocking General Deathblade away with one punch, Jinyu touched the combat power detector he wore in his ear. A green screen appeared in front of his eyes. The light symbols on the screen flashed and finally stopped on a number. 37,000 combat power. It's true, that idiot Likum has let loose again. Seeing the Deathblade general's combat power, Jinyu immediately lost interest in fighting. The strength gap between the two sides was too big, and there was nothing to win in the crushing round. Then I'll end you with this move. I can't help it. Who said you are too weak? If you were a little stronger, I would be willing to play with you more. Jinyu's body burned with purple flames, and he flew very quickly to the side of General Deathblade. A ball of light appeared in his hand. Goodbye, you scumbag with a combat power of 37,000. Jinyu, stop! Frieza's voice suddenly reached Jinyu's ears. King Frieza, why? Jinyu extinguished the energy bomb and flew to Frieza's side, leaving the Deathblade general where he was, his body constantly trembling. The people on the other side have surrendered. The sovereignty of this planet is ours. Now the planet is officially renamed Frieza Planet. Ho 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 ho! Frieza laughed. I see, then he is lucky. Jinyu knelt respectfully at Frieza's feet. Takamai, go ask them when the fleet will leave Frieza's planet. Frieza said. Yes, King Frieza. Takamai flew out. Jinyu, follow us and see if the other party is playing any tricks. Frieza said, looking at Thanos' main ship. Yes, King Frieza. Thanos flew behind Takamai. General Deathblade collected the bodies of Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf and brought them back to the spacecraft. Proxima Centauri and Superstar had already woken up, and he slipped into the spacecraft in despair. I'm sorry, Lord Thanos, we failed to fulfill your request, please forgive me. Dark Knight Proxima was the first to kneel down in front of Thanos. It's not your fault. The gap between the opponent's strength and yours is too big. It's normal that you can't defeat him. Thanos said. But, the Psychic Scepter. Thanos looked at the Psychic Scepter placed next to Frieza and felt an indescribable feeling. Takamai, what do you say on the other side? Jinyu asked when he saw that Takamai's expression was not good. The other side said they would only leave if we hand over the spiritual scepter. Takamai said, it's already extremely merciful to let them live, but they still want to take advantage of it. Jinyu was a little angry. Should we ask King Frieza for permission? Takamai asked hesitantly, but Jinyu directly rejected it. No, we all know what kind of character King Frieza is, and he will definitely not agree. Of that. Inform them directly to leave Frieza planet, otherwise they will suffer the consequences of the group's destruction, Jinyu said. It was expected that Thanos would get this reply. After all, the Mind Scepter is an excellent artifact at first glance. However, this result is also what Thanos wants. Command all fleets to recharge their guns and prepare to attack Titan, Thanos said. Well, all the weapons on the opposite side are charging. It seems that they want to go back on their word. Soon, the Thanos Legion's weapons were fully charged and fired a volley defense. Takamai yelled. Following this shout, everyone from Frieza's Legion hid in the spaceship, opened the spacecraft's protective shield, and blocked the salvo from Thanos' Legion. Takamai, go ask him what he wants to do. Frieza's face turned gloomy. I, Frieza, have always been the only one who goes back on my word and doesn't keep my word. I didn't expect that I was teased by someone else. Frieza climbed out of his seat and stood on the ground. Jinyu, protect Takamai. Frieza said. Yes, King Frieza. Jinyu and Takamai said at the same time. Jinyu and Takamai flew into the air, and several energy cannons attacked, but Jinyu knocked them away with one hand. Legion of Thanos, Lord Frieza wants to ask you if you don't intend to abide by your previous agreement. Are you a group of shameless people who don't keep their word? Takamai said loudly through the translator. No, we have kept our agreement. Thanos replied. Then what are you doing now? Are you complying with the agreement? Takamai asked. We abide by the agreement. The sovereignty of Titan is yours. Then we launched an invasion war. Isn't it very reasonable? Thanos asked rhetorically. You. Before Takamai could finish speaking, the Thanos Legion fired countless energy cannons. Although Jinyu was not afraid of these energy cannons, there were too many of them, so he could only take Takamai with him. Retreat temporarily. Oh, that's what he really said when he invaded us, Frieza said with a playful smile. Yes, King Frieza, his attitude is very arrogant. We have to dampen his arrogance, Takumi said angrily. He was almost killed by the Thanos Legion just now. It's interesting. Only my Frieza's army has ever invaded others, and no one else has ever invaded my Frieza's army. It's really interesting. Frieza laughed, and his voice turned into a roar at the end of his laughter. Here's the order. All combatants must put on their combat uniforms and the battle must be resolved within 2 hours. I hope I don't need to take action. Frieza gritted his teeth and said, I haven't felt this feeling of being provoked for a long time. Yes, King Frieza. Frieza's fleet also flew up and fought back, and the battle broke out. Frieza's fleet is not as powerful as Thanos' fleet in terms of attack power, and it has just experienced a wormhole crossing and a rainbow bridge crossing not long ago. There is a certain amount of damage overall, and its combat performance is even worse. However, Frieza's fleet also has an advantage. The advantage lies in its strong defensive capabilities. Although Thanos Legion's energy cannon has strong attack power, compared with Frieza's fleet's protective shield, its attack power is somewhat weak. Of course, the protective shield is not without its shortcomings. The protective shield consumes extremely high energy. Frieza's fleet already consumes a lot of energy. If the protective shield is turned on for combat, it will soon be exhausted by the Thanos Legion. All combat members with a combat strength of more than 1,000 leave the fleet and serve as sharp knife troops to seize the enemy's warships. Takumi issued a new order. Countless combat members flew out of the spaceship and rushed towards the Thanos Legion's spaceship. Father, what should I do? Why are they all flying? Gamera asked. Keep firing, Thanos said. After a salvo of main gun fire, Frieza lost less than half of his sharp knife troops, but the rest had basically arrived among the Thanos Legion. A member of Frieza's army lifted a panel of Thanos Legion battleship and sneaked inside. This spaceship doesn't look very strong. A Kigong wave was released, killing several Thanos troops patrolling inside the battleship. Members of Frieza's army found a card from their bodies. Is this the companion card in the spaceship? Interesting. After bypassing several closed roads, he finally found the entrance to the combat cabin. I wonder if this card can open the combat cabin door. The member of Frieza's army swiped the card on the lock, and unexpectedly the alarm went off. Alert, alert, there's an enemy infiltrating. What kind of bird language are you talking about? The members of Frieza's army did not understand English and did not wear translators. A light wave shot out from the palm of their hand and directly exploded the speaker that was broadcasting the warning. But he was also surrounded by the minions of the Thanos Legion. Much weaker than I thought. Frieza's Legion members said with some annoyance, sitting on the mountain of corpses piled up by Thanos Legion members. I originally thought it was about sneaking into the game, but it turned out that it was all done by opening Wushuan. On the side, there was a group of captured Thanos troops. Members of Frieza's army looked at them. Can you fly this battleship? The people in the Thanos Legion opposite kept trembling, fearing that they would be killed. By the way, you can't understand what I'm saying. Members of Frieza's army put on translators. Can you fly this spaceship? Yes, sir, we can drive. Then just turn the direction of the spacecraft and then continue firing. Lord Thanos, dozens of our warships have been controlled by the enemy's elite soldiers and are attacking our own fleet. 7 warships have been completely destroyed, hundreds of warships have lost their combat effectiveness, and the data is still expanding. People kept delivering battle reports to Thanos, and Thanos's expression became increasingly ugly. Where did this legion come from? Each of these warriors is strong enough to serve as a general in Thanos Legion, but they turned out to be just miscellaneous soldiers in that army. Is the legion I built after conquering half of the universe so vulnerable? Thanos' expression was very complex, with expressions of annoyance, pain, and other expressions appearing alternately on his face. Thanos remembered his last defeat, which was when he attacked Asgard. The Thanos Legion at that time was far less powerful than it is now, and Thanos' strength was not as strong as it is now, and Odin was in his prime. When he attacked Asgard, Thanos naturally suffered his first disastrous defeat in his life, but Thanos was far less upset than this time. Asgard is a famous kingdom of gods in the universe. It was normal for Thanos to think that he could not defeat him at that time. However, as he grew more mature, this new army that appeared out of nowhere was actually able to compete with his own army. To compete, especially in the army, there are countless more high-end combat talents than Thanos legions, which makes Thanos find it a bit difficult to accept. But what Thanos doesn't know is that Frieza's army is not a new army. In another universe, Frieza is the emperor of the universe, and countless people look up to him. Compared to Thanos, it is more majestic. Lord Thanos, more than 100 battleships have been controlled. Forcibly shut down all firepower systems of the controlled battleship, Thanos roared. No, Lord Thanos, I can't do it. If you want to shut it down, you can only shut down all the firepower systems of the entire legion or randomly shut down half of the firepower systems. Thanos sat down and put his left hand on his forehead, wondering what he was thinking. Father, Nebula wanted to say something, but Thanos pointed to the door. Get out. Yes, my father. Thanos looked at Frieza and stared at the Mind Scepter beside Frieza. My goal is the Infinity Stones, and the Legion is just a means for me to obtain the Infinity Stones. So, the Soul Gem must be taken back. Forcibly shut down the firepower systems of all battleships. Yes, Lord Thanos. What's going on? Why didn't you fire? Are you fooling me? In a spaceship, members of Frieza's army kicked the spacecraft pilot to the ground. I don't know, maybe the firepower system is broken. The man from the Thanos Legion said tremblingly. The fire system is broken. The members of Frieza's army looked unconvinced. In this case, then you have no value in being used. Several light waves appeared, and all members of Thanos' army died. Thanos' main ship landed slowly, the cabin opened, and Thanos walked out of the battleship wearing full body armor and holding his sword. You are Frieza's army, right? Thanos said. Frieza looked at Takamai. What did he say? He asked us if we were Frieza's army. Takamai said. Then tell him, here is the greatest and most powerful Frieza army in the universe. Frieza smiled sinisterly, his smile was creepy. Here are the armies of King Frieza, the greatest emperor in the universe. Do you want to surrender now? Takamai replied. No, I just want to make a deal with you. Thanos slowly advanced, dragging the sword across the ground in his hand, leaving a long ravine. Deal. Takamai's tone was full of contempt. Yes, I will give up Titan to you, and you will return the spiritual scepter to me, and promise that I will never attack this planet in the future. Thanos said slowly. This planet is already Frieza's planet, Takamai corrected, then translated to Frieza. It's really ridiculous. He didn't even try to find out what kind of person I am, Frieza. Frieza's expression was grim. King Frieza, no one else in this universe knows you yet. Takamai said, and Frieza gave him a sharp look. Tell them to run quickly if they want to, and don't force me to do it. Frieza suddenly felt that it would be good to leave the Thanos Legion alive. If there were no survivors, who would promote Frieza's Legion? With his illustrious reputation, he will face the embarrassing situation that Takamai just mentioned. No one knows Frieza. Lord Frieza asked me to tell you, don't force him to take action, and give you the last chance to escape. Get out of Frieza within 1 minute, and I will spare your life. Thanos' eyes were blazing, and he thought to himself, could it be that he is not in the best condition right now and dare not fight with me, or that he is just a showman? Thanos raised his sword, and Jinyu stood aside, ready to make a move. Jinyu flew in front of Thanos. If you want to fight Lord Frieza, you must defeat me first. Get out of the way. Thanos slashed with his sword, and Jinyu took a step back, but still stood in front of him. Jinyu, get out of the way. You are not strong enough to fight him. Frieza said. King Frieza, Jinyu said with some dissatisfaction. Look at his fighting prowess, Frieza said. Jinyu quickly turned on the combat power detector. 320,000, how is that possible? Jinyu was frightened and took a step back. I only have a fighting strength of, so I am no match for him. But Lord Frieza has a fighting strength of, and his fighting strength is still crushing. Baseball flew up with Takamai, leaving an empty battlefield for Frieza and Thanos. Is your name Thanos? Frieza said. Yes, where's your name? Thanos raised the sword. Frieza, a name that will soon scare the entire universe. Frieza laughed so loudly that it made people panic. My name has made the entire universe fearful. Thanos rushed towards Frieza. High in the sky, Jinyu looked at Thanos. You have such high combat power, but you can't fly. That seems to be the case, Takamai said. I don't know if it's because he can't fly or because he hasn't learned to fly. Is there any difference? Jinyu asked. Of course, if they can't fly, it means that their bodies are not suitable for flying and they have a natural disadvantage. If they have never learned to fly, then there is at least the possibility of learning to fly, Takamai said. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I may understand why Frieza-sama values you. Thanos rushed forward, and in just a few steps, he rushed to Frieza's side, his sword raised high. Do you need to be so violent? Frieza raised his mind scepter and held Thanos' sword. Humph. Thanos ignored Frieza's teasing, felt his sword spinning in the sky, and rushed towards Frieza. Really? Thanos' sword seemed to hit Frieza, but it missed completely. It turned out that what he hit was just the afterimage of Frieza, and Frieza's voice came from behind him. Your strength is pretty good, but compared to me, King Frieza, it's still far behind. Frieza stretched out his fingers and condensed chi on his index finger. A red light wave appeared instantly, and the death beam penetrated the destruction. Ba's left shoulder. Thanos suddenly felt pain. He changed the sword to his left hand and pressed the wound with his right hand. Oh, I accidentally missed it. The next thing that penetrates is the heart. Frieza's figure disappeared in front of Thanos. Where are you? Are you invisible? Thanos looked around. No, it's not invisible, it's because he was too fast, so I couldn't see his movements at all. Thanos clenched his grip on the battle vigilantly, ignoring the pain on his shoulders, guarding against Frieza's attack. Here we go, this time it's a double death beam. Frieza put his index and middle fingers together, gathered his energy, and 2 death beams erupted from his hands. Thanos turned his body, and the sword blocked a death beam, while the other one grazed Thanos' body, leaving a scorch mark. How about it? Do you smell the aroma of your own flesh? Frieza laughed. Thanos looked at Frieza, his expression full of anger. He had never encountered such an enemy before, and he was distracted and teasing the enemy during the battle. It has such a charming aroma. If you sprinkle it with pepper, wrap it in egg wash, add breadcrumbs, and fry it until golden brown on both sides, then fish it out with oil. Adults and children will love it, and even the kids next door will cry with envy. Frieza laughed. Said. Make a prank. Shut up, battle is sacred, Thanos roared. Shut up. Frieza's expression changed. You actually told me Frieza to shut up. You are the first in the universe. Let me give you a try in the holy battle. Frieza was wrapped in red flames, flew up, and threw the psychic scepter in his hand to Jinyu. Take it. Then his right hand was aimed at Thanos, and continuous death beams were fired at him. After experiencing several death beam attacks, Thanos became somewhat skilled. He easily avoided Frieza's attack and jumped up high, almost level with the flying Frieza. Not good. Frieza released a light wave from his hand, but it was knocked away by Thanos' sword. In desperation, Frieza could only fall to the ground. Do you want to fight me, King Frieza? On the ground. Frieza looked at Thanos. Thanos fell from the sky, raising dust on the ground. Yes, otherwise you would fly. This would be so unfair. Frieza and Thanos collided, and Frieza was a little surprised to find that his own strength was no match for Thanos's. Damn it. Frieza pushed Thanos away, but Thanos kneed him in the neck. Lord Frieza is too short. Takamai looked at the battle below and felt a little unsightly. If Frieza was as tall as Jinyu, the blow just now would never have been able to hit him. Jinyu's body was trembling. In his combat power detector, Thanos' combat power actually reached 778. Remember the website address, .778 by, for easy reading next time, or enter by in Baidu. You can enter this site. Lord Frieza, run quickly, he has fighting power, Jinyu shouted in the air. 600,000 combat power. Frieza raised his tail, knocked Thanos back, and retreated tens of meters. No wonder you want to fight me hand to hand. It turns out you have seen my strength a long time ago, Frieza said darkly. That's right, although my generals are not as good as your generals and my army is not as good as yours, my strength is stronger than yours, and that's enough. Thanos rushed towards Frieza with his sword in hand. Frieza, he turned around and kicked Thanos in the face. Really? My combat power is, which is only less than. But I can fly, my speed is faster than you, and I can also release energy light waves. Why do you think I can't beat you? Frieza flew into the air, raised his hands high, and a red air bomb flew towards Thanos. Thanos turned the sword with both hands and knocked away the air bombs thrown by Frieza, but Frieza came to Thanos without Thanos noticing and punched Thanos in the stomach, creating a huge punch pit. Thanos wailed in pain, but he held the sword in both hands and rushed towards Frieza. Frieza jumped slightly and passed through the circle formed by Thanos' hands and sword. It seems that if I don't take the initiative to fight with you, you won't even be able to touch me. The sword broke through the air and continued towards Frieza. It seems that Frieza-sama's small stature still has some advantages. Takamai said. There are pros and cons. Lord Frieza's attack range is shorter, Jinyu said. Stop talking nonsense. Two death beams flew towards Jinyu and Takamai, and they hurriedly avoided them. Damn it, you short, ugly, little mouse that only knows how to run away, Thanos cursed as his attacks never worked. Frieza's movements stopped abruptly, and the scene became extremely cold. What did you say? I said you are a short, ugly, little mouse that can only run away. No, even a little mouse is times stronger than you, Thanos said, rushing over with a sword in his hand. A light wave appeared in Frieza's palm. Thanos saw the light wave and quickly flew to the side. Very good. Since King Frieza was born, you are still the first one who dares to insult me, King Frieza, in person. You are very courageous. Frieza's expression became colder, and Thanos couldn't help but retreat. A few steps. Very well, you succeeded in irritating me. Frieza flew up. Actually, I really don't want to transform. The powerful force after transformation is so powerful that I can't control it. But, since you want to die so much, I'll let you see it. Frieza's whole body was covered in red gas flames, and the gas flames seemed to have turned into liquid. He floated in the air and roared. Frieza shouted. A hurricane blew up around him. There were no plants on Titan, and the wind and sand blew up like a sandstorm. What? Thanos could feel Frieza's power increasing rapidly, and he made a decisive decision. We cannot let his transformation be completed. Thanos stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the ground instantly collapsed several meters. He rushed towards Frieza like an arrow from a string, but at this moment, Frieza's energy further expanded, and Thanos even directly blew it away. Frieza's body expanded like a balloon, growing to more than 3 meters tall in an instant. So, am I still a little mouse? Frieza laughed. Among the cosmic people, some races will choose whether to transform according to the situation. Without transforming, they can disguise themselves and reduce physical wear and tear. But, Frieza, the reason why I don't transform is because the power of transformation is difficult for me to control. Frieza roared, and lightning and thunder thundered in the sky. Boom, Thanos was punched away by Frieza, completely smashing the mountain beside him. Thanos struggled to remove the stone from his body and stood up with his sword in hand, but Frieza was already floating in front of him. My combat power now exceeds 1 million. From any angle, you can't defeat me. Frieza looked at Thanos with a smile on his lips. Now, who is the little mouse? Thanos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his sword. Who knows? Frieza easily caught Thanos' sword between his 2 fingers. Maybe you don't correctly understand the strength gap between us. Frieza smiled evilly, and with 2 fingers of his right hand, he pulled out the sword directly from Thanos' hand and threw it into the air. A wave of light flashed past, and Thanos' sword was broken into 2 pieces in the air and fell to the ground. How are you going to fight me now that you don't even have a weapon? Frieza fired a continuous death beam from his fingertips, cutting the fallen blade into pieces. Thanos looked at Frieza and sat aside in despair. Frieza's power in his second form had surpassed him in all aspects, not to mention Frieza's endless fighting methods and ability to fly. He saw absolutely no possibility of victory. Oh, have you given up? It seems like a very good choice, but I won't let you go. Frieza laughed. Thanos touched his big forehead and said nothing. Are you shrouded in despair? But for my reputation, Lord Frieza, my current performance is not enough. Frieza's red arrogance continued to rise. Thanos, how is your Thanos Legion's reputation in the universe? Frieza, wrapped in red arrogance, suddenly asked. Invincible, invincible. Although he had lost to Frieza, Thanos still said firmly, oh ho ho ho, if that's the case, let's keep a part of your Thanos Legion. I originally thought that if it was some unknown rat, I would just destroy it. Since you are somewhat famous, then obediently go to the universe and spread it. My name is King Frieza. Frieza laughed, and a red light wave focused on Thanos, just in time to knock Thanos to his knees. In order for me, Lord Frieza, to become more famous, I will show my strength. Frieza fell to the ground and stepped on Thanos' head. Now is my transformation state. With this state alone, I have completely crushed you. However, I still have the opportunity to transform twice. You are honored to be able to see me, King Frieza. A noble and complete state. You are also the first people who are qualified to see me, King Frieza, transform again. After kicking Thanos away, Frieza stood on the spot and roared, ah. Frieza raised his fists high, then suddenly downwards, arching his body, horns suddenly sprouted from his back, and the armor covering his body stood up. His whole body was trembling, the facial features on his face were squeezed together, and his nose disappeared. The purple oval-shaped armor on his forehead instantly elongated and stretched behind him. Frieza laughed loudly, have you seen this? This is my second transformation, King Frieza, but this form is a bit ferocious, and the power is not too strong, only about 2 million. I don't like it very much. This form. Watch out next. The third transformation of the invincible King Frieza is in perfect condition this time. Keep your eyes wide open. Endless red light waves converged on Frieza, setting off waves of hurricanes, causing sand and rocks to fly on the ground. The ground under Frieza's feet actually cracked under the pressure of Frieza's power. Along with Frieza's roar, every inch of Frieza's skin appeared cracked. Thanos stared blankly at Frieza's transformation. He could see it. This time is completely different from the previous 2 times. This transformation is a transformation and a rebirth. Frieza's power will undergo fundamental changes. No, this is the chance to stop him. Thanos ran towards Frieza crazily, but Frieza's transformation had already been completed, and the strength of the energy in his body at night caused Thanos to fly away. A huge sandstorm enveloped the area where Frieza was. Except for Frieza and Thanos, no one else could see clearly. Although Jinyo could feel Frieza's power rising, he felt a little nervous in his heart. I wonder if Thanos will take advantage of the opportunity to transform and sneak attack Frieza. Thanos did make a sneak attack, but it was unsuccessful because Frieza's transformation had been completed. This time it was a perfect transformation, Frieza's final state. A dark figure gradually appeared in the rolling sandstorm. He was not tall, but full of intimidation. He stalked slowly, and in front of him was the shadow of a man lying on the ground. Oh ho ho ho, you missed your last chance, Frieza laughed. Come and admire my great and noble perfect form, Frieza. Frieza's energy instantly expanded, blowing away the surrounding sand and dust, causing Thanos to roll several times. What appeared in front of everyone was the perfectly transformed Frieza, with muscles all over his body, an almost perfect figure, and a round head covered with original purple cuticles. Thanos lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Why, does King Frieza's perfect state scare you? Frieza sneered. I've just completed my transformation and I'm still a little uncomfortable with this power. Frieza took a step forward, his body shaking a little. My current combat power is 3 million. When I fully adapt to the current power, my combat power will expand to more than million. Is this only 3 million combat power? Thanos was a little shocked, and an unprecedented emotion burst out in fear in his heart. Yes, Thanos was actually a little afraid of Frieza. I don't know how powerful million combat power will be. Thanos had no doubts about the value Frieza said, because Frieza had no need to lie to him. Frieza's strength had already made him unable to lift it. If you feel rebellious, what will be the effect of exaggerating your own strength? What, you don't even want to resist? Frieza laughed. Actually, I like your character very much. This gesture of surrender makes me, King Frieza, very intoxicated. Frieza laughed loudly. The enemy's despair is Frieza's gluttonous feast. In the distance, a green-skinned woman stepped off Thanos' battleship and ran towards Frieza. Gamera, run, he is not an enemy you can deal with, Thanos shouted, and she thought Gamera wanted to assassinate Frieza. Frieza watched Gamera's movements with interest, but there was no doubt that as long as Gamera made any dangerous moves, she would definitely be dead before he could complete the move. Father, don't worry, I won't do anything like throwing eggs at rocks. Gamera walked to about 10 meters in front of Frieza, maintaining a safe distance, and said to Thanos first. Thanos looked at Gamera, wondering what she wanted to do. Oh, you are very self-aware. Frieza looked at Gamera. Gamera knelt on her knees and raised her hands in the air. In her hands was a strange device of unknown metal. King Frieza, please accept the allegiance of our Thanos Legion. Our Thanos Legion is also famous in the universe. Of course, it cannot be compared with your wrongdoings, King Frieza. We are willing to surrender to you and serve you. Develop territory in the universe and become the true emperor of the universe. This is the control device of our fleet. With it, you can destroy our warships at will, which represents our sincerity. Frieza walked up to Gamera and gently raised Gamera's chin with his right hand. Oh, he's a green-skinned spaceman. He's such a cute little guy. Thanos watched Gamera being held in Frieza's hands, his body trembling a little, but he didn't dare to make any move, and hammered the ground hard with his right hand. Noisy Frieza suddenly turned around, and a death beam shot through Thanos' entire right hand, from his fist to his shoulder, and all the bones and flesh in the middle were burned away. Frieza turned to Gamera again. Such a cute cosmonaut with green skin is just right to marry Gerdo as his wife. King Frieza, who is Goldo? Gamera's hands were still raised. She raised her head, looked at Frieza and asked. That's the Goldo from Team Jinyu. You should have seen that green-skinned, short, fat Goldo with 4 glasses. Frieza said with a hint of curvature at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be thinking about what it would be like if Goldo and Gamera got married. King Frieza, although we are willing to surrender to you, please forgive me for not agreeing to this request. Gamera knelt on the ground and said loudly. She had seen Gerdo before, but she couldn't accept it no matter what. Object. Oh, Frieza picked up Thanos Legion's controller. How do you use this? Frieza asked. Gamera stood up. King Frieza, let me teach you. With this controller, can I control all battleships? Frieza asked. Yes, King Frieza, Gamera replied. Then I want to destroy half of the battleships. What should I do? Frieza asked with a smile. Gamera was startled at first, but when she saw Frieza's playful expression, she added, to destroy half of the battleships, you first need to link the controller to half of the ships, then enter the 7th level control password, and finally verify the administrator rights, in order to operate. Lord Frieza, you are not the administrator yet, you need to formally accept our allegiance and complete the permission transfer. Oh, that's too troublesome. Frieza squeezed it lightly, and the controller shattered. I'll do it myself. Frieza stretched out 2 fingers, and red light waves danced on the fingertips, varying in brightness and darkness. Frieza pointed his 2 fingers to the sky, flicked them lightly, and a terrifying band of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The light belt was thrown to the ground, and a huge gap that was thousands of meters long and more than 10 meters wide opened in the ground. Frieza smiled and said, this is a trick that I can only use when I am in perfect condition. If I activate it with all my strength, it could cut through the entire planet. Frieza swung the light belt into the Thanos Legion. All the warships thrown by the light belt were split into 2 halves and were destroyed on the spot. Some of the ships that were thrown by the light belt exploded when they hit the weapons depot or engine. The surrounding spacecraft were destroyed. Oh ho ho ho, I accidentally caused a chain explosion. I'm so sorry. More than half of the spacecraft was damaged. Frieza took a step forward and kicked Gamera away. As for the surrender of your Thanos Legion, I don't need it. If Thanos and Gamera still had any illusions about Frieza's strength before, now Frieza has shattered all their illusions. Frieza's strength has made them unable to resist at all. They only think about how to escape from the clutches of this demon as soon as possible. However, Frieza obviously has no intention of letting them escape easily. He stands between Thanos and Kaira. In front of La, he crossed his hands and said somewhat condescendingly, however, I will still let your Thanos Legion survive. After all, I need a group of people to spread my reputation of Frieza's cruelty in the universe. Your remaining troops will not take action personally. I will only let the Legion pursue you. After leaving the atmosphere, only a few of you can be left. The Legion will not pursue you outside the atmosphere. Seeing the despair of Thanos and Gamera, Frieza actually felt a little bit of enjoyment. This happiness based on the pain and despair of others was what Frieza enjoyed and talked about the most. Frieza, Thanos was furious, but he was met by a death beam from Frieza. The death beam penetrated from his upper mouth, penetrated Thanos' tongue and chin, and shot to the ground. A deep hole instantly appeared on the ground. Who are you to allow you to call me by my first name? You should call me King Frieza. Frieza grabbed Thanos' head, picked it up, and smashed it into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. Gamera knelt aside, not daring to breathe. After dozens of hits, Frieza seemed a little bored and threw Thanos aside. Okay, you can go. Gamera hurried over to help Thanos, but was stopped by Frieza's death beam. I'm talking about you. Frieza pointed at Gamera, not him. King Frieza, he is my father. If I don't take him away, Gamera hesitated, not knowing what reason to use to convince Frieza. Frieza was not afraid to move, and Thanos sat up with difficulty, blood dripping from his mouth. Gamera, don't ask him to find what I have been looking for. Gamera glanced at Thanos, then at Frieza, and quickly ran towards Thanos' fleet. Frieza watched her run away before turning his head to Thanos. Oh, I don't know what you asked her to find. Find something that can kill you, tyrant. Thanos laughed. In this world, the guy who can kill me, King Frieza, hasn't even been born yet. Frieza also laughed. Ha 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 ha, Frieza, you are too ignorant. Thanos smiled arrogantly. Jinyu and Takamai flew down from the sky. King Frieza, this guy is really annoying. Do you want me to slap him? He's talking nonsense. No need. Frieza waved his hand. I would like to hear what is the thing that can defeat me, and see how big his boast is. Frieza said with interest, will he compete with Bei? Just like the Super Saiyan legend of Planet Gita, it's just a legend with no beginning or end. Frieza, you are indeed very strong, but there are still things in this world that can defeat you. I once mastered 1/6 of it, but you took it away, Thanos said loudly, not caring at all. Pain in mouth. Oh, you mean this. Frieza took the Mind Scepter from Jinyu's hand. It is undeniable that it has a very powerful power, but to kill me, King Frieza, is really a fantasy. Frieza waved the scepter slightly. Although the scepter contained the power of the Mind Stone, it released not coming out. Did you see the gems inlaid on the scepter? They are the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones are tempered from the essence of the 6 singularities before the Big Bang. The gems are all in the shape of an oval with a length of 45 centimeters and a smooth surface. The Infinity Stones create the flow of time that the world feels. They are almost the most powerful treasures in the universe. By gathering the 6 Infinity Stones of space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul, they can make a huge impact or change on the entire universe. As long as my daughter Gamera can collect the 6 Infinity Stones, she can kill you with just a snap of her fingers. Ha 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 ha, Frieza, just wait and see, Thanos said, and after speaking, he laughed again. Oh, really? Frieza asked, looking at Thanos. Aren't you afraid that I will catch up with your fleet now and kill everyone in your fleet? Frieza threatened. The fleet has already entered the jump now. The jump range is random within 2 million light years. Do you think you can still catch up? Thanos said. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you let go of a big enemy. My daughter will find all the infinite stones and kill you. Shut up. Several death beams shot Thanos' mouth into a hornet's nest. Even if these infinity stones really are what you said and have the power to kill me, King Frieza, but now, isn't this mind stone in my hand? Your daughter will never be able to collect all 6 infinity stones. Frieza looked at Thanos and said very arrogantly. Thanos' entire mouth was shot into a hornet's nest. Every time he spoke a word, he would endure the excruciating pain, but he still said, it's useless. Gathering the 6 gems is a choice of fate. This is already destined. Frieza, you can't stop this. Oh, then why can't the person who collects all 6 gems be me, King Frieza? Frieza grabbed Thanos' chest. Tell me the whereabouts of the other gems. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Thanos just giggled. Frieza threw Thanos away, looked at the Mind Scepter, and suddenly laughed. I don't know how you can collect all 6 Infinity Stones after I destroyed this Mind Stone. Thanos' expression suddenly changed. Frieza ignored him, threw the Mind Scepter to the ground, and fired a continuous death beam from his hand, focusing on the gem. No, you can't destroy the Infinity Stones. Thanos hugged Frieza's feet, but Frieza kicked him away. I wonder if you can find the second Mind Stone after I destroy this one, Frieza asked. But the death beam shot for a long time, but the Mind Stone remained motionless. Ha 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 ha, Frieza, did you see this? This is the Infinity Stone. You can't destroy it. Thanos finally relaxed. Frieza's power cannot destroy the Mind Stone, which means that the power of the Infinity Stone is still there. On top of Lissa. Damn it, Frieza cursed. King Frieza, this scepter seems to have the ability to control people's minds. If you use this scepter to control him, wouldn't you get the information about the infinite stones? Takamai walked over and said with a smile. It seems so, Takamai. You can come up with such insidious and despicable little ideas. It's worth my respect for you. Frieza touched Takamai's head. Jinyu picked up the Mind Scepter and handed it to Frieza. Let me think about how to use this scepter. Frieza took the Mind Scepter. It's like tapping the head of the scepter on someone else's forehead, right? Frieza walked up to Thanos with his scepter in hand. You should be lucky to be able to become the slave of the great King Frieza. Thanos' expression did not change, and he laughed. Frieza, don't waste your energy. You are not an approver of the Mind Stone, nor are you recognized by those who approve of the Mind Stone. You can't use the Mind Scepter. Frieza ignored what Thanos said and tapped the tip of the Mind Scepter on Thanos' head. Unfortunately, just as Thanos said, it had no effect at all. Frieza became so angry that he hit Thanos on the neck, and Thanos' neck bones were directly broken. Damn, Frieza was a little mad with anger, but Thanos laughed proudly, although in his current appearance, smiling was uglier than crying. King Frieza, let me try. Jinyu said suddenly. Oh Jinyu, is there any way you can use this staff? Frieza asked. I don't know, but King Frieza, have you forgotten my unique skill? Jinyu said. Oh, you're talking about that. Frieza thought about Jinyu's ability to switch bodies. Yes, King Frieza, I can switch bodies with him, and then maybe I can use the Mind Scepter. Jinyu smiled. When Thanos heard what Jinyu said, his body moved unconsciously. This subtle movement was caught by Frieza, who smiled at Thanos and then looked at Jinyu. But King Frieza, I hope you can take good care of my body. Once the body is exchanged, he may take the opportunity to escape. If he is allowed to escape, there may be trouble, Jinyu said. It doesn't matter. In this case, he won't be able to escape. Frieza punched Jinyu in the stomach. Jinyu spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. You shouldn't have the strength to escape now. Frieza smiled. Yes, King Frieza. Jinyu said reluctantly, holding his chest. Then it's up to you to perform. Frieza walked aside. Jinyu stood up with difficulty and opened his hands. With Frieza-sama helping me, this way, I don't need to harm myself. Jinyu aimed at Thanos and shouted, the Great Switch. The souls of Thanos and Jinyu appeared behind them, and the whole sky was uncertain. Jinyu opened his mouth, and a golden light wave shot into Thanos' mouth, and the whole world was illuminated golden. Thanos felt that his consciousness was out of his control. When he regained consciousness, what he saw in his eyes was his own body. What's going on? Why am I here? Is this a body swap? Thanos, oh no, should be called Jinyu now, endured the pain and reluctantly stood up. Frieza threw the mind scepter at Jinyu's feet. Jinyu exerted force with his left hand, and the mind scepter flew up from the ground and flew into his hand. King Frieza, I think it should be possible. Jinyu laughed, but the devastated appearance was a bit shabby. Oh, then control him. Frieza pointed at Thanos. Wait a moment, King Frieza. Jinyu tested his body. What's wrong with the 600,000 fighting strength body? Frieza asked. King Frieza, I experimented. This body can't use chi at all, and it can't fly. Although its combat power is very strong, it has great limitations. Jinyu tried Thanos' body, and it was indeed a bit uncomfortable. So satisfied. Oh, what should I do? Can you let someone else hold this scepter? Frieza said, touching his chin. It doesn't seem to be possible for the time being. Jinyu said helplessly. Frieza looked at the person next to him. Oh, ho ho ho, how about you give this body to Takamai and let Takamai control the mind scepter? That's not a bad idea. King Frieza is wise. Jinyu looked at Takamai and said happily. Takamai said in surprise when he saw Frieza and Jinyu suddenly talking about him. Takamai, Jinyu gave this body with a combat power of to you. Frieza had a sneer on his face. Takamai had no doubt that as long as he refused Frieza's request, he would immediately the head will be in a different place. King Frieza, you are so kind to Takamai. Takamai actually squeezed out 2 tears. Then it's settled, you use this body with a combat power of, Jinyu uses his original body, and as for him, he uses Takamai's body. Frieza looked at Thanos, who oh whoa whoa laughed. You can't do this, Thanos shouted weakly, but it was obvious that no one would listen to him. Jinyu, let's start. Frieza said as his body floated. Jinyu first swapped bodies with Takamai, and then swapped Takamai's body with Thanos and returned to his own body. Fortunately, body swapping does not require the use of chi, otherwise it would be troublesome. Jinyu said happily as he returned to his original body. He endured the pain in his body and flew. A body that can fly is more suitable for me. Takamai, how do you feel about your body? Frieza asked. Takamai has been lying on the ground since switching bodies and did not get up. King Frieza, except for a little pain in my body, everything else is fine. Takamai's voice trembled. Ho, that's normal. After all, Takamai, you are not a combat member. It will be difficult to bear such pain, but you will gradually get used to it in the future. Frieza looked at Thanos beside him. He has now changed to Takamai's body has only 75 combat power points. Frieza looked at Takamai and winked at Takamai. Takamai held the mind scepter and walked up to Thanos. The head of the staff gently tapped Thanos' head. Thanos suddenly seemed to have lost his mind, his eyes glazed over. Ask me carefully about the clues about the Infinity Stones and some information about this universe. Frieza said. So, that place called Earth has at least 3 Infinity Stones, right? Frieza said. Yes, King Frieza, and according to his description, this planet is very similar to the one we saw when we first came to this universe. Takamai said. No wonder we encountered so much resistance when we first entered this universe. That's why. Frieza said. What about the other 2? Frieza asked. He doesn't quite know the locations of the Power Stone and the Soul Stone, Takamai said. What a waste. Frieza cursed, not sure whether he was scolding Thanos or Takamai. Do you know about the movements of his army? Frieza asked again. I know this. The Thanos Legion is likely to go to a place called Kitterus, where they have their subordinate troops. Takamai said. Did you ask for the coordinates of Chitaruxing? Frieza said. I asked. Takamai said with some confidence. Send a small team to Chidori. There is no need to fight. We only need to track the Thanos Legion. We will follow them and steal their Infinity Stones. Frieza laughed loudly. Lord Frieza is wise. Okay, you and Jinyu both go to the health cabin to recover. Your injuries are quite serious. After Frieza finished speaking, he turned his eyes to Thanos. As for you, come with me. Asgard. Lee, have you seen Thor? Saifu found Li Ji. Thor had been missing for several days. You should ask Heimdall about this question. Li Ji spread his hands. He didn't stare at Thor all day long. The only one who stared at Thor all day long was Sif, but even so, he still lost him. Heimdall monitors the 9 realms, and Thor must also be under his surveillance, but Sif said with a bitter face, Heimdall won't let me get close at all. It seems that because of the last trip to Jotunheim, it kind of pissed him off. Then Thor probably hasn't left Asgard. Li Jida said, Heimdall's boredom when seeing Thor should be 100 times higher than when he sees you. That's it. Sif nodded, as if that was indeed the case. It's okay, you go back first. Odin's sleep is almost over anyway. When Odin wakes up, Thor will definitely not be able to escape. Li Ji said with a smile. Anyway, Thor will at least be punished, beaten, or deprived. It is not impossible for divine power to penetrate the mortal world. Saifu walked out of the immortal palace where Li Ji was resting. Li Ji looked at the door. Loki, there's no need to dodge, come in. Oh, how did you find me? I think my stealth ability is pretty good. Loki's body appeared. Because I smell a bad smell. Li Ji teased, not giving Loki any face. Ahaha, maybe it's because I ate canned herring this morning. Loki smiled awkwardly. Loki, why are you here? If you are not here to ask about Thor's whereabouts, I think in Asgard, at least you and Heimdall should know Thor's whereabouts. No, what are you talking about? Thor is already an adult god. I can't control him. I'm looking for you because, Frigga, my mother, invites you to go to Heavenly Father Odin's palace, shrine. Then what are you doing in hiding? Li Ji asked with a smile, are you playing hide and seek with me? Those frost giants also like hide and seek. They always hide themselves in the glacier. It's just a joke, just a joke. Loki was a little flustered and quickly changed the subject. Do you know where the Heavenly Father shrine is? Do you need me to take you there? That's good for you. Li Ji looked at Loki with a smile. It seemed that Lao Fei hadn't told Loki his identity yet. In fact, Odin's palace is easy to find. It is the largest and most magnificent one. You can see it directly when you go out. However, after entering the palace, the road is twists and turns. After all, you are going to Odin's palace. A bedroom, not a meeting hall. Mother, Li Ji from Midgard has arrived. At the door of the palace, Loki bowed respectfully and said, come in, child. Frigga's voice came from the bedroom, and the door of the bedroom opened with a bang. Li Ji walked in. Odin was sleeping soundly beside him. He looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. The power of Odin's sleep should not be underestimated. You are a disciple of Kunlun, right? Frigga asked. Exactly. Li Ji did not expect that Frigga could see through Li Ji's origins at a glance. Kunlun. Frigga sighed, feeling like she was recalling the past. Is the Jade Emperor still in Kunlun? Frigga asked. Probably not here. There are only Lei Gong and Daniel in Kunlun now, but Li Ji is not sure if there is anyone else hiding in Kunlun. Oh, Frigga sighed. Thor, why didn't Thor come? Frigga suddenly realized that there was another person who hadn't come. Mother, I searched all over Asgard, but I couldn't find Thor. Loki said quickly. Li Ji glanced at Loki with ill intentions. Thor was probably being chased away by Loki. Li Ji really didn't believe that Loki didn't know Thor's whereabouts, but he didn't say it directly. This child. Frigga was a little sad. Heavenly Father is about to wake up. Odin's sleep is about to end. Won't he be with his father? Odin's mouth suddenly opened slightly, and he breathed out. Wind, rain, and lightning intertwined. Frigga opened an umbrella, blocking Odin's breath. Odin is about to wake up. Come behind me for now and I will protect you. Frigga said softly. Loki hid behind Frigga very skillfully, squatted down, and curled up. Li Ji walked to him a little embarrassed. The boy from Midgard. Odin's voice suddenly appeared in Li Ji's mind. Didn't I tell you to give up searching for the infinite stones? Why did you come to Asgard? Li Ji looked at Odin. Odin still had his eyes closed and did not get up. Obviously, he did not want this conversation to be discovered by Frigga and Loki. On my master's orders, I went to Jotunheim to rescue Thor. After rescuing Thor, I followed the Rainbow Bridge back to Asgard. What did you say? It was recommended on the new book Immortal Emperor Forum. Please bookmark it. How could Thor enter Jotunheim? How could Heimdall allow him to enter? Odin's tone was full of disbelief. Yes, Heimdall is a serious person and let Thor enter Jotunheim. No matter what Odin thought, he couldn't believe that Heimdall could do such a thing. The frost giants of Jotunheim invaded Asgard when you fell into Odin's sleep, entered your treasure house, and wanted to steal your icebox. Although they were all wiped out by your destroyer, but Thor insisted on taking revenge on Jotunheim, and Heimdall let Thor go for some personal reasons. Li Ji simply explained that as for Heimdall's personal reasons, let Odin guess. Then why did you go to Jotunheim to rescue? Could it be that Asgard can't find a warrior? Odin said with some confusion. After Thor and Loki entered Jotunheim, they were ambushed by Lao Fei. Heimdall believed that if he opened the Rainbow Bridge again, he would be easily invaded by the frost giants, so he refused to open the Rainbow Bridge. As for why I went to Jotunheim, I can't figure it out for the time being. It was my master, Thunder Lord. He asked me to go to Tunsberg, open the passage between Jotunheim and the earth, and enter Jotunheim. Rescued. My master, Thunder Lord, you should know, your Queen Frigga knows about it, right? Before Li Ji could finish his words, he was interrupted by Odin. I know, you Kunlun are the only ones in Midgard who always like to play with the power of the immortal dragon and phoenix. I first met you in Midgard. I knew your identity when you came. Odin seemed to be very familiar with Kunlun, but his attitude towards Li Ji was very unfriendly. Li Ji even doubted whether Kunlun had any hatred for Asgard. In fact, Odin does have quite a bit of criticism about Kunlun. The main reason is that the Kunlun Iron Fist has been replaced from generation to generation, but the master of the Iron Fist has always been Thunder God. Odin came to Earth a long time ago and was a brother to the original Iron Fist. In terms of seniority, Li Ji can now call Odin brother, while Thor and Loki have to call him Uncle Li Ji. It borrows a little bit from the setting of the prehistoric Avengers, so don't get entangled. You have the breath of Hela on you. Have you ever been in contact with her? Odin suddenly asked again. I have been in contact with her. She tempted me and wanted me to release her while you were in Odin's sleep, and then replace her with you? Li Ji said very honestly. Odin didn't send any more messages, and he slowly opened his eyes. Although he only had one eye, he looked majestic. How come Odin and Nick Fury are both one-eyed dragons, and the gap between them is so big? Li Ji made a comparison in his mind. Odin, you're awake. Frigga said happily when she saw Odin open his eyes. Oh Frigga, Loki, I woke up. It was such a long dream. I saw some bad things in the dream. Seeing that you are all safe and sound, I finally felt at ease. Odin said in an exaggerated way. By the way, this is Odin pointed at Li Ji. He had just finished communicating with Li Ji just now, but now he pretended not to recognize him. This is Mr. Li Ji from Midgard. He has helped us Asgard a lot, Frigga said. As for what kind of help he was not going to say, she didn't want to bring Thor into the world. Tell Odin about Dunheim. But she didn't expect that Li Ji had already told Odin the matter. Thank you very much, Odin said. No, Li Ji said quickly. By the way, where's Thor? Odin looked around and found no trace of Thor. Thor to Frigga was a little embarrassed. Tell father, Thor may have gone sightseeing. Loki said on his knees. Presumptuous Loki is really good at grabbing Odin's G-spot. Just such a sentence made Odin feel angry. As the eldest son of Odin, he doesn't have the qualifications to travel around the mountains and rivers. Let me find him back, Odin said angrily. Yes, father. Loki bowed his head and knelt down. You really have a lot of things going on in Asgard. Li Ji was a little speechless. Originally, he was going to go back to Earth directly, but with Odin's order, he directly blocked the Rainbow Bridge because he wanted to open the Rainbow Bridge. Thor is likely to escape to the Earth with Li Ji, who told Thor to run around. Loki said, shaking his head. Li Ji looked at Loki. Thor's disappearance was not caused by you. You are just pretending to be a White Lotus. Loki, why don't you just tell me Thor's address, and I promise to keep it secret for you, Li Ji said. What are you talking about? I really have no clue about Thor. In fact, Li Ji took it for granted, because most of the stupid things Thor has done so far have been fueled by Loki, the god of lies and deception. Therefore, Li Ji rightly felt that this stupid thing might be another trick played by Loki behind the scenes, and Loki behaved as if the trick was successful, but this time Li Ji really misunderstood Loki. In fact, Loki really didn't know where Thor went, but he knew that Thor couldn't go to any good place. After all, he had searched all the good places in Asgard. Where did Thor go in the remaining places? Odin will be angry. Why not just go with the flow and destroy Thor's image? As for Thor's whereabouts, we have to start from the past few days. Why did Heimdall no longer open the Rainbow Bridge and let me lead the army in to wipe out the Frost Giants? I have obviously destroyed so much of Jotunheim's power. Why? Thor was drunk. He ran to a high platform in Asgard and roared. Is it because of my father's ban? I can clearly destroy Jotunheim. As long as the Asgardian army presses on the border, I can wipe out all enemies in Jotunheim. No matter what, even the leader dares not show up. Turtle race. If Lao Fei knew that Thor actually described him like this, he might burst into tears. I didn't dare to show up. I was imprisoned and couldn't show up. The wine bottle was thrown aside by Thor, and he fell weakly to the ground. Thinking of the gloomy life that was about to come, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable and felt a dull pain in his chest. According to my father's usual practice, I may be imprisoned for 500 years without seeing the sun for 500 years, and without tasting fine wine for 500 years. No, it may even last longer. Oh, my God, my world, it's full of gloom. The feeling of despair and helplessness intertwined in Thor's heart, and he knew that Odin would never show mercy. Although he had made many mistakes and caused many troubles in the past, it had never been so serious as this time. Why, the Frost Giants from Jotunheim have invaded Asgard. I want to fight back, teach them a painful lesson, and destroy them. Is this wrong? Is it wrong that I led the guards into Jotunheim? Is it wrong that I killed hundreds of thousands of Frost Giants? Is it wrong that I left a huge scar on the land of Jotunheim? I am doing it for Asgard. Is it wrong to fight for honor and victory? But Thor knew that no matter what he said, Odin's punishment was cruel. He once killed a dark elf tribe, but only 30 or 50 people were imprisoned by Odin for 10 years. The number of Frost Giants killed this time, if calculated according to the previous ratio, would probably have to be imprisoned for 100,000 years. Confined. Of course, Odin will not imprison Thor for so long. 500 years is a more reasonable number. 1,000 years is also possible, and at most it will not exceed 2,000 years. But no matter which number it was, Thor found it difficult to accept. Thor, you are right. A voice suddenly sounded from Thor's mind. It was Hela's voice. Who? Thor stood up, raised his right hand, and Mjolnir flew into his hand. Who is it? Come out. Thor looked around. Thor, I just want to tell you that you are doing the right thing. When the Frost Giants of Jotunheim invade Asgard, they must be paid with blood. Hela's voice was soft and full of bewitchment. Yes, of course I'm not wrong. I just killed a few of the rat race that invaded Asgard. What's wrong with me? Thor suddenly became a little distracted. I don't know if it was the effect of alcohol or being bewitched by Hela. Yes, you are not wrong at all. It is them who are wrong. They do not understand your innocent heart to protect Asgard. They always emphasize peace, and oppose killing. But how do they know that killing is peace? What are the means? If all of Jotunheim were controlled by Asgard, would there still be war? Wouldn't that be peace? As long as our power is strong enough, peace is within our reach. I have emphasized peace for so many years. Is there peace in the 9 realms? If we want to bring peace to the 9 realms, we can only control all the 9 realms in our hands. Hela's voice became more and more excited, and Thor's expression became a little confused. Yes, you are right, it's all their fault, they don't understand me. But what's the use of saying so much? The supreme leader of Asgard is my father, the great heavenly father Odin. My father doesn't understand me, so who else can understand me? Thor's voice suddenly depressed. And I can understand you. You can understand me, Loki can understand me, Vistak, Fondrel, Hogon, and Sif can also understand me. Maybe Liji, well, he is not from Asgard, can understand me, but if you understand me, what's the use? Are you saying that our power is not strong enough? Hela continued to confuse. My divine power is considered one of the strongest in all of Asgard, but it is still far inferior to that of my father. Thor threw the hammer aside. Odin's power is indeed very powerful, but we don't need to defeat Odin. We just need to control the entire Asgard when he falls into Odin's sleep. In this way, even if Odin wakes up, he can't stop us. Revenge. Hela's voice gradually became crazy. Thor's eyes also shone a little. Although Hela didn't see it directly, she felt Thor's emotional changes. Thor, come with me to take revenge on Jotunheim. In the distant past, they once brought horrific disasters to Asgard. Now, it is time for us to take revenge. How can I join forces with you? Thor picked up the hammer again. My body is imprisoned in the underworld of Helm by Ding, and I cannot help you directly, but you can go to Odin's treasure house, obtain the eternal burning fire, and break the floor of the treasure house. Under the treasure house are my troops, and they will help you conquer Jotunheim, and even the entire 9 realms. Hela continued to bewitch, but Thor became slightly more awake. You said you were imprisoned in the underworld of Helm. Who are you and why are you imprisoned? Thor shouted. I was imprisoned in the underworld of Heim. How did you communicate with me? Ha 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 ha, Asgard is my hometown. When Odin was weak, I was still able to bring my consciousness into my hometown and visit it. As for my identity, I am Hela, the goddess of death. In a sense, I am the first heir of Asgard, because I am the eldest daughter of Odin. But what is different from you is that you are the first heir of Asgard. Rika's child, and my mother is Jodi, the goddess of the earth. Odin has never told you my sister's identity. That's right. He wants me to disappear into the history of Asgard, so how can he mention me to anyone? Ha 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 ha. Hela suddenly laughed. Laugh it out. P.S. Although in Nordic mythology, Jodi is Thor's mother, in the Marvel movies, Frigga is indeed Thor's biological mother, so I wrote Odin's deceased wife Jodi as Hela's mother. How do you prove that you are lying to me? Thor's eyes became sharp. If Hela did not lie, then there must be an unknown history. The answer is also in Odin's treasure house. In the hall outside the treasure house, there is a dome mural. If you have seen it, you should know that it is the peace covenant between Odin and Laufey. But if you break the first layer as for the murals, there is a layer hidden inside. In those murals, the past history of Asgard and my history are hidden. Hela smiled wantonly, and the laughter echoed in Thor's mind. Thor, who was already a little groggy after drinking, became even more dizzy under such influence. I hope you won't lie to me, Thor said even though he had a headache. Although what Hela said was a bit bizarre, he knew the dome mural of the peace covenant. Since Hela knew such a secret thing, it meant that she did have a deep connection with Asgard. Thor came to Odin's treasure house. Although the treasure house was heavily guarded, they still did not dare to show any disrespect to Thor. Thor walked straight into the hall. Above the dome, Odin and Laufey had unknown smiles on their faces. For some reason, Thor felt a little angry when he saw this mural. Maybe it was because he had just fought against the frost giants. Thor turned Mjolnir, and the hammer flew to the dome, smashing the mural of the peace covenant. Sure enough, as Hela said, there is another layer after the mural. In this layer, there is an extremely special person. This person Thor has never seen or heard of, but she is arrogant and a bit arrogant. The proud appearance reminded Thor of Hela. Is that you, the guy with the sharp horns on your head? Thor asked. Oh, you've seen the murals. It seems that after so many years, Odin has become a little lax. In the beginning, she sent 3 patrol teams to take turns inspecting the murals every day. Hela smiled. Although I can't see the image you saw now, from your description, that person is probably me. I have to correct you. Those are helmets, not the sharp horns that grow on my head. There are also helmets covering my forehead. They cover almost half of my beautiful face, Hela continued. Next, let me introduce to you in detail the meaning of each part of the mural. Do you know that the glory of the god of war you have now, at that time, all belonged to me and belonged to the great goddess of death, Hela? Hela's voice was hysterical. Impossible, I am the bravest god in Asgard, Thor quickly retorted. Are you brave? Tisk tisk. In my opinion, your force is not as good as mine, and your courage is far inferior to mine, Hela said sarcastically. Absolutely impossible, I am the most powerful god in Asgard, Thor roared. Let's look at the murals first. Hela laughed. Although there is only one mural, it depicts many stories. The first one is when Hela came to the world. When I came, the whole of Asgard played music for me, and Yggdrasil hung down a branch for me. The branch connected Asgard and the underworld of Helm. The 3 Norn goddesses hold jars for me, and the 3 divine beasts of Yggdrasil sing for me. I have mastered the power of death since I was born. Thor looked at the first mural, and his expression was not very good. The 3 Norn goddesses and the 3 divine beasts Yggdrasil were both ancient and great beings. Their existence even exceeded the history of Asgard. But even such a powerful existence came to Asgard on the day Hela was born. In the second mural, Hela is already an adult. Compared to the long growth period of most Asgardians, I may be an outlier. Thor, you should not have reached adulthood until you were 1,000 years old, Hela asked teasingly. Yes, so what? Thor asked. I became an adult when I was 20, and I am more powerful than you are now, Hela said. If you're bragging, who wouldn't say that I'm stronger than the Ancient One? Thor didn't dare to say that he was stronger than Odin. After all, Odin was his father, but there was no psychological pressure in saying that he was stronger than the Ancient One. Oh Ancient One, I know this person. She gained amazing power in a mortal body, but her fate is also very tragic. After her death, she cannot even enter the underworld of Helm. Dormammu will take her soul to the darkness dimension. How could a being like the Ancient One die? Thor muttered, which was automatically ignored by Hela. The third mural shows Hela fighting with the enemy. Hela is riding a huge black wolf in a heroic manner, holding a sword of death in her hand. The enemies are scattered in pieces by her. When I came of age, I became Odin's vanguard and fought for the greatness and peace of Asgard. The name of the wolf under me was Fenrir. It was given to me by Nidhogg, which is you, the dragon of Ketrazel. I fight alongside it. We are invincible. Under my leadership, Asgard's army is invincible and invincible. We have single-handedly created the glory of Asgard. In the fourth mural, Hela and Odin stand side by side, surrounded by gods. Everyone recognizes Hela as the new king of Asgard. One after another, the worlds surrendered at our feet, and the entire 9 realms sang the glory of Asgard. Do you think the 9 realms were the 9 realms from the beginning? No, we Asa Protoss only mastered the Asgard at the beginning. Asgard, it was me who expanded the territory with my own hands and allowed the glory of Asgard to shine in the 9 realms. Hela smiled ferociously. Thor, seeing this, do you still think you are more powerful than me? Hela asked. Thor's heart was slightly shaken, but he still said, stop talking nonsense and continue talking. Since you have made so many contributions to Asgard, why did Odin banish you and ban you? In the fifth mural, Hela led her army in uniform, but it seemed that she was no longer facing an enemy. Just when I was high-spirited and wanted to continue to expand territories, Odin was afraid. He was afraid that if he continued to conquer, the world would call him hypocritical. He gathered his army and decided not to open up new territories. My ambition surpassed his, which made him feel very uneasy, so he wanted to banish me and imprison me. Because I am the favorite of Asgard, as long as I am in Asgard, my power would continue to grow, so he banished me to the underworld of Helm, treating me like a wild beast and keeping me isolated from the world. I was 40 years old at that time. The sixth mural, which is the last one, shows the surrounding environment dead and lonely. Valkyrie and Hela fight together, and Hela kills Valkyrie to pieces. After I was banished to the underworld of Helm, Odin cut off the branches of Yggdrasil and severed the connection between the underworld of Helm and Asgard. However, this was not enough. I still stopped the army. Ambition. He is eager to create a kingdom of God that is more powerful than Asgard. Odin was afraid that my prestige would surpass his, so he sent the Valkyries that he was proud of, but I was easily defeated. All the Valkyries except Valkyrie were killed. Only then did Odin realize that the power has become so strong. He personally came to the underworld of Helm, sealed me with himself, then brought my army back to Asgard, and sealed my army in Asgard. The glory of the warrior is worthless in Odin's eyes. In his eyes, there is only high. No matter how you slander my father, he is still the greatest leader in Asgard. Thor said this weakly, not so much for Hela as for himself. I have never denied his greatness, but great people also have two sides, just like you have great power, but your character is very cowardly. Hela's voice was a little crazy. Shut up, Thor has never been timid, Thor roared in his mind. If you are not cowardly, why are you still hesitating now and not daring to enter Odin's treasure house? You are afraid that my army is really imprisoned in Odin's treasure house. Breaking your conventional understanding of Odin, you are even more afraid of being in Odin's treasure house. After learning about Odin's dark history, he will treat you just like he treated me, driving you into the abyss of the 9 realms and sealing you forever. I'm right. Hela's method of provoking a general is very simple, so simple that even a fool can see it, but Thor just does this. Thor blinked, raised his cloak, and walked into Odin's treasure house. Walking into Odin's treasure house, Thor was still dazzled by the dazzling array of treasures even though he had seen them many times. You should have been in Odin's treasure house many times. Odin loves to show off these things. It's just a pity that most of them are fake. The real things have either been stolen or given away by Odin. There are also other things in the treasure house. There are only a few things that are authentic. You'd better pray that what you say is true, otherwise I will tell Odin exactly what you said. Thor said in a pretentious manner. You don't dare, you don't have the courage. If you really tell Odin, your fate will be even crueler than mine, because your strength is far inferior to mine, and Odin can't kill me, so he chose to imprison me, but you ha, maybe he will still remember your father-son relationship. Stop talking and tell me where to find your army. Thor said coldly. Do you see a basin of burning fire? Hela asked. I saw it, and then what? Thor looked ahead. That is the eternal burning fire, one of the few genuine items left in Odin's treasure house. In fact, Odin will never give this treasure away, because this treasure is related to a legend. Hela said. What legend? Thor asked. You don't have to worry about this. In short, you pour divine power into your weapon, and then use the hammer to get the fire from the eternal burning fire. Then smash the floor next to the brazier, and you will see a bottomless hole. Jump down from the hole and you will see my army. Thor poured the power of the god of thunder into Mjolnir, and swung Mjolnir across the eternal burning fire. Mjolnir burst into flames, and Thor felt the power of the god of thunder. Burning. Do you feel that the divine power is burning? Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. This is just a small fire. As long as you cut off the source of the divine power, it will go out. Hela laughed. But you can't cut off the source of divine power, because you must have the power of eternal burning fire to revive my army. Let's break through the ice and find true knowledge. Thor walked to the open space aside, holding Mjolnir high, his eyes full of perseverance, as if he had been mentally prepared for a long time, and blasted the ground with one hammer. Sure enough, as Hela said, a huge, bottomless hole appeared on the ground. Thor's expression changed, which was very ugly. Father, have you been lying to me for so long? Thor blinked and jumped into the hole. After several minutes of free fall, Thor finally touched the ground. It was dark in the cave. Thor raised Mjolnir, and the eternal burning fire illuminated the surroundings. In the distance, there was a square platform, and a huge Siberian wolf lay on the square platform. It was exactly what appeared in the mural. Fenrir. On the side, countless undead armies were lying on the ground. They had been sealed in dust for thousands of years. Thor lowered his head, feeling very complicated. Hela, tell me how to resurrect these armies. You instill the divine power to the maximum, and then smash the eternal burning fire to the ground, and the flame will automatically ignite their soul fire. Hela said, I understand. Thor's eyes flashed with lightning, and all his divine power was concentrated on Mjolnir, and the eternal burning fire illuminated the surrounding area. With a boom, the flames erupted like a wave, and then nothing happened. Hela, didn't you say you could resurrect your army? Thor was a little confused. What? The army is not resurrected. Wait a minute, let me think about it. Hela suddenly panicked and thought crazily. By the way, I forgot, you don't have the priesthood of death, you can't revive the undead army. Oh, you know shift. I typed it wrong on purpose. I have to get out of this damn place right away. However, when Thor wanted to leave the cave, he found that no matter how he rose, he could not leave and was trapped. If the army can recover, Fenrir can break Asgard's dome. Loki, do you really not know where Thor went? Liji asked again. I really don't know. Although I am the god of lies, I won't lie to you 800 times. Loki almost made Liji collapse. Although Liji was still a little suspicious of Loki, Loki had said so. I believe that even if he knew, he would never say it, so Liji had to give up. Then it seems that we can only ask Heimdall. Liji said thoughtfully. Yes, Heimdall must know, I really don't know. Although Loki often did mischief behind Thor's back, this time he was really wronged. But Heimdall won't let us get close, so we can only go back and tell Odin and let him inquire on his own. Liji found that there didn't seem to be many other options. Well, it would be better to report it to father. Loki nodded repeatedly. Liji pulled him and flew around Asgard. He basically didn't look for Thor seriously along the way. He kept asking Loki repeatedly if he knew Thor's whereabouts. Or if it was really Loki who did it, he would just say it directly. The problem is that Loki really doesn't know Thor's going downstairs. Heimdall Odin appears in front of the Rainbow Bridge. Lord Odin, may your power shine on the 9 realms. Heimdall saluted. You should be able to see Thor's position. Odin asked very directly. Sorry, Lord Odin, there is no trace of Thor in the 9 realms. Heimdall said respectfully. Heimdall, you are not deliberately deceiving me. Odin's words were filled with anger. Lord Odin, although my divine eye can monitor the 9 realms, you also know that there are some places that cannot be seen. Heimdall explained a little awkwardly. Well, then tell me where Thor last disappeared. Odin said. In your treasury. Odin's expression changed. Seeing the fragments of murals in the hall outside the treasure house, Odin knew that something was beyond his expectation. Org. Liji looked at the murals on the dome. They were slightly different from what he remembered, but the difference was not big. Loki looked at these murals and was a little confused. What is that? Loki, you shouldn't ask, don't talk too much. Odin's voice was a little cold. Loki was wise enough to say nothing more, and just kept the content of the mural in his heart. Odin quickly walked into the treasure house. As expected by Odin, a big hole was made in the floor of the treasure house. Have you bewitched Thor? Odin's voice suddenly came to Liji's mind, and his voice was full of anger and threats. Do I have any reason to help Hela? Liji asked. It's best not to. After Odin said that, his consciousness left Liji. He looked at Liji and Loki. You guys wait up there, I'll go down and see Thor. Is Thor down here? Loki asked. Yes, I sensed Thor's aura. Odin said. The place where the Hela Legion was sealed is called the Bottomless Cave. No one knows how deep this cave is. Odin created it with great power to imprison an army of undead. From the entrance of the cave, you can quickly reach the deepest part of the cave, but if you want to leave from the deepest part of the cave, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Liji looked around and nodded. Odin glanced at Liji with some displeasure, and secretly gave the destroyer an instruction. If a Midgardian touches any treasure, kill him immediately. Then he jumped down from the cave. Hey, Lee. Loki saw Odin jumping down from the cave and came over. It seems like you know something about those murals. Can you tell me what those murals represent? The one with sharp horns on his head. Who is the woman? Loki, if I tell you the meaning of the mural, you will regret it. Liji said with a smile. Why do I regret it? Don't you regret it? Loki said a little strangely. Liji looked at the eternal burning fire without saying a word. The power of the phoenix he sensed before was in this brazier. Why does the phoenix power appear in the eternal burning fire? Is there any connection between Surtur and the Phoenix? Li Ji pondered. Although he coveted the Phoenix power, he also knew his current situation. If he acted without Odin's treasure, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave Asgard. Odin descended to the ground. Thor was leaning on Fenrir, his expression a little crazy. Mjolnir was thrown aside by Thor. His beautiful blonde hair was a little messy, looking like a chicken coop. Thor, do you still have the dignity of being the Asgardian god of thunder? Odin said angrily. Thor giggled and hooked his palm. Mjolnir flew into his hand. He shook it and threw it to the ground. Thor's dignity, ha ha ha. Does Thor have dignity? This Thor, I don't deserve it. Thor, what are you talking about? Odin raised his voice a few degrees. Do you know what you are talking about? You are tarnishing the glory of Asgard. You want to give up the throne of Thor. Can you just give up the glory of Asgard? Ha 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 ha. Look at the fate of these warriors who fought for the glory of Asgard. Thor circled around Odin and laughed wildly. The soldiers opened up the territory for Asgard, but because of my father's uneasiness, they slept here forever. Isn't this a kind of irony and humor? Is this the price that needs to be paid for peace? Er asked. Odin, you are wrong. Warriors fight for the glory of Asgard. They deserve the highest reward from Asgard, instead of sleeping in the darkness of the 9 realms like they are now. I roared. Presumptuous. Odin shouted, you have no idea what happened at that time, you just believed Hela's words? As a god, can you have the ability to think for yourself? Don't listen to the wind and it will be the rain. I have thought about it, but it is an indisputable fact that these warriors sleep here, and the history painted on the murals is also real and visible. I don't know what the glory of Asgard means to me. It once represented glory. All the soldiers have become prisoners, and I will probably be next. Thor kept shaking his head. He was a little afraid of Odin's concepts and thoughts, but more importantly he disagreed. He still respected Odin, but he no longer had the trust he once had. Odin looked at Thor, with looks of anger and disappointment alternating in his eyes. He raised his hand, wanting to teach Thor a lesson, but finally put his hand down. Since you don't want to be the god of thunder, then I will satisfy you. Odin put his hand on Thor's body, grabbed it hard, and pulled off Thor's armor. In the name of your father, I deprive you of your power. From now on, you will be an ordinary person. Your age is 25 years old. Like the Midgardians, you will experience birth, old age, sickness, and death, and you will no longer have the Asgardians have strong bodies and long lives. Thor felt that his power was losing crazily, and all the power was gathered into Mjolnir. When all the power was lost, Thor fell to his knees weakly on the ground. He opened his hand to summon Mjolnir, but Mjolnir was already in Odin's hand. No matter who obtains Mjolnir, as long as they recognize the glory of Asgard, they will have the power of Asgard's thunder god. Thor wanted to call Mjolnir again, but Mjolnir no longer responded to his call. He lowered his hand feebly. It's okay. Mortals only have a lifespan of 70 or 80 years. It's better than living in this world. Now these forever banned warriors are here happily? Ha 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 ha. What? Thor and Loki will be deprived of their divine power and exiled to the earth. Odin called Lulka aside and said, yes, they are too immature. I granted them godhood and divine power prematurely. It seems that I did something wrong. Odin said with some regret. Then why don't you just banish them? What's the use of talking to me? Lulka was not concerned about Thor and Loki. He always felt that something troublesome was going to happen to him. I need you to help me train them and make them become qualified gods. Odin said. Me? Train them? Each of them has lived for more than 1,000 years. Do you want me, a child under 18 years old, to train them? No, 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 stop joking. Lulka shook his head crazily. He understood Odin's intention very well, which was to ask him to be a nanny for Thor and Loki, 2 problem children. How could Lulka agree? What if I said, this thing is paid? Odin said, paid. Lulka seemed to hear a hint of conspiracy. You should know about the phoenix power in my treasure house. Odin said slowly. What's the phoenix power? I don't know about it. Lulka quickly shook his head. In the eternal burning fire, the elf-like power of the phoenix. I put it into the brazier of the eternal burning fire. I originally wanted to try the phoenix's nirvana effect, but it only made the fire stronger. A little. In front of the rainbow bridge, Lulka, Thor, and Loki stood side by side. Loki felt that he was very innocent. He had obviously done nothing, but was suddenly deprived of his divine power by Odin and sent to the idle Midgard. Have a nice trip, you two. Lulka looked at Thor and Loki, smiled and said. A rainbow stream of light flashed, and Lulka, Thor, and Odin appeared in the courtyard of Lulka's villa. Heimdall's positioning was relatively accurate, at least not on the roof, which would have made Lulka doubt whether his house would still exist. As soon as he returned to Earth, Wang Ziyi's cell phone started ringing non-stop. It has to be said that the standby mode of mobile phones in this feature phone era is awesome. Lulka has been in Asgard for almost a week, and his cell phone still has power when he comes back. Turning on the phone, there were 99 plus messages and 99 plus missed calls. Almost all the contacts on the phone had sent messages to Lulka. Lulka felt a little headache just looking at them. Looking at Thor and Loki who were at a loss on the side, Lulka had an even bigger headache. Although the reward offered by Odin was very attractive, it was too hard to take care of these 2 problem children, and Lulka didn't know how to deal with them. Lulka brought them some drinks and let them sit and rest in the yard. After sending a text message to the people in his address book to report that they were safe, Wang Ziyi dialed Tony's number. Hey, Tony, it's me. You still know how to call back. Do you know? These days, I hacked the global surveillance system and asked Jarvis to search for you, but I couldn't find even a trace of you. I thought it was the same as a few years ago. It's been several years since you disappeared. Tony, I will discuss some things with you in detail later. Now I have two people here. Please help me get American identities for them. Li Ji said. What? The identities of the two people? Are you being coerced by them? Tony seemed to have imagined some not so good plots. No, these two people are in my villa. If you need them, I can bring them to the company. Li Ji looked at Thor and Loki and shook his head helplessly. Why does it have to be me? Li Ji looked at Odin, somewhat confused about his intentions. Do you remember our first meeting? Odin asked. Well, I'm impressed. You drive a Ferrari, that's why I chose you. Odin said. The fact that you drive a Ferrari shows that you have an unusual status in Midgard and can better help Thor and Loki integrate into Midgard society. But wouldn't it be more meaningful to let them start from scratch and experience all kinds of life? Li Ji asked rhetorically. I don't know about the rest, but I know Loki. He is not a person who can endure. If he starts from scratch, he may turn Midgard into a mess. I know your power very well, Loki. Even if I get my power back, I still can't compete with you, so I feel more at ease with you supervising them. And if they don't have an official identity in Midgard, they will have a hard time in Midgard. Although I rarely live in Midgard, I still know most of the things in Midgard. Without identity, they will be regarded as stowaways and be discriminated against. Although they are no longer the gods of Asgard, they are still my sons. Tony drove to Li Ji's villa and saw two people dressed strangely in Li Ji's yard. Where are these two actors from? Tony asked. Hollywood, you should know better than me. Li Ji asked. I only know Hollywood actresses, and the ones without clothes. Tony also sat down in the yard and opened a can of Coke. Their identities are somewhat special. I can't discuss them in detail with you. In short, you just need to help me resolve their identities in the United States. Li Ji still didn't want to talk about Asgard with Tony. So you disappeared without saying a word for a week, just to bring them back. Tony asked, do you want to tell me what you did this week? I responded to my master's call and helped him do something. There was no communication signal or network in that place, and I didn't expect that this matter actually took such a long time. As for these two people, you can think of them as the people I rescued. Li Ji explained ambiguously. I hope you'll let me know before you disappear next time, Tony said. Hey, you two, come over and take a photo. Tony greeted. Taking pictures, what's that? Thor asked as he drank a can of Sprite in one gulp. Why do I feel like they are medieval humans? Don't even have any common sense. Tony complained after taking the photo. Yes, I am also worried about this matter. Li Ji felt a little headache. ID cards can be issued today. If they don't have common sense about modern civilization, I suggest you send them to school. Tony said. That's right. Send them to school. Then Tony, I won't bother you with this matter. Just send them to our school to be transfer students. Do you think it's appropriate for them, who are almost 30 years old, to be sent to high school? Li Ji did not answer. If it were not inappropriate to send them to elementary school, he would have sent these two problem children to the first grade of elementary school. What do you mean by going to school? Thor wrapped around Li Ji. Is it like how I learned combat skills from my taijutsu teacher when I was in Asgard? Thor, it's not what you think at all. Most schools on Earth do not teach physical skills, except for a few martial arts schools. Li Ji shook his head repeatedly. Then can I not go to class? When I was in Asgard, I often did not go to the physical arts teacher's classes, because my physical skills are stronger than him, and my strength is greater than him. Thor said. Then let me test you first. Li Ji was annoyed by Thor and had a headache. Oh, Thor is never afraid of competition. The place here is too small. Find a bigger place. Thor put on a fighting posture. By the way, my divine power has been taken away, so you can't use your weird powers. Thor added that he has seen Li Ji's power before, and it is not inferior to him with divine power. If Li Ji used his energy, he would have to be beaten passively. No need, the test I'm talking about is using your head, not your hands and feet. Li Jideo. Use your head. Do you want to see whose head is harder? Li Ji felt that Thor's IQ level was not enough for elementary school, let alone high school. 365 multiplied by 903 divided by 33 and then taken to the root. What is the number obtained, accurate to 3 decimal places? Li Ji asked. Thor looked dull, as if he didn't hear Li Ji's question clearly. Do you need me to repeat the question? What is the number obtained by multiplying by divided by and taking the root? Li Ji repeated it again. I think, what do you mean by multiplying by, dividing by, taking the radical sign, and being accurate to 3 decimal places? Thor asked with a silly look on his face. The answer is 99.939. Loki said suddenly without speaking. Li Ji glanced at Loki. For Li Ji, such calculations were naturally not a problem, because he knew the formulas, but it was a bit scary that Loki could actually tell the answer. Look, Loki can tell you the answer in one sentence. You have been thinking about not knowing for so long and you are still thinking about not going to class. You can't calculate such a simple question in 1 second. How can you still be in Midgard? In terms of survival, you are worse than the ants sweeping the floors on the roadside. Li Ji scolded Thor loudly. Thor blinked and moved his mouth. He originally wanted to say something, but was suppressed by Li Ji's momentum and did not dare to speak. The next morning. Why is there a new car in the garage? Li Ji walked into the garage, and a brand new Rolls-Royce was parked in the garage. There was a note taped to the Rolls-Royce, and Li Ji tore it off. It was Pep's handwriting. Hello, Gage, the identity certificates and admissions of your two friends have been completed, and all the information is placed on the passenger seat. Now they and you are both students in Class A of the sophomore year of Zhongcheng High School. This car I'll give you the car as a means of transportation to school. Pep's notes were always relatively detailed. If Tony had written them, there would probably only be 2 or 3 words. But Tony actually sent these 2 problem children to his class, which made Li Ji a little bit angry. Loki might be okay, isn't Thor here to lower the average score? Li Ji drove the car out of the garage, parked at the door of the villa, and pulled Thor and Loki out. I originally thought it would take a few days for your identity and enrollment to be processed, but I underestimated the power of capital. So you have to go to school today. Thor is still wearing pajamas, and he has integrated well into the life on Earth. He drinks happy water and wears Earth clothes. If Li Ji has beer and game consoles at home, he might drink beer and play video games. Loki was still a little reserved. He was wearing formal clothes. He didn't know how long he had been awake. He looked at Li Ji cautiously. Are you going to school? Both of you, go change your clothes. Li Ji threw the school uniform in their faces. Zhongcheng High School had uniforms, but few people wore them. The school does not require uniforms, and the uniforms are not cheap and ugly. If Li Ji hadn't told Tony specifically, Tony wouldn't have gotten the uniforms. What about you? Thor asked stupidly. You have to be a good student and wear a good school uniform. I don't have to be a good student. My status in Midgard is not much lower than yours in Asgard. So I can skip class and be a bad student, but you know, if you don't go to school well, you will have to go to the streets to beg for food and receive relief funds. You will become a worm and a loser in society. The more Li Ji talked, the more terrifying he became. Thor was so frightened that he started to take off his clothes and prepare to change into his school uniform. Go back to the house and change, go back to the house and change. No one here wants to admire your body. Thor and Loki walked back to the room, and soon came out dressed in school uniforms. The uniforms of Zhongcheng High School were designed to be relatively childish. When worn by Thor and Loki, they looked like a 30-year-old strong man wearing junior high school clothes. Li Ji almost laughed. Although Thor is a bit silly, he can learn some things relatively quickly. Seeing Li Ji open the door and get into the driver's seat, Thor also opened the door and wanted to get into the passenger seat. You sit in the back, there is someone in the passenger seat. Li Ji drove Thor to the back seat. Is there someone? Where is he? Why didn't I see him? Although Thor muttered, he still went to the back seat obediently. By the way, Li, you said this thing is a car? Then why didn't I see the animal pulling the car? Thor asked. When the vehicle started, Li Ji stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, and Thor felt as if he was pressed against the back of the seat. What is this? Is this the car of you Midgardians? Li Ji was too lazy to pay attention to Thor. In comparison, the quiet Loki beside him seemed much more pleasing to the eye, even though he was still a problem child. Li Ji drove the car downstairs to Shalizi's house and dialed her phone. Sailus, have you gone to school? Shalizi soon appeared at the door and got into the passenger seat. Li, why have you disappeared for so many days? No news at all, Shalis said with some complaint. Because you disappeared suddenly these days, I have been late 3 times in the past week. Some things are long stories, so I won't talk about them at all. Li Ji didn't want to tell Shalis about Asgard. Shalis didn't look at the back seat when she got in the car. After getting in the car, she saw 2 people in school uniforms in the rearview mirror. Who are they? Your new love? Shalis asked. Our new classmates are named Thor and Loki, Li Jida said. Thor and Loki, why do they sound like gods from Norse mythology? Shalis turned her head and took a look. It doesn't look like it. In mythology, Loki is Thor's uncle, but these 2 people look like they're not much different in age. Ha ha, you are so funny. Li Ji covered up his embarrassment with a smile. Thor suddenly put his mouth on Loki's ear. When did you become my uncle? It should be a misinformation from the people of Midgard. You know, our legend may have been circulated for thousands of years. Midgard was not so developed before, so it is normal for their oral traditions to be biased. Luoki replied softly. Hi, Li, you finally showed up. Peter saw Li Ji walking into the classroom and hugged him excitedly. Peter, are you so enthusiastic? Li Ji was a little uncomfortable with Peter's enthusiasm. Oh, you don't know, I haven't been interested in class these days when you're gone. Then Gwen is going to treat me as a love rival. Li Ji said. Yes, you are my love rival now. Gwen stood at the door and smiled. When Peter saw Gwen, he quickly let go of his hand and ran to Gwen's side. He was laughing and joking, but he saw Thor and Loki in school uniforms outside the door. Uncles, are you cozy, pretending to be students from our school? Peter asked. Peter, they are our new classmates. Li Ji said. As for the introduction, let's do it later. Let's introduce them together when Harry arrives. Otherwise, we will have to introduce him again when Harry arrives. Li Ji is a lazy person. Harry's off today, Peter said. Huh? What's going on? Li Ji felt a little strange. Why did Harry ask for leave as soon as he came back? I don't know, Harry just told me yesterday that he would take leave today. Peter shook his head. Okay, Thor, Loki, please introduce yourselves. Hello, my name is Thor. I am 17 years old. My hobbies are weightlifting and shot put. Thor said. His English was quite standard, although Liji didn't know why Asgard also spoke English. Huh? You? 17 years old. Peter opened his mouth. Hey, Peter, he comes from Northern Europe, so he looks rough. Liji quickly smoothed things over. So, you come from the romantic and wild Northern Europe. Peter said with a look of realization. Your English is so good. I hope you can have a wonderful life experience in the United States. What about Rocky? Are you also from Northern Europe? Yes, I am also from Northern Europe. Thor is my brother. I am 16 years old and my hobby is surfing the internet. Loki said. My hobbies are actually very similar to yours. Peter said familiarly. Liji breathed a sigh of relief and finally got over it. Noon. Lee, shall we go to dinner together? Peter looked at Thor and Loki and asked Liji. Oh, no, we went out to eat, and they went to the cafeteria. Liji very cruelly assigned Thor and Loki to the cafeteria. The cafeteria in Zhongcheng High School was excellent, and there were absolutely no repeat customers. If it weren't for family restrictions, most students in the school would not be able to accept the dark food in the cafeteria. And Liji decided that Thor and Loki could only eat in the cafeteria this semester. This is Liji's protest against Odin's irresponsible throwing of the 2 oil bottles to him. It is a silent resistance. Since you force me to be the nanny of your 2 silly sons, then you 2 silly sons will just let it go. I bullied. Thor, Loki, if you follow that group of students, you can go to the cafeteria. Liji pointed to a few students who often went to the cafeteria to eat, and motioned for Thor and Loki to follow them. The meal fee is in your student card. You can eat whatever you want. There is dollar in it, so you can eat whatever you want. Thor and Loki followed several classmates to the cafeteria. Peter opened his mouth wide. $50,000, my god, do you plan to let them live in the cafeteria for the rest of their lives? Why, can't it be done? Liji asked. Walking to the parking lot, Liji said happily, fortunately, the car we drove today was not a sports car, otherwise it would not be able to carry so many people. Let them go to the canteen to eat so as not to violate traffic regulations. Gwen and Salis sat in the back, and Peter got into the passenger seat. Liji, come back quickly, Thor is in trouble. Sitting in the restaurant's seat before it was warm, Loki suddenly called. Well, what's wrong? Liji asked strangely, isn't it you who instigated him to do bad things again? No, I swear in the name of Odin that this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Thor who was too violent and hit people, Loki explained quickly. What's the matter? You wait in the cafeteria. I'll be here right away. Liji hung up the phone and stood up. I'm sorry, Thor got into trouble. I have to deal with it. You can take a taxi back to school after eating. Liji stood next to the seat and shouted, waiter. Hello, sir, do you need any service? A waiter came over. Help me pay for this table. Liji took out his credit card. The total is $1,350 including tips, it's $1,500 The waiter said quickly. Swipe your card. After swiping the card, Liji quickly left the restaurant. The Rolls-Royce was driving so fast that Liji didn't care about the parking lot and parked the car directly at the door of the canteen and walked in. In the cafeteria, a group of students formed a circle, and Loki stood aside. Liji walked up, and Thor and 3 students were fighting with each other. Tell me what happened. Liji patted Loki on the shoulder. We were queuing up to order. We had been queuing for 10 minutes and we were about to arrive. The 3 people came over and asked us to give way. After Thor made way for them, they jumped in line and Thor told them to get out. Come on, they called Thor and I a loser in school uniform, and then Thor started fighting with them. Loki quickly explained, and a hint of helplessness flashed in Liji's eyes. This really had nothing to do with Loki and was an accident. Liji had also seen those 3 students. They were famous gangsters in the school, but they were bullies who liked to bully those who looked easy to bully. The school uniforms of Thor and Loki aroused their bad taste. It was probably either cutting in line or just deliberately provoking. And Thor has a bad temper. How could he not fight back when provoked? Although Thor no longer has the power of the god of thunder, and even his body was turned into an ordinary person by Odin, this does not prevent Thor from becoming a powerful ordinary person. People. His current physical fitness is at least at the level of a boxing champion on Earth, and it is more than enough to beat 3 gangster students. The 3 gangsters were beaten by Thor until their noses were bruised and swollen. The bridge of the nose of the worst one was already crooked. While being beaten again and again, they cried for their father and mother. Liji walked to Thor and patted Thor on the shoulder. Hey, Thor, when enough was enough. Thor snorted coldly and stopped. Let's go eat first. I'll take you to the academic affairs office later to write a review. Liji touched his head helplessly. Although this matter has little direct relationship with Thor, he still needs to write a review. What is writing a review? It's a reflection book. I don't want to reflect. Thor shook his head quickly. He remembered the reflection in Asgard, which lasted for hundreds of years. Thor, your handwriting is 10,000 times better than that of a primary school student. In Thor's review, every letter seems to have fallen apart. This is not a reflection book, it is obviously an abstract book. Painting if the information is correct, Richard and Mary's son attends this high school. Dr. Connors stood at the door of Midtown High School. At this time, he had returned to his normal appearance, but his face was a little pale. Ugly. Damn, the taste of this inhibitory drug is really unpleasant. Even in a normal human state, one has to endure the pain of neuralgia all over the body. Dr. Connors frowned. In his hand he held a photo of Peter, which he had taken off from the homepage of Midtown High School. On the homepage of Midtown High School, as an outstanding student, Peter's photo had been hanging on it all year round. Peter Parker. I remember Richard told me before that if he gave birth to a son, it would be right to name him Peter Parker. Dr. Connors looked at his watch. School ended in 3 minutes. Li Ji and his group walked to the school gate. Since he drove the car to the canteen, and then drove the car back to the parking lot, he found that there was no parking space, so he had to park on the road outside the school gate. Loki walked in the front. He very keenly noticed something strange about Dr. Connors, but he didn't point it out and walked straight to Dr. Connors' side. Sir, you seem to be waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Loki asked politely. The language of the god of lies has a strange affinity. Dr. Connors held up a picture of Peter and said, I'm looking for him, Peter Parker. Peter Parker. Loki looked at the photo in Dr. Connors' hand. It was indeed Peter's appearance. I know this man. I'll call him over. Oh, yeah, thank you very much, Connors said with some joy. Loki, what are you doing over there? Come here quickly. Li Ji urged with some dissatisfaction. Being a nanny for Thor and Loki, 2 unlucky children, Li Ji felt like he had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Okay, come right over, Loki responded, and then ran to Peter's side. Peter, there is a person on the left side of the school gate looking for you. He looks a little urgent. Please hurry over and take a look. In one day, Loki had become very familiar with Peter. Peter was already a bit chatty and naturally familiar, plus Loki's deliberate guidance. The two of them have almost become good friends who talk about everything. Peter had no doubts about what Loki said and said, Thank you, Loki. I'll go over and take a look right away. Loki, if you don't come over, just walk back by yourself, Li Ji shouted. Li, don't be so harsh on others, Peter said, and Li Ji glanced to the side, and there was another innocent young man who was almost brainwashed by Loki. Do you live together? Sitting in the car, Shalis asked a little strangely. That's it for the time being. Although Li Ji didn't want to admit it, he still nodded. Sure enough, they are your new loves. Sally said, Peter and Harry will be sad. Don't say that, I'm not crooked. Li Ji said helplessly, it's just that their father is not very responsible, so he just gave them to me to discipline. After all, I am still their uncle. Li Ji the ultimate way. Uncle, what about you and their father? I don't know who Shalis learned it from. A strong Fujoshi style glowed on her body. Salis, who did you learn from? You were not like this before. Li Ji shook his head. By the way, Loki, what were you doing at the door before? Li Ji asked. There was a man looking for Peter. Based on the principle of good people doing good things, I called Peter over to him. Loki said. Good people do good things. Li Ji's voice was full of distrust. Okay, let me be blunt. He was looking for Peter with Peter's photo. He looked very anxious, but his expression was very strange, as if he had never seen Peter before. Loki said frankly, Did you find something wrong with that man, so you helped him on purpose? Li Ji asked back. No, absolutely not. Peter and I are good friends. I just called Peter over for the sake of being a good friend. Loki hurriedly retorted. Okay, shut up, I don't believe you can be so kind. Li Ji shook his head, but what Loki and Thor didn't know was that Peter had another identity, and now they are not even as powerful as Peter. Li Ji felt that Peter should be able to solve the problem of a stranger who didn't know his purpose. You are. Peter looked at the person in front of him and felt a little familiar. My name is Curtis Connors and I am a PhD in genetics and biology, Connors said. Hello, doctor, hello. Peter hurriedly shook hands with Connors. Connors' palm was hard and rough, and seemed to have some edges, which made Peter feel very strange. Dr. Connors, why do I feel like I've seen you before? Peter finally couldn't help but ask. I worked with your parents, Richard and Mary, and maybe you've seen me in some old photos. Peter thought of the photo in the briefcase. You are my parents' friend, Peter said with some uncertainty. Oh, you know me? I was indeed a friend of your parents before and conducted research with your parents. Your parents have very strong data analysis skills, Connors said. Dr. Connors, please wait a moment. Peter squatted down, unzipped his backpack, and started looking for something. A few minutes later, Peter finally found the photo he found in the briefcase. Because there had been no information about Dr. Connors before, he had almost forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, Dr. Connors showed up without any warning, appeared in front of him, which made Peter feel that there was God's will in the dark. This must be God's arrangement. Dr. Connors, are you the person in the photo? In the photo, Richard Parker stands in the middle, with Mary Parker lying on his right shoulder, and Curtis Connors stands on the left side of Richard Parker, looking energetic. Appearance. Oh, you actually have this photo. It's so nostalgic. Connors took the photo with a lost look on his face. Come on, little Peter, let me invite you to have a cup of coffee and talk about the story behind this photo. Connors' life is a bit embarrassing. A middle-aged man doesn't even drive. He relies on public transportation. The coffee shop he chooses is not a fancy one. It's just a very ordinary coffee shop, but it's decently decorated. Some small style. Connors ordered a caramel latte for Peter and an espresso for himself. This photo, let me think about it. Connors held the photo and recalled the past. It should have been taken when you were not yet born. I remember your father always told me that if it was a boy, call him Peter Parker, and if it was a girl, call him Jenny Parker. Look at the photo. Is your mother's belly slightly bulging? You must have been in her belly for 4 or 5 months at that time. I was a doctor at that time, and your parents were data analysts. Your parents and I both worked for CIA at the time and collaborated on many projects, so we became good friends who talked about everything. This photo is our last celebratory photos taken after a successful collaborative project. Originally, we all thought that this was a very ordinary celebration photo. We will collaborate on many things in the future, but then I was sent to the front line to perform surgeries and treatments for soldiers. Your parents continued to work for the CIA, and then we got married. We got married and gave birth to you. Originally, I sent them a letter as a joke, saying that when I came back from the battlefield, I would ask them to organize your birth party for me. What I never expected was that this photo would become the last group photo. Dr. Connors, don't you know the whereabouts of my parents? Peter was a little disappointed. Originally, he thought Connors must know the whereabouts of his parents. No, I know. Although I stopped working for CIA after returning from the battlefield, I still know some information. Connors did not tell some of his own things, such as the fact that he accidentally lost a bird on the battlefield. Hand. Another example is the origin of his current hand. Then can you tell me? Peter, your parents are good people and American heroes. You may have experienced ridicule from many people since you were a child, but your parents have made great contributions to the country and the people. Connors suddenly became excited. Got up. Then them. Peter felt a little depressed. Although he had already guessed the result, he still couldn't help but feel sad and depressed when he heard others say it. Well, as you probably guessed, they sacrificed their lives for the country. During the last mission, they encountered betrayal. Someone exposed their CIA identity. Their plane was controlled by the enemy, and they eventually crashed and died. Connors said he spoke, and his tone became lower. They sacrificed their lives for the United States. You are the child of a hero. Connors touched Peter's head and comforted him softly. I know. Peter nodded with some difficulty. But I would rather them? Silly boy, some things can't be repeated. Connors said. Peter drank the caramel latte in front of him in one gulp. The bittersweet taste exploded on his tongue, and he kept breathing heavily. So Dr. Connors, what are you looking for me? In fact, I also looked for you, but it took too long with no results, and then I gave up. Peter asked. Dr. Connors naturally had a reason to look for himself. Actually, I remembered a notebook I kept with your father a long time ago. It contained the derivation process of a formula. I had forgotten it before, but I only remembered it recently. I wanted to ask you about it and see Richard. Did leave that notebook. Peter remembered the derivation of the 2 formulas in his father's information, which seemed to be somewhat different from what Dr. Connors said. There is indeed a formula in the briefcase left by Richard Parker, but it is not 1 as Connors said, but 2. Moreover, the formula was not written in a notebook, but printed with an old-fashioned printer. Come out and bind it into a book. Connors was actually right. Richard Parker's first derivation of the formula was indeed recorded in a notebook, and there was indeed only 1 formula. But after the 2 separated, Richard Parker deduced a variant of the formula and printed it out on an old-fashioned printer in preparation for publication. Unfortunately, Richard Parker had not yet made an appointment with a publisher. He has passed away. Of course, the biggest doubt is that Richard Parker signed his and Mary Parker's names at the end after the formula was deduced. According to Connors, he claimed that he derived the formula, which made it difficult for Peter to accept. I don't know much about what my father left behind. This photo was always on the TV. Peter lied shamelessly, without a blush on his face or a heartbeat in his heart. Dr. Connors, can you tell me the characteristics of that formula or the characteristics of that notebook? I can help you look for it when I go back. Peter still left a little room for it and said. Connors looked delighted. Just as he was about to speak, his whole body suddenly twitched. No, inhibitors will have side effects when you are emotionally excited. Connors felt like his whole body was being torn apart. Dr. Connors, what's wrong with you? Peter hurriedly walked to Connors' side, but was pushed away by Connors. It's okay, I'm okay. Connors said reluctantly, but he still looked very painful. This is a little bit of the after effects of my early injuries on the battlefield, Connors said, holding back the pain. As long as I get a little excited, my whole body will hurt. Connors said. His face became pale, and sweat continued to appear on his forehead. Is this so? I know a doctor. His medical skills are very good. It's just a pity that he is not in New York now, otherwise he will definitely be able to cure your pain. Peter said. The doctor Peter was talking about was of course Baron Mordo. He had been summoned back to Carmitage by Ancient One. Peter went to the sanctuary to look for Baron Mordo, but he only saw Sheecliff Luther there. Sheecliff Luther naturally knew about Baron Mordo's little experiment, but he was not interested in experimenting with Peter. He just casually said that Baron Mordo was not in New York and sent Peter away. Yes, is there such a magical doctor in New York? The pain in Connor's body gradually subsided, and his speech became more coherent. The color on his face returned, and only sweat was still flowing. When he gets back to New York, I'll beg him to cure you, Peter said. Then, thank you very much, Dr. Connors, I will go back first. After I go back, I will take a good look at the things my father left behind. If there is the notebook you mentioned, I will contact you, Peter said while standing at the station. Thank you, Peter, you are a good boy, worthy of Richard and Mary's child, Connors praised. Don't say that, Dr. Connors, I'll be proud. Peter scratched his head, and a tram stopped in front of him. It was the tram he took home. Then I'll go first, Dr. Connors. May God bless you. Peter jumped on the tram and waved goodbye to Connors. Goodbye, have a safe journey, Connors also waved. When the tram left, Connors fell into deep thought again. Fortunately, I managed to stabilize my mood just now. It would be troublesome if I fell into that state in public. Connors was naturally talking about his lizard man state, although he was still a little embarrassed about his state. I am proud of it, but if Peter sees it, it will be difficult to get the formula left by Richard Parker from Peter. I hope Richard's relics are still there, otherwise I won't be able to perform full body activation and will have to live in pain for the rest of my life. Connors didn't take the Dr. Peter mentioned to heart. When he was a senior expert at the Osborne Group, he knew all the famous doctors in New York, but none of them satisfied him with their medical skills. He didn't know Peter until high school. The doctor you know can treat you. On the tram, Peter was crowded with the crowd, his head lowered, thinking, why do I always feel that something is not right about Dr. Connors? Peter touched his nose. He didn't realize that this was a slight warning from the spider sense. He pushed me away. Peter suddenly thought of a strange place. Why was he able to push me away? With my current strength, how could he push me away? Peter's strength now exceeds 20 tons, and an ordinary person cannot push Peter away at all. There must be something weird about the two formulas my father left behind. Peter returned home and immediately walked into the study. The study room is still very crowded with clutter. It is better to say it is a study room than a utility room. Peter used his flexible body to squeeze to the innermost floor of the study. The innermost floor of the study room is still the bookshelf. Only here can you see some traces of the study room. In the rest of the place, no one would believe that this is not a utility room. Richard Parker's briefcase was moved to another place. It was previously placed on the innermost shelf of the bookshelf in the study, but now it is locked in the drawer of the bookshelf by Peter. Peter opened the lock and took out the information on two formulas. The material was a little old, and it was indeed a few years old, but it was beautifully bound. Peter opened the material and turned directly to the last page. The last page contains some thoughts on the derivation of the formula and the concluding remarks. At the end of the concluding remarks, 2 lines of words appeared in front of Peter's eyes. Written by Richard Parker. Mary Parker provides consulting and computing services. Sure enough, I remembered it correctly. Although I didn't remember the 2 formulas clearly, I still remember the last signature. Connors said that he derived this formula. I'm afraid he was lying to me. Peter took the information out of the study, but the briefcase continued to be locked in the study. Peter, what treasure did you find? Aunt May said curiously. An old-fashioned dollar bill. Peter took out an old version of a $100 bill, which was also an item in the briefcase. Peter had already expected that Aunt May and Uncle Ben might ask him what he was looking for, so I took out a dollar bill. Wow, this is an old version of the US dollar bill issued after World War II. If it is the Captain America commemorative edition, it will be more valuable. Unfortunately, it is only the President Roosevelt commemorative edition, but it is also worth $3,000. Aunt May took the banknote and looked at it carefully. Wrote, $3,000. Peter couldn't believe this number. In his opinion, wasn't this just an old version of a $100 bill? Take it, this must be left by your parents. Aunt May looked at the banknote and returned it to Peter's hand. This kind of banknote has a high commemorative value, and the quality of this banknote is very good. It's also very good, you can keep it as a souvenir. Aunt May. Peter originally wanted to give the money to Aunt May or Uncle Ben for safekeeping, but the two refused to take it. In the end, Peter could only return to the room with the money. Putting the money into a book and keeping it tucked away, Peter began to derive formulas based on the information. Oh, shift, what is this Fibonacci sequence? Peter turned on the computer and started to query. Unexpectedly, he ran into trouble in the first step of derivation. The Fibonacci sequence, starting from the 3rd number in the sequence, each number is equal to the sum of the previous 2 adjacent numbers, AN 1 and 2. Peter quickly found information about the Fibonacci sequence. Well, what's the use of this sequence? Peter continued to deduce. He didn't understand the meaning of this sequence at all. Binary arithmetic, alas, although I have seen this operation method of defining real numbers mapping real numbers when I was studying on my own, it is difficult to use it. All night long, Peter was fighting mathematical formulas. He didn't even go out to fight crime, which he loved most. It was as if mathematics were the most vicious criminals and he had to finish fighting mathematics before he could fight crime. Peter, your dark circles have gotten worse again. Li Ji mocked mercilessly. I did my homework too late last night. Peter yawned. In fact, he didn't sleep at all. Li Ji didn't believe it. Li Ji felt that Peter must have gone there again last night to punish evil and promote good. Yes, my hair is almost falling out. Peter complained, but even so, he only advanced the derivation of the formula on the next page all night, and this was still having a ready-made demonstration of the derivation process. With the assistance of By the way, Peter, I heard Loki say that someone was looking for you yesterday, Li Ji said calmly. Well, yes, he is one of my elders. Peter did not reveal the identity of Connors. He still had some doubts about Connors's identity. He did not want to drag Li Ji into such a strange incident. But what he didn't know was that if he named Connors, Li Ji would definitely know Connors better than he did. Thor, look what that man looks like. Loki pointed at Peter and said softly. Like the Turks in the Nibelungs, Thor said. Ha ha ha, it's really similar. Turks like to put black paint around their eyes. It's exactly the same as what he looks like now. Loki chuckled. Ha ha ha, Thor also laughed. Li Ji turned back and glared at the two of them. Thor was still giggling, but Loki didn't know when he had stopped smiling, looking like a good boy who was studying seriously. When the first class was over, Li Ji looked at the empty seat next to Peter and muttered to himself strangely, what's going on? Why didn't Harry come again? Peter, why didn't Harry come to school again? Did he explain it to you? Li Ji asked. No, Harry told me yesterday that he would only take one day off. I was wondering why. Peter was also a little troubled. Isn't it because his disease has relapsed? Probably not. Li Ji shook his head. Although he didn't have a good impression of Baron Mordo, he still had no doubts about Baron Mordo's medical skills. I'm not sure. I'll call Harry. Peter walked out of the classroom and dialed Harry's phone. The phone rang for a long time, and finally a rising tone came from the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Answer, if necessary, please press * key to leave a message. No one answered the phone. Peter returned to his seat in frustration. Is something going to happen? Peter said worriedly. After school, we'll find out when we go to the Osborne group. The school bell rings. Sailus, will you go to the Osborne group with us? If you don't want to go, I will take you back first. Li Ji looked at Salis next to him. No, no need. I have to go back to the Sandra orphanage today, Salis said in a very low voice, so low that only Li Ji could hear her clearly. Huh? What's going on when you go back? Li Ji asked slightly strangely. My younger brothers and sisters sent me emails saying they missed me, and the caregiver I hired also told me that the yard was a little dirty and she couldn't handle the cleaning by herself. She wanted to see if I had time to go over and help. Salis explained. Why today? Tomorrow is Friday. Wouldn't it be better to go there tomorrow? Li Ji was a little confused. Denev's birthday is today, and I want to give her a surprise. Salis lowered her head. Oh, okay. But it's a bit far over there, in the opposite direction to the Osborne group, so I won't send you there. Is it okay for you to take a taxi yourself? Li Ji nodded. Yeah, it's okay. Sailus nodded. The sun shone on her hair, and her silver hair shone brightly. Hi, Li, can you send me and Thor home first? Loki said very familiarly, as if he and Li Ji were already close friends. Well, Li Ji's voice was long and drawn out. Of course not. You guys go there with Shalizi. Shalizi needs people there. I will pick you up in the evening. What? You want me, Thor, to work as a coolie? Although Thor was a little stupid, he instantly understood Li Ji's intention. Li, it's not necessary. Shalizi said quickly. It's okay, they just need training, just use them as tool people. A trace of evil suddenly flashed in Li Ji's mind. Odin, if you use me as a tool person, don't blame me for using your two sons as tools. Tool man, what is that? He is a kind of person who is always available and obeys everything unconditionally. Li Ji, you can't do this, you are insulting me. Thor was interrupted by Li Ji before he could speak. That's enough, Thor, don't forget, this is the United States, this is not your hometown. You can't go back to your hometown for the time being. In the United States, you have to abide by American rules. I'm helping you now adapt to life in the United States and don't be ignorant. Li Ji's tone became a little more serious, and Thor did not dare to talk back to Li Ji anymore. Li, is this really okay? Shalizi couldn't bear it. It's okay, they will be obedient. If you have any problems, just ask Loki. I think Loki will persuade his brother. Loki, don't you think so? Li Ji turned around and led Loki's army. I will try my best. Loki did not dare to refute. Driving a Rolls-Royce, Peter and Gwen arrived in front of the Osborne Group building. The security guards of the group were still the same as before. They all knew Li Ji and others, so they allowed Li Ji and Peter to enter the group without any obstruction. Excuse me, is Harry in the group? Li Ji went to the front desk. The front desk lady should know these things best. The front desk lady tapped on the keyboard a few times, and after verifying the identities of Li Ji and others, she said, Master Harry is in the chairman's office. He said you can go directly. Then please show us the way. After taking the elevator to the top floor of the Osborne Group, Peter took the lead and walked into the chairman's office. Harry was sitting on a huge chair with his back to several people. Harry, why haven't you come to class these 2 days? Peter walked up to Harry, but Harry's appearance shocked him. Harry's description was a bit haggard. His body was curled up on the chair, his hands hugging his knees. His eyes were barely open. His originally beautiful blue eyes were now covered with bloodshot eyes. Harry, what's wrong with you? Peter lost his voice. When Li Ji and Gwen heard this, they quickly walked up to Harry. Harry's condition looked very bad. Yes, there is a monster, Peter, Li, there is a monster. Monster, what monster? Li Ji looked behind him and saw nothing. It's not behind you, it's around the group building. There are monsters next to the group building. Harry howled crazily. Harry, calm down, calm down. Tell me first, what kind of monster is it that scares you like this? Gwen quickly comforted her. Under Gwen's comfort, Harry's consciousness seemed to be slightly clearer. A little bit. I don't know what kind of monster it is, but I know there must be one. Harry said in a panic. By the way, Lee, do you remember? After watching Monster Invasion that time, I found a monster in the sewer, and now that monster is lurking around the company. When Harry said this, Li Ji remembered that time they were followed by a monster. Although Li Ji did not see the true face of the monster, he taught the monster a lesson through the sewer. He originally thought that the monster should be frightened away, but I didn't expect it to be active around the Osborne group again. Harry, tell me carefully, when did you discover that monster? Li Ji said. After we watched Monster Invasion that time, Peter also heard it. The rustling noise coming from the underground must have been made by monsters. Harry pointed at Peter, but Peter was confused. His face was confused, and he had obviously forgotten everything. I'm not talking about that time, I'm talking about when you discovered monsters circling around the Osborne group. Li Ji shook his head and said. About a month ago, more than a month ago, when my father sent me to school, I heard that sound. I didn't pay attention to it at the time, but after hearing it every day, I realized that the monster was back. Harry tried to remember. Then why didn't you tell us earlier? Gwen said reproachfully. Sorry, my father sent me to school every day before, so my fear of the monster has not reached this level, but these days, my father has gone to China, and I just... Harry said with tears. Suddenly squeezed out, Peter saw it and quickly held Harry in his arms. Harry, what did your father do in China? Li Ji asked a little strangely. As far as he knew, the Osborne group had no business in China. I don't know, my father left without saying a word. By the time I knew he went to China, he was already in China. Harry kept shaking his head. Li, don't worry about that now, let's think of a solution together. Peter said reproachfully, and Li Ji also realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his focus. Sorry, Harry, I just thought of something. Li Ji apologized. It's okay, it's okay. Harry shook his head quickly. You said that monster would appear in the parking lot of your company every morning, right? Gwen asked. Not only that, he often visits my home, but I don't know what the monster is trying to do. Maybe I'm too well prepared and haven't given him a chance to attack. But after my father went to China, I clearly felt that he was rampant. A lot. In the past, he would only make rustling sounds from a distance, but now I can occasionally see his long, somewhat disgusting tongue at the sewer outlet. Harry's description was very real and a little disgusting, giving several people a chill. That is to say, you haven't seen the monster in full, have you? Li Ji asked. Yeah. Harry nodded. This is a bit tricky. If you haven't seen the full picture of the monster, there will be no entry point. If you have a photo of the monster, it will be easier. Li Ji frowned. Sorry, I don't dare to approach him. I'm worried that once I approach him, I will. There was a look of fear in Harry's eyes. Am I useless? Harry cried again. No, everyone will be afraid when encountering unknown things. Gwen quickly comforted her. Li Ji frowned even deeper. Is it the Green Goblin or Dr. Lizard? According to Harry's description, it seems to be closer to Dr. Lizard, but the timing of Norman Osborn's departure is such a coincidence, it seems that it is secretly now that he fits the identity of the Green Goblin, he's really in trouble. Harry, would you like to stay at my house for a few days? I think I might have some influence on you. Peter suddenly invited. Harry looked at Peter, and his originally dull eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, Peter is Spider-Man, he will definitely be able to deal with the monsters. But thinking about Peter's house, it seemed a bit crowded for one more person. Harry didn't want to cause trouble to Peter's uncle and aunt, so he said, how about Peter, you can stay at my house, just for a few days. Peter looked embarrassed, but finally nodded and said, okay, but I have to go home and get some luggage first. No problem. Salis, are these two your suitors? The nurse at Sandra Welfare Home stood in front of the Iron Gate and saw Salis, Thor, and Loki from a distance. Oh, no, a friend of mine heard that Sandra's orphanage was going to be cleaned up, so she arranged to come over. Salis shook her head. Is that your friend pursuing you? The nurse teased. Jane, stop joking. Salis said anxiously, carrying something. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Have you bought everything you need? Jane said with a smile. It's all in their hands. Salis pointed to Thor and Loki, who were tightly wrapped in various portable plastic bags and paper bags. Jane walked over and took a few bags, and Thor and Loki were barely freed. If they were still Asgardians, they could easily pick up things 10 or 100 times heavier than this, but they have been deprived of their divine power and Asgardian identity by Odin. Somewhat out of breath. Oh, thank you, beautiful lady, may I know your name? Loki said immediately as soon as he was freed. My name is Jane Foster, you can call me Jane. Jane said with a smile, her smile was very sweet. What about you? An elegant man will usually introduce himself before asking a girl's name. My name is Loki and his name is Thor, Loki said. Oh, why does it sound so like the uncle and nephew in Nordic mythology? Jane smiled. I am his brother. Thor, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. This was not the first time that he was regarded as Loki's nephew, so his tone was a little reproachful and angry. Hug, I'm sorry. Jane apologized quickly. She didn't expect Thor to have such a big reaction. Hey, Thor, can you be a little more respectful to the lady? Loki helped. Thor snorted and ignored Loki. After seeing that Thor had no reaction, Jane led the two of them into the Sandra orphanage, while Chalice had already walked in earlier and was chatting with the children in the orphanage. Sister Chalice, is it fun to go to school? A little boy asked, shouting a lollipop in his mouth, which Chalice had just given to him, so his speech was a little unclear. None of the children in the orphanage went to school because they had no money to pay the tuition fees. In the past, Aunt Giza taught them, then it was changed to Chalice, and now it is changed to Jane. It's quite fun. When my sister makes a lot of money in the future, all the children in our Sandra orphanage will go to school, okay? Chalice touched the little boy's head. No, a little girl said arrogantly. Why? Solace asked. Because, after going to school, I can't stay with Winter every day. The little girl raised her head. Winter is a slightly older girl, 12 or 13 years old, and is the biological sister of this little girl. The little girl's name is Jamie. After Jamie was born, their family suffered an accident. Her parents jumped off the building one after another, leaving two as a child. They came to the Sandra orphanage and depended on each other for life. If all the children in Sandra orphanage went to school, Winter and Jamie would definitely not be in the same class, and naturally they wouldn't be able to stay together all day. Jamie, you can't think like that. Although you are not in the same class during class, you can play together after class, go home together, and stay together all day during holidays. In fact, it is no different from now. Sally S.I. hugged Jamie and said, I just don't want it. Jamie ran away and ran behind Winter. By the way, where is Danif? Why didn't you see her? Chalice stood up. Among the group of children, Danif was nowhere to be seen. Danav, you don't know. Did you go and eat something secretly? Danave is the most greedy. I bet she was sitting next to me 10 minutes ago. Maybe you went to the bathroom. The children started chirping, but none of them could tell where Danav was. Little naughty one. Jane walked in, squatted on the ground, and looked under the bed. Daneve was hiding under a bed, looking at Chalice with a smile. Jane, you didn't keep your word. You clearly agreed to tease Sister Solace together. Daneve got out from under the bed, with an unhappy look on her face. Haha, Sister Chalice is going to do some house cleaning with me, so we can't waste too much of her time. Jane laughed. Humph. Danave sat on the bed with a small temper on her face. Okay, Danave, don't be angry. It is said that if you are angry on your birthday, you will have a bad life throughout the year. Chalice took out a cake. Look, your favorite chocolate cake. Oh, my god, Sister Chalice, have you found a capitalist as your boyfriend? Danyef said exaggeratedly. Chalice patted Daneve's head gently, but somehow Li Ji's appearance appeared in her mind. How can there be such a dilapidated building in Midgard? Thor and Loki did not enter the room. They stood in the corridor, looking around in a daze. Thor and Loki lived in Li Ji's villa. Although the Zhongcheng High School they attended was not an aristocratic school, it was generally very advanced. Li Ji usually kept him at home and was rarely allowed to go out, so that I think every place on Earth is very beautiful. Thor, you have to call the Earth here. Loki reminded him in a low voice. He also looked around and saw that it was indeed a bit dilapidated. This is probably the kind of place on Earth where poor people live. The poor people of Asgard will not live in a place like this. It looks worse than the residences of those disgusting frost giants in Jotunheim. Thor said. But Thor, this is no longer Asgard. We are no longer from Asgard. This is Earth now. Let's try not to mention Asgard. Loki advised. Thor snorted coldly, but did not refute Loki's statement. He now accepted it somewhat. He originally thought that Li Ji was his good friend and would give him a comfortable and salty life, but he did not expect that Li Ji was his good friend and would give him a comfortable and salty life. Ji has extremely strict requirements on them. Now he regrets coming to Earth with Li Ji. Maybe it would be better to come here alone to join Guyi. Thor, Loki, this is your cake. Jane came out with 2 plates containing 2 large cakes. Thor took it, looked at what was on his own plate, and then looked at what was on the child's plate. Why do I have so many? This is to thank you for helping our Sandra orphanage. You must have been very tired after moving so many things, and there will be cleaning that needs your help. Jane smiled. Oh, Jane said so, and Thor stopped being polite. He picked up his fork and swallowed a third of the cake in one bite. Tastes good, cough cough cough. Thor suddenly coughed. He had never eaten something soft and swollen like cake, and he didn't know that you couldn't talk when eating cake. In fact, eating cake don't talk when talking about anything. Are you okay? Jane hurriedly ran to Thor's back and patted him on the back. Thor swallowed all the cake in his mouth and then said, No, it's okay. Do you have that happy water here? Happy water? What is that? Jane felt a little confused. The term happy water was taught to Thor by Li Ji. It is actually synonymous with carbonated drinks, but Jane must not know about Fia's happy water. It can be Sprite, or Coke, or even Up, Fanta and Mirinda. Loki explained after taking a small bite of the cake. Oh, we don't have it in the Sandra orphanage, but I can go to the convenience store next door to buy it for you. Wait a moment. Jane ran out. 2 minutes later, Jane ran back panting, holding a large plastic bag filled with various iced drinks. Why did you buy so much? I'm not that guy likely. Thor took the plastic bag and looked at the big bag of drinks a little worried. Although he also likes to drink, he can drink up to 4 or 5 cans at a time. Unlikely extremely, he can drink hundreds of cans in one go without stopping. Most of these are for children. You can just grab 2 cans for yourself. Jane said with some embarrassment. Thor didn't realize the embarrassment. I said so. He picked out 2 bottles of ice-cold Sprite. Although all kinds of carbonated drinks seemed good to him, Sprite was the most suitable for him. Then I want this, the one with new packaging. Rocky picked out a Coca-Cola Zero. It's now, and Coca-Cola Zero was launched in, so there's no problem saying it's in new packaging. Everyone is here for a drink. Jane said, carrying the remaining drinks into the room. I want a Coke. I want Sprite. Give me Fanta. Why are they all from Coca-Cola? I like Pepsi. Jane, why did you buy so much? Chalice said, slightly dissatisfied. Thor wanted to have a drink just now. I thought it would be really pitiful if Dainave didn't have a drink for her birthday, so I went to buy a drink. Jane said with a smile. But, the salary given to you by the orphanage is already very low. You pay it back. Chalice said anxiously. Don't tell me to give me the money or anything. I won't accept it. I gave these drinks to little Dainave. Jane squatted down and looked at Dainave. Dainave, Sister Jane bought so many drinks just for you. You should not be angry with me anymore. No, I'm not angry anymore. Dainave's voice was very small as a mosquito. Jane scratched Dainaf's nose and stood up. Sayless, don't give me the money to buy drinks. If Dainaf is unhappy, it will be your responsibility. After the children finished eating the cake and drinking the drinks, Jane said with some regret, oh, another batch of garbage has been created, and the cleaning task has become heavier again. It's okay, Jane, there are 4 of us. Solace smiled and pointed at Thor and Loki. Yes. Jane nodded and walked to Thor and Loki. Thank you in advance for your contribution to the cleaning of Sandra's orphanage. Jane bowed to Thor and Loki. Thor was in a daze and didn't know what Jane was doing. Fortunately, Loki reacted quickly enough and hurriedly helped Jane up. You're welcome, beautiful lady. I'm honored to be able to help you. Thank you both. I need more efforts from you too for this cleaning. Jane smiled. Her smile was very bright and intoxicating. You're welcome, you're welcome. Thor reacted immediately and said a little naively. Jane, you assign tasks. They all said you're welcome, so you really don't have to be polite. Chalice said with a smile. Okay, you're welcome then. Jane also smiled, walked to the door, and picked up the things Thor and Loki brought in. Connect the long broom first. Jane picked up the parts of the extended broom and began to assemble it. By the way, Jane, why do you want me to buy such a long broom? Solace asked when she saw the long broom gradually taking shape in Jane's hand. Actually, this time of general cleaning is mainly to clean up the dirt on the ceiling. Although Sandra orphanage is dilapidated, the children in the orphanage are very hardworking, and the ground is actually quite clean. It's just that the ceiling is too high, their nutrition is not good, they are not tall, and they are not very strong. It is very difficult to clean the ceiling. I just want to call you back, and we will clean the ceiling together, and then I will then clean the floor, doors, and windows with the children. I didn't expect that, Shalizi. You actually brought 2 helpers here, and they looked very powerful. In this way, the ceiling cleaning will be faster. Jane was in a relaxed mood and even spoke faster. Quite a few. I just want to apologize to you 2 in advance. It's easy to get dirty things on your body when cleaning the ceiling. I hope you won't mind. Jane said apologetically again. Didn't I say just treat them as ordinary laborers? No need to be so polite. Chalice knew how Li Ji treated Thor and Loki, and Li Ji seemed to treat them this way on purpose. She guessed that Li Ji was sharpening their endurance and polishing their edges, so she didn't mind helping Li Ji. Is that so? That would be great. Sailasi quickly assembled 2 long brooms and handed one to Thor and the other to Loki. First clean the ceilings in each room. After the ceilings are cleaned, Chalice and you will enter the room and clean other parts of the room, Jane said. Yeah. Chalice nodded. Well, you 2, please start from this room, and then clean along the corridor. After cleaning the 2nd floor, clean the 1st floor again, and finally clean the corridors upstairs and downstairs. Jane was really not polite and directly arranged everything. Thor held a long broom and asked a little strangely, what is this and how to use it? Jane glanced at Thor helplessly, let me demonstrate it first. Jane held up a long broom and tremblingly swept the cobwebs of dust on the ceiling. The dust fell from the air, making the whole room smelly and everyone started to cough. Children, go play in the yard first, don't leave my sight, cough. Jane said while coughing. The children in the orphanage ran into the yard. Jane gave Shalizi an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Shalis, I forgot to tell you to buy a mask. A mask. Shalis walked out of the room, rummaged through her bag and found a box of disposable Minnesota masks. Ah, Shalis, are you a prophet? Jane said with some joy. In the supermarket, I got $50 off when I spent $200 or more. I was just a few dollars short when I was checking out, so I just picked up a box of Minnesota masks. Solace took out one and put it on Jane's face. She also put one on herself, and then gave one to Thor and Loki. Like this, you don't have to worry about the dust being inhaled into your lungs. Jane smiled and continued to clean. She cleaned every inch of the ceiling, leaving no dust or any blind spots. Did you see clearly? Jane asked. Thor nodded and took Jane's broom. Start from the next room, right? Well, yes, I have finished cleaning this room. Jane nodded. Thor and Loki walked to the next room, and Solace brought a bucket and 2 shorter brooms. Okay, Jane, we have to start working next. It's finally done. I'm so tired. Jane dumped the garbage in the ash bucket into the trash can and stretched with some satisfaction. Thor and Loki stood aside with a somewhat disgraced look, sweat on their foreheads, and a masculine aura about their bodies. You must be tired too. Let me wipe your sweat. Jane held a handkerchief and walked up to Thor and Loki. No need, I'm not tired. Thor took a step back awkwardly, but Jane refused to give in. There's so much sweat on your forehead, aren't you tired? Thor had no choice but to stop talking and just stood there blankly, letting Jane wipe the sweat from his body. After Jane wiped Thor's body, she wiped Loki clean, then washed the handkerchief and hung it on the wire to dry. Jane, why don't you mop the floor? Sailasi shouted, holding two big mops. There's no need for this. I'll mop the floor with the children on Sunday. Jane took the mop from Shalizi's hand and put them back where they were. Do you want them to drag it together? Can't we just drag them all clean? Salas was a little reluctant to let her younger brothers and sisters work. Salas, don't pamper them too much. Let them participate in labor. In the future, they will become hardworking people when they enter society. This will be helpful to their future. Jian smiled. Is that so? Now that Jane had said so, Shalis no longer insisted. Then I'll trouble you, Jane. No trouble, no trouble. This is my duty. Jane said quickly. It seems that I asked you to come to the orphanage to be a caregiver, which is a great move. Shalizi smiled. She originally just wanted to find a caregiver to take care of the children, but she didn't expect Jane to be so good. Haha, I am the one who took so much care of you. The children in the orphanage taught me a lot, Jane said. Are you diligent? Thor suddenly felt moved when he heard Jane's words. He thought back to his life in Asgard. Although he was not a lazy guy, he certainly had nothing to do with diligence. Except for being diligent when he went into battle, other times, I just don't work if I can. It seems that you have to be a hard-working person to gain a foothold on the earth. Loki approached Thor and whispered. After speaking, he silently left Thor 3 meters away. Although both of them exuded masculine aura, Thor's was obviously several times stronger than Loki's. Maybe we need to learn to be patient. Loki told himself in his heart. Hey, Thor, Loki, did Lee tell you when he will pick you up? Shalis asked suddenly. I didn't say it, but Lee said he would come over in the evening. Loki replied. In that case, let's go sit in the yard and wait for him to come. Shalis moved a few stools from the room and placed them in the yard. The moon has climbed up, and the moonlight shines on the yard, which is very comfortable and peaceful. If there was a full moon today, it would be more artistic. Jane held up a tall wine glass filled with purple grape-flavored Fanta. No, if you want to be artistic, at least the grape-flavored Fanta should be replaced with red wine. Salis said with a smile. She looked at the moon. In 2 days, the full moon will be almost here. That's not possible. We are secretly drinking drinks behind the children's back. If it's just Fanta, you can share it with them if it's discovered. If it's red wine, it'll be troublesome. Jane said with reason. Sailasi said that I was speechless. Why should we give it to the children? Thor asked ignorantly. In his opinion, his things are his things, and he does not need to give them to anyone. Because I love them. Although they are always noisy and annoying, I still love them. Jane smiled, with a very intoxicated expression on her face. Love. Thor fell into deep thought. Although he knew this emotion, he had never felt it. What is love? Thor closed his eyes. Li Ji drove the car towards Sandra Welfare Home. He made a slight mistake today. He actually forgot the date. There were only 2 days until the full moon, and the moonlight shining on him made him feel uncomfortable and a little irritable. With a flick of the rear, the Rolls-Royce drove into the Sandra Welfare Home and braked to a stop. Li Ji did not roll down the window, but kept honking the vehicle's horn. Shalis, Thor, and Loki all understood and stood up. Jane, I'm going back first. I hope you can continue to take good care of the children, Shalis said apologetically. But Jane ignored her. She walked to Li Ji's car and knocked on Li Ji's car window. Li Ji rolled down the window. What are you doing? He tried his best to hide his emotions, for fear that he would run away accidentally. It's late at night. Why are you playing the horn all the time? Many children are asleep. Why are you honking? Jane said angrily. Li Ji rolled up the car window. It's unreasonable. Li, are you okay? Thor asked, wearing pajamas and holding a can of Sprite in his hand, looking at Li Ji sitting on the sofa in the living room. Huh? What can happen to me? Li Ji asked. I see that something wasn't right with you just now. I can see that you were holding back. Did something bad happen to that man named Harry? Thor said. Thor, I didn't expect you to actually care about people. Li Ji smiled. To be honest, if Odin hadn't deprived you of all your divine power, I would have even doubted whether Loki was pretending to be you. Thor recalled what Jane said, and he seemed to understand the meaning of love. Of course, he did not love Li Ji. At most he only showed some friendly care. Is it really okay? Thor asked again. Give me the Sprite. Li Ji stretched out his hand, and Thor obediently placed the Sprite in his hand. He had not yet opened the can of Sprite. Something did happen at Harry's place, but it's not a big problem, and it has nothing to do with me. Li Ji pulled open the Sprite tab. But your attitude towards Jane is so irritable. I know that you are not an angry person. Thor said. Well, Li Ji's voice dragged out. That was for other reasons. I can't tell you. I can only tell you that I'm very sorry for my attitude at that time. That was not my original intention. As for the specifics, I can't tell you the reason. Thor nodded and went to the refrigerator to get another can of Sprite. Is it ready now? It's completely fine now, otherwise how could I talk to you calmly here? Li Ji drank the Sprite in one breath. Then I hope you can apologize to Jane. She is a very good girl. Thor said. Li Ji looked into Thor's eyes. What's her name? Jane Foster. How do you know? Do you know her? No, you don't look like we know each other. Thor thought about the only dialogue between Li Ji and Jian, and neither of them was angry. I don't know her, but Shalizi told me. Li Ji prevaricated. In fact, Shalizi had never mentioned Jane to Li Ji. It seems that the will of the Marvel Universe is still very strong. I didn't expect that Thor, who came a few years earlier, could still make eye contact with Jane Foster. Li Ji smiled in his heart. Okay, I will apologize to Jane, you don't have to worry. Li Jida said. When you apologize, can you help me and Loki, donate some money to the Sandra orphanage. Loki and I will pay it back to you in the future. Thor added, with your it's just in name, no need to mention us. Huh. Li Ji looked at Thor strangely. Thor's behavior really seemed as if someone had swapped him, as if someone had replaced Thor with the prince. Thor, why did you suddenly think of giving it to Sandra? How about donating money to the welfare home? Because I think the place where they live is too dilapidated. Especially when I was cleaning, many of the walls were cracked. If they touched it even slightly, the wall dust would keep falling down. Thor said. A few days ago in Midgard, I even thought that Midgard was already the same as Asgard, a sacred place without poverty or darkness. Today I discovered that it was not the case. Thor, you still don't fully understand. Li Ji's expression suddenly became serious. Huh? Is there a poorer place? Thor asked strangely. Yes, and there are many more. Li Ji nodded, but that's not what I want to say. What I want to tell you is that even Asgard has darkness and poverty. You need to face these and change them. It's not just an escape. Thor lowered his head. Sorry, it's hard for me to understand. Although he already had some feelings in his heart, Thor was unwilling to accept it. You will gradually understand. Li Jideo, don't worry about the donation to Sandra Welfare Home. Now Sandra Welfare Home is donated by me. I am just making additional donations. I will use your in Luoji's issued in name. No need. Thor shook his head quickly. He was acting a little weak tonight. It's not Thor's style to do good deeds without leaving a name. I know that every time you make a military exploit, I wish all Asgard knew about it. Li Ji smiled. Thor blew his beard and walked back to his room. Li Ji took out his cell phone and dialed Shalizi's number. Hello? Why are you calling me so late? Shaliz said angrily. Sorry, I was rude to your friend before. I was not emotionally stable at the time. Can you apologize to your friend for me? Li Ji said. You know you were wrong, so why don't you apologize? Shaliz asked. I feel that if I appear in front of your friend now, she will kick her out immediately. Li Ji said with a sneer. That's it, that's fine, but you have to be more careful in the future. Shaliz finally agreed to Li Ji's request. Well, no problem. By the way, Thor and Loki are willing to donate $100,000 to your Sandra Welfare Home. I will transfer it to your account now. Really? Osborne Group, 11 o'clock at night. Sorry, Harry, it took a lot of time to convince my uncle and aunt to go home. Peter appeared in front of Harry carrying a large backpack. No, it's okay. Harry suppressed his trembling body and said insincerely. It seems like you're a little nervous waiting. Peter said apologetically. It's okay, I'm here now, it's okay. Harry hugged Harry. Yes. Harry's trembling body slowly calmed down. Although he was still a little scared, he felt a lot more relaxed now that Peter was here. Then where will we live? We can't live in the Osborne building. Peter pointed to his backpack, and the meaning was self-evident. No, I won't. I'll take you home right now. Harry wanted to take Peter's backpack, but found that he couldn't lift it up at all. He hadn't slept much in the past few days, and his body was extremely weak. Let's go to the parking lot first, and I'll drive you back. Harry said with a smile. Are you sure you can still drive now? Peter said helplessly. I don't have a driver's license. Don't worry, Peter, it's not your first time driving while I drive. Your skills are still guaranteed. Harry said easily. In fact, he was a little unsure, but in front of Peter, he still had to show off. Okay. Peter and Harry walked to the parking lot. There were not many cars in the parking lot late at night, and Harry walked straight towards a Rolls-Royce. Why don't you and Lee drive sports cars anymore? Peter said strangely as he sat in the passenger seat. Since Li Ji had to carry a few more people, it was understandable that he switched to a Rolls-Royce, but Harry also switched to a Rolls-Royce, so Peter was a little confused. The protection effect of this car is better, Harry said very spinelessly. This Rolls-Royce has been specially modified. All the doors of the car have been thickened, and the glass has been replaced with special bulletproof glass. It is simply safer than the President's Lincoln. There was a slight rustling sound outside the car, which made Harry a little nervous. Although the sound was very soft, it was this sound that Harry was most afraid of these days, so he heard it clearly. He was about to drive, but he was so frightened that he curled up into a ball. Harry, what's the matter? It's coming, there's a sound. Harry said with great fear. I'll go take a look. Peter got out of the car and looked around carefully. He also heard a rustling sound, but it was not coming from the ground, but the sound of the wind blowing leaves. He understood Harry, who was already a little nervous because of the monster. Don't worry, Harry, it's just the sound of the wind blowing the leaves, said Peter. Yes, really. Harry stretched out his body. Sorry, I made you laugh. It's okay, it's okay. Peter shook his head quickly. The house Harry lives in is a famous wealthy area in New York. Although it is not a single-family villa like Liji's, each house is a super mansion with more than square meters. Oh my gosh, it's so cool where you live, Peter said exaggeratedly. It's too big. Harry was still a little nervous. The house he lived in was so big that he often wondered if there was a monster hiding in his home. He does live in Osborne Company these days. Although the company building is bigger, at least there are people on duty at night. I'm going to take a bath first. Peter put down his things, ready to enjoy Harry's giant square-meter bathtub. Can we be together? Harry said a little coyly. Although he was not a bender, fear defeated his sexual orientation. Peter was a little silent, and the atmosphere fell into a mysterious embarrassment. Can't you? Harry asked with pleading in his eyes. Okay, but don't use the same bathtub, okay? I'll wash it first, and then I'll watch you wash it after I've finished washing it. Peter said helplessly. Okay. Harry's eyes lit up. The two took their clothes and walked into the bathroom together. After more than an hour of tossing, both of them finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom. Peter walked to the living room and picked up his luggage. So now, which room should I sleep in? Just sleep in my room, Harry blurted out. Peter was speechless. He didn't know what to do. What I mean is, I'll sleep on the floor and you can sleep on the bed. Harry quickly changed his explanation. No, that's not okay. You sleep on the bed and I sleep on the floor. Peter quickly refused. No, you are a guest, you must sleep on the bed. The two argued for a long time, and finally, Harry said, how about bringing another bed in? My room is very big, and it's okay to put in an extra bed. Then let's do it. Peter finally calmed down. Peter, what are you doing? Harry lay on the bed and looked at Peter sitting at the desk with some boredom, writing and drawing. Nothing, just deriving a formula. Peter said without looking back. Although he now lives in Harry's house, he cannot rest on deriving formulas, otherwise if Professor Connors asks, Peter won't know how to reply. What formula? Harry jumped up from the bed, saw the dense letters on Peter's draft paper, and suddenly howled miserably. Oh, God, don't let me see this. My head hurts. What's wrong? Peter, aren't you quite interested in science? Peter glanced at Harry playfully. If it were a general science subject, I would indeed be interested, but you don't look like a general science subject. Harry fell on the bed. It's okay. You go to sleep first. I'll sleep even if I don't know how long it will take. Anyway, it won't be long enough. Peter smiled. Harry lay on the bed for a while. Although he was very sleepy and almost in a trance, he still couldn't sleep. He sat up again and said, Peter, have you ever thought about using tools to derive this formula? Tool? What tool? Peter looked at Harry in confusion. There are data processing tools like B. The data processors in my company often use this. There are some more specialized ones that I'm not sure about, Harry said. You said B. I know this software, but my computer is too old and will crash if it performs slightly more intensive calculations, so I don't use it. Peter turned his head and continued to calculate. Hey, Peter, your computer computing power is not good, but my computer computing power is very strong. Harry walked to Peter's side. But Peter felt a little embarrassed. He was staying at Harry's house and borrowing Harry's computer. Peter was a little embarrassed. It's nothing. There are no secret files in my computer. You accompany me to the study and move the host here. Harry originally wanted to move the host himself, but when he thought of the monster entrenched next to him, he didn't want to dare to act rashly. Okay, that's okay. Peter finally chose to accept Harry's kindness. After all, if B is used for simulation calculations, the derivation process of this formula will definitely be greatly accelerated. Peter followed Harry to the study room. Harry's host was only the size of a shoe box and weighed about 5 kilograms. Peter held the host and said with some doubt, is the computing power of this host really powerful? This is not a host, this is a repeater. The host is in the host room. It is a supercomputer. Only after the repeater is connected to the host can the host be awakened to work. Harry explained. Peter stopped talking. I can't understand the willfulness of you rich people. I don't know what my father did to get me a supercomputer. I can't even play games. I've basically never used a computer at home. Harry carried a monitor and a set of keyboard and mouse and brought them to the study door. There was also a desk in the corner of Harry's room. The top corner of the desk could be opened. After opening, there were several sockets. Harry connected the repeater to the sockets, and then connected the monitor and keyboard and mouse. A white screen appeared on the monitor frame. This is a verification program for the supercomputer. After passing the verification, it can be used normally, Harry explained while entering a long password. It took me a long time to memorize the digit password. Harry smiled, and the computer entered the normal Windows XP startup interface. The computer should have the latest version of B pre-installed. You can look for it. Harry gave up his position, and Peter held the mouse in a daze. After entering the startup interface just now, the boot time was less than 3 seconds. Harry, can I test the computer's startup speed? Peter asked excitedly. Feel free to test. Harry smiled. Peter opened the C drive, found the Windows system itself, deleted the redundant startup cutscenes, and then gave the computer a shutdown command. Just for a moment, the screen next to the computer went completely black, and the indicator light on the repeater stopped flashing. Peter pressed the power button on the repeater again, and in another instant, the computer turned on instantly, with no response time at all. Oh, my god, how powerful is the computing power of this computer? Peter said in shock. I don't know. My father asked Stark Industries to customize it. It must be very strong. Harry said. Look to see if there is a B first. If not, go to Walmart and buy one tomorrow. Peter gave the run command, and as long as there is B in the computer, it will be opened. In just a moment, the interface of B was displayed on the computer screen. Peter entered a few formulas into B at will, and the simulation speed was at the millisecond level. Harry, thank you. With this computer, my formula derivation can be greatly accelerated. Peter said gratefully, but when he turned his head, Harry had already fallen asleep. 5:10 in the morning. Has the temperature risen to 26 degrees Celsius? Connors woke up from his sleep. Since inserting the lizard gene fragment into his body, Connors has become very sensitive to temperature. Lizards are cold-blooded animals, and their activities are closely related to temperature. In the summer, Connors can't sleep at all when the temperature rises above 26 degrees Celsius, so whenever the temperature rises to 26 degrees Celsius, he wakes up on time, even skipping the alarm clock. In winter, Connors has to do everything possible to keep himself warm, because once the temperature drops below 5 degrees Celsius, the lizard will enter a state of hibernation. Even if Connors concentrates all his energy to fight against the Sandman, he can't resist it. I can't help but feel the deep sleepiness. When he walked to the bathroom and looked at the big lizard head and long tail in the mirror, Connors was quite proud. With a flick of his tongue, the toothbrush bowl was brought to his mouth. The left paw grabs the cup, and the right paw holds the toothbrush with some difficulty. Oh, it's not good if the claws are too hard. It's so hard to hold the toothbrush. Connors looked in the mirror and brushed his canines. He didn't use toothpaste. There was a well-developed tooth in Connors' mouth. The glands and the liquid secreted by the glands can replace the disinfection and sterilization function of toothpaste. After brushing his teeth, Connors took a small airbrush and washed his face. Because there are too many lines on the face, the skin is also hard and lumpy. He couldn't clean it with a towel, so he simply used a spray gun. Anyway, the spray gun didn't do much damage to Dr. Connors anymore. After washing his face, Connors walked to the refrigerator, which contained pieces of meat from the market that were close to rotting. Dr. Connors hooked his tongue, and a few pieces of rotten meat went into his mouth. He swallowed them wholeheartedly. Anyway, his digestive system was very developed now, so he didn't worry about bacteria or anything. After eating, I have to start being a calm hunter again. Connors wrapped himself in a black robe, climbed out of the window, and climbed down the wall. In just a few seconds, he climbed from more than 10 floors to tall buildings and climbed to the ground. There was a sewer manhole cover on the ground. Connors pulled off the manhole cover with ease, jumped into the sewer, and then closed the manhole cover. Connors already had a basic understanding of the distribution of sewers in New York. He walked along the sewers at a very fast speed and soon reached a main sewer road. He then walked along the main road for a while and entered in another small lane. This is it. Connors saw the icon on the sewer pipe in front, which was the mark he made. No one could understand what he was painting except himself. Osborne Group, tisk tisk, Norman Osborn, Harry Osborn, you guys also feel for me, the despair in the shadows. Connors was full of anger towards the Osborne Group. He felt that if the Osborne Group had not fired him, he would have been able to complete the research and development of perfect gene insertion within 3 years. Then I wouldn't have to endure the intermittent nerve pain throughout my body that I have now. He hated the people of the Osborne Group, especially Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn. Although Norman Osborn didn't pay attention to me and was scared by me, cute little Harry was quite scared by me. Connors clicked his tongue and smiled. However, something was strange today. There seemed to be something missing in the parking lot. No, where is Norman Osborn's Rolls-Royce? Is Harry Osborn not in the Osborne Group anymore? Through the cracks in the gutters, Connors discovered something was wrong. Damn, he must have escaped home. Connors ran wildly in the sewers towards Harry's house. His speed was extremely fast, at least 80 kilometers per hour. Within a few minutes, he appeared in the community. In the sewer. Sure enough, the Rolls-Royce is parked here. Little Harry, he's pretty good at playing hide-and-seek with me. Connors was waiting in the sewer next to the Rolls-Royce. Peter, thank you. With you here, I finally had a good night's sleep. Harry stretched. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. It's okay, we are friends, as we should be. But why didn't you find any trace of the monster you mentioned? Peter asked, carrying his school bag. I don't know, maybe he was tired yesterday. Harry scratched his head and walked to the side of the Rolls-Royce. Coming. Connors was a little excited. He wanted to make that rustling sound, but he saw Peter behind Harry. Peter, why is he here? Is he a friend of Harry Osborn? Connors had a look of disbelief in his vertical pupils. He quietly retreated and left the scene. He didn't want to be discovered by Peter. Peter has to worry about finding the formula. He is now staying with Harry Osborn. Is it because he is looking for the formula? Could it be that Richard sold the formula to the Osborne Group? Connor's head was in a mess, and his body suddenly felt severe pain. Whenever he had too many things on his mind, nerve pain would come as expected. Students, next week is the autumn sports meeting. In our class, how should I say, although the results are very good, it seems that everyone is not very active in participating in sports. It is like the grandparents in the library. The head teacher stood on the stage and spoke loudly, but few students below were listening to him except Thor and Loki. I hope that this year, everyone can actively participate in the school sports meeting. Sports performance is also one of the class honors. I hope that everyone can have a little more sense of class honor. Although you may sneer at class honor, it is a manifestation of class cohesion. With class cohesion, we are more like a big family. They say that the class is the second home for students, but I can't see it in you. I hope you can actively participate this time, capable students. Let's all take part. We want the students in other classes to understand that Class A in the second year of high school is not just a class of nerds, nor is it a class with simple limbs and developed minds. We want them to know that Class A in the second year of high school has developed limbs and a developed mind. So students, come and sign up. We want to defeat other classes, maintain the glory of the class, and let them know that Class A of the second grade of high school is the best class. I know you have this ability, but you don't like to be in other people's class. Show your talents in front of me, but now, it's no time to delay. The teacher's speech was very impassioned. If he were a freshman in high school, he might have been deceived by her. But unfortunately, those sitting in the audience were a group of sophomore students, commonly known as old fritters. They don't know how to do it. My blood boils because of your few words. Everyone should think about it carefully. Everyone can sign up for 5 projects. If you have any ideas, you can go to the podium to get the registration form. I have put the registration form here. Just fill it out before Friday and hand it over to my office. The teacher looked at the laziness of the students in the audience and walked out of the classroom with a disappointed look on his face. It's sports day again. Let's just ask for leave this time. It just connects with the weekend and goes out to play for a few days. It's a boring sports meeting. Why not just lie at home and sleep? I think we can go say the girls on the cheerleading team. As soon as the teacher walked out of the classroom, the students began to discuss, but the discussion went on, but few people thought about going to the sports meeting. In their opinion, the sports meeting was not only hard work, but also a waste of time. It would be better to go to the sports meeting. Watching TV at home. Not only do they think so, but even Li Ji thinks so. Things like sports meets are insulated from him. In his previous life, he had no motor nerves at all, but in this life, Xian's motor nerves are too developed. Li Ji is completely couldn't find any challenging sports. If the teacher was forced to participate, then it would not have been much for Li Ji to help her win a few championships in the past. However, since it was a voluntary participation, based on the principle of doing more than doing less, Li Ji would never participate. Class sense of honor. Thor kept thinking about a word said by the class teacher. Loki, do you understand what this means? Probably something like the honor of Asgard. Loki said lazily. Honor? The honor of warriors. Loki, do you want to defend with me? The honor of Class A of the second grade of high school. Thor suddenly looked at Loki, as if there were flames burning in his eyes. Loki looked at Thor and blinked. You are the brother. You decide. Peter, why don't we continue to sign up for a 5,000-meter long-distance race? Harry said cheerfully. It could be seen that his energy was much better. It's still not possible, in the spring. Peter remembered that during the spring sports meeting, Harry suddenly fell into a coma while running. Although the disease that caused him to coma has been cured, he is still a little scared. It's okay. My illness has completely recovered. But we have to exercise again. After all, we haven't exercised for a long time. If our physical strength cannot support it by then, we may go into shock again. Harry smiled, but there was no trace of it at all. Pay attention to your illness. Okay then. Peter couldn't resist Harry. Let's sign up for a meter race together. Just sign up for this one and nothing else. Okay. Harry walked to the podium and took the registration bid. Suddenly he remembered something. He raised the registration form and looked at Li Ji. Li, do you want one too? No, Li Ji said firmly. That's a shame. Harry shook his head. Thor walked to the podium, took 2 registration forms, and walked to Li Ji's side. Li, there are some things I need your advice on. Li Ji looked at the 2 registration forms in Thor's hand and looked at Thor with some confusion. What's going on? Rocky and I are going to participate in the sports meeting. Each of us will sign up for 5 events to maintain the sense of honor of the class. I hope you can help us with our reference on which events are better for us to sign up for. Sense of honor. Li Ji's voice was full of surprise. Li Ji looked at Thor and couldn't help but laugh. You must have been bewitched by Loki, right? No. Thor shook his head. That's because he was bewitched by the head teacher. Li Ji finally understood why Thor always followed the wind and never looked back, even if he hit the wall several times. Even the head teacher's speech can incite him, let alone the bewitchment of Loki, the god of lies. Thor neither admitted nor denied. You can give us a reference. After all, we don't have much sports experience. Well, okay. Li Ji stood up. Call your brother. Let's go to the playground. Li Ji strode out of the classroom, with Solace, Peter, and Harry following behind him. Loki was lying on the table, chatting across the aisle with the little sister next to him, waving out the window from time to time, and occasionally there were girls from other classes passing by. Loki, let's go to the playground. Thor lifted Loki up, and Loki almost lost his balance. Well, have you made an agreement with Li? Loki looked at Li Ji's position, and there was no one there. Li Ji asked us to go to the playground, probably because he wanted to train us. Loki, you can't embarrass our Tiangong. Thor is smarter now and no longer uses the word Asgard in front of his classmates. The word was changed to Tiangong. Although this word still seems a bit inconsistent, it is still much better than Asgard. Thor, can I not participate? Loki was a little scared. Li Ji didn't do anything light or heavy. What if the training later made people stupid? He is not an Asgardian now. He is no different from an Earthling. His weak body cannot withstand Li Ji's torture. No, Thor's tone was stern, and Loki knew that he had failed. Come to the playground. As soon as Li Ji bought a bunch of drinks from the vending machine, Thor arrived with Loki. Thor's face was a little red, while Loki was pale and panting. What's wrong with you? Li Ji opened a can of Coke and drank it in one gulp. It's nothing. Loki must have been a little uncomfortable running here just now, Thor said quite relaxedly. Li Ji looked at Loki, and it seemed that Loki's lack of exercise was showing. He used to be an Asgardian, and he used his divine power to do everything, but now he is an Earthling, and the trouble with his body's inability to keep up is revealed. Li Ji patted Loki's chest. Loki, you are a little weak. You may need to take some Shenbao tablets. Li, although I'm a little out of breath, I really don't have kidney deficiency. Loki said this with great difficulty. Li Ji looked at the poor child teasingly and said, you don't have kidney deficiency. Some people believe it? Don't you believe it? Loki managed to stand up straight, but he was still breathing heavily. Okay, I believe it, I believe it. Li Ji was too lazy to talk to him and turned to look at Thor. Thor was walking to where Li Ji put the drinks, picked up a bottle of Sprite and was about to open it. Thor, what are you doing? Li Ji stopped him. He was really not polite at all. I want to drink some water, Thor said very innocently. In his opinion, Sprite is similar to water, but it tastes better than water. You are going to participate in the sports meeting. You are an athlete now. Athletes cannot drink such high-sugar carbonated drinks. Li Ji took the Sprite from Thor's hand, opened it himself, and drank it in one gulp. Then what are you doing? Thor looked at Li Ji's movements and wanted to defend himself. Why can't I drink and I won't participate in the sports meeting? Li Ji asked. You drink this. Li Ji walked to the vending machine again, bought the cheapest large bottle of mineral water, and threw it to Thor. Look at me, why all athletes drink this. Thor opened the mineral water, took a sip, and handed it to Loki. Li, can you buy me a bottle too? Loki finally came to his senses. Don't you have it in your hand? Li Ji pointed to the mineral water in Loki's hand. It's a little dirty, cough. Loki said very embarrassedly. Li Ji didn't look at Thor's flickering expression, and bought another bottle for Loki. Hurry up and finish your drink. After you finish drinking, go run 4,000 meters with Peter and Harry. After you finish running, I will check on you and divide the projects for you. Li Ji pointed at Peter and Harry standing beside the track. Remember to protect your ankles. It's easy to sprain your ankles when running, but you may have never experienced the feeling of spraining. Yeah, Thor nodded. Wait a minute, Li, how many meters did you say? Loki felt that he had heard something wrong. 4,000 meters. Li Ji patted Loki on the shoulder. The others completed 3 laps, and Rocky passed 2 laps later. Help, help. Loki walked out of the runway and knelt down beside Li Ji, his voice a little weak. I have kidney deficiency. I have kidney deficiency. I won't run. I won't run. Yes, you are indeed weak. Wang Ziyi pointed to the bench beside him. Loki lay panting on the bench, looking like he was about to die. Li, can I not participate? Loki spoke as if there was a rhythm. Every word was an 8-beat. Just say that I can't participate in any projects. It can be seen that Loki used up all his remaining strength to say this, and he realized the key to the matter. Thor will definitely not agree to Loki not participating in the sports meeting. In his opinion, the honor of the class and the honor of Asgard are the same thing, and they both need to be defended with all his strength, so he will not allow himself. His younger brother was holding him back, so the only breakthrough was Li Ji, who helped to control the situation. Sorry, Loki, I sympathize with you, but I can't do this. Even though I don't play, I still care about the glory of the class. Li Ji turned around and smiled. Loki cursed Li Ji 10,000 times in his heart. Does your smile seem to sympathize with me? Why does it seem like you are gloating about my misfortune? Do you care about the collective honor of the class? If you care, why don't you go up yourself? I have been deprived of my divine power. You have become a thin and ordinary person, and you have to force yourself to participate. You are so strong, why don't you participate? Of course, Li Ji didn't know about Loki's psychological activities. After all, Li Ji didn't have the ability to read minds, and Loki didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction with Li Ji. Loki lay there for a few minutes, waiting for his breathing to calm down, then sat up and said, Li, look at me, how weak my body is now, and you still ask me to participate in the sports meeting. This is not to bring glory to the class, but it's an embarrassment to the class. His tone was very serious, and he spoke in ups and downs. It sounded so contagious that Li Ji felt that his ears were a little itchy. Yes, I understand. Li Ji nodded, still looking at the playground. Ah, do you mean to agree that I will not participate in the sports meeting? Loki never thought that Li Ji would be so reasonable. No, what I mean is that I will train you to the point where you won't be embarrassed. Li Ji tilted his head and looked at Loki and said, it's over. Loki felt that his future life had lost its luster, and he fell straight down from the bench. 10 minutes later, Peter, Harry and Loki returned to Li Ji. Peter showed no reaction. Thor was already covered in sweat and exuded a strong masculine aura, and Harry was out of breath, but it's still much better than before Loki. Thank you for your hard work, Li Ji said with a smile. It's okay, Harry gasped. Harry, your physical fitness has improved. Li Ji smiled. Of course you cough. After being praised by Li Ji, Harry wanted to express himself, but unexpectedly he almost lost his breath and started coughing violently. Harry, you need to exercise more. Peter patted Harry on the back, and Harry managed to feel better. Li, you hurt me. Harry looked at Li Ji with some resentment. Haha. Li Ji laughed a few times. Li, do you know what project I should apply for? Thor asked Li Ji, looked at Loki, who was lying in the grass with a dull face, and said, and his. Almost got it. Li Ji sat on the bench. Thor, your physical fitness is very good, your endurance is excellent, and your explosive power is also very strong. At the same time, because of your years of training, you know how to use strength. Li Ji commented. Thor nodded. Li Ji told the truth, and he would not feel embarrassed to accept it. So I've planned out a few projects for you for the time being, and you can choose 5 from them. Li Ji-deo. Which projects? Harry interrupted angrily. 100-meter dash, 200-meter dash, 400-meter dash, 1500-meter long run, 5000-meter long run, weightlifting, discus throw, shot put, javelin throw, hammer throw, etc. Li Ji randomly signed up for a few. In fact, with Thor's physical fitness, he could easily crush most sports that did not require skills. Although Thor has been deprived of his Asgardian identity and the power of Thor by Odin, his excellent physical fitness brought about by years of exercise will not be lost. He is not the long-term alcoholic in Avengers, causing a pot-bellied Thor. Well, what about Loki? Thor nodded. I don't know if he took note of what Li Ji said, so he started to ask about Loki's situation. His body is very weak, much weaker than girls. His sports range is relatively narrow, so that's why he signed up for the project. Li Ji looked at Loki. There was a look of desire in his eyes. It was hard to imagine that this was something a former god could show. Same as you, Thor, he will choose whatever project you choose. Li Ji looked like a devil.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.